Hello and welcome. Become a Patreon member and enjoy your favorite novels anytime, anywhere, whether you're working, relaxing, or on the go. With our vast pre-available audiobook library, or by requesting a custom novel, simply send the novel name or link and we'll convert it into an audiobook for you. Unlock this exclusive audiobook benefit by joining our Patreon community.
Kuroko no Basket, Simulating to Invincibility. Chapter 1, Simulation, Start. The sun was setting in the west. A young man, standing about 1.80 meters tall, walked alone down the school hallway. It was dismissal time. The moment the bell rang, most students rushed out of their classrooms like awakened beasts released from their cages. It was as if the classrooms were a damn prison. Some were clamoring about where to hang out after school, while others excitedly dashed toward their respective clubs for activities. It's an island nation thing, after all. They have always placed heavy emphasis on social interaction, and these club activities greatly enrich their interpersonal networks. Especially in sports. Poisoned by anime and manga, they shouted slogans like dreams, bonds, and youth, transforming into the most hot-blooded youths as they charged headfirst into the abyss. Then there was Yuto. He liked sports too. Basketball, soccer, ping pong, badminton, volleyball, he loved watching all kinds of matches. But it was limited to just watching. There was no other reason. Any sport relies on talent. Without exceptional talent, no matter how hard you work, you cannot become a master, let alone a sports star. Influenced by Yao Ming becoming the top draft pick in '02, he particularly loved playing basketball. After graduating, he even represented his village in the CBA. The result? They achieved a respectable third place that year. But that was it, just third place. He was fine playing amateur basketball, but once he touched the professional level, the gap was despairingly wide. Oh, right. I forgot to mention, Yuto is a transmigrator, coming from the real world of 2025. Where was this place? He didn't know at first. But as the Rainbow Squad of Taiko dominated the Nationals, winning the championship with 5 first-year players as their core, he realized which world this was. Kuroko's basketball. Yuto suddenly lost all interest in basketball. In the real world, the gap between mortals and geniuses is already huge, but in this world, there exists an insurmountable chasm. Taiko Junior High. The generation of miracles. Many players who understood their strength chose to quit basketball in the end. Their strength was simply despair-inducing. The overwhelming disparity in power finally forced those hot-blooded youths to cool down. Yuto was even more decisive than them. The moment he learned of the existence of those absolute monsters, he chose to retire on the spot. What's the point of playing? I don't have superpowers. He originally thought that with his experience, he could scrape by as a pro in this island nation where the basketball level was relatively weak. After all, in this life, he jumped reasonably high and ran reasonably fast. Added to 20 years of accumulated basketball experience from childhood, there was a sliver of hope to become a pro. After all, there are plenty of blind scouts in this world. That way. He could earn a salary of millions a year, marry a gravure idol, and live a dull, boring life with a wife and kids on a warm bed. But Taiko is here. There are several basketball maniacs here. This isn't his original world, and the threshold for pros is much higher. He is still just an ordinary person, no different from the majority of dream-filled youths whose stories end in tragedy. So, he decisively chose to let it rot. How long are you going to wear that "my life is over" expression? Smack. Yuto, walking in the hallway, felt his head get slapped. He turned around. It was a black-haired beauty who was a solid 9 out of 10. Mijiwa Kazuha. One of Yuto's classmates and friends, the daughter of a local wealthy merchant. She was holding a black clipboard in one hand, the other hand on her hip, staring at him with dissatisfaction. These 2D characters are simply unreasonable. Is everyone Doraemon? Why can you pull a board out of thin air? Yuto held his head, repeating a complaint he had made many times before. He just couldn't figure it out. How could Mijiwa Kazuha hide such a black clipboard in her school uniform? Yuto rolled his eyes and said, "It's called character design. Just like the elegant and rich young miss labels permanently stuck to you. People recognize you at a glance and then proceed to simp for you. You." Mijiwa Kazuha choked on his words but didn't refute them. After all, she first noticed Yuto precisely because he wasn't like the other boys. He had no admiration for her whatsoever. It wasn't narcissism. She really was popular. Rich, beautiful, elegant, and poised. What teenage boy could resist a woman like that? She was simply the dream girl of the entire school. Yuto was an exception. It wasn't that he couldn't, but that Mijiwa Kazuha was too criminal. She was just a kid. If you wrote a novel about romance with her, you'd get locked in a dark room and never let out. Didn't you go to the basketball club every day before? Why did you stop? Mijiwa Kazuha, seeing his nonchalant attitude, got angry just for the sake of being angry. Can't win, so I quit. He played before because he thought he could make a living out of it and fulfill a childhood dream. Now, he wouldn't even get to eat dirt. You quit just because you can't win. What kind of logic is that? Poor people business, you wouldn't understand. Yuto appeared completely unbothered. Play basketball. There's no financial future in it. Better to use his future foresight to start some business. Although the world is different and many things have changed beyond recognition, making a living should be a sure thing. As for dreams, that stuff only makes idiots even bigger idiots. If you don't have the capital, don't talk about dreams. You can only think about them in your dreams. Ding. Otherworldly soul detected. Dream simulator binding successful. Binding project, basketball. First simulation is free. Subsequent simulations will require spending 1 victory point. A voice devoid of emotion sounded in Yuto's mind. Very abrupt. Without any warning, without a trace of cough. A virtual screen appeared before Yuto's eyes. Dream simulator. Simulation level, LV1. Host, Yuto. Age, 14 years, 066 days. Special skills, none. Special talents, none. Simulation count, 1. Thump thump thump. Yuto stopped in his tracks, his face suddenly flushing red. Oh no, it's the feeling of falling in love. Seeing his state, Mijiwa Kazuha couldn't help but take a step back. What do you want to do? She had unknowingly pulled out the black clipboard again. Damn it, I knew it. With my configuration, with this template, I couldn't possibly be ordinary. The golden finger might be late, but it will never be absent. What configuration template? The orphan template. A born loser. Good for nothing except being handsome. It's hard. My fist is hard. Thud thud thud. Yuto turned and ran off quickly. Mijiwa Kazuha was completely baffled by him and hurriedly shouted, "Where are you going?" "I'm going to retrieve the dream I threw into the trash can. My original intention, my life, my journey to the stars and the sea." Find his dream. Where was he going to find it? At least tell me where you're going to find it. My family has a car, I can drive you. Mijiwa Kazuha shouted, but Yuto had already run far away, as if he had oiled the soles of his feet. Chapter 2, The Big Fundamental. After changing his shoes, Yuto sprinted the 100 meters back home. Bang. Bang. He threw the door open and slammed it shut again. Hearing the commotion, Kasugano Sora walked out of her room and complained, "You have to say, 'I'm home,' when you get back. Don't scare me every time, Baka Yuto." Which Kasugano Sora? Since we mentioned Yasuga no Sora, which other Kasugano Sora could it be? Of course, it's the Sora from the saying, "Hate the crime," not the Sora. However, even though Sora was as beautiful as a flower, Yuto's only response was, "Don't call me for dinner tonight." Bang. The sound of a door closing came from upstairs. Sora furrowed her brows, huffed, and walked away. Inside the room, Yuto tore down the poster of Teacher Hatano, then solemnly hung up a black and white photo of Boss Ma of the Penguin Empire, 10 cent. He lit a few incense sticks before finally lying down on the bed. God Madoka. No, wait. Simulation, start. Pew pew pew. None of those strange sound effects occurred. He didn't even need to open his eyes, subtitles suddenly appeared before him. On his way back, he had already figured out how to use this system. The simulator requires spending 1 victory point to start each time. A victory point comes from winning a match, winning one official game grants 1 point. Then there is the simulation level. Every upgrade contributes attribute points to improve Yuto's 5-dimensional stats. Each simulation draws a random talent once. After each simulation ends, the talent and memories gained can be brought back to reality. As for the duration, the simulation lasts up to 1 year. Simulator started. Random talent draw. Talent acquired, the big fundamental. Congratulations on obtaining purple talent, the big fundamental. The big fundamental, ultimate standardization of technical moves, minimalist tactical decision-making. Massively improves match consistency and ignores match intensity. The big fundamental. The big stone Buddha. Of course, Yuto knew what the big fundamental was. This was the trademark of Tim Duncan, the greatest player in Spurs history. He used these extremely standardized moves with almost unwavering stability throughout his 19-year career. Well, not his entire career. Before his injuries, Duncan was a power forward with explosive athleticism, nicknamed the Flying Devil. Young Duncan was also a high flyer. Okyukazome, the rural hometown of Kasugano Haruka's late grandfather. Having obtained your golden finger, you couldn't wait to start the first simulation. You are very expectant. Now that you have a cheat, you wonder if you can beat those edgy kids from Taiko into imbeciles. This is very important to you, who dreams of making a living through basketball. You started the simulation. You obtained the talent, the big fundamental. You know this is one of the trademarks of the NBA Hall of Famer and historical level power forward, Tim Duncan. At night, Kasugano Haruka comes up to knock on your door to call you for dinner. You walk out of the room. You enjoy a not-so-lavish dinner with Kasugano Haruka and Kasugano Sora. You are an orphan, adopted by the kind Kasugano couple when you were young, but this kind couple has already kicked the bucket together. You followed the twins, Haruka and Sora, to the rural town of Okyukazome. 1 year ago, you joined the Homie Academy basketball club and became a starting player thanks to your old geezer level of rich experience. Although you don't understand why Homie Academy, which was a high school in the original work, has become a middle school. Just like how the Kasugano parents were supposed to die when the siblings were in high school, yet they died early during middle school here. But you can't worry about all that. You plan to start from this underdog team. You look forward to making a living playing ball and fulfilling your childhood basketball dream. However, when the nationals ended and you heard the champion team was named Taiko Middle School, your mental state collapsed. You realized you came to a world without literal monsters, but with monsters nonetheless. You gave up on basketball. You performed an on-the-spot retirement. Your cheap, adoptive, brother and sister, as well as your friends, were very confused. They thought you just couldn't handle the blow of losing a game and would get better after a while. But until today, you hadn't returned to the basketball club. During dinner, Kasugano Haruka wanted to ask you about this several times but was afraid of striking a nerve. You are adopted, but you grew up with the Kasugano siblings. They don't treat you as an outsider. After eating, you ran to the utility room and rummaged around. Kasugano Sora walked over curiously, holding a black bunny plushie, and asked, "Yuto, what are you looking for?" You said, "I'm looking for my basketball." Hearing this, Kasugano Sora was greatly shocked. She intimately pressed her forehead against yours, she thought you were possessed. You slapped her hand away and continued searching. You found the dusty ball. Ignoring the shocked Kasugano siblings, you inflated the ball and hurriedly ran out of the house to a nearby court for rehabilitation training. As expected of me, give me a little sunshine and I shine bright. Yuto watched the simulation, admiring himself greatly. Rot when there's no hope, go hard when there is hope. I deserve to succeed. On the first day of rehab training, you could feel your body had regressed significantly, but the big fundamental talent took your skills to the next level. As an amateur-level player, under the blessing of the big fundamental, every move you make is textbook perfect. Not flashy, but very practical. There is a charm of great truth is simple in it. You understand the greatness of Tim Duncan more truly. You went home satisfied. The house has no air conditioning and it was hot. You took off your clothes upon returning, revealing a muscular physique. Sora gasped hentai and ran away blushing. You didn't react, and believed there is nothing wrong with a man being a little perverted. The next day, you returned to the basketball club. The scrubs in the club were pleasantly surprised. As the starting small forward of Homie Academy, you put up excellent stats of 15 plus 9 plus 5 per game last year, making you one of the team's mini-thighs, carries. Hearing that you finally returned, the team coach smiled. He told you earnestly, success is temporary, but failure is the main theme. You disagreed, because some people are always successful, and you hope to become such a person. You said to the coach, I came back to win the championship. Chapter 3, The God of War at the Entrance. You said to the coach, "I came back this time to win the championship." The basketball club fell silent, then everyone burst into laughter. Someone walked over and said to you with a smile, "Don't push yourself too hard, Yuto. To win the championship, we have to beat Taiko Middle School." Someone beside him chimed in, "Yeah, Yuto. They are Taiko, the biggest powerhouse in junior high. This generation is even hailed as the strongest in history. Last year, they were just first years, but they were already top players nationwide. This year they'll surely be even stronger. National champions. No chance. Let's just play our own games well." Hearing these words made you even more annoyed. This was one of the reasons you left. Playing with these guys who lacked ambition only made you angry every day. But you ignored the fact that you gave up even faster than they did. You quit a year ago. Simulation is just a simulation, why does it have to roast me? Yuto was dissatisfied that the dog system was stealing his job. "I will win." You told them seriously. You are a man who strives to be strong his whole life. You returned to the team smoothly and trained with the other teammates. Having left the court for a year, you needed time to recover. Day 3, you continued your rehabilitation training. The Kasugano siblings and Mijiwa Kazuha were very happy with your change. They said the current you looks like the real you. Day 4, you continued your rehabilitation training. You fully understood the pain of Mitsui Hisashi back then. Your body and your condition are a bit terrible. Fortunately, you often fight with delinquents at school, so your agility hasn't regressed too much. Day 5, you continued your rehabilitation training. The coach thought your recovery speed was excellent and tried to let you participate in an intra-squad scrimmage. Obviously, this 50-something-year-old geezer knows how to rank up. He knows that the reason Homie Academy made it to the Nationals last year was indispensable from you, the carry. You put on your training uniform, you went on the court to play, and your performance shocked the geezer coach. He shouted, "Subarashi-I. Genius. Yuto, you are a genius." No one on the team expected that after leaving the court for a year, you would actually become stronger. Homie Academy's basketball coach was once a benchwarmer for a low-tier professional team. He wasn't strong, and he had no representative works in his career. But that makes sense. If he were awesome, he wouldn't have come to a music school like Homie Academy to teach basketball. Those awesome coaches, like Shirogane Kozo and Shirogane Eiji, would choose to work for basketball powerhouses. Even if it's a labor of love, any capable coach can pull a team together even in a trash school, like Coach Anze of Shohoku. Of course, he isn't strong, but he still has an eye for talent. He can tell that your playing style is extremely standardized. Every movement, every shot, every crossover, every layup, looked as if it had been tempered thousands of times. You simply looked like you walked out of a textbook. Every bank shot angle is controlled at 45 degrees. The timing of the pick-and-roll cut is precise to the moment the defender's center of gravity shifts by 5 degrees. Every shot is released at the highest point with both hands raised above the head. Everyone asked if you had been secretly training during the year you left the basketball club. You were amazed by their imagination. Where would you find a place to train just to play ball? A bunch of psychos. You led your team to victory. You got a team-high 22 points, 7 rebounds, and 6 assists. Day 6, your recovery speed accelerated because even after club activities ended, you would practice extra at home at night. Sora was curious about your changes and went with you to the public court to keep you company during practice. This shut-in keeps everyone at a distance except for Kasugano Haruka and you. You were practicing, she was watching you. You continued practicing, she watched you boredly. You were still practicing, she couldn't help but wander around nearby. You were addicted to practice and couldn't extricate yourself. As expected of me. Besides possessing the traditional characteristic of poverty from the flower planter, China, I am also fucking diligent. Yuto was very happy. He finally found one of his few virtues. Eh? Why am I looking down on myself like this? That's strange. Yuto shook his head and continued staring at himself in the simulation. While you continued practicing, a scream from Sora came from the distance. Although she has no chest, she is very tolerant, a pun on nunai, no milk/boobs, and you wrong, have tolerance/capacity, implying tolerance is a virtue or simply beautiful. She was harassed by nearby delinquents. You rushed over. There were 3 opponents, with hair dyed in the 3 colors of a traffic light. You fought them. You won a 1-on-3 fight, single-handedly driving away the traffic light trio. As they left, they shouted, "We'll be back. Are you guys Team Rocket or what?" You had no heart to practice. You carried Sora home on your back. She sprained her ankle just now, and she has been frail and sickly since childhood, getting tired after walking just a few steps. Sora lay on your back and said to you, "I'm sorry, Yuto." You asked, "Why are you apologizing to me?" Sora apologized, "I bothered you again." You said as if accustomed to it, "You've been saying that to me since we were kids, but I've never seen you actually change." Sora said righteously, "Because staying at home is boring." You were helpless. If you're bored, go to school. Don't just squat at home all day. Baka, I don't want to see anyone other than Yuto and Haruka. Sora's arms around your neck tightened. You sighed and said, "Then let's come out together again tomorrow." What if we meet them again? Sora was a little afraid. He looked back confidently, "Isn't I here? Don't worry, I am the strongest." Your smile was comical because you got punched in the face. Sora laughed seeing it and leaned on your back without speaking. "Something's wrong." Yuto leaned back. "This development is hugely wrong. If this goes on, the person who becomes the god of war at the entrance might be me." You felt that Sora's attitude towards you was too intimate, even if she had been like this since childhood. Thus, the next night, he decisively chose to leave Sora alone at home and ran to practice by himself. Sora got angry. When you came back, she threatened not to say a word to you for a day. After hearing this, you laughed happily. Sora kicked you and ran back to her room. "As expected of me, a genius among geniuses." Yuto spoke plausibly, pointing at the panel and giving it a frantic thumbs up. He continued reading. You don't know how much time passed, but it was definitely less than a month. You felt that your condition had recovered to 70%. Because of the big fundamental talent, your basketball level reached the peak of your career. The draw for the national tournament regional qualifiers came out. This is the reason you didn't choose to leave this underdog team. It was too late to transfer schools. Besides, the Kasugano family didn't have extra money, otherwise you wouldn't have moved from the big city to a rural town. Okyukazome is located in the northern part of the Kanto region, a small town in Tochigi Prefecture. It is very small, with a population of only 160,000. For such a small prefecture, there is only one slot for the national tournament, far inferior to big cities like Tokyo and Kanagawa. Tokyo has 3 slots for the national tournament, while Kanagawa has 2. Of course, the competitiveness of Tochigi Prefecture is far inferior to the big cities of Tokyo and Kanagawa, otherwise it would be difficult for you to bring Homie Academy to the main stage of the national tournament. Chapter 4, The Ordinary Core. Every year, there are many teams participating in the national tournament, but in the end, only 64 teams can make it to the main tournament. Although the Tokyo area has 3 qualifying spots, the number of participating teams in Tokyo is also the highest in the country, with a full 300 to 400 teams. In Tochigi Prefecture, the number of participating teams is less than 30% of the Tokyo area, with only 100 or so teams participating. The qualifier rules remain unchanged, but due to the number of participating teams, the Tochigi Prefecture group stage will only be divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C. The 3 teams that eventually emerge from the groups will compete in a single round-robin format. Because it is not unprecedented in history to have tied points, once a tied point situation occurs, there will be no extra match. Instead, the qualifying right will be determined by point difference. Point difference is calculated from the start of the group stage, eliminating any possibility of identical point differences. Soon, the qualifiers began. You followed the team to the tournament venue. The organizers held a mobilization meeting and speech. You were so bored you wanted to sleep. Group A matches were held on the first day. Homie Academy had no games, so you and your teammates watched games at the arena all day. A day later, Homie Academy welcomed its first battle of the qualifiers. The entire team took this game extremely seriously because the group stage schedule is very cruel, completely BO1, best of 1. Lose 1 game and you go home to fish. You started the game, wearing the number 10 gray-white jersey. 10,000 spectators came to watch the game, and the arena was packed. This is Tochigi Prefecture, a small town with a population of only 160,000. People from Tokyo and Kanagawa always mock it as Tochigi Village rather than a prefecture. This dilapidated arena can only hold 10,000 spectators. The game started. He opened fire immediately. Tim Duncan's big fundamental made you feel like a fish in water during the game. You received a pass from a teammate, shook off the defender without any sloppiness, cut into the enemy's restricted area, and opened the scoring with a turnaround bank shot. Standard movements, solid fundamentals. The basketball grazed the backboard at a precise 45-degree angle and fell into the net. But your performance had just begun. Even though your body had only recovered to 70%, you were still Homie Academy's best perimeter defender. You were assigned by the geezer coach to mark the opponent's key player, a bamboo pole guard only 1.75 m tall. You felt that with a little force, you could knock him into the Pacific Ocean to drink homemade nuclear wastewater. The opponent tried to shake you off, but you were as steady as Mount Tai. The opponent tried to use speed to get rid of you, but you retreated a step in advance, giving him no chance. The opponent was defended by you to the point of near suffocation. You completed a beautiful defensive play. Homie Academy's counterattack opportunity arrived. You sprinted to the free throw line in one breath. After receiving the pass, you jumped without hesitation, hands raised above your head. The shooting motion, as if straight out of a textbook, made the eyes of some knowledgeable people in the audience light up. You made the shot. You scored consecutively, continuously helping the team expand its lead. The first half ended. Homie Academy led the opponent by 10 points. The team's morale was like a rainbow. Returning for the second half, the opponent targeted you with specific defense. Your scoring opportunities became smaller, but this didn't stump you. You understood that Tim Duncan was never a scoring machine. Even if he had the ability to become the scoring champion, he would not place his selfish desires above the team. This is his greatness. You started driving and kicking. Your movements were as concise and effective as ever, but even so, the opponent needed to send at least 2 defenders to stop you. You started looking for teammates and distributing the ball. Your assist stats began to increase. Under your leadership, Homie Academy blossomed on multiple fronts. The geezer coach was astonished. Your modern small forward playing style made him suddenly realize that basketball could be played this way. It is currently 2009. The NBA is still in a continuous physical brawl. People are more willing to send the ball to the paint to play for high-percentage shots. The closer to the basket, the easier it is to score. This is the truth of basketball. Your change in style enlightened the geezer coach. Some other ideas suddenly appeared in his mind. Beep. The game ended. Homie Academy defeated the opponent by a 15-point advantage, getting off to a good start in the national tournament qualifiers. The audience gave you warm applause. Your playing style is concise and not eye-catching. Many people didn't notice your existence. People are always more willing to see criminal crossovers and explosive dunks. However, some people knew that you were the one truly controlling the overall situation. Post-game stats, you quietly put up a team-high 25 points, 11 rebounds, and 7 assists. You happily left the arena and returned to school. Mijiwa Kazuha came over personally to congratulate you. You smiled and thanked her, stating that your journey had just begun. Your confidence felt familiar to Mijiwa Kazuha, and she didn't take out the blackboard to smack you. The next day, Homie Academy came to the competition venue again. You won against the opponent by a large margin again. It's not that there are no strong teams in the remote countryside, but that Tochigi Prefecture has no strong teams. The only national-level team has dominated the Tochigi Prefecture qualifying spot for a full 20 years. Their monopoly was only broken by Homie Academy last year, and they were assigned to a different group from you. Once again, you quietly put up 24 points, 9 rebounds, and 8 assists. You were still not noticed by too many people, everyone focused more on your team's center. He was Homie Academy's original carry. In 2 games, he averaged excellent stats of 18.4 points and 16 rebounds. His height of 1.87 meters allowed him to complete dunks several times during the games. But your opponent today noticed something wrong because a large amount of Homie Academy's ball possession gathered on you. Your geezer coach has already outlined a bold idea in his mind. Island Nation basketball is very rigid, at least the basketball in anime is very rigid. Shooting guards run to shoot threes, centers box out for rebounds and scoring is concentrated under the basket, point guards are responsible for organizing the team offense, small forwards hold the ball to attack the rim, and power forwards assist the center in rebounding while also shouldering scoring duties. But you can do all these jobs, and do them well. The geezer coach plans to establish your core status. Isn't it a bit late to realize this now? Outside the simulation, Yuto felt that his coach should have done this last year. The game ended. Your coach returned to his office and burned the midnight oil conceiving new team tactics. He believed that this brand new tactic could greatly help Homie Academy qualify for the national tournament. The next day, he informed the team of the tactics, establishing a tactical mindset with you as the absolute core. You put forward your own ideas, add players around you who can defend and have excellent ability to seize open shots. Chapter 5, Momoi Satsuki's Attention. 1 star, 4 shooters. The tactical idea you proposed is very simple, but in this era, it seems very novel. There are only 2 requirements for this tactic. First, the team must have an absolute ball-dominant core. You believe you can do this very well. Second, the team needs to have excellent 3 and D players who are good at both defense and shooting. The more, the better. Of course, at this time, there is no such term as 3D player. You euphemistically told your coach that you need some players who can seize the opportunity after you create open shots, preferably 3-point shooters. And defensive anchors to wipe your ass when you are fully committed to the offensive end. The coach thought your idea was very advanced and had merit, but the crappy part is that Homie Academy basically has very few such players. This is an academy featuring music, not a sports school. You were prepared and pulled the underused Sakurai Ryo out of the team. He is the future shooting guard of 2 Academy, a top-tier 3D player with extremely fast and accurate shooting speed, and online defensive abilities. However, also because his shooting was too fast and too unreasonable, the geezer coach thought his shooting was simply nonsense, so he was placed on the bench and not reused. Sakurai Ryo. This guy was in our team. I actually never realized it. Yuto in the outside world was surprised. If Sakurai Ryo was in the basketball club from the beginning, it's impossible that he didn't know. Simulation continues. The coach didn't like Sakurai Ryo's playing style, especially his constant timid appearance. In the coach's eyes, Sakurai Ryo was a soft egg who shot wildly and would only apologize as soon as he was scolded. Compared to Sakurai Ryo, he prefers a lawless hooligan like you who fights every now and then. That is called a real tough guy. But he decided to give you face. You conducted an intra-squad scrimmage. Sakurai Ryo was arranged to be on your team. You massacred the opponent with a big score. The geezer coach was stunned. He didn't expect that soft egg to be so brave under your command. In the 20-minute practice match, Sakurai Ryo constantly received your passes and shot with a heaven-defying shooting rate of 5 out of 6. The geezer coach made a decision on the spot, pointing at Sakurai Ryo and saying, I knew from the beginning that you, damn it, are a talent. You start in tomorrow's game. After the activity ended, you found Sakurai Ryo and asked the doubts in your heart. Sakurai Ryo was grateful to you and told you everything. It turns out he only came to Homie Academy this year. He moved to live in Tochigi Prefecture because of his father's work. His personality made him like a transparent person in the team. Today was the first time he was taken so seriously by the team. He was very grateful to you and treated you to a bowl of ramen. So that's how it is. Does this count as me ntringamen? Wait, no. I came first this time. Yuto entertained himself in the outside world. But finding a treasure in such an underdog team was truly a pleasant surprise. In this world of Kuroko's basketball. If the Generation of Miracles and the movie's villain Team Jabberwock's Nash are classified as the power ceiling. Then below the 5 members of the Generation of Miracles are T1 players like Nijimura Shuzo and Himuro Tatsuya. Following closely are T1.5 players like the Uncrowned Kings, whose talents are equally top tier but not enough to cross the threshold. After that are national-level players like Sakurai Ryo who don't wear titles. This is a big helper. The next day, Homie Academy welcomed an important battle for qualifying from the group stage. The opponent is a strong team that also made it to the round-robin last year. Like Homie Academy, they are a team that has only risen in recent years. Their foundation is inferior to the 4 Heavenly Kings, they rose suddenly because of 1 or 2 players. The so-called 4 Heavenly Kings mean about the same as the 3 Kings of Tokyo. They are the 4 teams with the most outstanding historical achievements in Tochigi Prefecture. However, the result of the game was unexpected. Homie Academy ended the suspense of the game in just 3 quarters. The geezer coach boldly used the newcomer Sakurai Ryo in this game. Under your feeding, Sakurai Ryo made 6 of 9 3-pointers in 3 quarters, 2 of 3 free throws, and blasted 20 points. The opponent obviously didn't expect you to change the lineup in such a key game. Caught off guard, they were beaten until their heads were full of bumps. Fans exclaimed, I didn't expect Homie Academy to hide such a secret weapon. 6 of 9 3-pointers, a shooting rate reaching 66%, scoring a team-high 20 points. Truly amazing. But what puzzled the fans was that in the fourth quarter, Homie Academy's opponent chose to give it their all. Yet they didn't apply too much targeted defense on Sakurai Ryo. It can't be said there was none, just that the defensive focus wasn't on Sakurai Ryo. Fans wondered again, he already has a 7 out of 10 shooting rate, yet they still let this monster shoot. Monster? That mushroom head isn't a monster. The real monster is that guy. Someone nearby pointed at Yuto and said, that guy is the true core of Homie Academy. With him and without him, Homie Academy is two different teams. Him? Is there anything special about him? That person didn't think so because Yuto's playing style was very concise, so concise it could be described as simple. It always gave people the illusion that, I could do it too if I were him, so you are always selectively ignored. That person shook his head and smiled, that's why he is a monster. No matter how complicated the matter is, he can complete it in the simplest way. Beep. The game ended. Homie Academy defeated the opponent with a big score of 102-75. Sakurai Ryo blasted a game-high 29 points, with a 3-point shooting rate as high as 60%. Achieving fame in Tochigi Prefecture in one battle during such an important group stage qualifying match. However, more and more people discovered your complexity. In this game, you performed stably, contributing 22 points, 10 rebounds, and 13 assists again. A triple-double answer sheet, you got it quietly. Your performance attracted the attention of Momoi Satsuki. Momoi Satsuki. Yuto rubbed his chin. This super spy from Taiko is truly everywhere. Few people in the entire Tochigi Prefecture discovered his awesomeness, yet this manager of the Taiko basketball club in the Tokyo area actually discovered him. Chapter 6, Two Extremes. Momoi Satsuki. Yuto in the outside world was surprised, astonished by Momoi Satsuki's intelligence-gathering ability and range. Human power has its limits. She is only one person, how could she manage to gather all the information on important players nationwide? He continued reading. Your continuous outstanding performance attracted the attention of Momoi Satsuki. Day 2, you still have games to play. The intense schedule of the national tournament leaves people with almost no time to rest. The single round-robin competition among the 3 teams will be completed within 2 days. All participating teams will have to complete an important back-to-back battle. Round 1 of the round-robin, your opponent is a Tochigi Prefecture powerhouse. They have made it to the main national tournament 25 times in their team history. Their record of consecutive national tournament appearances was only ended by Homie Academy, led by you, last year. You are only a second-year student, yet you walk at the very front of the team, looking every bit like the team boss. You spotted a pink-haired girl in the audience. Her existence is very conspicuous, not only because of her outstanding appearance but also because the school uniform she wears belongs to Taiko. The national tournament qualifiers are being held simultaneously across the country. At this time, Taiko, like Homie, has also reached the round-robin stage. Their average margin of victory in the group stage was a massacre of 58.9 points, shocking all of Tokyo. The team's ace, Ayaman Daiki, seemed to have divine help. Even with a group of genius teammates around him, he still averaged 38.7 points per game, looking down on the competition. He is an out-and-out scoring machine. You withdrew your gaze and focused on the game in front of you. Yuto, I'm glad to see you here. I was worried for a long time when I heard you quit the Homie basketball club. It's good that you're back. The score from last year should be settled. The person speaking is the captain of your opponent today. After losing to you last year, he has held a grudge and worked hard for a year just to avenge last year's defeat. I heard you received an invitation from a prestigious Tokyo school. Congratulations in advance on a happy high school life. You ignored the other party's provocation. You feel that an opponent you could beat last year is even less likely to defeat you now. The game began. The first time you held the ball, you realized the opponent had definitely studied your game tapes. A 3-2 defensive stance, a typical zone defense. The perimeter duo is at the very front, and 3 players are lying in ambush near the paint. You understand that the opponent wants to create obstacles for your drive and kick game. You know the solution. With such a defensive stance, you will get good shooting opportunities on the perimeter, but you don't possess outstanding long-range shooting ability. You choose to force your way through. Sure enough, when you drove inside the three-point line with the ball, the opponent immediately closed the door with 2 players to meet you. Their speed was so fast they had definitely practiced this many times. You didn't panic. You quickly took a step back, then changed direction and continued to drive toward the paint. Your movements were as concise as ever, yet always able to be 1 step ahead of the opponent. Even with 2 people, the opponent still felt immense pressure from you. You couldn't completely shake off the defenders, but you also gained enough space. You involuntarily passed the ball to Sakurai Ryo, who was ambushing at the left horn. The opponent reacted quickly, closing in on Sakurai Ryo immediately, but Sakurai Ryo's release speed was faster. With a "sorry," Sakurai Ryo hit the three-pointer. You think this mushroom head is even more punchable than you. You got off to a good start. You also noticed the pink-haired girl in the audience quickly recording all this with a pen in hand. The opponent responded, completing a pick-and-roll cut to get 2 points, demonstrating the foundation that allowed them to dominate Tochigi Prefecture for many years. Immediately after, you received the ball from a teammate again, using the simplest crossover to fight 1 against 2. You made a passing feint. The opponent was so fooled they wouldn't recognize their own mother, lunging out in an attempt to steal. The double team instantly turned into a 1-on-1. You didn't give the opponent a chance to recover on defense. With a textbook jump shot, you got your first field goal of the game. The geezer coach on the sidelines clapped vigorously. Your extremely standardized shooting motion was enough to make him rest in peace. The first half ended with the score at 58-50. Homie Academy, led by you, led the opponent by 8 points. Sakurai Ryo continued to perform well. In the first half, he shot 4 of 8 from three-point range, with a shooting percentage over 50%, scoring 12 points. But the fans finally noticed something wrong. Because you, with your plain playing style and unassuming presence, had already harvested stats of 17 plus 4 plus 5 in the first half. This is the rhythm of heading for another triple-double. To be able to train fundamentals to this level, how on earth did he do it? Momoi Satsuki recorded continuously. 80% of the notes in her notebook were about you, and the remaining 10% were respectively about Sakurai Ryo and the tactical analysis of the homie team. The notebook clearly recorded the stats you obtained in the past few games. Momoi Satsuki was surprised to find that the stats you harvested in every game were extremely stable. There are only 2 reasons for this result. First, you firmly controlled the game, and the opponents you encountered could not create pressure on you. Second, your limit lies within this range. Momoi Satsuki believes you are the first type. Before, it was bullying scrubs, so stable stats didn't prove much. But facing the overlord of Tochigi Prefecture, you can still perform so stably, which is enough to prove that your ability is superior to everyone on the court. Yuto in the outside world looked at Momoi Satsuki's analysis without speaking. He knew his own situation. His stability was brought by the big stone Buddhas, the big fundamental. It ignores match intensity and can produce stable performances in any situation, which protects his floor, minimum performance. But at the same time, Yuto's current ceiling is not high. Excessive stability also means he lacks sufficient explosiveness. He can get at least 20 plus 5 stats per game now. This is his floor. But to break through 30 plus, he needs to improve abilities in other areas. The second half began. The opponent's targeting of you became more obvious. They were determined to contain your performance. Even if the opponent didn't have a large enough sample size, and Homie Academy only recently started playing with you as the core, one thing was crystal clear to the opposing coach: you are undoubtedly Homie Academy's engine. The opponent changed their strategy, and you also changed yours. Your insufficient ceiling left you lacking the ability to brute force a solution in this situation. You started calling for pick and rolls, engaging in two-man plays with the team's center. Pick and roll offense, the most basic and also the most practical tactic in basketball. Most modern basketball tactics evolved from the pick and roll. You called for a pick and roll, used your teammate's help to break into the free throw line, and used a bounce pass to get the ball back to your teammate who continued to cut. Your teammate attracted the defender and smashed the ball heavily into your hands. Your goal was achieved. You faced the opponent's center directly, obtaining a mismatch opportunity of small against big. You used the simplest continuous pivot turns to create shooting space for yourself. Swish the ball grazed the backboard and fell into the net. You easily dissolved the opponent's targeting with rich experience that was several versions ahead. Momoi Satsuki started recording again. Your importance in her heart was getting higher and higher. She thinks you play very smartly, the complete opposite extreme of her childhood friend. Your basketball is utilitarian and smart, while Ayaman Daiki is flashy and stubborn. She deduced the opponent's tactical changes based on the situation on the court, but she didn't deduce your method of resolving them. Momoi Satsuki thinks you are a genius, and given time, your name will spread throughout the country. On the court, you can feel the opponent getting impatient. Their movements started to become savage, but your 1.8-meter frame isn't just for show. At the stage of the second year of middle school, your body model is already top tier. Compared to the generation of miracles, you only lack athletic ability. Chapter 7, A Dazzling Smile. You withstood the opponent's savagery and rudeness. You counterattacked. Those little brats defending you were elbowed by you until they were miserable. You felt they were simply lighting a lantern in a toilet, looking for death. Shit. The third quarter ended. The point difference did not widen. Homie Academy still led by 8 points. But your stats had risen to 25 points, 8 rebounds, and 7 assists. At the same time, you also harvested 1 block and 2 steals. You felt your body gradually becoming fatigued. A high-intensity game still put pressure on you, who had only recovered 70% of your condition. You couldn't swim freely in the fish pond yet. The fourth quarter began. Your speed started to slow down, and your shooting percentage began to drop. Fortunately, your opponent's speed was also slowing down, and their shooting percentage also began to drop. The game became anxious, entering a white-hot stage. The game ended. You guys had the last laugh, winning this precious victory. You were only 1 win away from obtaining the qualification for the national tournament from Tochigi Prefecture. You got a game-high 32 points, 10 rebounds, 11 assists, 3 steals, and 2 blocks. Your playing style was still simple, so simple that every movement seemed to return to how it was in the very beginning. However, at this moment, no one would ignore you anymore. You put up the toughest performance in the toughest battle, leading the field in 5 statistical categories. People praised you as freaking awesome. But Momoi Satsuki noticed that your number of shot attempts had increased a lot compared to before, and your overall shooting percentage did not rise accordingly. The ceiling is a 30-plus triple-double. Yuto in the outside world fell silent again. If it were before, he would have been satisfied with such stats. He would definitely be called a basketball genius. But the intensity of this world is too high. Thinking of Murasaka Baraitsushi scoring 100 points in a single game, Midorima's never missing 3-pointers, Akashi crossing people like drinking water, etc. Yuto's heart couldn't be satisfied. I still have to find a way to raise my ceiling. He analyzed his current level. It was definitely national level, perhaps even capable of wrestling with the uncrowned kings. Because Yuto also possesses his own specialty, extreme fundamentals. The problem is the distance between the uncrowned kings and the generation of miracles, to describe it exaggeratedly, is separated by a Pacific Ocean. He remembers clearly that when Akashi was trying to fully master the zone, he once beat Hayama Kotaro, Mibuchi Ryo, and Nabuya Aikachi all at once in a 1v3. Simulation continues. Winning this key victory, you are only 1 step away from the main national tournament. Because the biggest competitor has already been defeated by you, your prospects for qualifying are excellent. Another day passed, and the round-robin continued. Homie Academy's game was scheduled for the afternoon. The first game was between the other 2 teams. Your opponent from yesterday withstood the pressure. In a back-to-back situation, they won by a narrow margin of 5 points, keeping their hope of qualifying alive. In the afternoon, you welcomed the final game. Win and you qualify directly. Lose and you tie on points with another team, entering the stage of calculating point differences to determine the qualifying team. Back-to-back games are a huge challenge, but your opponent was even more miserable than you. They had 2 games in 1 day. The scene of the game wasn't spectacular. The sound of clang 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 kept ringing in the fans' ears. Not the only you song, but the clang 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 of hitting the iron, missing shots. Clang your head, clang. Do you think this is a comedy novel? Yuto in the outside world rolled his eyes. This system is a bit too intelligent, throwing in cold jokes from time to time as if afraid he'd be bored. You guys joined hands to contribute a wonderful iron-striking battle for the fans. By halftime, the shooting percentage of both teams was less than 50%. In such a dull game, your stability played a decisive role. You became the only player on the court with a shooting percentage over 50%. You scored a high of 17 points, 5 rebounds, and 4 assists in the first half. Momoi Satsuki did not come to the scene today. She believed that the intelligence gathering on you was sufficient. You are undoubtedly a basketball genius, but just an ordinary genius, not enough to threaten Taiko's dominance. If this were a game, with a whole team of 5 players rated 99, it would be strange if we could beat you. Yuto took a bottle of water and took a sip. He didn't feel discouraged because he also had cheats now. Sooner or later, he would become a basketball maniac just like the generation of miracles. Simulation continues. Thanks to your stable performance, Homie Academy won the game. Winning both round-robin games, you seized the Tochijai Prefecture qualification for the national tournament. You received the Prefectural Tournament Championship trophy. You put on the gold medal. You were selected as the MVP of the Prefectural Tournament. You were selected for the best lineup of the Prefectural Tournament. You became the Prefectural Tournament. You celebrated the victory together. The next day, the coach gave you a day off. You didn't push yourself but took a day off to relieve fatigue. A day later, you devoted yourself to training again. There was still half a month before the opening of the main national tournament. You planned to get your body back to its peak condition as soon as possible before the opening ceremony. Sora wanted to go out and play, she wanted you to take her out to play. You refused, and she got angry again, planning not to speak to you for a day. Sora still wanted to go out and play the next day. You told her, right now, I only have eyes for the national tournament. Sora pouted and left your room. She hasn't spoken to you all day. This willful little brat. Yuto rubbed his forehead. Kasugano Sora has been frail and sickly since childhood. She gets out of breath with just a little exercise. For this reason, she frequently misses school, and over time, she became a glorious shut-in. Her world is very small. Before, it was her parents, Haruka, and Yuto. Now, it's Haruka and Yuto. I'll accompany Sora to play when I have the chance. Yuto continued staring at the text simulation in front of him. Half a month later, the main national tournament opened. You were aggressive and full of confidence, striving to break through Homie Academy's history. Who said a music school can't play basketball? However, in the round of 64, you fought fiercely until the last second with a team from Gunma Prefecture. You barely passed by hitting a buzzer-beating mid-range bank shot to kill the opponent. You were extremely excited, including yourself, roaring powerfully the moment the game ended. But you rejoiced too early. In the round of 32, you encountered the team Hayama Kotaro played for. You lost, stopping at the top 32 of the national tournament. Only top 32. Yuto frowned. You found it hard to accept this result. You thought that after having a golden finger, your only opponents would be the generation of miracles. You overestimated your standard. Your performance remained stable, getting a team-high 24 points, 6 rebounds, and 7 assists. But this quasi-triple-double data was not enough to make up for the overall gap between the two teams. Hayama Kotaro found you after the game. He praised you for being strong and extended his hand to you. You refused the handshake, turned around, and walked directly into the player tunnel. You don't need the winner's praise. Such pity makes you sick. Insufficient overall level is not an excuse for failure. You believe there is only one reason for losing. That is, you are not strong enough. Your national tournament journey ended, stopping at the top 32. Returning to daily life, your training volume began to increase. You were trying hard to restore your condition to its peak. You stubbornly believed that if Ayaman, Akashi, or Murasakibara led Homie Academy would definitely have advanced. You were dissatisfied with your weakness. Soon after, the basketball club held a farewell ceremony. The third-year members left the team, but they did not feel regretful because you had already created history. For a music academy like Homie Academy, the national top 32 was already their best history. They left the basketball club with smiles. You felt their smiles were dazzling. Sakurai Ryo, standing next to you, felt immense pressure. Chapter 8, End of First Simulation. You don't know how they can still smile after losing the game. Are they satisfied with just a top 32 finish? Your ambition has been completely activated. Your previous life was full of failure, you need success. The third-year members retired from the club. You became the next captain of Homie Academy. Before leaving, the third-year members all found you, hoping you would continue to work hard next year. They threatened to keep watching you. You nodded and agreed without hesitation. You told them, my goal hasn't changed. Only the championship. They suddenly felt huge pressure, but thinking that they had already left the basketball club, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The national tournament ended. Taiko Middle School undoubtedly successfully defended their title. You watched the final. They have completely gone crazy. AM and Daiki chopped melons and vegetables, dominated easily, blasting 40 points in the first half, making the game lose suspense in just 20 minutes. You felt immense pressure. It was summer vacation, but club activities didn't end. You required members to return to the basketball club at least 2 days a week for full-day training camps. You said to them, whether to fall at the top 32 again next year or go a step further, you choose for yourselves. The members dared not breathe loudly. They felt you didn't give them any room to choose at all. After you became captain, their pressure became even greater. The vacation began. You still conducted high-intensity training every day. The members gradually discovered that for every training camp, you were the one who arrived earliest and also the one who left latest. The complaints in their hearts lessened a lot. But still, some overwhelmed members chose to leave the basketball club. You expressed nothing about this. Guys without a sense of shame like that aren't worth you trying to keep. Under day after day high-intensity training, your physical condition has recovered to its peak. You feel that if you played another game with Hayama Kotaro, your chances of winning would be higher. After the national tournament ends, the Autumn National Sports Festival and the Winter Cup follow immediately. The island nation has 3 large-scale national tournaments every year: the Summer Inter-High Nationals, the Autumn National Sports Festival, and the Winter Cup. However, as middle school students, Homie Academy is not qualified to participate in the latter 2 tournaments. Those are prepared for high schools. Before you knew it, a year had passed. Your first simulation ended. Phew. So it ends just like that. Yuto took a deep breath. Looking at himself in the simulated world, he fell into brief contemplation. He felt that the version of himself in the simulation was too paranoid. He couldn't always be like Jordan and Kobe. Living like that is too tiring. This simulation has ended. You obtained talent, the big fundamental. You obtained national tournament competition experience. You obtained daily training experience. Your simulation level increased to level 3. You obtained 15 attribute points. Do you wish to receive immediately? Receive. Yuto chose to receive immediately without hesitation. The next second, a large amount of memories flooded into his brain. Miraculously, this didn't cause any impact on his mind, as if these memories had existed in his mind from the beginning. Yuto got up and moved his body. A long-lost feeling. Like a rusty machine being irrigated with top-grade lubricating oil, he felt very relaxed all over now. He knew this was proof that his body had recovered to the state most suitable for competition. Then the attribute points. A total of 15 attribute points. Every increase in simulation level gives 5 points. Yuto was quite satisfied with this, then turned his gaze to his panel. Yuto. Gender, male. Age, 14 years old. Simulation level, level 3. Occupation, amateur basketball player. Special skills, none. Special talent, the big fundamental. Attribute points remaining, 15. Victory points, 0, cannot simulate, ... Strength, 70, speed, 65, stamina, 78, technique, 77, spirit, 118. Very watery, weak. Except for the spirit aspect, which probably reached triple digits because he has lived 2 lives, all other physical attributes are below 80 points. From this, one can see how awesome the big fundamental is. It allowed him to attract Momoi Satsuki's attention and get Hayama Kotaro's praise even with such attributes. Stamina is enough for now. Young people recover fast, sleep a bit and I'll be lively again. Let's increase speed first. Yuto dumped all attribute points into speed, raising his own speed to 80 points in one breath. Although there are only 5 attributes, they include a lot. For example, strength includes his grip strength, core strength, lower body strength, upper limb strength, etc. Stamina includes physical fitness, muscle fatigue susceptibility, injury probability, etc. Speed includes startup speed, sprint speed, jump speed, etc. Spirit reflects basketball IQ, learning ability, tactical understanding, desire to win, and other aspects. A rich harvest. Just one simulation, and Yuto felt he was more than twice as strong as he was last year. Knock knock knock. Just then, the door was knocked. Haruka's voice came from outside the house. Yuto, come out for dinner. Coming. Yuto walked out to the dining table. There were only 3 people in total, him and the Kasugano siblings. Although it was dinner, it was too simple. Meat was scarce, vegetables were the majority. Even this food was offered by Haruka's childhood friend next door. There was no way around it, they were too poor. After the Kasugano parents passed away, their family lost all sources of income. The fact that they have food to eat now is thanks to the savings left by the Kasugano couple. Honestly, Haruka is quite responsible for the 2 brats, Yuto and Sora. Besides going to school daily, he also has to take care of the 2 of them daily, be responsible for all housework, and worry about the family's financial source. Yuto looked at his face, which was written full of worry. That is an emotion only the head of the family would have, yet he is only 14 years old this year. Next simulation, I must find a way to solve the financial problem too. Yuto ate his meal without saying a word. When reading web novels, he knew that many transmigrator seniors possessed the skill of photographic memory. With just a computer, they could transform into great world-class literary giants, gaining both wealth and fame. If they transmigrated to the right place, they could even have something happen with their 2D waifus. He didn't have such skills, and his academic grades were hard to describe. He had to think of a damn way. Chapter 9, you use this to test an old cadre. After eating, Yuto went to the utility room to search for the basketball he had thrown somewhere unknown. In the kitchen, Haruka was washing dishes, his face covered with worry, distressed over the dwindling savings. Sora, just like in the simulation, walked over curiously holding a black bunny plushie. Yuto, what are you looking for? Looking for the basketball I threw away before, but want to find back now. Hearing this, Sora was startled, and so was Haruka in the kitchen. She leaned in, attempting to press her forehead against his to see if he had a fever. Yuto predicted her action, using his finger to push away her clean, beautiful forehead. Relax, I don't have a fever and I'm not possessed. I just suddenly found the motivation to continue. Oh, so it's here. Found it. Yuto pulled out the softball, it had been sitting so long it was almost out of air. Sora stared blankly at him. His current expression was very realistic to a year ago, or perhaps even more, confident. Sora was curious about what happened to him. Did something happen? No, don't worry blindly. Yuto held the ball to pump it up, turning his back to the siblings. Didn't I say? I simply found the motivation to continue playing. A short while later, the ball was fully inflated. He dribbled it a few times, dust scattered around. Sora hurriedly covered her nose. Can you still use it? It's covered in dust. What's there to fear about some dust? Just wash it and it'll be fine. Yuto gripped the ball with both hands. Sora, what you should be afraid of is me leaving this thing in the utility room and never taking it out. Feeling the touch from his hands, he had mixed feelings in his heart. This round spherical object, he had put it down many times and picked it up many times. Now being able to pick it up again, having the chance to pick it up, is really great. I'm going out, don't wait for me. He waved his hand and walked out of the house dashingly. Sora hugged the toy rabbit, watching his back disappear without leaving her spot. What's wrong, Sora? Haruka poked his head out from the kitchen. Nothing. Sora turned and returned to her room. A short while later, Yuto arrived at the familiar public court. The lights were a bit dim. That's how it is in the poor countryside, public facilities reach the stage of needing repair but no one comes to fix them. But it doesn't matter. A poor bloke and a broken court go together like rainy days with chocolate and music. After warming up, he immediately devoted himself to training. Increasing the speed attribute by 15 points in one breath required adaptation. Is just a 15-point increase this huge? Compared to before, it's really too fast. Whether it was top speed or explosiveness, reaching the 80-point stage was incomparable to the 60-point stage. I wonder how much Ayaman's speed has reached. Yuto was a little curious. However, as the fastest man in the original work, Ayaman's speed attribute is conservatively starting at 90 points, and might even have broken through triple digits. He is still far from him. It's okay, I still have time. Yuto simulated a defender in his mind and practiced crossovers. This might also be the benefit of high spirit, he could do objectless practice. 10 o'clock at night. Only then did he return home covered in sweat. At this time, the Kasugano home didn't have many lights on. Yuto quietly returned to his room, grabbed a set of clothes, and walked into the shower room. His hair was very short. Even washing it every day didn't affect sleep time, it dried in a while. When his hair was dry and Yuto was ready to sleep, the room door was pushed open. Sora walked in wearing a nightdress, and after coming in front of him, she took off the dress, leaving only her underwear. Nah. Nanny. Yuto panicked a little. Sora actually used this to test an old cadre, veteran/serious person. He is no gentleman. What do you want to do? Looking at the slipping nightdress, Yuto suddenly wasn't sleepy anymore. I want to go to school. I want to go to school. Sora just stood in front of Yuto like this, repeating her words once. If you want to go, then go. Why take off your clothes for me to see? So small. Anger.jpg. Sora was annoyed endlessly. One foot stepped directly on his face. That agility seemed to have been practiced 10,000 times, even more stable than the big stone Buddha's fundamentals. Idiot Yuto, I'm asking you to measure my size to customize the school uniform. Oh, say so earlier. I thought you were up to something. What did you think I wanted to do? Running into my room suddenly at night and taking off your clothes, what did you think I would think? Wait, no. This plot seems to exist in the original work too, but shouldn't the one measuring her be that godman Haruka? Forget it, whatever. Yuto took out a tape measure and measured Sora. Inevitably, there was physical contact during the process, making Sora herself blush endlessly. A while later. Done. I'll go to school tomorrow to customize the uniform for you, but the efficiency of this broken school isn't great. You'll probably have to wait 2 days. Just asking one more thing, Sora. Why do you suddenly want to go to school? Yuto bent down to pick up her nightdress and handed it over. Sora took it, was silent for a moment, then whispered, I want to know why Yuto suddenly became so motivated. She actually wanted to ask if he got a girlfriend, but the words wouldn't come out. I thought it was something serious. Motivation is something I've always had, I just hid it. Okay, hurry back to sleep. Yuto rolled onto the bed. Remember to close the door. Sora left, and Yuto snapped his eyes open. He noticed something wrong during the simulation, but now it seems it wasn't a simulation problem, it's really wrong. This little goblin definitely wanted to ask if he had a girlfriend just now. And she even seduced me into committing a crime. Could it be that I am the god of war at the entrance? Hiss. Although he was picked up, adopted, but... No, can't think about it, it's too criminal. A silent night. The next day. Yuto went out with Haruka. At the door. A big-chested glasses girl was waiting there. She is now Yoriheim, considered Haruka's childhood friend. It is worth mentioning. In the TV anime, these two had negative distance contact when they were very young. Looking at the two making eyes at each other now, Yuto just felt that Island Nation people really know how to play. Did you even develop before doing that? Deserved that the series got banned later, preventing entrance fans from revisiting the classic. Chapter 10, I'm back. On the way. Haruka and now Yoriheim talked and laughed. Yuto would occasionally say a few words. Now Yoriheim acted like a big sister, caring very much about Yuto. The problem is, Yuto's real age is already 30-something, close to 40. Although he has been hanging out with kids since transmigration and had few opportunities to contact society, his life experience is at least level 20-something. A little girl acting like a big sister, is she afraid that she can't marry Haruka immediately, now, quickly? Too precocious. Yuto, what did you say? Nothing, let's separate here. Ja-na, see ya. Yuto waved his hand and left, really unable to stand this pair of men and women who completed the unlock at a few years old. During the day, Yuto spent most of his time sleeping. As soon as the dismissal bell rang, he stretched, left the classroom, and walked towards the basketball club. He came relatively early. At this time, only the geezer coach was in the basketball club. Oda, why are you here so early today? The geezer coach didn't even lift his head. Oda is the captain of the Homie Basketball Club, a third-year student playing center, and also one of the 4 great centers of Tochigi Prefecture. Although the 4 great centers of Tochigi Prefecture would appear ordinary if placed in the national tournament, they at least touched the floor of the national level. After a while, Not hearing the usual reply, the coach looked up and found it was Yuto, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Yuto. Long time no see, coach. Why did you come? Could it be? I'm back. Yuto pulled an English phrase with great Jordan style, then added, I plan to continue playing. Do I need to apply for club membership again? What silly talk. Here with me, you have never left. Are you kidding? There are only 2 team carries. He never agreed that Yuto could leave. Over the past year, he tried to persuade Yuto to return to play many times. That's good. Is my locker still that one? Of course. No one has ever moved your locker. Everyone believed you would return. TSK. Watching too much anime does this, even talking has a 2D flavor. Yuto complained in his heart, exchanged a few pleasantries, and went to the locker room to change into a set of clothes. Before long, the door of the basketball club was opened one after another. After the members walked in, they all subconsciously repeated one action. They rubbed their eyes in disbelief. What did they see? That Yuto, who announced his retirement on the spot after finishing last year's national tournament, actually came back. And he was wearing training clothes practicing ahead of everyone else. Yuto. You're back. Long time no see, Ota. Yuto's return boosted the morale of the basketball club. After all, this is one of the team's carries. Homie Academy making it to the national tournament last year was inseparable from Yuto's outstanding contribution. Now that he is back, everyone is full of confidence for the upcoming national tournament. The only thing not so good is that Yuto has been away from the court for a while, and no one knows how his condition has recovered. Hearing their concerns, Yuto suggested, wouldn't we know if we played a game? But is your body really ready? Returning to the court is not something that happens overnight. Even when the mighty Jordan returned back then, he got beaten up. In 1995, Jordan announced his return to the outside world with a simple yet very classic sentence, I'm back. At that time, he didn't choose to wear his number 23 jersey but played wearing the number 45 jersey. Because he knew that returning was not something that happened overnight. In fact, he only played 17 regular season games that season and was eliminated early in the playoffs. Subsequently, he trained frantically for a summer to restore his condition, welcoming his second dynasty and being crowned the GOAT. So, the coach and teammates were skeptical about Yuto's condition. Don't have any worries. Life has no rehearsals, every second is a live broadcast. Just bring it on. Yuto was brimming with confidence. He really came back. That arrogant and confident pressure monster really came back. The 20-minute practice match started soon. The geezer coach, intending to see how much of his condition Yuto had retained, let him lead the substitutes against the starters. Yuto had no objection, turning his head to point at the mushroom head, Sakurai Ryo, in the crowd. Give me this mushroom head. Are you sure? Do you know how he plays? Of course, the coach knew Sakurai Ryo. A transfer student who came this year, with excellent shooting ability. However, there were some things about Sakurai Ryo that he couldn't accept. His shot selection was too outrageous, throwing it out almost without aiming. This was simply messing around. There aren't that many opportunities to waste in a game. You know, before becoming the coach of Homie Academy, he was also a professional player, even if only a substitute. No, precisely because he was only a substitute, he understood that opportunities were hard to come by. No coach could tolerate a substitute shooting wildly and wasting opportunities. And this guy always looks like a bottom, submissive/timid, looking like a soft egg at first glance. Look at Yuto again. As soon as he came back, he started pointing fingers, not even putting the coach in his eyes much. Too bossy, looking exactly like those franchise stars in the team when he was playing. This is a real basketball talent. His hairstyle looks like he knows how to play ball. No problem, leave him to me. Fine, I want to see how you can play with him. Ryo, you go to Yuto's team. Hearing the coach, Sakurai Ryo walked over apprehensively. Yuto classmate. You are very good at shooting three-pointers. It's okay. That's good. Where is your winning hand position, sweet spot? Winning hand position is easy to understand, it's the position where the player has relatively high shooting assurance and the highest shooting percentage. Sakurai Ryo swallowed and said, near the 45-degree angle on both sides of the three-point line. That's good. When we attack later, you wait at those two positions. Shoot without hesitation as soon as my pass arrives. Can you do it? I can. Sakurai Ryo also longed to show his ability more. Last year, Homie Academy broke into the national tournament for the first time, which surprised the geezer coach greatly, making him trust the starting lineup very much. A year has passed, the members are more tacit, and their strength is stronger. He won't change the starting lineup easily. Actually, it's not just Sakurai Ryo who wants to prove himself, the geezer coach also wants to prove his coaching ability. He had enough of his wife attacking him viciously every time they quarreled, saying, "Who do you think you are? Just a useless, balding middle-aged basketball coach who can't even manage a junior high team clearly." He wants to let that fat woman in his house know how powerful he is. He wants to lead Homie Academy to the national tournament for 2 consecutive years, or even 3 years. He also wants to try being the overlord of Tochigi Prefecture. Chapter 11, Things are getting interesting. The training match started immediately with the sound of a whistle. Oda won the right to the first possession for the blue team. As one of the 4 great centers of Tochigi Prefecture, Oda's biggest advantage is his physique. He is tall and strong enough. Facing most centers, his teammates often just need to lob the ball into the paint, and he can send the ball into the basket relying on his body size. It's completely normal that the red team's substitute center couldn't win the jump ball. "Coach, is it really okay to let Yuto play directly?" On the sidelines, the team vice-captain, who is also a third-year substitute, voiced his concern. In terms of ability, Yuto is definitely the team's best small forward, number 3 position. He can score, and at the same time, assist Oda in grabbing rebounds and playing good defense. As a second-year middle school student, Yuto's height of 1.8 meters is already a top-tier model, and he is in a rapid development stage. It is not impossible for him to grow to 1.9 meters or even 2 meters in the future. Coupled with decent athletic ability, every time he finds a mismatch, there is a high probability he can convert it into points. But again, he hasn't played for too long. No one knows how much he has declined now. Yuto is undoubtedly a person with extremely strong self-esteem. Otherwise, why would he choose to leave the team after losing back then? This is the impression everyone in the basketball club has of him. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Actually, the geezer coach wasn't sure either, but that didn't stop him from pretending to be profound. Being away from the court for a long time might reduce his athletic ability, and his body can't reach the optimal game state, but don't forget, Yuto's strongest point is his brain. Yes. Yuto's athletic ability is not particularly outstanding. Otherwise, with his 1.8 meter frame, if his athletic ability were super strong, he would have become the chosen one long ago. Yuto's strength. It is reflected in his basketball IQ and game experience, completely inconsistent with his age. He doesn't run fast, but... Oh, holy crap. Before the geezer could finish his sentence, he saw a yellow bolt of lightning flash past his eyes. He widened his eyes and hurriedly looked over. He discovered that it was actually Yuto running with the ball. None of the teammates or opponents behind him could catch up, they were left far behind. Swish. The ball went in. Yuto scored 2 points with a bank shot so standard it felt ordinary. But what everyone noticed wasn't his unremarkable layup, but his counterattack speed just now. That startup speed and full-speed sprint were like 2 different people compared to the Yuto in their memories. If one had to find a metaphor, it would be like that tofu delivery AE86 suddenly switching to a professional racing engine. What happened? What on earth happened to Yuto after he left the national tournament last year? Both of them were dumbfounded. Not just them, everyone else on the court also looked as if they had seen a ghost. While the coach was talking to the vice-captain, the blue team point guard attempted to lob the ball into the paint for Oda to settle the battle. Of course. The red team knew this perfectly well. After all, Homie Academy's main tactic was this. In order to safely deliver the ball under the basket, the blue team point guard didn't pass directly but passed the ball to a teammate in a better position before transferring possession. The result. Just as the ball was passed, Yuto started like lightning. With a simple extension of his right hand, he intercepted their pass and launched a counterattack. Their reaction wasn't slow, they turned around to chase immediately. But they found themselves getting farther and farther away from Yuto until they watched him lay up and score. Really too fast. If you run fast, you aren't necessarily a genius. If you have an outstanding physique, you aren't necessarily a genius either. But if you run fast and also possess a top-tier physique, then it's hard not to be a genius. The most typical example is Shaq. While his body was as strong as a mountain, he possessed agility completely inconsistent with his size. This was a bit too bullying. This is a typical case of God chasing you to feed you rice, blessing you with talent. Static talents like height and wingspan have always been Yudo's advantages. His weakness was that his athletic ability wasn't strong enough. At least compared to those geniuses at the national tournament, he wasn't strong enough. So when he pulled off such a counterattack, things started to get interesting. After exchanging glances with his vice-captain on the sidelines, the geezer chose to hold back and continue observing. Maybe they were just too engrossed in chatting just now, making Yudo appear very fast. Transition between offense and defense. The blue team was more steady this time. Avoiding Yudo, they sent the ball into the paint to Oda. The red team's substitute center was no match at all. Oda stuck out his butt to create space, jumped, and scored with a hook shot. 2:2. It was the red team's turn to attack. Yudo naturally asked for the ball. Forced by their impression of Yudo, the blue team arranged a double-team defense. This is a good way to deal with Yudo. One-on-one, it's easy for him to use his tonnage to plow open a bloody path. But if a double team is applied, the situation becomes different. With his not-so-outstanding athletic ability, he can't shake off two defenders in one breath. Yudo forced a drive with the ball. The blue team's double team arrived in place. Others were constantly alert for Yudo's possible pass. However, bang bang bang. The basketball hit the floor quickly. Dip the shoulder, change direction. A basic move so simple even a beginner knows it, yet it passed one defender by one body length in one breath. By the time the opponent reacted, shouted "Oh no," and shifted his center of gravity. Yudo pulled the ball back and changed direction, returning to the original position. And at this moment, the double team had exposed a gap in the middle. Without any superfluous movement, Yudo exploded forward and cut through the middle of the two. When Oda was lured out, he bounced past to an open teammate. An absolutely perfect opportunity. When the red team center received the ball, there was no one around. With just a light jump, he sent the ball into the net. Swish. Something is really wrong. The geezer and the vice-captain saw shock in each other's eyes. Yudo, who disappeared after last year's national tournament, not only didn't regress in strength but seemed to have awakened. That ability to brute force a 1v2 solution was definitely not possessed by the former him. That first step of acceleration was so fast that even watching from the sidelines made him tremble. In basketball, to judge whether a player is good at crossing people, the first step of acceleration is very important. If the speed is fast enough, leading the opponent by half a body length the moment of acceleration, then as the offensive side, you have too many choices. Yudo's acceleration was definitely fast enough. After all, they sent a double team to trap him. In a basketball game, a team only has 5 players on the court. Sending 2 players to defend one means one person is destined to be left open. Using 3 people to double team is almost equal to giving away points. As a result, Yudo easily completed a 1v2. The movements were clearly very simple, the kind that everyone present could do. But why is it so sharp when manifested in Yudo? Chapter 12, Talent Awakening. Regarding Yudo, the geezer coach understood him quite well. Since leaving the basketball club, Yudo hadn't participated in any club activities. Under such circumstances, he had to thank those delinquents who frequently troubled him for his body not rusting. If they didn't trouble Yudo every now and then, causing Yudo to habitually fight several people at once, he wouldn't even have had the chance to move his body. But fighting is fighting. He ultimately left the basketball club and hadn't trained for a long time. Basketball skill is like rowing a boat upstream. If you don't advance, you'll be washed into the Pacific Ocean. But Yudo didn't regress, instead, he became even stronger. This somewhat violated common sense. Could it be that this brat has been secretly training all along? But that shouldn't be. If he didn't plan to give up from the beginning, why leave the team back then? The geezer coach couldn't figure it out. He thought of a possibility. His professional career wasn't worth mentioning, but he had some vision. He knew. For some geniuses, their talent isn't visible to the naked eye from birth. There are some players whose talents are recessive. When they reach the right age, their talents will be unsealed, erupting like a volcano. Such examples aren't particularly numerous, but they aren't rare either. As far as he knew, Taiko's ace, Ayaman Daiki, seemed to be in an exceptional state this year. Some sports newspapers, observing a few of Taiko's practice matches, used the word shocking to describe it one after another. The geezer coach wasn't wrong to think this way. After all, Yudo's talent only awakened yesterday. Is this your improvement? Even the old man strolling in the park has more relaxation than you guys. Hard. The fist is hard. The familiar pressure monster is back. They really wanted to say that it wasn't them being slow, but Yudo becoming too fast. As if unable to see his teammates' flushed faces, Yudo returned to the defensive end and forced the blue team's small forward to clang an iron, miss a shot, in anger. After so much time, your shooting is still so terrible. Thanks to you, Tochigi Prefecture's steel production is enough to catch up with Britain and surpass America. Standing in front of Yudo was his former substitute. Originally, when Yudo left and he took the position, this brat was quite happy in his heart. He even secretly swore to help Homie Academy achieve a record not inferior to Yudo's. Little did he know Yudo would suddenly return and become so powerful. Of course, there was also that damn mouth. Once it made a sound, it made people sweat profusely. Don't look at me like that. If you want to refute me, prove it to me with your actions. Basketball is a game for the brave. No matter how loud the slogans are shouted, the fact that you are a soft egg won't change. The red team protected the rebound and gave it to Yudo again. He started pushing forward with the ball from half court. Still that playing style so simple that I could do it too. However, facing Yudo's basic dribbling and crossovers, the blue team defender just couldn't guard him. It was as if he had trained all basic skills to the extreme, leaving no room for further improvement. Bang. Swish. The ball went in again. Yudo drove into the paint 1v2, faced Oda directly, and used his agility advantage in the mismatch to score with a bank hook shot. The ball steadily grazed the backboard and fell into the net at a standard 45 degrees. Such a standard turnaround baby hook. The vice-captain couldn't help but praise. Turnaround hook shot. Anyone in the basketball club can do this technique. But the problem is, Yudo was facing Homie Academy's captain Oda, one of the 4 great centers of Tochigi Prefecture. The same move, if done by someone else, Oda would block one for every one he saw. But Yudo did it so easily, using the simplest, most basic moves to score. Can basic skills really be this powerful when trained to a certain extent? Yudo scored 4 consecutive points plus 1 assist at the start. This made the whole team dare not mention again that his condition hadn't fully recovered. If they weren't careful, they might really suffer a big defeat today. They wouldn't want to lose to Yudo and the substitute lineup led by Yudo even if it killed them. If the pressure monster opened full fire, it would really kill people. They started targeting Yudo. On the surface, it was still a double-team defense, but their formation quietly completed a contraction. No matter which direction Yudo went, players on both the left and right sides could help defend immediately. This is a triple-team defense. Yudo was waiting for them to come. Contracting the defense means the defensive coverage on the perimeter becomes smaller. Sakurai Ryo had been following Yudo's instructions from the start, standing at the horn positions on the left and right sides waiting for opportunities on the offensive end. At this moment, he keenly discovered that the defense on the opponent's left perimeter had weakened. He instinctively ran to that position. Then, smack. When he got into position, a basketball hit the floor heavily and bounced into his hands. Sakurai Ryo looked up, his line of sight meeting Yudo's perfectly. In Sakurai Ryo's eyes, Yudo accurately delivered the ball to him, who was open, while fighting 1 against 3. He exclaimed, so amazing. At the same time, while he was speaking, the basketball in his hand had already been shot. The defender had no time to rotate and defend. Swish. Open three-pointer made. Fast shooting speed has never been a disadvantage. Like this time, Sakurai Ryo had already completed the shot by the time the defender lunged in front of him. He couldn't block it at all, couldn't even give interference action. When your shooting speed is fast to a certain extent, you can almost ignore defense. Of course. The premise is that you have to shoot accurately. Otherwise, just throwing without scoring would be like the Forbidden City cop. No matter how you fight, you can't kill anyone. Sakurai Ryo is fast and accurate. This is his talent. One could also say he is a bankrupt version of Curry. Nice work, Mushroom Head. Sakurai Ryo was very happy to get Yudo's praise, but he was very unhappy with the name Yudo gave him. However, it was useless. Facing Yudo, Sakurai Ryo didn't dare to let out even a fart. Pressure monsters also come in types. If it's an incapable pressure monster, you can just ignore them, and if you're in a bad mood, you can spray back. But if this pressure monster is extremely capable, then things get troublesome. Sakurai Ryo suddenly understood the feelings of Jordan and Kobe's teammates a little. Being amazing is truly amazing, they can carry you to win. Being hard to deal with is also truly hard to deal with, play slightly badly and pressure will be applied. 10 minutes passed quickly in the match. The blue team Yuta was on led the red team by 9 points, 2400 hours 15. But he was not satisfied. After coming down, he immediately said to Sakurai Ryo, "Your shooting is fast enough, but not stable enough. Practice extra with me after club activities end." Huh. Sakurai Ryo's brain buzzed upon hearing this. He wanted to say, "I have to go home to help after club activities." But seeing Yuto's unquestionable eyes, he swallowed and said, "I understand, Yuto classmate. How should I explain this to mom now?" Chapter 13, You Date While Being This Trash. Before long, the second half of the game began. During the timeout, the blue team discussed how to guard against Yuto, the pressure monster. His current feeling gave people a particularly strange vibe. Clearly looking very ordinary, it seemed that if they just worked a little harder and did a little better, they could guard him. But after they tried hard, the result remained unchanged in the end. This was frustrating. That guy Yuto has also become unreasonable. Oda said with a smile while hydrating. "Yeah, but Captain, we are currently trailing by 9 points. Trailing 9 points behind the substitutes led by Yuto. How can you still smile?" Someone beside him complained. "You know Yuto's personality. If we lose, we will definitely be mocked by him until we have no place to hide." Was I smiling? Oda touched the corner of his mouth and shook his head. "If I laughed, then let it be. After all, Yuto is our teammate. This monster is ours." Hearing this, the people around felt their internal pressure inexplicably relax. Yeah, Yuto is their teammate after all. At most, they just get abused by Yuto in practice matches. But the other teams in Tochigi Prefecture are going to be abused by Yuto in actual games. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but laugh too. Maybe this year we can continue to surpass ourselves. The Homie Academy team had no glorious deeds in their ancestry. Last year was the first time they made it to the main national tournament since the school was founded. This current Homie team is the strongest Homie in history. If Homie Basketball Club ranks history in the future, they will definitely be on the list. Yeah, if we have a little better luck, maybe we can even make the top 16. For a small place like Tochigi Prefecture, the national top 16 is already a remarkable achievement. Small population, low probability of producing talent. Plus, the regional competition isn't fierce enough, few talents come out of Tochigi Prefecture. The game continued. Yuto opened full fire. If the opponent defended him to death, he passed. Every time, he could find the open Sakurai Ryo. The latter fired successively, with speed so fast it made people fearful. If the defensive intensity relaxed, then Yuto would drive inside or shoot outside to score himself. Most were scoring near the paint. Long-range shooting depends heavily on touch, feeling. If you don't have a pair of soft wrists, it's hard to become a great shooter. Yuto's ball sense is average. His hands are relatively stiff. When shooting, he doesn't control the force well, often overshooting or undershooting. But even so, when the full game ended, he still put up luxurious stats of 17 points, 6 rebounds, and 9 assists. This was a 20-minute practice match. If he played the full 40 minutes, his stats would definitely aim for a triple-double again. The geezer coach was simply overjoyed. If those few second years from Taiko are monsters, then the current Yuto can somewhat count as a little monster. Coach. I know what you're thinking. The geezer coach was in a very good mood. If luck is a bit better this year and we don't meet Taiko too early, we have a chance to break history. As long as Yuto isn't a flash in the pan and continues to maintain this standard, plus Oda, one of the 4 great centers of Tochigi Prefecture. Have to count that soft egg Sakurai Ryo too. Besides Taiko, Homie Academy might be able to contend with anyone. Moreover, Sakurai Ryo, whom Yuto personally named, performed beyond his expectations in this game. In the 20-minute game, Sakurai Ryo shot 4 for 6, all 3-pointers. A 60% shooting rate can absolutely kill people. I knew from the beginning he had such ability, but to bring out Ryo's ability, Yuto needs to control the ball possession. The geezer coach would not admit he had misjudged. The reason Sakurai Ryo couldn't be reused by him was purely because Homie Academy didn't have an outstanding driver before. Now that Yuto is back, under his command, Sakurai Ryo has been activated. And himself. A super head coach with unique vision will certainly not let this pearl be covered in dust. Our tactics need to change. We need to give the ball to Yuto and let him organize the offense. We also need to prevent opponents from targeting him. We can do this, let Oda leave the paint and pull to the perimeter to screen for Yuto. He's big, the screen quality is solid. Since we need screens, we can also add pick-and-roll cut plays. Oda's mid-range shooting is barely enough to use. Ryo will ambush at the three-point line to provide a threat, creating driving space for Yuto. In just a short practice match, the Geezer coach decided to change the team tactics. Previously, the scoring burden of Homie Academy was on Oda, even when Yuto hadn't left last year. But now, Yuto's personal ability is obviously higher than anyone on the team. Giving the ball to the coolest, best person to handle, this is the best tactic. The coach quickly gathered the whole team, took out the tactical board to draw lines on it, and then immediately had the players practice. Yuto just glanced at the tactical board and knew his coach understood ball. What damn triangle offense, pick-and-roll offense, run and gun, inside out, these are all empty. There is only one coolest tactic in basketball. Just give the ball to the coolest person. I didn't expect there to be a second head coach in the world who understands ball like Coach Liu. Yuto was happy to see the team change. After all, the ball is in his hands, he is the biggest beneficiary of the tactical change. And this tactic is not complicated, mainly increasing the pick-and-roll cooperation between himself and Oda. The positioning of other players relies entirely on their own performance. Whether Yuto can find people in time depends entirely on his ability. But that makes sense. They are a bunch of middle school students, they can't play complicated tactics, and players don't have such high tactical understanding. Often, simple tactics are more effective. Club activities ended. Sakurai Ryo was bitterly detained by Yuto in the basketball club for extra three-point shooting practice. Not much. Just making 100 three-pointers is enough. Sakurai Ryo was already tired from just finishing club activities. Hearing Yuto's request, he almost cried out. But he wasn't lonely, because there was someone to accompany him. Captain Oda, let's continue. Huh. Oda, who was just about to go out and go home with his girlfriend, was stunned. Yuto said matter-of-factly, our time is not sufficient. The core of the new tactic is us. Of course, we have to form enough tacit understanding before the national tournament starts. This is your last year. Do you want to end your last national tournament in middle school casually? Do you plan to do nothing and waste time on other meaningless things? Yuto spoke decisively, as if Oda agreeing would be a crime. Oda was bewildered, and Oda's girlfriend, who had been waiting on the side for some time, was also stunned. However, Yuto hadn't finished speaking. Listen well, Ota. You are different from the others. Oda asked somewhat expectantly, how am I different? Your studies are bad. Even if you study hard in high school, you may not necessarily get into a famous university. So even if you go out into society in the future, you can only become a completely inconspicuous corporate slave. Earning an average national salary, maybe not even reaching the average standard. After all, your grades are really bad. You are not a talent, but those big companies only need talents. The only thing you can do is play basketball well, this is your way out. You are one of the best centers in Tochigi Prefecture, which at least proves you have certain talent in basketball. As long as you work hard enough and shine in the national tournament, maybe you will be fancied by other basketball powerhouses. Using this as a springboard, you might have the opportunity to become a professional player in the future. Although the possibility of you becoming a substitute player or even a benchwarmer with your ability is greater, it is still more passionate than living a day-after-day life without any color. Chapter 14, could it be that the training intensity isn't enough? The basketball club was as quiet as if there were no living creatures. After Yuto's speech, which was like releasing a large-range AoE, everyone fell silent. Oda's face turned from green to white, then from white to red, his face taut. This damn pressure monster actually belittled him as worthless, even though he had just praised him as the team's hope earlier. But why do I feel that what he said makes sense? Am I really a good-for-nothing waste? Oda began to doubt himself. Yuto took the opportunity to reach out his hand, saying to him in a Whitebeard-style pose, "Come play basketball, Oda." Holy crap. In the end, Oda stayed for extra practice, abandoning his girlfriend. Well, not exactly abandoning, because after hearing Yudo's closing statement, his girlfriend was too embarrassed to pull Oda out for a date. On the contrary, she pretended to be generous and cheered for Oda before leaving the basketball club. Only the next day, a rumor that there was a born pressure monster in the Homie Academy basketball club spread like wildfire. Playing so terribly, why not work hard? Actually thinking of going on a date, I really don't know how he has the nerve to say playing basketball is his dream. Yudo returned home, still not quite understanding in his heart. If not for the family having no money to transfer schools, or the fact that for Taiko, any school makes no difference, Yudo would have damn well taken his talents elsewhere long ago. Sora knew his personality long ago. She didn't feel sad for Yudo at all, instead, she felt the others in the basketball club were pitiful. Haruka advised from the side, "You are too serious, Yudo. Occasionally you can relax yourself too." He spoke in the tone of an older brother, pretending to be very mature, but Yudo didn't give him any face. It's precisely because you always relax yourself that you haven't achieved anything until now. Relax this time, relax next time, and in the end, you will find that you can no longer tense up. Haruka almost broke defense, lost composure. That's how it is. In this home now, both Yudo and Sora are geniuses. Yudo goes without saying, he helped the Homie basketball club make history by getting into the national tournament last year and is one of the celebrities of the basketball club and school. And Sora, an out-and-out top student. Even if she frequently misses school, she still gets 100 points on exams casually. Only Haruka. He isn't bad actually, somewhere between Sora and Yudo. Studies are okay but not a top student, athletic ability is okay but doesn't reach Yudo's level. Revealing mediocrity everywhere, neither up nor down. Yudo, you aren't allowed to say that about Haruka. Sora spoke up for her twin brother. Without Haruka, who would do the housework at home? So I can only do housework. The expectation Haruka had finally managed to raise instantly disappeared. With such outstanding younger siblings, the pressure of being the older brother is really huge. However, he is always full of tolerance for his family. Even if he almost broke defense, he chose to forgive. TCH, if you are angry, say it. Don't always pose as the older brother. Sora is one thing, but don't treat me like a child. Idiot Yudo, what did you say? Sora smashed a bunny over. Yudo waved his hand and slapped it away directly. Sora hurriedly went to pick it back up, turned around, and chased Yudo to hit him again. But I can't get angry at you guys. Haruka looked at his frolicking younger siblings and smiled. Anime protagonists from the 2000s are like this, the Yasashi, gentle, type protagonists were very popular. After playing for a while, Yudo went out with the somewhat old basketball. Sora wanted to go out with him. Next time. There are many mosquitoes outside. Just wait for me at home. After speaking. Not giving Sora a chance, Yudo closed the door directly and left. Still that familiar court. Since coming to Okukazome, he had been practicing here until he retired last year. After an unknown amount of time, Yudo had broken a sweat, his clothes sticking to his back. Then, a scream suddenly came from not far away, "Let go of me quickly, or I'll call for help." Call for help. Go ahead and call. The louder you call, the more excited I get. Three delinquents with traffic light-colored hair laughed presumptuously, approaching Sora in a triangular formation. Sora was shocked and angry, finally deciding to use her ultimate move, Yuto. No need to shout, I saw it. Idiot, didn't I tell you to stay at home? You're clearly a shut-in. Yudo had arrived. He was helpless. Clearly he had refused, but what happened in the simulation still happened. Seeing him, Sora immediately stopped being afraid. And Yuto immediately clenched his fists and rushed up to smash the traffic lights. About 20 minutes later, Yuto was carrying Sora, who had sprained her ankle, walking towards home. Yuto. No need to apologize to me. You didn't cause me trouble either. I usually fight guys much tougher than these three. Half of Yuto's face was swollen, but his words were still as arrogant. As for you, didn't I tell you to stay home? Why did you run out by yourself? You wouldn't let me follow, so I sneaked out by myself. Is that the point? What else? Sora was righteous. Best if you let me follow. If not, I'll follow secretly. Trying to make me stay at home. No way. This willful stinky girl. Yuto secretly rolled his eyes before saying, I told you there are many mosquitoes outside. Why did you insist on following me out? Because I haven't seen Yuto play ball for a long time. Just for that. Just for that. Are you an idiot? Sora isn't an idiot, Yuto is the idiot. Sora gets 100 points on every exam, Yuto gets 0 points on every exam. Merely a shut-in. Talking, arguing, walking, the night passed just like that. The next day. Yuto urged, pressured, his teammates daily. The style of the homie basketball club instantly regressed to a year ago. The geezer coach looked at the majority of members who dared to be angry but dared not speak out, and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Being young is good. Really damn good. Although difficult, Yuto's urging was indeed very effective. Under constant extra practice, their new tactic quickly formed combat power. As the national tournament approached, the geezer coach also found 2 warm-up opponents for the team. In 2 games, Homie Academy won against opponents by more than 20 points on average, relying on the brand new tactic. Now even the members had no complaints. They were visibly stronger than last year. They were even willing to face Yuto, the pressure monster, with smiles. That's strange. How can this bunch of trash still smile? Could it be that the training intensity isn't enough? Yuto frowned, turning his head to say to Sakurai Ryo, Mushroom Head, increasing extra practice to 153 pointers is no problem, right? Huh. Sakurai Ryo froze immediately. Yuto's 153 pointers isn't as simple as shooting 150, only made shots count. I understand. Chapter 15, Prefectural Tournament. Days passed by. Soon, the national tournament regional qualifiers were about to start. Homie Academy Basketball Club has no beautiful manager. On this day, an extra hurriedly walked into the basketball club holding an A4 paper. He brought everyone the groups for the national tournament regional qualifiers. As last year's regional champion, Homie Academy enjoyed certain treatment this year. In the group stage, they didn't encounter even one of the 4 Heavenly Kings. Although the national tournament grouping is in the form of a draw, no one can say clearly whether there is backroom manipulation involved. Anyway, Yuto heard that in the past, every year Homie Academy participated, they would encounter at least one 4 Heavenly Kings team in the group stage. Those are the 4 teams with the best historical records in Tochigi Prefecture. But this year, Homie Academy drew a superb lot in the group stage. Yuto's heart was clear as a mirror. This is probably because the leaders of Tochigi Prefecture want results. As last year's regional champion, Homie Academy's lineup this year has only strengthened, not weakened. On the contrary, the starting cores Yuto and Oda have grown a year older, and their strength has improved further. They are the team least affected by graduation. In contrast, other teams have more or less suffered a decline in strength due to third-year players graduating. Therefore, this year's Homie Academy is the team with the highest probability of breaking through successfully. Good draw. Indeed a good draw. Except for us, Groups A and C both have 2 4 Kings teams. This way, we can welcome the round robin in our best condition. Don't be so optimistic. Games have to be played one by one. Consider qualifying from the group stage first. Everyone looked at the grouping, feeling happy. Last year, they had to fight bloody battles against 2 4 Kings teams to break out of the group stage. This year, there are only underdogs in the same group. The difficulty of breaking through is more than half lower. Finally about to start. Yuto didn't say anything to dampen the mood. His thoughts had already flown to the national tournament. He looked forward to the start of the competition, then gaining victory points to carry out the second simulation. Our tactical reform is very successful. Oda and Yuto have already thoroughly understood the new tactic. But others cannot slack off either. Next, you have to increase your running. The geezer coach felt that having Yuto and Oda was already enough to penetrate Tochigi Prefecture. But for the subsequent national tournament, other players need to participate. They can't continue to stand still waiting for Yuto to pass the ball like this, but must participate in the tactics, tearing apart the opponent's defense with positioning, creating larger activity space for Yuto. For middle school students, the difficulty of such cooperation is already considered very high. Fortunately, they still have time. If basketball IQ is low, then practice until they can do it. Just like this. Homie Academy began day after day training. Then on this day, the prefectural tournament began. In an arena that can hold a maximum of 10,000 spectators, the participating teams of Tachijai Prefecture gathered together. As a small city with a population of only 160,000, this gymnasium is already the most luxurious one in Tachijai Prefecture. No large-scale events have ever been held here, not national ones, and definitely not international ones. Any large-scale event will choose developed areas like Tokyo, Kanagawa, Kyoto, etc., to be held. Especially international events, which will only be held in brand-new multifunctional gymnasiums. Those venues can hold tens of thousands of spectators. This arena in Tachijai Prefecture is also considered a multifunctional arena. Besides basketball, it also hosts volleyball, table tennis, badminton, and other events. When people talk about Tachijai Prefecture, they always describe it as a countryside place. Even the people here long to go out of this village to seek better development. Okyukazome is even a village within a village. There is no exclusive team bus. It's a music school, after all, they didn't invite you to play basketball. Activity funds are limited. The members first gathered at the school, and then took the subway together to the competition venue. Before the game started, the regional person in charge gave a nutritious speech. Most of the words were already spoken last year. The audience also listened drowsily. Only when the game started did they perk up again. Homie Academy had a game on the first day. As last year's winner, local fans also wanted to see what progress Homie Academy made this year. Homie Academy's opponent today is not weak. Last year, they were assigned to Group A and were only one step away from breaking out of the group stage. Although Homie Academy was assigned to a group without 4 Heavenly Kings teams, the comprehensive strength of the group is actually the strongest among the 3 groups. Many teams with hope of breaking through were stuffed into their group. As the opening game, this game received the treatment of being broadcast live by the local TV station. What are the fans expecting? They want to see a better Homie Academy. Economically, Tachijai Prefecture, lacking labor force, cannot develop overnight. But these country bumpkins are equally indignant about the disdain from big regions. Since poverty cannot be changed, then work hard in other places. For example, sports. Players from both sides entered the court to warm up, then returned to the bench. Yuto tied his shoelaces. He had already taken off his jacket, revealing a gray-white number 10 jersey. The coach was seizing the time to explain tactics. They all hang out in Tachijai Prefecture, many coaches know each other and have played against each other, so they have some understanding. Cheer up. Fight with the fighting spirit of a lion fighting a rabbit. But no need to be too nervous or afraid. Their understanding of us remains at last year. This year we are stronger, and we have also innovated in tactics. Compared to us, they are blind now. The coach's spit flew everywhere, he was very passionate. Translated, his words meant, advantage is with me. After a small interlude, Oda led the team onto the court. Although the arena is small and some places appear dilapidated, the fans on the scene were enthusiastic, and the cheers were still warm. Many students from Homie Academy arrived to cheer for the team. Sora also came to the scene today, sitting with Mijiwa Kazuha, Haruka, now Yoriheim, etc. At this moment, she was on level 10 alert against the young Miss Mijiwa Kazuha next to her. During the time back at school, she had figured out that Yuto was not dating, but had a close relationship with this rich young miss. Sora hated this woman who goes to school in a luxury car. Hearing Mijiwa Kazuha shouting and cheering for Yuto, Sora struggled for a moment and also shouted out, "Do your best, idiot Yuto." However, it was useless. Her maximum decibel was not even as loud as the neighbor and educating her child daily. Soon it was drowned out by the sound of the arena and couldn't reach Yuto's ears. The game was about to start. The atmosphere before the jump ball was quite friendly. Chapter 16, He's Pretty Good. Homie Academy won the jump ball first. The team's point guard brought the ball across half court, then decisively handed it over to Yuto. Possessing only the big fundamental talent, Yuto demonstrated what simple and efficient basketball is right from the start. The small forward matching up against him was the opposing team's scoring leader. But as high as his offensive talent was, his defense was equally terrible. He wasn't strong in confrontation, and his footwork was slow. He was assigned to mark Yuto because Yuto didn't run particularly fast last year. With just a slight delay, the rest of the team could immediately complete the defensive rotation. Of course, Yuto wouldn't let pass the opportunity to squeeze a soft persimmon. Bring it on, Yuto. I'll let everyone know who the strongest small forward in Tochigi Prefecture is. The louder you bark, the more guilty you prove to be. Yuto wasn't a typical Japanese person, he loved trash talk too much. He looked at his opponent with disdain and said, "If I don't crush you, people might think you're a player on my level." Nanny. The opponent in front of him obviously hadn't heard such meaningful trash talk. Even when they trash talked usually, it was stuff like, "I will definitely defeat you today, you are strong but I am stronger, feel the gap between you and me," and so on. In his astonishment, Yuto had already passed the defender in one step. Too simple. Just dipping a shoulder and changing direction, the opponent was thrown into the Pacific Ocean by him. After breaking through, Yuto skillfully stopped and jumped to shoot in a textbook posture. He even had ample time to adjust his breathing rhythm while in the air. Swish. Yuto opened the scoring. So simple. Asakura's defense is as stable as ever. That's right, so stable it's like he isn't even there. With this kind of ball, I could do it too if I went up. The audience didn't know how to complain. This play. No matter how you looked at it, it was very ordinary. It didn't look like Yuto was awesome, but rather that the opponent was too trash. But the head coach of Yamaguchi High School, Homie Academy's opponent today, had his pupils shrink sharply. Is it my illusion? Although his disciple's defense was bad, it wasn't bad to this extent. Moreover, based on his understanding of Yuto, he wasn't a player known for ball handling. In his understanding, Yuto was a player who used his brain, knowing how to use his physical advantage to bully ordinary people. But today, I hope it's my illusion. He planned to continue observing. Yamaguchi High's turn. Drawing cards. Likely a metaphor for setting up plays/strategy. Their tactical goal today focused mainly on speed. Oda still carried a lot of weight in Tochigi Prefecture, his large model was the strongest weapon. But while he was tall and strong, it also meant he moved slowly. In set offense, they focused on screens. The team center pulled to the high post immediately. If Oda didn't come out, they looked for shooting opportunities in the mid-range. If Oda came out, they hit the ball into the paint. Oda chose to follow out, perhaps because they had practiced pick-and-roll tactics a lot recently. One has to say, in middle school level games, tactics are simple and easy to understand. After all, if it's complicated, the players can't digest it. Asakura's defense wasn't good, but his offense was very active. Using his teammates' screens, he was like a sharp knife piercing straight into Homie Academy's heartland. Crossover between the legs, step forward, then drop step and push off to break through. With a standard hesitation move, he passed the defender, broke into the paint, and skillfully jumped for a bank shot. While in the air, he had even thought about how to respond to Yuto after scoring. Until the dome spotlight was suddenly swallowed by Yuto. Yuto's jumping ability was average, but after his speed increased to 80 points, his jump speed took a qualitative leap. In the eyes of the fans, he was simply a great wall, completely enveloping Asakura. How can this guy jump so well? Despite his surprise, he continued to shoot. This ball would likely be blocked 9 out of 10 times. But he was a genius after all, possessing a calm mind and excellent passing skills. After the shooting route was blocked, he folded his body in the air and then passed the ball to a position behind Yuto. This kid's offensive talent is indeed not bad. Asakura's teammate received the pass and jumped immediately without sloppiness. But when he was halfway up, Yuto slapped the ball out with the force of a thunderbolt in a help defense. Smack. The people of Yamaguchi High were struck by lightning. How did he jump so fast? Wasn't he still in midair just now? Is this teleportation? The audience also started to lose their calm. Yuto's offense was very plain, but this defense was brilliant. This kind of continuous jumping to finally complete a block was like a wall of size. Sora felt deeply touched. Yuto was indeed a bit impervious to reason, especially recently. Many times her temper was useless, like hitting cotton. The geezer coach waved his fist vigorously in celebration on the sidelines, while the Yamaguchi High head coach next door felt a surge of bad feeling. That is an extraordinary child. Absolutely. But why? Clearly last year he was so ordinary. Last year's Yuto was already strong, the best small forward in the prefectural tournament. That's why Asakura clamored to take out Yuto and replace him. But even so, last year's Yuto was still very ordinary. Sports are unlike other things, especially basketball. Whether you have talent or not can be seen at a glance. Yuto looks very talented now. Bang. The basketball hit out of bounds. Yuto wasn't excited after landing. During this time, he had long adapted to the 80-point speed attribute. Jumping low also has a small benefit, landing is faster, allowing for a quick second jump. Yuto, good job. The team's power forward came over to high-five Yuto. This time he didn't refuse. After all, they are teammates, interaction is necessary to stimulate team cohesion. But he couldn't help but speak, "This is your man. Don't let him run under the basket so easily." Then he pointed at Asakura and said, "This guy is pretty good. I can at most defend 1 against 2. Bastard. 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 What did this bastard say just now? At most can only defend 2. And facing me. Damn it." Asakura simply couldn't believe his ears. He definitely heard wrong, right? He is the sharp knife of Yamaguchi High School, averaging 23.5 points per game last year. Such stats are already outstanding for this age group. Result. Result. Damn Yuto. Chapter 17, Simplifying Complexity. I will make you regret this, Yuto. Asakura was furious, he swore to make this vicious guy regret it. I have many regrets in this life, but this is definitely not one of them. Yuto turned to run back on defense. He felt these brats in front of him were too easy to understand, their emotions were written all over their faces. This hothead would 9 out of 10 times try to isolate him again. Sure enough. After the inbound pass, Asakura immediately ran out to demand the ball from his teammate, then actively pulled up in front of Yuto while refusing a screen from his teammate. Asakura gathered strength, exploding with acceleration using all his might. But Yuto reappeared in front of him like a ghost. He actually couldn't even get past half of Yuto's body length. Yuto has indeed become faster, but how? The Yamaguchi High head coach confirmed it, Yuto's speed had improved massively compared to a year ago. Even the team's sharp knife Asakura, as the offensive side, couldn't gain any advantage. One must know. In basketball, the offensive player is always at least half a step ahead of the defender. Most of the time, the defender takes countermeasures based on the ball handler's actions. Only extremely few individual players can anticipate the opponent's offensive intent. Like that genius Akashi Sejiro from Taiko. He is definitely the young generation player with the strongest anticipation ability he has seen in the last 10 years. Yuto didn't possess such ability, yet he still blocked Asakura's offensive route dead. This means his speed is even above the speed type Asakura. Only in this way can he achieve arriving first despite starting later. Bang. Asakura, in a moment of inattention, crashed directly into Yuto. Because he stood firm in advance, the referee didn't blow the whistle. Yuto took the opportunity to slap away the ball in Asakura's hands. Sakurai Ryo had a keen sense of smell, picking up the ball and protecting it immediately. Here, Mushroom Head. Yuto, having completed the defense, sprinted at high speed. At this moment, the 80-point speed attribute was fully presented in front of the fans. Like a gray-white sports car, he crossed half-court with a whoosh. Sakurai Ryo immediately passed the ball out. Yuto caught up and smoothly drove into the paint, completing this offense with a layup so simple it couldn't be simpler. 4 o'clock. Homie Academy achieved a dream start because they also dominated the initiative on the field. I regret it so damn much. Regret actually raising even a tiny bit of expectation for you just now. But look at you. Not even as good as those Kuin, male chicken/gigolos, likely a slang/typo for specific service providers, in the red light district. I don't even have to spend money to make you strip yourself bare. Yuto showed no mercy with his mouth. Asakura's face turned beet red, looking like he was about to explode at any moment. Is this really Yuto? His counterattack speed is so fast, and his defensive reactions are top tier too. What did he say to Asakura? Why does Asakura look like he wants to hit someone? This year's Homie Academy is stronger. Questions, countless questions. In the audience seats, the participating teams of Group B couldn't figure it out. In 1 year, why did Yuto change so much? Not only did his playing style simplify complexity, but his speed also took a qualitative leap. Could it be that his talent was also limited by age and only started to explode this year? Putting aside those solid fundamentals. After all, playing style and technique are things that can be trained. Many players, especially professional players, make certain changes at some stage of their career to adapt to the court. Tim Duncan is an example. When he first entered the league, he was also a beast-style forward, playing the high-flying style. But after a major injury, he had to shift to a floor-bound style to prolong his career. But talent? This cannot be hidden, nor can it be trained. At least there's no way to obtain such a huge improvement through training. There is only one truth. Yuto is a hidden genius. His talent was restricted before his age allowed it, and only started to cash in this year. Otherwise, it's hard to explain why he became so powerful this year. Some were curious about Yuto's changes. Some were curious about what Yuto said. The slaughter on the court continued. This is a single elimination format, lose and you pack your bags and go home. No one wants a one-round tour. Leaving aside that players at this stage only have a stage like the national tournament, just the title of one-round tour is embarrassing to mention. Yamaguchi High quickly called the first time out of the game. After returning, Asakura regained his rationality, but still found it difficult to open a breach. Asakura was their sharpest knife, with him locked down by Yuto, the team's offense was hard to unfold. Yuto, on the other hand, played more and more relaxed. Simple passes, simple crossovers, simple shots, simple layups, simple. All his moves were simple, yet they just couldn't be guarded, giving a high-level sense of having reached perfection. Fans still didn't think his offensive talent was very strong, only feeling that Yamaguchi High was a bit trash. Otherwise, how could their defense be penetrated so easily? Instead, Yuto's defense attracted the attention of many fans. People were curious about when Yamaguchi High's sharp knife Asakura could score a goal. And to what extent Yuto could defend. Pass the ball, Asakura. Don't be obsessed with personal victory or defeat. All for one, one for all. Seeing Asakura forced into a turnover by Yuto again. Looking at his disciple's face, which was almost suffocating, Yamaguchi High's head coach shouted immediately to give Asakura a way out. Asakura wasn't a fool either and stopped obsessing over winning against Yuto. Because he found that he really couldn't win. Congratulations, you successfully became number one in the eyes of the fans. The first pitiful worm to be eliminated. Yuto continued to mock his opponent. Asakura gritted his teeth tightly, but the fear in his heart prevented him from even speaking words of rebuttal. Soft egg. Yuto cursed inwardly and stopped wasting effort on the opponent. 7 attempts, 3 blocks, 2 steals, 2 turnovers. Asakura is completely lost in Yuto's iron-blooded defense. The first quarter ended. The score was a disparate 2400-12. Homie Academy doubled the opponent's score in a single quarter. Doubled. It was actually doubled. For Yamaguchi High, this was a great humiliation. But without Asakura, the sharpest knife, they really couldn't find a good way on the offensive end. Not to mention that Asakura's irrationality earlier gave Homie Academy many opportunities. Yuto's defense on Asakura left a deep impression. But a small number of people also saw that Yuto quietly got 10 points and 4 assists on the offensive end in a single quarter. Chapter 18, Advancing Easily. Second quarter. Yuto continued to maintain a stable performance, shooting 5 for 8 in the single quarter and adding another 10 points to his account. Under his leadership, Homie Academy played relaxed and freely, leading the opponent by 13 points at halftime, 52-39. At this time, finally, someone felt something was wrong. On the big screen, including the TV station, the current best player of the game was displayed. It was Yuto, who seemed much stronger on defense than offense. His halftime stats were 20 points, 6 rebounds, 8 assists, 3 blocks, and 3 steals. As soon as these stats came out, many fans were blinded. Halftime 20 plus 6 plus 8. And 3 blocks and 3 steals. Hiss. Did he do so much on the offensive end? No, did he take that many shots? Why do I feel like Yuto didn't participate much in the offense? Wait, wasn't he always defending? Isn't he a blue-collar worker responsible for doing the dirty work? Why is his score the highest in the game? Yuto. Is he not Japanese? Did he grow up eating kimchi or was he born in that flower planter, China, where cooking glows? Fans were confused. They thought Oda was Homie Academy's MVP. After all, Oda's performance in the first half completely destroyed Yamaguchi High's center. He shot 5 for 8 in the half, scoring 12 points. This is standard 20+ data, very excellent, meeting people's expectations of him. But the tricky part was, let alone scoring less than Yuto, as a center, Oda didn't even rebound much better than Yuto in the first half, only getting a mere 5. Hearing the discussions of these Japanese fans, Yuto laughed secretly in his heart. In this era, the great creature known as the box-out center, like Steven Adams, doesn't exist yet. Yuto just bamboozled him a bit, and Oda felt it made sense and did it. After all, blocking the opponent's position is easier than fighting for the basketball head-on. The second half began. Yuto continued to order dishes, target/isolate, on Asakura. Yamaguchi High did not arrange more people to assist Asakura. Because when they did that in the second quarter, Homie Academy blossomed on multiple fronts under Yuto's playmaking. Yuto received the ball in the low post, backing down Asakura. The latter's brain spun frantically. What will he do? Is he going to isolate me? Or pass? Asakura couldn't guess Yuto's thoughts. Just as he was letting his imagination run wild, Yuto turned around with a hook shot. Low arc, high release point. This is the characteristic of Duncan's hook shot, ensuring stability even in the face of high-intensity confrontation. Swish. As soon as Asakura turned his head, he saw the basketball accurately falling into the net. Can't guard it. Simply can't guard it. He was just a toy in front of Yuto. Yuto played with him however he wanted. Next possession. Asakura, who had been calm for more than a quarter, completely lost his head. Continuously beaten by Yuto, his emotions could no longer be controlled. Using his teammate's screen, he quickly broke into Homie Academy's restricted area. Facing Oda's help defense, Asakura performed a silky double clutch in midair. However, the moment the basketball left his hand, Yuto completed his jump behind him, slapping the ball out of the baseline with one palm and simultaneously knocking Asakura flying 2 meters away. For this kind of pushback feeling, if Asakura wants to experience it again in the future, he'll probably have to go to Dongguan. Completely destroyed. In this game, Asakura was completely destroyed by Yuto in the matchup. Asakura fell to the ground and didn't get up for a long time. When teammates went up to pull him, they could see confusion in his eyes. In the world of basketball, the number of geniuses is quite large. Especially in the mouths of fans, even a flash of brilliance can be praised as a genius with infinite potential. However, true geniuses are like the butcher Ling Ling Chi, from Stephen Chow's movie, like a firefly in the dark, they are destined from the moment they make a move. The game had no suspense left. Yuto destroyed everything. The ambitious Yamaguchi High fell before absolute strength. The game ended. Score 108-81. In the first round of the national tournament prefectural qualifiers, Homie Academy defeated Yamaguchi High School by a 27-point advantage. Amidst half cheers and half regrets, both teams began to exit. The cheers belonged to Homie Academy and Yuto, who angrily chopped 34 points, 10 rebounds, and 10 assists in the game. Regret belonged to Yamaguchi High School. They worked hard for a year just to break into the main national tournament. As a result, they regretfully exited in the first round. Some third-year members couldn't help but cry aloud. Asakura didn't cry, he was still doubting life. Beautifully done. But don't be proud, the real test hasn't started yet. Stay humble, embrace desire. Our stage is not just the prefectural tournament, our goal is to conquer the whole country. The geezer coach talked big in the locker room. Regardless of whether they can do it, they can't lose momentum anyway. After all, shouting 2 sentences doesn't cost money. Yuto left the team as soon as he walked out of the arena. Sora, Mijiwa Kazuha, and others had been waiting at the door for a long time. They planned to celebrate with Yuto, celebrating that Yuto won the resurrection match. Okay, Mijiwa Kazuha didn't say exactly that, but translated, it meant about the same. But speaking of which, when did she become such good friends with Yuto? In memory, it seemed to be when he chose to give up basketball. Because she also gave up the viola, she felt she was a similar person to Yuto, but now. Mijiwa Kazuha looked at Yuto's back, feeling a bit sentimental for a moment. Of course, Yuto didn't know Mijiwa Kazuha's inner activities. He just wanted to go back immediately and start God Madoka. No. Start the simulation. After eating something simple, Yuto went home with Sora. As for Haruka, the Yasashi guy, he was taken away by now Yoriheim. Thinking about playing poker, sex, every day, sooner or later his mind will be corroded. Yuto cursed the useless thing secretly and took the tram home with Sora. Sora seemed to have something to ask, opening and closing her mouth several times. Yuto didn't point it out. Women are troublesome creatures, and Sora is even more troublesome. Her world is so lonely that only two people remain. Yuto. Sora spoke up after all. What is your relationship with that rich girl? Rich woman naturally refers to Mijiwa Kazuha. Friends. Just friends. I haven't seen you be so good with any girl before. Aren't you a girl too? Or are you a man in disguise? You actually compare me with other women. Sora felt an inexplicable anger rising and stepped heavily on Yuto's foot. The latter's expression didn't change. Being stepped on so many times since childhood, he has almost mastered the diamond leg. Don't lump me in with other girls. Chapter 19, Death Coil. Sora was really angry this time, stepping on Yuto's foot and refusing to let go. Her fierce yet milky, cute, face looked like a little angry lioness. Yuto knew he had to answer this question properly. He touched his hair before saying, "Why we are so close, I'm not clear either. Probably because Kazuha feels that she and I are the same kind of people." Same kind of people? Yeah, I heard she used to play the viola, but later gave it up for some reason. Probably that's why. What do you mean probably that's why? Sora was dissatisfied with this reply but still withdrew her foot. In her mind, she had already fantasized about that shameless rich woman presumptuously thinking she was the same kind of person as Yuto. No one understood their world, so she shamelessly ran over attempting to get warmth from Yuto. Worthy of a top student, using idioms like that. TSK TSK. Back home. Yuto hung up old Ma's black and white photo again, lit a few incense sticks, and rolled onto the bed. The moment the game ended, the system had prompted him that he had harvested a victory point, enough for one simulation. Simulation, start. As his voice fell, a panel appeared in front of him. Simulator starting. Random talent draw. Drawing talent, Death Coil. Congratulations on obtaining purple talent, Death Coil. Death Coil greatly improves defensive stability. Improves standing block ability, chase down block ability, steal ability, off-ball chase defense ability, and on-ball marking ability. Increases the probability of causing offensive player turnovers. Note, this talent can only be activated in one-on-one situations. Death Coil. A defensive talent. Yuto had actually guessed most of it just seeing the talent name. Is this talent good? Of course, it's good. But compared to defensive talents, he still preferred offensive talents in his heart. Or at least give some passing talents. After all. At this stage, he doesn't have enough stamina to maintain high levels on both offensive and defensive ends simultaneously. Trade-offs need to be made to have enough stamina to finish the full game. If he maintains the highest level, wanting both offense and defense, he estimates he won't have much stamina left after playing 3/4. However, true superstars are two-way players. Sooner is better. Yuto was relatively satisfied with this talent draw. At least he didn't draw blue or green talents. Talents are also graded: green, blue, purple, red, 4 grades. Talents cover everything. There is nothing Yuto can't think of, only what the system can't draw. After winning the game against Yamaguchi High School, you obtained a victory point. Upon returning home, you couldn't wait to carry out the second simulation. You only walked out of your room at dinner time. You saw Haruka's footsteps were unsteady, one look and you knew he was squeezed hard by now Yurihime. Sora seemed to still be angry. She planned not to speak to you until tomorrow morning. Tonight, you didn't go out to practice because there is still a game to play tomorrow. The next day, you put on your sportswear and went out. Sora changed into her school uniform. Enhanced by the JK outfit, she looked even better. You complained that Sora wore pantyhose on such a hot day. Sora said angrily, "A person who reads 18+ magazines every day has no right to lecture me. And don't you like pantyhose the most?" You said self-righteously, "That's different. If you wear them, others will see." Sora was silenced, blushing and speeding out of the house. Before leaving, she didn't forget to smash a wristband onto your face, printed with her cartoon avatar. You were conflicted, not knowing whether to wear it or not. This damages your macho persona. You followed the team to the competition venue again. The national tournament schedule is too dense, there are games to play almost every day. Having defeated Yamaguchi High, your morale is high. Your defensive level in the last game was recognized by the geezer coach. He assigned you to mark the opponent's key player today. You gladly accepted, planning to test the toughness of Death Coil. The game started. He, the opponent, matched up against you, a shooting guard 7 centimeters shorter than you. The opponent was prepared. After studying your tapes, they concluded that the reason your defense is strong is due to extreme explosiveness and a strong body. He planned to play technique with you. He started to show off his dribbling skills in front of you. You felt like he was a juggler. You defended him until he retreated repeatedly. You caused his turnover. The ball was stolen by Sakurai Ryo. The opponent was shocked. This was different from the you they learned about. In the counterattack, you assisted the cutting Oda for a dunk. You continued to defend the opponent's key player. The opponent became more cautious, but was still defended by you into repeated retreats, from the free throw line all the way to outside the three-point line. The opponent felt as if possessed by a vengeful spirit, unable to shake you off no matter how hard he tried. His face turned beet red, feeling difficult even to breathe. He turned the ball over. You guys scored again through a counterattack. Your excessively powerful defensive ability attracted the attention of the opposing head coach. Your opponent called a timeout. After returning, you found that the opponent's key player no longer held the ball. He was defended by you into fear and started looking for scoring opportunities off the ball. You followed like a shadow. The opponent couldn't break free from your coil. His mentality collapsed a bit. So strong. As long as it's one-on-one, I can defend this tightly even off the ball. Yuto found that he seemed to have underestimated defensive talents. Such talents are indeed not as brilliant as offensive ones. Fans like to see offensive battles, want to see flashy scoring performances, and generally don't pay much attention to defensive players. However, any team in history that achieved success is inseparable from some superb defenders playing silently behind the scenes. The 2004 Detroit Pistons relied on defense to drag the Lakers into a meat grinder and stir them up, winning the third championship trophy in team history. That was one of the greatest victories for a civilian team. People mocked them for winning ugly, but the Detroiters stood tall. Because they were champions. Every defensive stalwart in history possesses a blazing fighting spirit that cannot be knocked down. Chapter 20, Momoi Satsuki judges based on the dish. Your paranoia complements your talent. No matter what action the opponent takes, you can always transform into a vengeful spirit, death-coiling the opponent tightly. You wish you could shut out everyone in the world. You utilized your talent to the extreme. The opponent was defended by you until his heart trembled, feeling difficulty breathing. For a time, he didn't even have the courage to face you with the ball. Talent complements personality. The system never told me that talent has to be used in conjunction with personality. Yuto frowned. He really wanted to ask, does talent also have its own personality? But this system is very cold and aloof. There is no system butler or anything, only some cold and ruthless text recording everything happening to him in the simulated world. The opponent's offense couldn't open up. You froze the opponent's sharp arrow, making them lose the weapon in their hands. The opposing coach paused again. Sitting next door, you could hear his intense but helpless roaring. The game continued. The opponent made adjustments. Losing their strongest spear, they planned to trade with you. They applied high-pressure pressing on you. As long as you held the ball, you would immediately face a double team. You resolved the crisis with excellent fundamentals. You passed the ball to a teammate. The opponent rushed towards the ball handler undyingly. Your offense stagnated. The game began to become anxious. Your teammates felt like they were dragged into a meat grinder and ruthlessly stirred. They were extremely unadapted to this high-intensity game. Your shooting percentage began to drop. You were angry that your teammates wasted your assists. You chose to go solo. Your shooting percentage also began to drop. Your current ability is insufficient to defeat multiple defenders simultaneously. You opened your elbows. Yuto outside the simulation said nothing. He wanted to refute that he wasn't such a person. But recalling last year, when encountering difficult opponents, he would indeed inadvertently reveal his iron elbows to clear the way. But he believed this was self-defense, the enemy's malice triggered his self-defense system. The opponents complained incessantly from your elbowing. They complained to the referee. You mocked them as a bunch of soft eggs not yet weaned. You told them if they didn't mind, go ahead and bring out their mother's photos. The helpful you would make their mothers enter the lactation period again, ensuring they still have milk to drink when they grow up. Your opponents exploded with rage. They also started doing helpful elbowing work on the defensive end. You forced a drive with the ball. You were greeted by 2 iron elbows simultaneously. You groaned, didn't say a word, continued to kill inside, and scored. Your coach shouted from the sidelines, "Tough. Play like that. Send those sissies back to their hometown." But you, this macho man, wore a wristband engraved with a cute cartoon girl avatar on your wrist, and were mocked by the opposing head coach. He clamored for you to hurry back to the 2D world, hold your paper wife, and reward yourself in the toilet. You were enraged. This eyeless guy actually dared to call Sora cute. He definitely doesn't know how painful it is when Sora steps on someone, and definitely hasn't been slapped in the face by Sora's feet. The intensity of the game escalated further. You cleared the way with a pair of iron elbows trained from fights since 3rd grade of elementary school. Your shooting percentage still didn't improve, but the point difference began to widen because the opponent's shooting percentage was lower. The big fundamental talent ensured your continuous scoring ability. Damn, I don't fight because of this. Yuto always felt this broken system was smearing him. He didn't fight for himself. If those blind guys didn't always trouble Sora and the others, why would he fight people for no reason? He did it to protect. Battle-hardened, you trained a good pair of elbows. You fear not the opponent's rogue-playing style. The first half ended. You angrily hacked a game-high 12 points, 6 rebounds, 3 assists, plus 2 fouls. Your elbow work escaped the referee's eyes but couldn't escape his worthless brain. He thought a teenage brat couldn't be this valiant, he thought you definitely played dirty. You didn't protest, because you alone caused 4 fouls on the opponent. You won big. Back in the locker room, you took off your clothes revealing bruises all over. Teammates gasped one after another, trusting you even more in their hearts. You were very satisfied with your masterpiece. You were sure those 5 bastards opposite were definitely more miserable than you. In fact, in the locker room not far away, your opponents were all grinning in pain. The opposing head coach's head grew a size larger. Can't beat them playing, can't beat them fighting, what to do? Halftime passed, the second half continued. You continued to maintain high intensity and high-level performance. You broke into the Dragon's pool alone, elbowing out a bloody path 1v3. The opponents were beaten into fear by you. You killed into the paint, scored 2 points, and roared. The whole audience was deterred by you. Your toughness began to take root in people's hearts. Your strong desire for victory shocked everyone. The game ended. In this meat grinder battle, you blasted an amazing 29 plus 12 plus 8. Even the opposing coach admired your ability to fight hard battles. Your performance attracted the attention of Momoi Satsuki. Attracted this girl's attention again. And this time it started only from the second game. Yuto rubbed his chin. In both simulations, he attracted Momoi Satsuki's attention. It's just that the first time was much later, while this time the female spy noticed him in the second game. It seems Momoi Satsuki also judges based on the dish, target specific levels. She really doesn't pay attention to trash people, just like RNG stuck card on trash contract. However, this can be considered side proof that my strength has improved. Yuto was happy for a moment. Simulation continued. You guys won consecutive victories, but couldn't avoid watching others leave by bus while you only deserved the subway. The geezer coach used this as a reason to encourage you to make persistent efforts. If you achieve results, he will apply for funds from the school, so you can have your own team bus in the future. Someone said with a chuckle, even if the team really has a bus in the future, we probably won't have the chance to ride it. This was a third-year senior. The cheerful atmosphere suddenly stagnated, and the air added a bit of sadness. Hearing this, you picked up your backpack with one hand and said, even so, we can be considered to have left a noteworthy mark at Homie Academy, in our youth. If you don't want to be mediocre, come practice extra with me after going back. Your performance today was softer than Sora. Hearing this, surprisingly, everyone didn't feel the pressure sweeping over. Their hearts became inexplicably hotter. They were intoxicated by your words, longing to leave a colorful mark at Homie Academy. But there were also people looking at you with strange eyes, wondering how you know how soft Sora is. You taught him a lesson. Night. When you took off your clothes to take a shower, Sora walked in to get clothes. She, coincidentally, saw the bruises on your body. She pressed her whole body against you. Now you know exactly how soft Sora is. You told her not to worry. When one drifts in the Jianghu world, how can one not be stabbed? You drove her out. Why does Sora have so many scenes? Yuto in the outside world felt more and more that something was wrong. Because in the simulated world, the system occasionally reveals some information related to Sora to him. This information makes Yuto's mind wander every time. It was late. Sora night raided again. This time she didn't come to measure size, she came in with a medicine kit to apply medicine for you. You gladly agreed. After applying the medicine, Sora proposed to sleep here for the night. You were struck by lightning, stating that such things have to wait until at least 18 years old. Sora was extremely shy, shouted hentai, and ran out the door. Because both you and Sora have seen Haruka and now Yuriheim playing poker, having sex, at a young age. She is more knowledgeable than most girls. Animal. Yuto outside the simulation cursed Haruka as a pervert. Although he was the passive party, couldn't you damn refuse? You taught Sora bad things. Chapter 21, Strengthening Myself. The next day, you went to school again, met up with your teammates, and arrived at the venue to compete. Today's opponent is even weaker than the previous two. The opponent was lucky enough to reach the third round only after continuously meeting two underdog teams. Tochigi Prefecture has a population of only 160,000. It lacks all kinds of talents, and basketball is no exception. Although there are few participating teams, there are plenty of underdogs. You played this game exceptionally easily today. Forced by your continuous 30-plus scoring ability, the opponent started double-teaming you from the beginning of the game. You were not afraid, but the opponent sent too many defenders. They had studied your tapes and knew you were not good at shooting, so they deployed a large number of personnel in the paint. This didn't stump you. With the demeanor of an emperor, you threw the ball into your teammates' hands when the offensive clock was running out. Some turned your passes into assists and were safe, some failed to convert the passes into assists, and you scolded them for wasting opportunities. You used this opportunity to make him go back and practice shooting extra. Animal. Yuto in the outside world felt that he was a tiny bit excessive seeing this. People shouldn't, at least they shouldn't. Forget it, it's just a simulation anyway, not really me. Yuto was self-righteous, dumping the blame on the simulated self, believing that he would absolutely not do such things. The first half ended. You had already established a 26-point advantage. The opponent was no match for you at all. You were not surprised by this point difference. If you continued playing like this, the opponent would probably lose to you by 50 or 60 points. But thinking of those bastards from Taiko who beat opponents by triple digits at the drop of a hat, you suddenly felt that you were not strong enough. The game ended. You beat the opponent by 61 points. You got a game-high 26 points, 13 rebounds, and 13 assists. This is your third consecutive triple-double. In contrast, your teammate Oda has failed to reach double-digit rebounds for 3 consecutive games. The team's point guard's assists fell below his career low, averaging only a pitiful 3 assists per game. As a point guard, his ball possession time did not exceed 5% in 3 games, while your usage rate reached 22%. What's the problem with this? With great power comes great responsibility. I'm amazing, shouldn't I possess more ball rights? Yuto was laughed at by the broken system. This ball-blind system, not even understanding the most basic truth of basketball, still has the nerve to run out and be a system. Hurry back and be remade. Yuto in the outside world was suddenly electrocuted all over. His body unconsciously performed the Tai Shan Cow, Iron Mountain Lean, and the song, Gni Taime, Chicken You Are Too Beautiful, subconsciously sounded in his mind. There was no evidence, but Yuto could guarantee that the system did it. Otherwise, he couldn't possibly suddenly dance upon hearing the chicken. Yuto behaved himself and continued watching the simulation. Momoi Satsuki arrived at the scene. The notebook in her hand had already filled a whole page with intelligence and information about you. Then, her phone rang. It was Akashi Seijiro calling. Momoi Satsuki told him, I found a very powerful player, but he looks quite ordinary. Shooting, breaking through, crossing over, passing, everything is basic skill that beginners know. But he has achieved a triple-double in 3 consecutive games. Akashi asked her, simple but can be converted into efficiency, does it mean, great truth is simple? How much threat do you judge he can bring to Taiko? Momoi Satsuki thought for a while before saying, 0%. He looks very ordinary, but is actually very strong. His level should have reached the level of the lightning beast, Hayama Kotaro. Hearing this, Akashi lost interest. Is that so? Thank you for your hard work. No need to pay too much attention to Tachijai Prefecture anymore. You were despised. Whether it was Momoi Satsuki or Akashi Seijiro, neither of them treated you as a threat. Momoi Satsuki hung up the phone. She felt a little pity. You are strong, but not strong enough. She left Tachijai Prefecture disappointed. Yuta watched the simulation and just snorted, saying nothing. He was unwilling in his heart but couldn't refute it. Because he estimated in his own heart that the current him indeed only reached the level of Hayama Kotaro, still a Pacific Ocean away from the generation of miracles. The uncrowned kings were never a complimentary term. Yuto believed those 5 people were the biggest pitiful worms. Because they are uncrowned. You didn't notice Momoi Satsuki's appearance. Momoi Satsuki also left the scene directly after the game ended to continue searching for players who could give pressure to Ayaman Daiki. Ayaman Daiki's talent has begun to awaken. His strength has already opened up a dimension from his peers. She wants to find a strong enough player so her childhood friend can rediscover the joy and fighting spirit of playing basketball. However, in her heart, she knows there are very few such people, perhaps they don't even exist at all. Current Ayaman Daiki is so strong that even Momoi Satsuki feels unfamiliar. Just because I can't now doesn't mean I won't be able to later. Just wait, I'll definitely crush you. Yuto's self-entertaining expression disappeared, replaced by unprecedented seriousness. His eyes were like unsealed blades, pupils shining with light. The simulation continued. You have won 3 consecutive games. As long as you win 2 more, you can break out of the group stage. The subsequent opponents couldn't cause you trouble. You led Homie Academy to conquer cities and seize territory, successfully breaking out of the group stage for the 2nd consecutive year. In the round robin, the stronger you didn't let accidents happen. You led the team to have the last laugh with a record of 2 wins. Homie Academy broke into the main national tournament for the 2nd consecutive year. After entering the main national tournament, you gained half a month of adjustment time. The big fundamental talent has perfectly integrated, and the death coil talent complements your personality because you always desire to crush your opponent on both ends of the floor. You don't have much room for improvement anymore. You can only wait for the next simulation to start to obtain more talents. You quickly threw this idea to the clouds. You started trying every means to strengthen yourself. You thought of the skill packages of those characters in the anime. The abilities of the generation of miracles were born from their talents, which you cannot learn, but you can learn some skill packages. You thought of Kagami Taiga's master, that blonde big-boobed sister's 2 signature skills, Meteor Jam and Mirage Shot. Day 1, you started practicing the Mirage Shot. You gave up on the Meteor Jam because you felt that thing just looked cool. With that kind of jumping ability, there are many scoring methods to choose from. The learning process didn't go smoothly. You spent a day without much effect. You were not discouraged. Day 2, you continued practicing the Mirage Shot. You still didn't succeed. Day 3, while practicing the Mirage Shot, you added mid-range shooting training. Because, no matter what skill package it is, the ultimate goal is to score. Ignoring defense but unable to throw the basketball into the hoop is just superficial. Day 4, you were still practicing. The coach didn't stop you, although he thought players couldn't develop a mid-range shot in a short time. But your road is still long, accumulating from now will only benefit your future. Day 5, your teammates started to become numb. Your training intensity was so high that it scared them. They thought this wasn't training at all, this was torturing oneself. Teammates who secretly complained about you pressuring them before all shut up. Chapter 22, Mirage Shot. Day 6, you continued training. By this time, you actually realized that it was impossible for you to complete the Mirage Shot. Because your hang time, air time, does not meet the requirements to complete this shot. Although Himuro Tatsuya always laments his insufficient talent, you know better than anyone that he is the strongest in talent below the generation of miracles, possibly bar none. He is the perimeter core of Yosen High School in the main series, once going toe-to-toe with the protagonist Kagami Taiga in a game. It's a pity he didn't have cheats, and even more of a pity that his junior brother Kagami Taiga had cheats, so he was beaten to tears. Even so, Himuro Tatsuya's toughness cannot be denied. Apart from the generation of miracles and Kagami Taiga, Himuro Tatsuya can beat over 90% of high school students nationwide. You didn't give up. You knew there was another you watching from the outside. You planned to bring the cultivation experience of the Mirage Shot back to reality, and let the real you complete it. You suddenly said to the camera, "Lucky you, real-life Yuto." "I know, simulation Yuto." Yuto took a deep breath. If it were him, no, this is him, he would do this no matter what. If hang time isn't enough, he can satisfy the skill usage requirements by adding attribute points gained from increasing simulation levels. Just practice. Simulation continued. Day 7, you continue to accumulate Mirage Shot skill package experience. At the same time, your shooting percentage near the free throw line is sufficient. You started trying to practice mid-range shots in other places. Day 8, continue grinding levels. Day 9, continue grinding levels. Day 10, you continued grinding levels, but when you were practicing mid-range shots, you heard gossip about Sora. Someone told you that Sora was confessed to, and Sora rejected it. But the other party didn't plan to give up and has been pestering her for several days. Sora found it annoying and wanted to summon her Pokemon Yuto to teach the guy a lesson, but seeing you practice without eating or sleeping every day, she didn't disturb you. Learning the news, you put down the basketball. You led a group of people from the basketball club and stormed over. More than a dozen of you came aggressively to Class 2A and found a delicate-looking boy. The other party was previously first in the grade, but since Sora returned to school, he became second. He didn't resent it, instead, attracted by Sora's beauty and wisdom, he launched a crazy pursuit. You blocked him, sealing off the door of Sora's classroom with a group of basketball club members emitting male hormones. He was scared witless. Asking what you wanted with him. You told him to stop pestering Sora. He asked why, believing that pursuing the girl he likes is his right. You felt this kid had no vision. Seeing Sora watching the show from the side, you simply dragged Sora over. Sora cooperated obediently like a little chick, standing in front of the guy. You said, "My name is Yuto, she is called Sora," names combined to Sora, similar to Yusuga no Sora's main couple vibe / or simply imply connection, understand. As soon as the words came out, you felt something was wrong, as if declaring sovereignty. But you didn't want to waste too much time on this crap. You had no interest in playing house with them, your goal was to destroy those 5 basketball maniacs from Taiko. The Ahog, cowlick, on Sora's head moved. Her face became rosy, lowering her head, afraid to face her classmates. The other party was stunned and questioned, "Aren't you siblings?" You waved your hand and said, "I was picked up, adopted." Fuck, that's not what I meant. What I want to express is different from what your brain is thinking. In short, stop pestering this guy in the future. You lifted Sora up again and moved her aside. You left with a group of basketball club members bursting with male hormones. A day later, rumors spread in Homie Academy that a second-year basketball genius and a second-year top student were dating. The news club wrote in their report, the man claimed to be adopted and has no blood relation to the woman. Everyone should treat them with fair eyes. What bullshit news club is this? Yuto suddenly had the urge to visit the news club. Sure enough. The unscrupulousness of every worker in news media starts from a young age. Day 12, you were still accumulating skill experience. He feels that if he practices for another half year, the experience bar will be full. As long as the attributes are sufficient, the new skill package can be unlocked. But at the same time, you also had an additional trouble. Sora started appearing frequently in the basketball club and longed to stick to you, always unconsciously getting close to you and spending time together. You feel the days of becoming the god of war at the entrance are getting shorter and shorter. No, you can't. If this goes on, the book will be banned. You refused the hugging and lifting high on the grounds that you were covered in sweat. Sora got angry. She planned not to talk to you for half a day. Day 13. Soon, the opening ceremony of the national tournament arrived. This year, the main tournament venue was chosen to be Tokyo, which means the Tokyo region has 4 qualifying spots this year. As the largest division, the Tokyo region is the only one with 3 qualifying spots. Plus the host adds an extra qualifying spot, so this year, the 4 teams from the Tokyo region that broke out of the group stage will automatically advance to the main national tournament. In addition, you learned that for the Winter Cup qualifiers, the Tokyo region only has 2 qualifying spots. But because the champion and runner-up teams of the national tournament will advance to the main Winter Cup by default, that's why in the main series, 3 teams from the Tokyo region appeared. I forgot a bit whether the anime didn't explain clearly or I didn't notice. Here I apply the national tournament rules of Slam Dunk. Regarding the Winter Cup, the main series of Kuroko's basketball has an explanation. In the first main match, under your leadership, Homie Academy successfully took down the opponent. Although you couldn't master the Mirage shot in this simulation because your hang time didn't meet the requirements, the long-term mid-range practice did increase your shooting percentage. Your technique attribute increased by 2 points. You broke into the top 32. Chapter 23, Wildness. National Tournament Top 32 Battle, you faced Hayama Kotoro's team again. This game attracted the attention of many fans and even high school basketball personnel. They believe this will be the ranking battle for the second strongest small forward of this middle school generation. Who is the strongest? It is Kai's Ryota, who became the absolute main small forward of the team shortly after joining Taiko. Rumor has it that he has been in contact with basketball for less than a year, but relying on chilling learning ability, he leaped to become a household basketball star in the island nation in a short time. Some believe that given enough time, he might even surpass Taiko's ace Ayaman Daiki. The game started. Facing Hayama Kotoro again, you were fully alert. You remembered clearly that you lost to him in the last simulation. You lost the jump ball. Hayama Kotoro quickly advanced after receiving the pass amidst the cheers of the whole audience. He actively sought you out, revealing a small canine tooth, and claimed, "I don't plan to give up the position of the country's second small forward to you yet." You responded with a roast, "You should tell that to Kai's Ryota. I'm not interested in which of you is second." Hayama Kotoro was stunned. He didn't expect you to be so proud. Because as the national tournament has been played until today, fans and most participating teams have actually defaulted that Taiko will successfully defend their title. Their strength is inconceivable, opening up a huge rank gap with other participating teams. Tokyo is the largest division, yet Taiko is like a fierce tiger entering a flock of sheep. From the group stage, they pushed horizontally all the way. Doubling the opponent's score is a basic operation, tripling and quadrupling are also not a problem. Even shutting out the opponent isn't impossible if they get slightly serious. Although Kai's Ryota is currently the weakest among Taiko's starting 5, he is still monster level. Hayama Kotoro has no confidence in defeating him. But listening to your meaning, you seem to place yourself above Kai's Ryota. He shook his head and said to you, "You overestimate yourself too much. It's precisely because you haven't personally faced Taiko that you can say such words, not knowing the height of the sky and the depth of the earth." You didn't respond to him. You have no common language with this kind of guy who admits defeat before even playing. You forgot again that you had done such a thing too. Hayama Kotoro used the lightning dribble. For a time, the court seemed to be thundering, the basketball hitting the floor made a violent roaring sound. He said, "Taste my lightning dribble. To deal with you, 4 fingers should be enough." You said, "What lightning dribble? Just call it fingertip dribble. Don't think that adding some sound effects with gongs and drums makes it your original creation." You opened your arms and coiled around him. Hayama Kotoro immediately felt your difficulty. Since facing Nijimura Shuzo back then in the battle against Taiko last year, this was the first time he felt such huge defensive pressure in a one-on-one. He only felt your defense was airtight, not revealing a single crack to him. He quietly used 5 fingers to dribble, activating the lightning dribble to full power. You waited in full battle array. Verbally despising the opponent, mentally valuing the opponent, this is your way of conduct. Hayama Kotoro turned it over. You took the opportunity to counterattack. After penetrating into the enemy's heartland, you threw the ball to Sakurai Ryo at the 3-point line. The latter hit the 3-pointer. Your performance attracted the attention of the generation of miracles in the audience. Is that person the Yudo that Momochai mentioned before? Kai's Ryota's eyes lit up. He observed your plain playing style, which was unexpectedly effective and had a magical charm. After his brain spun for a while, he found that he seemed able to imitate it, but also seemed unable to imitate that charm. Momoi Satsuki nodded and said, he is Yudo, a second-year student from Homie Academy. His playing style is plain, but his fundamentals have been achieved to the extreme. It is utilitarian basketball pursuing low consumption and high efficiency. After speaking, she deliberately looked at the silent Ayaman Daiki. In this aspect, he and Adai are complete opposite extremes. Everyone nodded upon hearing this. Ayaman Daiki's playing style is completely opposite to Yudo's. It is the streetball style pursuing luxury and fun. As long as he is on the court, he thinks about showing off operations all the time. Compared to winning, he seems to care more about the fun brought by basketball. Ayaman Daiki said with his husky voice, "In the end, he is just the best beginner. Don't waste time anymore, Satsuki. Someone who can beat me doesn't exist." The atmosphere suddenly stagnated. Momoi Satsuki hurriedly covered his mouth and complained, "Here you go again, always saying things like that." She secretly observed the other teammates' expressions and breathed a sigh of relief finding that everyone didn't plan to bicker with Ayaman. The lack of presence Kuroko on the side kept staring at you. He thought of the conversation with Ayaman under the bridge on that rainy day, and a trace of expectation for you rose in him. Expect what? Acting like I know you well. Yuto in the outside world had no interest in correcting these maniacs. He just wanted to beat these maniacs to death, not leaving a single one. Simulation continued. Your toughness exceeded Hayama Kotoro's expectations. At the end of the single quarter, you gained a 5-point advantage. You got 7 points, 2 rebounds, and 3 assists in the single quarter, while Hayama Kotoro was defended by you to only get a pitiful 2 points. But you didn't relax your vigilance because you knew this wasn't all of Hayama Kotoro. Wildness, animal instinct, one of the specialties of the Kuroko world, a talent that can maximize a player's instincts. This is a 1-in-a-million talent, extremely rare, hidden in the deepest part of human DNA. Only a very few people can awaken it. The second quarter began. Hayama Kotoro wasn't depressed by the single quarter loss, instead, his fighting spirit was even more vigorous. You felt an unusual aura emanating from him. Biological instinct made your hair stand on end. Is this wildness? You asked yourself. It was the first time experiencing this feeling personally, as if really being stared at by a beast. Hayama Kotoro's actions became more agile. Your physical attributes are actually inferior to Hayama Kotoro's. It was relying on experience, the most extreme fundamentals, and the death coil talent that you froze Hayama Kotoro for a quarter. You clearly felt that the difficulty of defending him increased. Your high-pressure defense was no longer unfavorable, your anticipation could always be detected by him. Looking at it this way, wildness is at least a purple talent. Yuto outside the simulation analyzed. Although there is no absolute suppression relationship between talent grades, since it is a high-tier talent, there must be some advantage. If Death Coil couldn't gain an advantage, it meant the talent grade of wildness was at least on the same level. You changed your defensive method, adopting a close-body defense strategy, dead-guarding Hayama Kotoro's breakthrough. In the main series, Hayama Kotoro's scoring methods were always driving layups and the like. You haven't seen him use mid-range shots to finish. Hayama Kotoro hit a mid-range shot. Chapter 24, Stepping Over Hayama Kotoro. Hayama Kotoro hit a mid-range shot. You clicked your tongue. The main series is the main series after all. As a supporting character, Hayama Kotoro's screen time was limited, and many weapons didn't get a chance to be shown. As a scorer, Hayama Kotoro possesses basic scoring methods like mid-range shooting. Your defensive pressure increased. Your offensive pressure also increased. Overly keen sense of smell allowed Hayama Kotoro to gain insight into your actions. You used a superior model to push him away and hit a turnaround jump shot. You can still score over his head, but your scoring efficiency is declining. Hayama Kotoro continued to force attacks. Proud as he was, he didn't call for teammates. Your death coil effect was maximized. He scored, but with visible difficulty. Anyone could see that Hayama Kotoro couldn't keep scoring this way, no one can be lucky forever. He missed a shot, hit the iron, and you also missed a shot. The game turned into a one-on-one duel between the two of you. You held swords and constantly stabbed at each other, and in the end, no one took advantage. You got 7 points in the single quarter, and Hayama Kotoro got 10 points. You fought to a draw. During halftime, in the locker room, the geezer coach didn't provide effective tactical support. With the game at this stage, he believed it had entered the critical moment where stars decide the game. Giving the ball to you to handle is better than any tactic. And he understands your temper, believing you won't back down at this moment. He really judges people accurately. The fourth quarter began. The duel between you and Hayama Kotoro continued. In this quarter, you shot frantically 8 times, hitting 4, went 3 for 4 on free throws, and got 11 points. Hayama Kotoro did not yield, scoring 10 points again. The game was extremely anxious. Fourth quarter, only the last 10 minutes, likely meant last few minutes or clock rundown context, remained. You stopped acting, you are a modern small forward, you showed your hand. You were still holding the ball, but you stopped obsessing over personal victory or defeat, you started distributing the ball. The opponent obviously didn't expect you to hide thunder in your crotch, have tricks up your sleeve. Sakurai Ryo received your pass and hit a 3-pointer. However, You hid more than one thunder in your crotch. Next possession, you called Oda to leave the paint to screen for you. Using the screen to shake off the defense, you bounce past to the cutting Oda, who took 3 steps and scored a layup. Hayama Kotaro cursed, he cursed very dirtily. Seeing you having no martial ethics, the opponent also started playing tactics, using a stronger overall team to crush your defense. With 3 minutes left in the fourth quarter, your slight advantage had been wiped out. You stood on the court with hands on hips. It wasn't that you had no martial ethics, simply that your stamina wasn't enough to support playing the full game. Even for adult professional players, the time they can truly output at full power in a game is only about 30 minutes. A few gifted ones like LeBron can reach 35 minutes. And you are just a kid, only 14 years old and not fully developed. Your coach called a timeout, he called 2 timeouts to let you recover stamina. Sora cheered for you in the audience. You were too tired to even speak, only waving your hand in response. The game continued. You continued to hold the ball, creating opportunities through personal breakthroughs to pass to teammates. Your teammates' stamina also dropped, shooting less than 50%. In your heart, you cursed this bunch of trash who only know how to play with the wind, when winning. You decided to go solo. Hayama Kotaro thought you were definitely playing him again and ignored it. But until the last minute of the game, you never passed again. The decline in stamina made you trust your mid to long range shots less. You forcefully knocked away the defender, squeezed into the paint, and scored a hook shot over the opponent's 1.9-meter center, also drawing a foul. You completed a beautiful 2+1. The audience cheered for you, your unyielding fighting spirit moved them. The point difference was tied. Your tenacity infected the whole team, and you stubbornly defended against the opponent for a 24-second violation on the defensive end. You gained a chance to overtake. You took the shot yourself, your floater hit the iron. You felt very tired, legs like they were filled with lead. You gritted your teeth and ran, swatting Hayama Kotaro's layup out of bounds at the hottest moment. There was little time left in the game. Neither of you could score the goal that would kill the game. The game went into overtime. Your sweat soaked your jersey as if it had been soaked in water. But self-harm like practice allowed you to temper an iron will. Benefiting from your daily pressure, your teammates miraculously didn't feel pressure because of overtime. They found that mere overtime was not as ruthless as the words from your mouth. Overtime began. You came up and angrily hit an iron, missed. In the counterattack, Hayama Kotaro passed to a teammate under the basket, who easily scored a layup, helping the team take the lead. Your turn to attack. You couldn't break through anymore. You pushed off the defender and shot from the free throw line. This is your winning zone. You hit another iron. The opponent counterattacked and added 2 more points. Victory seemed to be moving away from you. Unwilling to admit defeat, you rushed to the paint again for a layup, only to be blocked by the opponent's power forward. You couldn't jump anymore. The ball was swatted out of the paint. Sora couldn't bear to watch. At the critical moment, Sakurai Ryo stepped forward. The mushroom head changed his usual soft egg style. With an iron-blooded face, he squeezed away the defender, collected the ball, turned around, shot without hesitation, and made it. At this moment, you felt this soft egg looked much more pleasing to the eye. You came back from the edge of death. You didn't allow teammates to be more awesome than you. Next possession, you frantically coiled around Hayama Kotaro, causing huge interference. He shot an airball on a layup. Your coach took this opportunity to call a timeout. He arranged a tactic. Pass the damn ball to Yuto. This was his tactic. He said loudly, Yuto, you take this last offense. Ryo, move more, threaten them outside the three-point line at all times, forcing them not to contract. The geezer coach only believed in you because you were tough enough. You didn't disappoint him. You ran out to the three-point line to receive the ball. You started burning time. When only 4 seconds remained in the game, you started. He drove towards the opponent's paint with the ball. The opponent felt that 9 out of 10 times you would take this shot. You scanned Sakurai Ryo with your peripheral vision. The opponents, wary of his three-pointer, dared not approach, except for Hayama Kotaro. Hayama Kotaro's intuition was correct. He said, I knew it. A guy like you, no matter how many times you hit the iron, will never lack the courage to shoot. He admired you. You dared to take responsibility even after consecutive misses. At such an important moment, missing 2 or 3 times is nothing. But if you dare to shoot after missing 5 times in a row, that requires immense courage. You didn't listen to his nonsense. Against the opponent, you broke into the paint and then used all your strength to throw your body into midair. Hayama Kotaro jumped almost simultaneously. You collided in midair. You lost balance, body crooked, but eyes locked on the basket. You flicked the ball towards the basket. The goddess of luck favored you. The ball went in. You completed the buzzer beater. Chapter 25, Taiko. You scored the buzzer beater. The audience boiled over. You completed a wonderful performance. The moment the basketball entered the net and the referee blew the whistle, your teammates rushed onto the court. You were surrounded by them. At this moment, your heart was filled. You roared towards the audience. Calculating this way, the simulated me has a slightly higher level than Hayama Kotaro. Yuto in the outside world nodded secretly. First simulation. He lost to the team Hayama Kotaro was on. But in the second simulation, he won with a buzzer beater. The process was thrilling, but considering Homie Academy isn't a basketball powerhouse, the fact that he could lead Homie Academy to eliminate Hayama Kotaro's team is enough to prove that his current strength should be above Hayama Kotaro. The game ended. You showed your gentlemanly demeanor. He actively went up to shake hands with Hayama Kotaro. He helplessly extended his hand to shake yours. Hayama Kotaro gave you advice: for the next game, just treat it with a normal heart. Why say that? Because according to the schedule, Homie Academy's opponent in the round of 16 is Taiko Middle School. Nowadays, the name of the generation of miracles hasn't spread nationwide yet, but the power of those 5 geniuses has left a deep impression on people. Hayama Kotaro warned you that many people who played against Taiko have left now. Regarding this, you expressed nothing. You knew such things long ago. You always felt that what set off the generation of miracles as unmatched was never their three-peat or statistical domination. It was that after playing against the awakened them, many players gave up due to the huge gap in strength. That was an unimaginable despair. Playing Taiko in the top 16. Yuto rubbed his forehead. If possible, he didn't want to face Taiko Middle School so early. With their level capable of defeating Hayama Kotaro now, naturally, there is a chance to go further and obtain more simulation opportunities. But the schedule didn't give him more chances. Just as you were preparing to leave the arena to prepare for the game against Taiko, you were found by Kuroko Tetsuya, who had been waiting for a long time. You were startled, complaining about the other party's heaven-defying presence. Meeting him at night would definitely scare someone half to death. Kuroko Tetsuya apologized to you with an apologetic face. He looked listless. You knew this was because he had just broken up with Ayaman Daiki not long ago. The ability awakening of the generation of miracles was accompanied by troubles. Lacking corresponding mental attributes plunged them into confusion. They were not yet mature enough to control the suddenly erupting talent. Ayaman Daiki felt no joy in basketball because he couldn't find an opponent. Akashi Sejiro was afraid of losing, dominated by the personality split from years ago. What extravagant troubles! Kuroko Tetsuya made a request to you: try to defeat Taiko. You thought he was mocking you. Your favorability towards him dropped. You turned around and left directly. You said a sentence to him: don't go asking others for help at the drop of a hat. If you want something, fight for it yourself. Guys who only stop in place waiting for good luck to favor them will achieve nothing. Kuroko Tetsuya was stunned. He stared blankly at your back. The next day, you gained a precious day of rest. You watched Taiko's game tapes in the basketball club. All of you fell silent. Doubling the score, shutting out, ending the game's suspense at halftime or even in a single quarter, this is this year's Taiko. They are so strong that they are not in the same dimension as other teams. In the TV, the Tokyo region commentator's voice reached your ears: 60 points. This is the 60th point Ayaman Daiki scored in this game. The national tournament single-game scoring record has been broken. He created a new record. Words like this appeared in many tapes. Taiko of this year is always constantly breaking and creating new records. You felt immense pressure. Your teammates were ready to stop here. This is a battle impossible to win. This time, you didn't pressure them. Saying anything to them at this time is useless. You knew long ago what kind of guys they were. They are satisfied with a top 16 result. Under such a premise, meeting Taiko, their surrender is also within your expectations. Another day passed, and your game with Taiko began. You stepped on the gas pedal to the floor, gave Kai's Ryota a subtle elbow, and broke into Taiko's paint to attack the rim. The moment the basketball left your palm, Murasaka Baratsushi's tower-like body rose from the ground, swatting your layup away with one palm. You clenched your fist unwillingly and looked up at the score. It was already the end of the first quarter. You were trailing Taiko by 24 points, 4-28. Transition offense and defense. Ayaman Daiki faced you with the ball. He said, "Why look like you want to eat people? You can't win anyway." You said nothing, a pair of eyes scraping towards him like knives. Ayaman Daiki felt it was a bit interesting. He started. Heaven-defying speed meant that by the time you reacted, you were already half a body length behind. You hurriedly retreated, but the opponent took action simultaneously, going around to your other side in a way incomprehensible to ordinary people. You were shaken off. You forced yourself to calm down. You coiled up without reservation. Ayaman Daiki scored 2 points. 30:4, you lost to Taiko by 26 points in a single quarter. Everyone on the bench was silent. You didn't speak. The coach's words were treated as wind passing your ears. Only when the whistle blew did he take action, walking onto the court immediately. You kicked off. You took the ball and continued to isolate Ayaman Daiki. You were defended by his unreasonable speed and common sense defying movements until it was hard to breathe. That was a body balance and flexibility you couldn't understand, a perfect match for the street ball style. You couldn't find space to shoot. Offensive time was running out. You jumped forward to draw a foul. The referee felt you were pitiful, and the whistle blew. You got 2 free throw opportunities. Chapter 26, Simulation ends and completing the Mirage shot. You made both free throws. You got a team-high 6 points, accounting for all the team's points. Ayaman Daiki took the initiative to speak to you with his unique voice, "Cunning guy, but who can you beat with this kind of basketball?" You told him to shut up. "Don't just talk to me at the drop of a hat. I have no interest or hobby in talking about love with men." He was stunned for a moment, then laughed. He felt you were more interesting than any opponent he had met before. He became more serious. An aura of wildness spread from him, sweeping across the entire court. He became even harder to defend. You felt you didn't even have time to think, instinctively following the opponent's actions to take defensive measures, but were being walked like a dog. He continued to score, the point difference kept widening, but you refused to give up. Many people didn't understand what you were persisting for. The opponent is Taiko, who can beat them. Even you yourself didn't understand. Maybe simply lamenting the unfairness of fate. Why are some people born in Rome while you are a beast of burden, laborer? You couldn't figure it out, but a breath of air, spirit, was pushing you. Your unyielding fighting spirit infected your teammates. They planned to accompany you to be crazy one more time, pouring everything into finishing this battle with no chance of winning. You guys played some decent cooperation, and combat effectiveness improved significantly. You lost by 46 points at halftime. You got a team-high 10 points. You were kicked to death by Taiko. 123:28, you lost wildly by 95 points in the whole game. You shot frantically 27 times in the game and got 20 points. You gained the cheers of the fans. This is what you don't want to hear right now, like a needle piercing your ears. Akashi walked towards you. You ignored him, turning around and leaving the court a step earlier. Momoi Satsuki and Kuroko Tetsuya noticed your expression when leaving, like a lion who lost everything. They opened their mouths, a shock surging in their hearts. They didn't understand why, after just losing a game that was bound to be lost, you could still show such an expression. Bang. Walking in the tunnel, you kicked over a trash can. 95 points. You fucking lost by 95 points. This is something you never imagined. People praised you for being able to angrily chop 20+ points facing Taiko, but your mind only had the 2 Arabic numerals 95. You stopped at the top 16. Your national journey ended. Soon after, news of Taiko successfully defending their title came. The name of the generation of miracles resounded throughout the country. Ayaman Daiki looked at the gold medal hanging around his neck and felt bored. He felt it was less interesting than playing ball with you. He felt that compared to other trash, you were at least a person. Homie Academy held a retirement ceremony. You became the new basketball club captain of Homie Academy. During the vacation, you continued to practicing everything that could make you stronger. At the same time, you began to look for a way to solve the problem of the family savings running out. You didn't have time to work part-time, your brain only wanted to fight Taiko again. You ran to Sora's room to commandeer her computer. You searched for Japanese professional soccer matches and recorded the scores of multiple games. Yuto outside immediately knew what he wanted to do. This is the rhythm of going to bet on soccer. It is a way, but where does the capital come from? The appearance of the rich young Miss Mijiwa Kazuha suddenly floated into Yuto's mind. I can only sacrifice my looks. He looked righteous. Then, the simulation continued. You plan to transmit the memories to the real you. Getting rich or not doesn't matter, as long as you can solve the problem of food and clothing. After finding a way to solve the financial source, you continue to immerse yourself in the world of basketball. It was summer vacation. Many people chose to travel to enjoy the rare holiday. You didn't. Haruka chose to work part-time to think of ways to subsidize the household expenses and feed the two geniuses at home. Sora stayed at home and didn't go anywhere. She was blowing the fan, often staring at the ceiling in a daze, occasionally revealing a trace of annoyance on her face. You were still training. The Mirage Shot skill package experience had accumulated enough. You were thinking about what other skill packages were suitable for you to steal. Mibuchi Ryo, nicknamed Yakusha, entered your field of vision. You commandeered Sora's computer again to search for Mibuchi Ryo's game tapes for study. Sora, seeing you walk into her room twice because of basketball, angrily flung her hand and walked out of the room. You took good notes. You began to attempt and practice. As one of the uncrowned kings, Mibuchi Ryo's unique skill is different from Hayama Kotaro. Hayama Kotaro is strong in breakthroughs, his lightning dribble is definitely the strongest below the generation of miracles. And Mibuchi Ryo, his unique skill is three-pointers, divided into three types, heaven, earth, and void. Respectively corresponding to three-point fadeaway jump shot, forced shot drawing a foul, and void shot creating opponent stiffness. All are very difficult. This is a three-pointer after all, the scoring method farthest from the basket. Your practice items increased. While practicing mid-range shots, you also started exercising three-pointers. Your talent is not outstanding, but fortunately, time is on your side. A year passed. This simulation ended. It seems there are no areas for improvement. Ending the simulation, Yuto slowly exhaled a breath. It can only be said to be his own simulation, he couldn't think of any better choices for the simulated self. Every step he took, no fault could be picked out for correction. This simulation has ended. You obtained talent, Death Coil. You obtained a large amount of Mirage Shot experience. You obtained a small amount of Heaven, Earth, and Void Shot experience. You obtained memories of the national tournament up to the top 16. You obtained memories of 1 year of basketball practice. Your simulation level increased to level 5. You obtained 10 freely distributable attribute points. Still that magical experience. Clearly, a massive amount of memories flooded in, but his brain gladly accepted, without any burden. Next is adding points to unlock the Mirage Shot. Hang time and jumping are both classified under the stamina attribute. Originally his stamina was 78 points. Yuto chose to dump all 10 attribute points onto it, raising it to 88 points in one breath. If 90 points is the threshold for the generation of miracles, then 88 points of stamina should have reached the level of Himuro Tatsuya, meeting the conditions to activate the Mirage Shot. At the same time, after stamina broke through 80 points. His physical fitness and jumping aspects also had a qualitative improvement. After adding attribute points, Yuto immediately picked up the worn-out ball and went out. Shortly after. Clang. His shot hit the iron, but his expression was very happy. Because his Mirage Shot was completed. The special skill column on his personal panel displayed, Mirage Shot, which was the best proof. Just that the shooting percentage is worrying. Yuto shook his head. Shooting percentage belongs to the technique attribute, and his technique is currently only a mere 77. So, even with the Mirage Shot, a jump shot that almost ignores defense, he can at most guarantee a 50% shooting percentage. Chapter 27, Maybe We Are the Same Kind of People. A day later. Yuto followed the team to the competition venue again. Today's opponent is equally strong. In the simulation, relying on an iron-blooded defense, they caused quite a bit of trouble for Homie Academy. In the audience seats. The south stand was filled with the opponent's fans or students from the school. They wore uniform black uniforms, holding empty bottles and banging them there to cheer for the team. Before the game started, the geezer coach told Yuto, "Be prepared." Although Wasida's coach is a bastard, he is definitely not a soft egg. Your test today is not only the game. Beware of their barbarism and rudeness. Others were not clear yet, but Yuto already had relevant memories in his mind. He knew too well the gold content in the coach's words. The game began. The moment the referee tossed the ball, the cheers erupted instantly like a volcano. Oda lost the jump ball. The opponent attacked. The key player accelerated with the ball and shook off Sakurai Ryo. Yuto immediately helped defend. The moment the opponent gathered the ball to jump, he wove a large net with both hands to capture him. Too easy. Before having Death Coil, he could defend this guy's shooting percentage to 15 percentage points lower than normal. Now with Death Coil, this purple talent, it's hard for the opponent to score. Your shooting is as soft as the 2 pieces of meat on a woman's chest. Yuto not only struck the opponent physically but also wouldn't let him off on the mental level. The opponent instantly blushed, his anger almost written on his face. Homie Academy's possession. The opponent had obviously prepared. As soon as Yuto received the ball, the defender stuck to him for confrontation. In terms of what was shown in the first game, Yuto had long-range shooting ability, but not much. It was far less threatening than his penetration into the paint. Result, the first attempt slapped Wasida's coach in the face. Swish. Yuto took a step, stopped abruptly, and scored with a jump shot. Yesterday, his mid-range ability was indeed barely usable, but that was the yesterday him. After a year of tempering in the simulated world, his mid-range shot has significantly improved. His current mid-range shot is not only usable but can also kill. Wasida's people didn't change their strategy. They couldn't change their meticulously prepared defensive tactics just because of one hit by Yuto. Maybe it was just an accident. It wasn't until Yuto continued to score with mid-range shots that Wasida's head coach felt something unusual. 5 minutes into the first quarter, Yuto started with the ball. With 80 points in speed attribute, he is faster than over 80% of players nationwide. The guy matching up with him today wasn't slow, just a bit fragile. Yuto didn't forget to apply contact during the breakthrough. The opponent was squeezed and couldn't approach easily. Seeing his teammate shaken off so easily, Wasida's power forward ambushing nearby immediately came up to help defend. The result? Yuto didn't drive anymore. With a textbook shot, he threw the ball into the hoop for the 4th time. The opponent instantly lost their calm. In less than 5 minutes, Yuto had scored 8 consecutive points, and all 4 attempts were mid-range shots. Wasida's invite the gentleman into the urn trap tactic became a joke. After passing the first line of defense, Yuto didn't go inside at all. This made the ambush carefully prepared by Wasida useless. Don't let him pass so easily. Apply contact. Don't play like a sissy. We're not here to date them, this is a competition. Wasida's head coach shouted from the sidelines, reprimanding the player's defense. He figured it out. This player named Yuto either hid his clumsiness, skills, in the last game, or the opponent didn't give him enough pressure. Basketball technique. It's not that kind of superficial movement, it requires a long time to accumulate. Like mid-range shots and three-pointers, they all need a long time to stabilize the shooting percentage and be put into actual combat. Even for professional-level players, under professional training, it takes at least a summer to make their mid-range shot threatening. Except for that freak from Taiko. Before this year's national tournament started, there were rumors about Taiko. They happily welcomed another basketball genius whose talent is not inferior to Aemon Daiki and others. Named Kai's Ryota. With heaven-defying learning ability, he broke into Taiko's first string in a short time. That is Taiko's first string. A super powerhouse with triple-digit basketball club members. To put it bluntly, even a Taiko substitute could transform into a team regular or even a core player if they came to a countryside place like Tochigi Prefecture. Fate is really unfair. Taiko is already incredibly strong, why do geniuses keep gathering in their basketball club? The game continued. After Wasida's coach roared, Wasida's actions unsurprisingly became savage. On the other side. Tokyo. Taiko Middle School. Momoi Satsuki held a notebook in her hand, her beautiful eyes staring unblinkingly at the live game broadcast on TV. As the team manager and intelligence-gathering expert, she has a certain budget for her to go out and collect intelligence. However, Without special circumstances, she generally doesn't want to run all over the country. Most of the time, she prefers to blow the air conditioner, drink milk tea, and watch games on TV. Coincidentally, what she was watching today was this match between Homi Academy and Waseda in Tochigi Prefecture. As a dark horse, Homi Academy ended the rule of the Tochigi Prefecture overlord last year, killing their way out of Tochigi Prefecture all the way. Plus, most of the team's main force was retained, so their combat power this year will definitely be stronger. Was Yuto classmates' defense this good before? Momoi Satsuki flipped through her notes, searching for a long time before finding Yuto's page. She has most teams' core players in her notes. She watched seriously for a while. Finally concluded that Yuto in the first game definitely didn't have such brilliant defensive ability. He defended Waseda's internal scorer to 0 for 4 at the start. Mid-range shooting ability too, much higher than the last game. Is it just pure good touch? Satsuki wrinkled her nose. Too little data, she couldn't accurately deduce the result. She also felt there was a high probability Yuto hid his skills, but she wasn't particularly certain. Because something happened in Taiko recently, making her involuntarily think in that direction. Very suddenly. After entering the second year, the talents of Taiko's starters suddenly exploded. First was Aemon. Last year he averaged 20+ points in the national tournament. This year he suddenly broke through to 30+, followed by 40+ average points. This is under the premise that teammates share his shot attempts. If he was allowed to swing freely, his average points might rise to a terrifying 50+. Just growing 1 year older, yet it was like he became a different person. Unreasonable body balance, flexibility, and coordination allow Aemon to shoot from anywhere, in any posture. Coupled with the unique playing style born from street basketball, Aemon's scoring suddenly became unstoppable. Moreover, the awakening of Aemon's talent was just the beginning. Like lighting a fuse, he ignited the talents of teammates around him. So, Yuto might also be such a person. As age increases, the seal on him also begins to loosen. This is possible. Chapter 28, Mirage Shot Debut. While Momoi Satsuki was thinking, Waseda took action. Their movement started becoming rude and savage. Momo-chai, what are you doing? At this time, Kai's Ryota, with blonde hair and a model face and figure, walked in. Seeing Momoi Satsuki in a daze, he leaned over to look. Oh, it's a game from another region. Is there someone Momo-chai values very much? Ki-chan, don't talk nonsense, people will misunderstand. What person she values very much? Should say a player she values very much. Ha ha ha, sorry. Kai's laughed, shifting his gaze to the TV. Playing very wildly. Tochigi Prefecture's Homi Academy and Waseda, is their basketball always like this? Of course not. Satsuki rolled her eyes. Waseda's head coach once served as an assistant coach for a youth team in Europe for a period, so his coaching style leans towards European basketball. European basketball is like this. Discipline, tactics, and calculation are far more important than aesthetics, speed, and one-on-one play. If it were in the US, the situation would be different. This game would likely turn into a one-on-one battle between Yuto and the opponent's core. But in Europe, the situation is much more complicated. Waseda's head coach, who returned from learning in Europe, instilled all his basketball philosophy into the team. However, Waseda's plan fell through. Yuto did not get lost in the opponent's strangulation. In the simulation, he needed to drive inside toughly. Now he can shoot elegantly, drawing his bow and shooting through the enemy's defense line. Smack! Yuto received the ball and shook off the defender in one step. But this time he didn't get the shooting space he wanted as wished. The moment he passed one person, Waseda, who had been guarding against his mid-range shot, immediately had two people helping defend. What will he do? Under the gaze of Momoi Satsuki and Kai's Ryota, Yuto jumped directly against the defense of two people. His right hand gently flicked the basketball, and the basketball immediately spun, tearing the air and flying out. Too reckless. Going to be blocked. Both of them thought unconsciously. Result, the next second. Their eyes suddenly widened. Because the shot that should have been swatted away actually passed through the large net constructed by the forearms of the two defenders as if it had no physical body. Swish. The ball went in. Yuto established merit, scored, using the Mirage shot for the first time in actual combat. What is this? Why? I clearly. Wasida's two defenders were stunned on the spot. They had already seen the basketball touch their palms, but the expected tactile sensation did not appear. Instead, the basketball passed through their palms and drilled into the hoop. What did you do? Someone stared at Yuto incredulously, even once suspecting he possessed superpowers. What did I do? I jumped up, I shot, I made the basket. Do I have to translate such a simple thing for you to hear? Yuto turned and ran back on defense, leaving the bewildered crowd behind. Momoi Satsuki and Kai's Ryota in front of the TV were equally shaken. Such a jump shot, never seen before, brought a shocking visual impact, just like Ayaman's unreasonable playing style. How did he do it? Ki-chan, did you see clearly? He seemed to shoot twice in the air. Kai's brain recalled rapidly, finding that this shot was much more complicated than imagined. Besides needing strong hang time, the player's use of fakes was also extraordinary. But the speed was too fast, I didn't see too clearly either. Kai's, who originally just came to look, instantly developed a strong interest in Yuto. Shooting twice in the air? Satsuki pursed her lips. She opened the notebook again, turning to the page recording Yuto. Compared to first year, the change is simply earth-shaking. Sprint speed, startup time, hang time, jumping ability, mid-range success rate. The biggest change is still that utilitarian basketball style clean without a speck of impurity. Momoi Satsuki believed it a bit. Yuto, like her childhood friend, unlocked his own talent due to age growth. Then in the coming period, Yuto's basketball level will very likely usher in a period of explosive growth. Just like Ayaman, getting stronger the more he plays. Wait until he fully adapts to the suddenly erupted talent. He won't be able to find an opponent anymore. Yuto, huh? Competition venue. The first quarter has ended. Even if the opponent adopted an iron-blooded defense, Yuto still hacked 14 points, 2 rebounds, and 3 assists in a single quarter. He won't keep shooting just because he is accurate. He will adjust in time according to the opponent's dynamic defense. Such a player is difficult to deal with because he is very smart. Wasida's head coach has such a headache now. How to defend? First, he needs a player whose model matches up and whose speed can also keep up with Yuto to interfere. But he looked around his team and found no such character. After all, Yuto, who has completed 2 simulations, has reached the level of the uncrowned kings. He is one of the best players aside from those 5 monsters from Taiko. Finding someone to watch him one-on-one is not an easy task. Double team. Must apply double team defense on him. In the first quarter, they used a zone strategy. Using one person at the front, with 1 or 2 people ambushing on the wings ready to help defend at any time. But this method is useless now, they can only steel their hearts to double team. Yuto saw their changes. Before his geezer coach could come up with a solution, Yuto took action first. He plunged headfirst into the paint, and the opponent was at a loss again. If they followed into the paint, what about Sakurai Ryo and others on the perimeter? Yuto didn't give them a chance to think. Steadily securing position, legs rooted to the floor, with his body type, guest starring at the number 4 position, power forward, is no problem at all. Sakurai Ryo gave the ball to Yuto. He stuck his butt out and arched a few times. The opponent was pushed back repeatedly by him. Seeing this, the people responsible for double-teaming Yuto on the perimeter still came over to besiege him as instructed by the coach. Yuto immediately passed the ball to the perimeter. Bang. The ball hit the floor and bounced into Sakurai Ryo's hands. The mushroom head boy said, "Sumimasen, excuse me / sorry," very punchably, then threw the ball into the hoop. Wasida's people were so angry the veins on their foreheads throbbed. Provocation. This is definitely provocation. Even had the urge to hit someone. If you win, you win. Why deliberately humiliate us? Sakurai Ryo was terrified. He noticed that the way the opponents looked at him was quite unfriendly, looking like they wanted to tear him apart. Yuto patted his shoulder and said, "I've changed my opinion of you, mushroom head. You're actually pretty gutsy." Sakurai Ryo. I really didn't provoke them. After 29, they're the challengers. Yuto continued to score. Looking at his posture, he definitely couldn't be called outstanding. At best, he was a role player. His post-up turns were full of ordinariness and inconspicuousness, giving the illusion that, I could do it too. Kai's Ryota became more startled the more he watched. He found that he knew all these moves and could imitate them effortlessly. However, when he simulated in his fantasy in his mind, he found he might not produce Yudo's effect. Yudo's basketball had a charm of returning to the original simplicity. Simply the opposite of Little Aemon. Extreme luxury versus extreme simplicity, two absolutely opposite styles. It can be said. These two people have almost reached the limit in their respective fields. It's hard to say who is stronger or weaker, but really strong, little Yuto. His tone involuntarily became intimate. Facing powerful players, he always held respect. Satsuki knew his temper but couldn't help rolling her eyes at him. Because compared to girls, Kai's was more intimate with boys who could play basketball. On the court, Homie Academy's starting point guard was like a decoration. He had only taken 2 shots in the entire game so far. Both shots came from Yudo's passes. And when Yudo fell into the low post, he didn't take a single shot, continuously feeding ammunition to Yudo. You can say he is riding the coattails, getting carried, or you can say he doesn't care about stats and performance. But no matter what, such sacrifice made Yudo play quite comfortably. With a broad back pressing against Wasida's power forward, Yudo didn't lose out in tonnage and strength, and was much faster in speed. With a turn as simple as it gets, the speed of 80 points exploded. At this moment, the opponent felt like he was facing a guard. By the time he reacted, Yudo had jumped high, ending this offense with a one-handed tomahawk dunk. Yes. Now Yudo can also fly. He jumps high enough and fast enough. However, his dunk was still as unpretentious as Duncan's. Letting go of the rim immediately after succeeding, without a trace of lingering, not hanging on the rim, and definitely not swinging on the rim like a swing. Everything was only for scoring, nothing else. You couldn't even feel a bit of passion from him. Playing ball like this, won't it be boring? Kai's put himself in Yudo's shoes. If it were him, after completing such a clean dunk, he would definitely show off to teammates for praise or act cool. Yudo didn't. Succeeding in one hit, immediately returned to defense. Probably for Yudo-san, victory is the greatest fun. Momoi Satsuki understood boys very well, but also didn't understand boys. She understood those boys who admired her figure and appearance, but didn't understand the single-celled organisms whose brains only contain basketball. 3 quarters finished. Yudo had already hacked a game-high 35 points, 7 rebounds, and 9 assists. The opponent had no good way to deal with him. You double team, he runs to the low post to back down. You don't double team, he beats you with that monster-level shooting until your head is full of bumps. A sense of powerlessness filled Wasida up and down. At this time, the game could already be announced to enter garbage time. After 3 quarters, Homie Academy led the opponent by a whopping 32 points. Yudo simply sat on the bench in the 4th quarter. The simulation experience let him know that muscle is something that gets consumed with the game. He wondered before why NBA stars looked incredibly strong at the beginning of the season but would be a circle thinner by the end of the season. Now it seems they did it intentionally. In a regular season, every team needs to go through a long 82 games. And muscle is consumed bit by bit with intense games. Therefore, experienced stars choose to maintain war with war, consuming excess muscle through games. By the end of the season entering the playoffs, excess muscle is consumed, and players can welcome the best body most suitable for competition. Yudo doesn't have that much muscle to consume. His current body is in the best state, he shouldn't waste time on meaningless places. Wasida's people breathed a sigh of relief involuntarily seeing this monster finally go off. The opponent's key player Takano, without Yudo, this devil taking care of him, finally played to his due level. Driving and shooting, he scored 8 points in a single quarter. It was just all too late. Apart from showing everyone Yudo's importance to Homie Academy, he couldn't affect the result. Post-game. Yudo, who won the game, showed his demeanor. Getting up immediately to shake hands with the opponent. Although every time he lost a game he would be in such a terrible mood that he refused to shake hands. But when he wins, he doesn't mind doing these superficial formalities. Without lingering, they packed up and left after the game ended. The arena still needed to be used, there were games to follow. Yudo's continuous outstanding performance attracted the attention of a local newspaper office. A reporter from the newspaper office named Morning Okyukazome found Yudo. "Hello, Yudo-san." "Hello. We can tell you are very happy right now. This was a shocking game. I guarantee no one could have thought of this ending before the game, you ended the suspense of the game in just 3 quarters. We saw that you scored a game-high 35 points in 3 quarters. Did you predict before the game that the team could win big? Or are you also surprised by this final score? Yuto fell into thought looking at the smiling reporter in front of him. He originally planned to say some polite words like, "This result is due to the joint efforts of the whole team." But the words got stuck in his throat just as he was about to speak. It's unfair. He completely destroyed the opponent. He definitely deserves all the praise. He doesn't need to be humble, doesn't need to be ordinary and cautious like before. Finally, facing the reporter, Yuto showed his pride. In fact, I knew this result long ago. Huh. The reporter was stunned. This was different from what he expected. You don't need to be surprised, nor do you need to worry about whether to polish my words when reporting tomorrow. If it were last year, beating Waseda with such a score, I might have been too excited to sleep all night. But not anymore, and probably won't be in the future. Because they are the challengers. After Yuto finished speaking, his thoughts instantly became clear. The next day, Morning Okukazome reported with the headline, "They are the challengers." The reporter published Yuto's original words verbatim in the youth sports section. For a time, the entire Tochijai prefecture knew that Okukazome had an additional proud, arrogant, and talented basketball genius. Of course. That is tomorrow's matter. What is Yuto doing now? After finishing the game, he prepared to solve the family's financial problem. Chapter 30, Borrowing Money. Okukazome. After the game, Yuto found Mijiwa Kazuha and walked in the rural fields. Locals like sunflowers very much, they are planted on both sides of the field roads. Zooming out, Yuto and Mijiwa Kazuha seemed to be walking in golden flowers. The setting sun was like fire, making the atmosphere particularly warm. In my memory, knowing you for so long, this is the first time you took me out to play. Is that so? Probably because I usually don't like to move around much. Yuto didn't feel awkward. People in the island nation are very willing to participate in social activities. Frequently meeting to go to KTV after school, or even participating in group dates, gukan, and other activities. Yuto wasn't. He is a flower planter, Chinese, in his bones. This will not change no matter what. In that case, just say it. Calling me out so ingeniously, what's the matter? You guessed it. I'm not a fool. Besides, you have something on your mind written all over your face. Yuto touched his face hearing this. He asked himself, he shouldn't have superfluous expressions on his face. Mijiwa Kazuha saw his confusion, pointed a finger at his eyes and said, "It's this position. Eyes don't lie." Okay, then I'll say it straight. Yuto's face suddenly became serious. Not afraid of being laughed at, he is a pure male chauvinist. Asking a girl for money, he found it hard to speak. You, say it. In her heart, Mijiwa Kazuha thought there was a high probability Yuto called her out not for something like a confession, he isn't that kind of person. But in this situation, looking at the flowers planted by the road, she inevitably thought a little in that direction. After all, I am not a terrible woman. Then I'll say it. MHM. Mijiwa Kazuha was originally relaxed, but seeing his face turn serious, she inexplicably felt a trace of nervousness rise again. If. Lend me some money, Kazuha. Thought too much again. Mijiwa Kazuha was stunned for a moment, a trace of relief flashing in her eyes, as if she had expected it long ago. The breeze blew, and the sunflowers by the road swayed in the wind, as if snickering at her for thinking too much. Mijiwa Kazuha laughed too. Laughing somewhat helplessly. You called me here specifically for this kind of thing. For me, this is a very important matter. Yuto still kept a straight face. Possessing memories of a full year later, he already had the conditions to get rich. He just lacks startup capital now. I think so too, after all, you are always so proud. Mijiwa Kazuha knew early on that Yuto was a very proud person. After all, he was a hooligan who was penniless but always neither humble nor arrogant facing rich kids. That's why she was so curious back then, curious why someone as proud as Yuto would choose to give up because of one failure. Seeing her fall into a memory recall state, Yuto couldn't help asking, so? Mijiwa Kazuha agreed, but with a condition. Lending money is no problem, but you have to tell me one thing seriously. Ask, I will definitely tell you. Why did you suddenly start playing basketball again? Yuto didn't expect she would ask such a question. Do rich kids, without material pressure, all have such hollow spiritual worlds? She looked serious with a hint of stubbornness. As if to see clearly if he was lying. Seeing this, Yuto pondered for a moment before speaking, saying it's because of a dream might seem a bit pale and perfunctory. If I really have to say, it's probably that I desire success. My life is full of failure, I want to win at least something. I'm not as smart as you in studies, I don't have the talent for reading books. At best, I just have relatively well-developed limbs. So, I want to win something in the basketball I like. No lies. Mijiwa Kazuha could tell that Yuto thought so in his heart. This answer wasn't far from her guess. But she thought Yuto would mention words like promise, dream, or champion. Result, he talked about success. This sounds more like a word a mature man would mention. But it just so happens. Yuto currently wore the stubbornness and childishness peculiar to young boys on his face. Are you satisfied with this answer? I'm not satisfied, but I believe you. Mijiwa Kazuha was indeed not satisfied with this answer. Because she failed to get the answer she wanted from Yuto. Still couldn't get the mood to pick up music again. She used to take pride in making her father proud, until she discovered his true face later. Mijiwa Kazuha didn't feel it was a pity. She wanted to continue watching Yuto, believing she would definitely find the desired answer in the future. How much do you want to borrow? 500,000 yen presumably. Okay. Truly generous. But I want to charge interest. Until the end of the semester, you are responsible for my breakfast milk. Okay. Just as Yuto agreed, a white-haired girl suddenly ran from the distance. It was Sora. She pedaled her bicycle strenuously to Yuto, walked over involuntarily, and pushed Mijiwa Kazuha away forcefully. Not allowed to take Yuto away. Don't come close anymore, don't appear in front of Yuto again. Without any reason, Sora held huge hostility towards Mijiwa Kazuha, and bursts of fear surged in her heart. Fear that even Yuto would be snatched away from her side. She thought the world had 5 people, later 3 people left, and now only she and Yuto. Thinking that Haruka had already left her world with that 4-eyed sister now Yoriheim. She now only. Sorry, this guy's brain occasionally becomes slightly abnormal. Yuto chopped Sora on the head with a hand knife, interrupting her spell casting. He was too familiar with this scene. There was such a segment in the game's Now route. At that time, Haruka was preparing to do improper things with Now Yoriheim. Result, Sora rushed in like this and drove the disheveled Now Yoriheim out of the house. But Yuto. I just want to play basketball now. Thinking, he put Sora down on the back seat of the bicycle like picking up a chick, and he sat on the riding position. Then, see you tomorrow, Kazuha. Jana. Yuto left. Mijiwa Kazuha watched the two leave from a distance. She wasn't angry, feeling that Sora was like her own worrisome half-sister. We are more and more alike, Yuto. On the other side. Sora sat on the back seat of the bike, clutching Yuto's clothes with one hand. Calming down now, she realized her words just now seemed a bit revealing, and she didn't dare to face Yuto for a while. But thinking that Yuto was going to meet that woman again tomorrow, her body started shaking involuntarily. Tomorrow. Is Yuto going to meet that woman again tomorrow? Otherwise who will lend me money? Borrow money? Didn't you notice Haruka has been frowning these past few days? I figure our family savings are about to run out. Hearing this, Sora looked blank. She had never considered such things, every day she only thought about things like which woman Yuto got closer to today. Money. Truly cold words. If we have money, will Yuto stop looking for that woman? So you have to study hard. Find a comfortable job in the future. Once you earn money, you won't have to worry about such things. Making money. From this day on, Sora had an incredible dream. Chapter 31, Yuto's Wildness. The next day. Yuto came to Mijiwa Kazuha's classroom with a bottle of milk as agreed. Mijiwa Kazuha happily accepted it, turned around, and gave Yuto 500,000 yen. According to the exchange rate, this converts to about 25,000 renminbi. Mijiwa Kazuha wasn't very happy because Sora, with a dark face, was following behind Yuto. She planned to show this little girl some color, teach her a lesson. Only one bottle, Yuto. Didn't buy one more for Sora. She looks like she needs it. Saying this, Mijiwa Kazuha glanced at Sora's chest. Although Sora is beautiful as a flower, she really is a Princess Taiping, flat-chested. You. Sora felt like her lungs were about to explode. She felt hugely humiliated. But there were too many people around, and she didn't know how to refute, so she could only warn, "You are not allowed to call Yuto. Troublesome." Yuto secretly rolled his eyes, too lazy to care about them, and turned directly to leave. Seeing him leave, the two girls naturally wouldn't continue arguing. They showed each other attitude one after another, then left proudly like peacocks. In the afternoon, the Homie Academy News Club reported a melodramatic love triangle story between a second-year female top student, a musical talent, and a basketball club genius. This bullshit news club, I will definitely tear them down. Yuto was almost speechless to death. I hack 30+ points in 3 quarters and you don't report it, why stare at gossip reports? Unhappy, he could only be unhappy. After a simple meal, he went to the third-year area. Although Homie Academy is a rural school, there are quite a few children from rich families. Besides Mijiwa Kazuha, there is also a school bully in the third year. His father is a Yakuza member, one of the bosses in Tochijai Prefecture. Put in the Honman, Chinese triads, he'd be at least a hall master. His family has a gambling business under its banner. Buy 7+4 me on this match, 200,000 yen. The school bully was stunned upon seeing it. Vissel Kobe vs Kashima Antlers. Are you crazy, Yuto? These two teams are underdogs, low-scoring teams, and you buy 7+. Did playing basketball make you stupid? Take the money back, don't be foolish. The school bully naturally knew Yuto, and quite well. They became friends after a fight. The school bully learned that a second-year brat was very cocky and had beaten up his younger brother, so he personally brought people to block Yuto. In the end, Yuto fought them to a 50-50 draw with just a brick, for which Yuto gained the other party's appreciation. The school bully even invited Yuto to hang out with him, to climb to the top of Suzuran, Crow's Zero reference, together after graduating from middle school. So, the school bully really didn't want Yuto to lose some wrongful money. Just buy it. I have insider information. Remember not to buy at your house, go to your family's rival's place. Of course, you can take the bet yourself if you want, but you must pay the money I win. Insider information. The school bully felt this was unreliable. Yuto is just a stinking basketball player, what insider information could he have? If there really was insider information, it would be his old man, the dog bookie, who had it. 7+ means that in a match, the two teams join hands to score at least 7 goals. And in a soccer match, 3 goals is already a big win, 4 goals is a massacre. Therefore, the odds for buying 7+ are extremely high. Like this match, 7+ odds are more than 30 times. If he hits, it starts at 15 million. The school bully was made unsure by him. Reason told him 7+ was impossible in this game, but although Yuto is a bastard, he is not someone who runs trains with his mouth full, spouts nonsense. Really have insider info? Really? Okay, then I'll buy for you. By the way, I'll follow you with 500,000. If you lead me to win, I'll give you another 1 million privately. The school bully accepted the money and invited Yuto to watch the ball game together after school. Yuto refused. I have a game to play this afternoon. Just send the money to me tomorrow. After speaking, he left. The school bully just felt this bastard was more arrogant than himself. Putting aside a 15 million business to play some bullshit basketball. Psycho. Soon, Yuto returned to join the team. Their game today was at 5 p.m., so time was plentiful. Sitting on the subway, Yuto slowly closed his eyes. Simulation, start. Simulator starting. Random talent draw in progress. Obtained purple talent, Wildness, Tyrannosaurus. Wildness, Tyrannosaurus, ancient beast nature hidden deep within human DNA. Possessors of this talent will ascend to the top of the food chain, player goes berserk. Truly giving a pillow just as I was dozing off. Yuto couldn't be more satisfied with this talent draw. The Wildness talent is extremely rare. Even in the Kuroko's basketball anime, only a few people possess it. Ayaman Daiki, Kagami Taiga, Hayama Kotaro, Kagane Shinji, and Jason Silver. Among them. Of the many known wildnesses, Jason Silver's wildness is the most powerful. Because the wildness he possesses is the ancient creature Tyrannosaurus that Yuto drew. In the movie, Jason Silver even suppressed Ayaman Daiki and others who opened the zone relying on wildness for a time. Of course, this is not entirely due to wildness. Jason Silver also possesses a heaven-defying body chosen by God. But even without the body chosen by God, the Tyrannosaurus wildness is superior to all living creatures today. Having solved the economic problem, you embarked on the journey of the national tournament again. You conducted the third simulation on the subway. You obtained the same wildness as Jason Silver, which multiplied your confidence for the upcoming games. At 5 p.m., your game started on time. Momoi Satsuki came to the scene again. She has determined that you are a player whose talent was sealed by age, just like Aemon Daiki. She prepared to observe you closely and record all your intelligence. You didn't know of her appearance. You prepared to test the limit of your wildness in this game. The game started. You activated your wildness from the first second. The opponent's hair stood on end, feeling like facing a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus. You held the ball and killed directly towards the opponent's heartland. Unparalleled intuition allowed you to clearly sense the actions the opponent would take. Your instincts became stronger, reaching the peak. Crisis awareness let you dodge the opponent's targeted double team. You extremely brutally broke through the blockade of two people in a 1v2. You violently smashed the ball into the hoop with one arm. Momoi Satsuki was stunned. This was completely different from the you she learned about a day ago. Wildness. The feeling is even stronger than Adai gives. She recognized this talent, not expecting you to possess such talent too. No, it should be said that it is even stronger than her childhood friend. She hurriedly picked up a pen to record. She felt you were like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus. Chapter 32, Momoi Satsuki's Arrival. Bang. On the defensive end, you completed a brutal block. The beast-like sense of smell made you feel even more like a fish in water on the court. You didn't jump higher or faster, but your intuition was improved to the extreme, making your movements more agile. But at the same time, your playing style also became more brutal. The extremely utilitarian basketball style appeared unusually ferocious. You don't think this is a bad thing. You feel your personality and this wildness are a golden match. You staged a coast-to-coast dunk. The fans on the scene were stunned, watching you pass 3 people in a row, breaking into the Dragon's pool alone, and finally completing a conscience-losing dunk over the opponent's center. No change in playing style, still an extremely utilitarian basketball style, but the desire to attack is more than doubled compared to a day ago. Satsuki recorded quickly. She could tell that your speed, strength, and other physical talents did not get any improvement, but under the blessing of wildness, your actions were at least 50% faster than yesterday's game. Such an amplification has already surpassed her childhood friend Aemon Daiki. Her mood became more active. She felt Aemon Daiki's opponent had appeared, another genius player equally powerful but with a completely different basketball style from him. Just this is not enough. Yuto in the outside world was very clear-headed. The Tyrannosaurus wildness is indeed superior to Aemon's panther. The 50% amplification also exceeded his expectations. However, he is still some distance away from Aemon in other aspects. The base gap is too big. Even if the amplification is superior, the final improvement obtained by both is actually not much different. Of course. Even so, Yuto could conclude from Momoi Satsuki's attitude that he is now a step closer to Aemon. The simulation continued. Your desire to attack was completely released. You became the nightmare of the matchup player. In the first quarter, you shot frantically 14 times, hitting 9 of them, getting a game-high 20 points. Your opponent's mentality changed, he was somewhat afraid to face you. But you didn't stop there. In the second quarter, the opponent increased the defensive intensity on you. You forced your way through. Standing at the top of the food chain, you didn't put the opponent in your eyes. 3 people. Full of flaws. You shouted loudly. The most basic basketball was used by you in the most brutal way. You passed 2 people in a row, knocked one away, and succeeded in a finger roll over the help defending center in midair again. Your power penetrated deep into their hearts, deep in their minds were all images of you. You felt the opponent's defensive intensity drop. Their head coach shouted in exasperation on the sidelines, but the morale of the players on the court became lower and lower. You exploded for 34 points in the half. You destroyed their psychological defense line. Since you have such a level, why appear in this kind of countryside place? You heard the opponent's complaint when you went off the court. Go to those big city teams quickly. Do you feel a sense of accomplishment bullying us in this kind of place? Damn monster. He spoke again, his words carrying unwilling hatred. You stopped your steps, your gaze sweeping over them. You could see resentment and fear in their eyes. Momoi Satsuki noticed this scene, and her heart was touched. A similar scene she had seen not long ago. But you are ultimately not Ayaman Daiki. You have no sympathy for these soft eggs. Don't think I'll show mercy just because you put on a pitiful look. I won't let go of any of you soft eggs today. You looked at the opponent with disdain. The opponent felt his self-esteem was trampled by you. The second half began. Their movements started to become savage, infringing on your body with rude actions. These were malicious actions aimed at the person. You didn't sit still waiting for death, teaching this group of pitiful worms a lesson while scoring. You understand this mood too well, feeling powerless due to the opponent's overly powerful talent. So you held nothing back, just like teaching the former self a lesson. Then, grasped this hard-won opportunity forcefully. The game ended. You hacked a game-high 60 points. You broke the highest single-game scoring record of the Tachijai Prefectural Tournament. The fans in the whole arena were shocked. Your opponent's mentality completely exploded. Their faces were written with collapse, heads hanging low, not even having the courage to look at the scoreboard. You put on your jacket, picked up your backpack, and walked back. Finally, you couldn't help but stop. You said towards the opponent, from the moment you chose to give up, you were destined to be a soft egg for life. Your heartfelt remark finally made the opponent raise his head. Momoi Satsuki's suspended heart also suddenly relaxed. She suddenly felt that if anyone could wake up her childhood friend, then that person must be you. On the way back, everyone in the team was very silent. Today made them feel unfamiliar. Even though the previous you was already strong, today's you was strong beyond their scope of understanding. You were unhappy with their look of seeing a monster. You chose to get off directly at the next station, and then made the whole team run back to Okikazome together. Teammates were struck by lightning, but facing your eyes that seemed to say, refusal is not allowed, they could only wail and run back to Okikazome. The next day, Morning Okikazome reported on your collective action. They took photos of you running back to Okikazome and encouraged you to continue moving forward. Your behavior was recognized by the people of Tachijai Prefecture. Fans believed you could definitely show those big city people some color. Tachijai Prefecture began to take pride in you. You became the most popular team in Tachijai Prefecture. This fucking works. Yuto in the outside world was numb. He was just applying daily intensity to his teammates, really didn't think that much. Simulation continued. The next day, you fell silent looking at the report in Morning Okikazome. Also at this time, Homie Academy welcomed a guest. Momoi Satsuki came from Tokyo to Homie Academy. You found her on the protagonist's turf, the rooftop. She looked around curiously, looking here and there, as if she came for tourism, but you knew she was a spy. She walked to the rooftop and found you. She greeted you, morning, Yuto-san. Taiko's a spy came specifically to Okikazome to find me. Should I be happy or should I kick you out? You were not polite. Momoi Satsuki seemed not to expect you to have such an attitude. After all, she is very cute and beautiful, and her figure is great too. Chapter 33, You Should Understand. Indeed, as a girl, Momoi Satsuki possesses the hardware all boys want. But this seems to have little attraction to you, because you have noticed that Sora and Mijiwa Kazuha seem to have some affection for you. You, who are favored, have nothing to fear. What do you want to do coming all the way to Okikazome? If it's for our intelligence, it's unnecessary. We are not yet able to threaten your Taiko. You are prepared to welcome failure again. The Tyrannosaurus wildness made you much, much stronger, but this is still not enough to defeat those 5 basketball maniacs from Taiko Middle School. I thought you would say something like, I will definitely kill Taiko. Momoi Satsuki was not affected, still smiling. The scariest thing for a person is not knowing oneself. My desire to win won't change, but it doesn't mean I will have blind confidence. You leaned on the fence, blowing in the wind, drinking milk. The school bully handed over 17 million to you this morning. Now that you have money, you immediately bought a bottle of milk for Sora. She accepted it shyly and called you an idiot. Is that so? Then what if I say I came to help you? Momoi Satsuki leaned over. Ha. You were surprised. Momoi Satsuki told you her recent troubles, telling you everything that happened in the Taiko basketball club. Will you be disappointed because you are too strong to find an opponent? This woman changed the address on her own initiative. You wanted to correct her, but obsessing over such things seemed meaningless. You answered, I don't have such extravagant troubles. Before today, I was still worrying about whether I could eat enough tomorrow. Oh, so that's how it is. That means you won the bet on yesterday's game, are you? You even know this. You were shocked. This spy definitely cheats too. Ha ha ha, a third-year senior kindly told me. She touched her head innocently. This must be fake. You think the correct answer is that she tricked those idiots in the third year into talking. Leaving that aside, you said you want to help me. How to help? And why help me? You are more concerned about this. This is for you. She handed you a thick stack of documents. These are specific intelligence on our team. Although with my ability, I can't fully deduce their actions, you can note down their playing habits. It should be useful. As for why help you, actually I'm just helping myself. I don't want Odd-Eye to be so distressed all day. At this moment, you felt she looked extremely like Aemon Daiki's mother. You complained, that guy Aemon Daiki is really lucky, having one more mother than ordinary people. Momoi Satsuki laughed awkwardly, haha. You opened the documents to check, the information she provided was useful. The basketball Taiko plays at this stage is absolute individual ability basketball. They don't need cooperation, creating one-on-one opportunities is the best tactic. But if they encounter difficult opponents, they will start operating like a team. Pick and rolls, triangle offense, low post tactics, drive and kick tactics creating opportunities for Midorima Shintaro. You were surprised to find that Taiko secretly practiced so many types of tactics. You asked Momoi Satsuki, you have tried all these tactics? Not just tried, but all can be put into actual combat. Yuto in the outside world felt his scalp tingling upon seeing this. With so many dynamic tactics, all of the starting 5 can become finishers. The difficulty of defending is extraordinarily high. In the simulated world, Momoi Satsuki told you, besides Odd-Eye, be careful of Akashi-kun too. She didn't forget that afternoon when Akashi seemed to become a different person. He acquiesced to Aemon's slacking off. He even let others decide whether to attend training or not. As long as they can guarantee victory for the team, anything gets a green light. Momoi Satsuki also told you that although Hizaki Shogo quit the club on his own initiative, Momoi Satsuki investigated and found that Hizaki Shogo's departure seemed to be related to Akashi. Your basketball club is really complicated. You learned from her words that the generation of miracles has fully awakened. What terrible news. Everyone wasn't like this before, it started this year. You should be able to understand, right? That feeling of power suddenly erupting. Momoi Satsuki also sighed in distress. If only everyone was like you. She thought of yesterday. You also beat the opponent to collapse, but your approach to this matter was completely different from Aemon Daiki. You didn't plan to continue chatting with her on this matter, thinking it strange to talk about other men. Anyway, thanks for the documents. Since you rarely come, I'll treat you to a meal. Treat me to a meal. Momoi Satsuki blinked. She seemed to have heard something incredible, almost crying. Why that expression? Nothing, it's just, woo-woo. You fell silent, not knowing what this unlucky child had gone through. You took Momoi Satsuki to the cafeteria. Sora found you. Seeing you unclear with another girl again, she walked over angrily to question. Momoi Satsuki blinked and revealed a wicked smile. She suddenly opened her arms, called out, "Ah you," in a coquettish voice, and pounced on you. You spread your 5 fingers, grabbed her face, and threw her aside. Sora revealed a triumphant expression and attempted to stick to you. You pulled a messy, scored twice / did it again, and also threw Sora next to Momoi Satsuki, sitting alone opposite them. Manly demeanor. As expected of me, easily doing what others can't do. Yuto in the outside world looked admiring and proud. Momoi Satsuki left. She had collected the intelligence she wanted and also gave Taiko's intelligence to you. Next time facing Taiko, your duel will be fair. In the afternoon, you set off again. You arrived at the scene. You stepped onto the court. You received cheers from the fans in the whole arena. Tachijai Prefecture people believe your actions yesterday best represent the spirit of Tachijai Prefecture. Although born mediocre, you possess proud and unyielding souls. Amidst the applause of the fans, you destroyed the opponent once again. They couldn't accept the double blow of the audience turning against them and the disastrous defeat to Homie Academy. Some people spoke ill of you again, cursing you as a monster. Thanks for the compliment, although getting praised by trash like you isn't something to be proud of. You responded with sarcasm, telling them to disappear from your sight quickly. After that, among your opponents today, 2 left the basketball court forever. Chapter 34, High School Attention. Just had to meet him, truly unlucky. Yeah, why does such a monster appear in a small place like ours? Ah, can't he just hurry up and go to those basketball powerhouses? What's the fun in bullying small teams like us? Group stage qualification match, things became unexpected for you. Your opponent today complained before the game even started. They complained why they had to meet a monster like you at such a time. Since drawing the Tyrannosaurus wildness talent, you have completed several massacres, leaving an indelible impression on people. Why? Their own strength is insufficient, why blame Yuto? In the audience, Sora shouted across the air after hearing the opponent's words. Her fierce yet milky look was very cute, but her voice was quickly swallowed up. If a player is so strong that people can't raise the fighting spirit to win, his appearance is despair to others. Momoi Satsuki also came to the scene today. She looked at the court as expected. Clearly unrelated to you, yet as if you committed some unforgivable sin, opponents would fear and hate you. Just like her childhood friend not long ago. As his talent awakened, Taiko's opponents were all beaten to collapse by him. Don't stand there, go warm up. 3 quarters, no, I want to establish enough advantage to send these pitiful worms home to their mothers in half a game. If we can't do it, everyone goes back for 2 hours of extra practice. You ignored the opponent's bad words. You put pressure on your teammates. If the game suspense isn't ended by halftime, everyone goes back for extra practice. The game started. Oda won the jump ball. You received the teammate's pass, and unparalleled wildness erupted from your body. You opened full fire, crushing the opponent's number 3 and smashing the ball into the hoop to open the scoring for the team. Momoi Satsuki's face softened. She was happy that you are not Ayaman Daiki. You didn't choose to give up yourself because of this kind of attack, criticism. You are still that Ayushi knows, with crazy paranoia for victory. Sora was dissatisfied with her expression looking at you, feeling she was the purest slut. She spoke ill. Momoi Satsuki's smiling action froze instantly, turning her head to quarrel with Sora. Mijiwa Kazuha watched from the side, feeling as if she had been abandoned, and couldn't help but interject. You noticed, but you ignored it. You were never the kind of person like Ayaman Daiki. You wouldn't show mercy or feel bored because the opponent gave up, let it rot. On the contrary, beating a drowning dog has always been your hobby. Halftime ended. You slaughtered the opponent by 47 points. You played the full first half, getting a game-high 43 points. Fans in the whole arena were chanting your name. You were noticed by Shirogane Eiji. You were noticed by Harasawa Katsunori. You were noticed by Nakatani Masaki. You were noticed by Araki Masako. So many people. Yuto in the outside world was stunned seeing these names. He knew all these people. They are head coaches of high school basketball powerhouses. Respectively the head coaches of Rikuzen, 2, Shotoku, Yosen, etc. Although the national tournament is called national, it is ultimately an amateur-level competition. Whether at the middle school or high school level, it is difficult to attract the attention of scouts. Teenage geniuses. No matter how genius, they are just children. Their opponents are also just a group of children. Being the king of children by beating a group of children doesn't prove much. Professional teams in the past never valued competitions of this level. But in 1995, with the appearance of the Wolf King Kevin Garnett, this phenomenon was changed. His sudden emergence made league teams realize that college players are not the only choice. If a gifted child can be found, they can be drafted and trained by themselves. The subsequent appearance of players like Kobe Bryant and Tracy McGrady completely made the NBA pay attention to young players. The NBA henceforth completely opened its arms to high school students. Gifted young people took pride in skipping college to bring their talents to the NBA. LeBron James' popularity across America a few years ago pushed the rejuvenation of the draft to a climax. As the industry leader, every move of the NBA affects basketball leagues around the world. The same goes for the island nation. However, due to national conditions, the island nation cannot be as unrestrained as the NBA. But they arranged a winter cup, specifically gathering gifted young players together for training. Selecting young talents for cultivation is the original intention of the Winter Cup. Finding the most talented young players of the current generation. If players from one's own team can be selected, and even become professional players or national players later, it is a great honor. People like Shirogane Eiji, Harasawa Katsunori, Araki Masako. They were all professional players once. Retiring to work as coaches is to cultivate the next generation for Island Nation basketball. However, due to funding, their basketball clubs do not have a scouting system. Therefore, they can only obtain information on genius players through newspapers, live broadcasts, etc. Yuto exploded consecutively in the qualifiers, even beating opponents into retirement. Naturally, he attracted the attention of these powerhouses. But that's a high school matter, no rush to consider it now. The simulation continued. The game ended. You broke the prefectural tournament record created by yourself again, blasting 71 points in a single game. Your opponents were all dejected. No one on the scene pitied them, fans were going crazy for your stats. You ignored the opponents with ashen faces, walking straight past them, not even interested in shaking hands. Post-game, Sora, Satsuki, Kazuha, and others found you together, saying they wanted to celebrate breaking out of the group. They didn't say it, but you could feel they were worried about you, worried you would be affected by those words, especially after learning about Taiko from Satsuki. You mocked them for worrying about nothing. I'm not that fragile of a guy, so don't look at me with eyes looking at a child. But food still has to be eaten. You went to celebrate the victory together. At the dinner table, 3 women fought openly and secretly over the issue of sitting next to you. Others looked at you with strange eyes. You looked at Momoi Satsuki. Noticing your gaze, she smiled innocently at you. You couldn't figure out what this girl wanted to do. Chapter 35, Fighting Taiko Again, Bonus Chapter. A day later, the round robin began. Facing the overlord who dominated Tochigi Prefecture for 20 years, Homie Academy won smoothly under your leadership without much effort. You still remember that during the first simulation, the opponent threatened to complete revenge on you. Today, you only saw fear in their eyes. You asked him, "Why look at me with such eyes?" Nothing. He pretended to be relaxed, but his tone was full of despair. Just wanted to see if you are human or monster. By the way, do you know what kind of monster you have become now? That vigorous fighting spirit disappeared from him. You were so strong that they felt despair, obliterating all their hopes of qualifying. You still remember, when passing the opponent's locker room during the first simulation, you heard several second-year players threatening to help their seniors realize their wish to defeat Homie Academy and break into the national tournament again, then conquer the whole country. At that time, they were full of vigor and vitality. When you walked past the opponent's locker room again today, you couldn't hear their lofty ambitions. You are experiencing what the generation of miracles experienced. Good thing. Yuto, even while resting, could see the text in the simulation. This means he is getting closer and closer to the generation of miracles. In terms of playing style, he possesses the big fundamental. This extremely utilitarian basketball existing only to win will not lose to Ayaman Daiki's street basketball. In terms of special abilities, Ayaman possesses wildness, Yuto also possesses wildness, and of a higher grade. What he lacks now is only that athletic ability. Through the memory of playing against them in the last simulation, Yuto can determine that the comprehensive 5-dimensional attributes of the generation of miracles all start at 90 points. And this is the ideal situation. Unideal situation. Those few from the generation of miracles might have 5-dimensional stats exceeding triple digits. At least Ayaman's speed definitely exceeds triple digits, and Murasakibara's strength exceeding triple digits is also inevitable. I wonder how the simulation level experience is assessed. What Yuto doesn't understand now is only the way to acquire simulation level experience. First simulation he leveled up 3 times. Second simulation was 2 levels. Whether experience is fixed or determined by performance in the simulation, he is not clear for the time being. Having defeated the Tochigi Prefecture overlord, you defeated the opponent again the next day. In the opponent's desperate gaze, you led Homie Academy to break out of the encirclement for 2 consecutive years, entering the national tournament finals, main tournament. You obtained a precious half-month recovery time. This half-month, you refused anyone's disturbance. Only the willful Sora occasionally appeared in the place where you practiced. What surprised your teammates was that you always accompanied this lonely girl. Sora felt she was unique in your heart. She felt satisfied, felt happy. Sigh. Yuto in the outside world sighed upon seeing this. When the Kasugano parents were alive, Sora wasn't so repellent to people thousands of miles away. But since that kind couple passed away, she didn't want to accept more people. You know Sora's problem stems from psychology, but you are not a psychology expert, so you can only accompany this lonely girl as much as possible. Perhaps time can smooth the wounds on her soul, making her dare to accept this world again. Half a month passed. During this time, you use the time to exercise your mid-range shooting. You feel that the Mirage shot will become one of your important weapons. The national tournament opened. First battle, under your outstanding performance, Homie Academy passed smoothly. You no longer needed a buzzer beater to eliminate the opponent. Top 32, you faced Hayama Kotaro again, but you no longer put the opponent in your eyes. People no longer think this is a battle for the country's second small forward. Because you have become a candidate for the country's strongest small forward. If not for the weakness of the Tochigi Prefecture region, with your stats, you wouldn't even need to be compared with Kai's Ryota. The game started. Hayama Kotaro used his full strength from the beginning, dribbling with 5 fingers. You also used 5 fingers. You intercepted his dribble. 2 simulation experiences made you very familiar with this opponent with a tiger tooth. As your strength increased, dealing with him became more handy. Hayama Kotaro was surprised why you were so familiar with him, as if having fought him many times. You told him, of course it's because I'm naturally gifted. Otherwise, what do you think it is? Hayama Kotaro felt your arrogance. He activated his talent. A beast's aura erupted from him. Seeing this, a beast's aura also erupted from you. Hayama Kotaro was completely dumbfounded, feeling a tremor originating from the soul from you. That aura standing at the top of the food chain and incredibly ancient made him sweat profusely. So that's what it means. You and those guys from Taiko are the same kind of people. Hayama Kotaro gave a fake smile. He understood. You are a monster just like those 5 from Taiko. He didn't give up because of this, bravely fighting you once. After wildness was activated, your ferocity was activated. You were as brutal as a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus. Hayama Kotaro felt like he was torn by your bloody mouth until nothing remained. No overtime needed. You led the team to defeat the opponent by a 24-point advantage. You advanced to the next round. You broke into the top 16 again. You were trembling all over because in the next round you would face Taiko again. You don't think you can win, but you long to leave a deep impression on those guys. Even sitting on the throne, you want to make them bleed. Kuroko Tetsuya found you again. You were startled again by this guy who appears and disappears mysteriously. You cursed secretly, is this damn thing really human? Kuroko Tetsuya begging you for the thing he already begged for in the last simulation. You found him annoying. Satsuki is fine, after all, she is a girl, a very beautiful girl. But what do you, a man, have? You looked at him coldly and said, what I do is my freedom. I am not your tool. If you really want to defeat that charcoal head so much, go do it yourself. Even if I really defeat Ayaman in the end, what does it have to do with you? What role do you play in this? Stop being self-intoxicated and pretending to be a good person there. Hearing this, Kuroko Tetsuya was greatly touched. Chapter 36, Things Beyond the Game, Bonus Chapter. You defeated the team Hayama Kotaro was on, and you broke into the top 16. Your outstanding performance attracted the attention of fans nationwide. Homie Academy was hailed as the biggest dark horse of this year's national tournament. You gained the attention of many high school powerhouses. Your teammates also gained the attention of these teams to a certain extent. You became household basketball stars in Tochigi Prefecture. Morning Okikazone published an article in the youth section the next day with the title, Please, Help Tochigi Prefecture Win Something. The national tournament held its first sports meeting in 1917, 90 years ago. But in the long time of nearly a century, the national tournament top 32 is already the best result for Tochigi Prefecture's basketball project. Tochigi Prefecture people want to win something, even if they know your next opponent is the defending champion Taiko Middle School. With the increase in fame, your name and Homie Academy also reached the ears of one person. A main rotation player of Taiko Middle School named Fujimura Kentaro, upon learning that Tochigi Prefecture hopes Homie Academy can defeat Taiko, let out harsh words. He is excellent, undoubtedly he is an outstanding player, but that is different. I know his stats are luxurious, but that is Tochigi Prefecture, a village with a population of only 160,000. I have played there, I know how easy it is to get good-looking stats there. I don't mean to belittle Yuto, and of course, I won't be jealous of him. His stats, even placed in the Tokyo area, can reach the level of averaging 20+ points per game. If Homie Academy were in the Tokyo area, could Yuto lead them to the main national tournament? No, this is impossible. Those are two completely different intensities of competition. Fujimura Kentaro's words angered the people of Tochigi Prefecture. He was once a part of this place, a genius of Tochigi Prefecture in elementary school, and received an invitation from the Tochigi Prefecture overlord. But his father, considering the current situation of Tochigi Prefecture, chose to send the child to the powerhouse Taiko in the developed area of Tokyo, hoping to use Taiko as a springboard to embark on the path of a professional player. So Yuto cannot win, and Homie Academy cannot win either. He believes he is the most outstanding genius of this generation in Tochigi Prefecture. Even if he is only a substitute at Taiko, he is still the best player in Tochigi Prefecture, and the people there should be proud of him. The morning anger of Tochigi Prefecture people was ignited. Every time Homie Academy and the other 4 Heavenly Kings and other teams fought in this year's national tournament, the fans would tit for tat. But if an outsider dares to disrespect them, then the people of Tochigi Prefecture will unite against the outside. Except for Sakurai Ryo, all members of Homie Academy are locals. Including Yuto, their adoptive parents were born on this land, and the people of Tochigi Prefecture treat him as one of them. Morning Okikazone reporters interviewed on the street. A lumberjack roared excitedly at the camera. He has long forgotten where he was born. He went to the big city to play for Taiko. He betrayed us. In a cafe, several young girls splashed coffee on Fujimura Kentaro's head in the newspaper. He used to be a nice person, but now he has become an arrogant bastard. Another girl continued, all of us hope to date Yuto, but if the object is Fujimura, even if he is willing to lick my toes, I will refuse without hesitation. Even an old grandmother said to the camera with full energy, that child is too rude. He has become contaminated with the arrogance of big city people. He has lost the precious qualities of Tochigi Prefecture people. Fujimura Kentaro successfully angered all fans in Tochigi Prefecture. The report about you running back to school was regarded by the people of Tochigi Prefecture as a manifestation of the spirit of Tochigi Prefecture not willing to lag behind and continuously striving. You came to the basketball club again and found that everyone's attitude became different. Except for Sakurai Ryo, their fighting spirit was exceptionally high. You feel that today you guys will play the most outstanding game of this year's national tournament. You took the subway to the competition venue. The scene was very lively. More than 20,000 fans poured in today. This is Tokyo, not the countryside place of Tochigi Prefecture. This arena is full of technology. Today, the scene welcomed many passionate Tochigi Prefecture fans. They shouted loudly to cheer for you. In contrast, the local fans in the Tokyo area seemed very quiet, their eyes revealing disdain when looking at you. They looked down on you bunch of country bumpkins, thinking you are a group of savage and uneducated hillbillies. You felt something beyond the game, a class struggle. Fujimura Kentaro appeared. Imitating everything of Tokyo people, cool hairstyle, proud eyes facing his hometown fans. This bastard. Oda glared angrily, wanting to go over and say something. Enough. In 10 minutes, this guy will look like a disheveled wild ghost, if he can play in the game. You responded coldly. The referee started the game. Murasakibara Atsushi easily won the right to attack first for Taiko from Oda. Fujimura Kentaro started today, this was his request. Taiko's head coach is no longer Shirogane Kozo. This head coach who helped Taiko build the foundation of a powerhouse is currently recuperating at home. Replacing Shirogane Kozo is his assistant coach. He did not agree to Fujimura Kentaro's voluntary request, but Akashi Sejiro agreed. Fujimura Kentaro actively asked for the ball, and Akashi passed it over. You dislike the noise at the scene. Elegant as Akashi, is, he has no concept of class, but this does not mean that Tochigi Prefecture people can yell at the Taiko he leads. Taiko's existence is absolute. Fujimura held the ball outside the three-point line after receiving it, feinted a shot, and then drove forcefully. He shook off your starting point guard in just one step. He plays shooting guard, but Taiko's shooting guard can only be Midorima Shintaro, so today Taiko played 3 guards. As a guard, he has a model similar to yours. Before your number one's knees had time to bend, Fujimura's slender figure had already swept past him like a cheetah. After passing the person, Fujimura pointed straight to the paint, then jumped high holding the basketball. His gliding distance was already excellent for his height. He planned to use this gliding dunk at the start to tell the folks in Tochigi Prefecture, and more importantly, to tell you that even as a substitute at Taiko, he is still the strongest player of the current generation in Tochigi Prefecture. The countryside is always the countryside. You started. You rushed towards him. The speed of 80 points makes your start look like a zero-frame startup. You arrived first despite starting later. Waving your arm in midair, you slapped the basketball in his hand away. At the same time, you had physical contact with him in midair. He was knocked flying by you. Chapter 37, Bloody Battle with Basketball Maniacs. You gave the opponent a head-on blow, show of strength. Tochigi Prefecture fans on the scene screamed crazily. You scanned Fujimura condescendingly without speaking. A player of this level isn't even qualified to be pressured by you. Still Taiko's ball. Fujimura asked for the ball, and Akashi gave it. You looked at Akashi, your gaze lingering on his left eye for a moment. Absolute victory, and perfect victory. You know very well that this is Akashi's pursuit. He probably wants to defeat Homie Academy through Fujimura to show Taiko's status above the whole country. He wants people to know that even the most outstanding genius in other regions is inferior to a substitute from Taiko. You stopped talking nonsense. Fujimura held the ball again, continuing to drive past Homie Academy's point guard to open a breakthrough. He possesses the body and athletic ability to crush your point guard. Without help from others, he can use this move to score 30 points on your teammate's head. You won't let this happen. You threw Ayaman Daiki aside and quickly helped defend. It's the same even if you come. Fujimura Kentaro had fully accelerated at this moment, sprinting with the ball. He dipped his shoulder and changed direction to break through to your right, then his pupils suddenly dilated. He used this move to run rampant in Tochigi Prefecture, but didn't expect to fail to break through your blockade. You tightly coiled around Fujimura. The other party saw calmness in your eyes, so calm it was like contempt for him. He gritted his teeth, attempting to shake you off with his proud footwork frequency and speed, but you trapped him firmly like a chain. Seeing he couldn't shake you off, he planned to force his way through. Just as his father said, Tochigi Prefecture is too small. Staying there, he would hardly achieve anything in this life. Father was right. Coming to Tokyo, he saw more geniuses. His proud talent is not outstanding here. He saw the terror of Ayaman and others on the first day he joined the club. He doesn't accept that he, who has been tempered in Taiko for 2 years, would be inferior to you who came out of a countryside place. He forced a dunk to end the suspense, but after jumping into the air, Fujimura discovered in horror that all his advantages disappeared without a trace in front of you. When Fujimura smashed the ball vigorously towards the hoop, your palm pressed on the side of the basketball. You delivered another bloody block. Fujimura's talent was like a fragile bubble in front of you, broken by you one after another. Bang. The basketball was fanned by you towards your teammates. Fujimura, who failed the dunk, lost balance in the air, and his body fell on the floor in a sorry state. You launched a counterattack. He was unwilling. A round later, Fujimura was still asking for the ball, and Akashi gave the opportunity to him again. Fujimura faced the basket and continued to drive, jumping directly for a shot near the free throw line. But he still underestimated you. You easily kept up with him, strict interference sealing directly to his face. In front of you, he seemed no different from other players in Tochigi Prefecture. Clang. The sound of the basketball hitting the rim hadn't dissipated when a more intense collision erupted in the paint. Oda roared to seize a favorable position, but Murasakibara Atsushi didn't move at all. He impatiently hopped, grabbed the ball with one hand, landed, jumped a second time, and smashed the ball into the hoop. Clearly we can win the game simply, why make it so tiring? Can't we just give the ball to Mein-chin? Murasakibara said lightly, seeming not to see the shock on Oda's face. Fujimura Kentaro's expression changed several times. True. Even if it is to add fun to the game, we can't let fans see Taiko's embarrassed side. Akashi smiled facing Murasakibara, turned his head and became cold again. He said to Fujimura, before the coach replaces you, don't let the matchup player get a single point. Can you do it? Akashi gave up. In just 3 rounds, he saw that Fujimura was not your opponent at all. Fujimura nodded with difficulty. Fans didn't know their conversation, but seeing his humble expression, they scolded this traitor one after another. You have a deeper impression of the arrogance of the Taiko 5. In your offensive round, you asked for the ball from your teammate. Ayaman Daiki told Fujimura to step aside. Don't get in the way, roll to the side. Fujimura subconsciously looked at Akashi. The latter frowned slightly but still nodded. That guy Satsuki evaluates you very highly. Let me feel it a little. Ayaman's unique voice made you uncomfortable listening. You did as he wished. After adjusting your state, you suddenly accelerated violently. Still the most basic crossover, simple enough that it seemed anyone could complete it, but the movement was concise and effective to the extreme. Your basketball is really boring. Ayaman genuinely disliked your basketball. It's your basketball that is too superfluous enough to be no different from a circus acrobatics. You took the ball, changed direction, and broke through. You also felt indifferent to Ayaman's playing style. Ayaman kept up again. However, the moment he acted, your other hand slapped the basketball to return it to your right hand. Ayaman Daiki was surprised. This is the experience you summarized from the last failure. Combined with Momoi Satsuki's intelligence, you caught him off guard. You passed Ayaman and killed into Taiko's paint amidst the exclamations of the whole audience. Murasakibara prepared to act and help defend. Ayaman shouted, "Don't get in the way," and came back again. You jumped into midair almost simultaneously. He jumped faster than you, and also higher than you. You extended your hand horizontally between yourself and Ayaman, isolating Ayaman from touching the basketball. You hooked the ball in. The audience boiled over, including the fans in the Tokyo area. They were extremely astonished that you actually scored over Ayaman's head in a one-on-one. A genius on the same level as Ayaman Daiki. What a pleasant surprise. It's too early to say that. You should have seen Ayaman Daiki going all out. However, undoubtedly, Homie Academy's Yudo is a true genius. In the audience, several high school head coaches gathered together, their eyes focused on several geniuses on the court. They don't think Ayaman will lose because they have seen his full power posture. Now it can only be considered a warm-up at best. But undoubtedly, your performance attracted their attention. You are a rare genius player in their eyes. Chapter 38, Wildness Collision. War reignited. You continue to match up with Ayaman Daiki. You can feel that your five-dimensional attributes, except for mental attributes, probably lag behind Ayaman Daiki in all aspects. However, Death Coil and the experience of two simulations made up for some shortcomings. You are very familiar with the matchup with him, and you didn't fall behind on the scene. Fans in the whole arena were surprised by your strength. Actually fighting inextricably, neck and neck, with that Ayaman Daiki. Many fans widened their eyes. This year's Ayaman Daiki is considered by many fans to be the strongest middle school student in the country. He crosses people like hemp, scores like taking things out of a bag, and his unreasonable playing style has gained a large group of fans. No one has ever been able to persist in front of him for so long. Including Ayaman Daiki himself. The opponent who could limit his score to within 20 points last year faced him again this year and suffered his ruthless slaughter. From that time on, Ayaman knew that no one could bring him pressure anymore. Will you be this person? He planned to confirm it personally. Forget it, playing like this isn't my style. Ayaman suddenly stopped. The next second, his actions began to become indescribable in language. Like chaos itself, no actions can be traced, all are impromptu. No change in 5 dimensions, but the feeling given is that the action is at least twice as fast. His innate body flexibility, balance, etc., complement his street basketball style. You met him. You launched a death coil on him. You fought from the 3-point line all the way to the paint. You showed your best condition, your hand almost sealed his face. Swish. Ayaman tilted his body in midair and threw the ball into the hoop for a layup. You can't guard him. You envy the talent possessed by the opponent. That unreasonable ball sense endows Ayaman with the ability to send the ball steadily into the hoop even when his body is horizontal to the floor. Unpredictable shooting posture impossible to defend, ball sense that can definitely send the basketball into the hoop. This is Taiko's ace, the strongest scoring machine, Ayaman Daiki. Immediately, you threw this negative emotion out of your brain. Taiko's speed was very fast, not giving you fast break opportunities. You were forced to play set offense. You received a pass from your teammate. You engaged in a one-on-one offensive and defensive battle with Ayaman Daiki. Extreme luxury and extreme simplicity. The collision of two different styles made the fans dazzled and very enjoyable. Smack. He dribbled one step, body moving with the ball to penetrate. Ayaman Daiki got close. You dipped your shoulder, pulled the ball, changed direction. You acted like a machine performing precise operations. Every step was taken decisively, without superfluous movements. You couldn't pass. What's wrong? Said such arrogant words, is this all the ability you have in the end? Ayaman spoke with his husky voice. I haven't gotten excited yet. Don't talk to me with a condescending attitude. This level isn't even enough for my warm-up. You responded strongly. You knocked him away with your shoulder, gained shooting space, and immediately gathered the ball to jump. Don't be too naive. Ayaman Daiki jumped almost simultaneously, big hand sealing all shooting routes. Your eyes were cold. Your right hand shook, and the basketball was thrown vertically into midair by you. Waiting for the ball to fall a second time, feeling the touch of the basketball, you decisively threw the ball out. The ball passed through Ayaman Daiki's palm, piercing the net. This is Mirage Shot, Ayu's signature shot. Momoi Satsuki learned the name of the Mirage Shot from your mouth. Mirage, heat haze / Kajiro, an optical phenomenon born only in high-temperature weather, similar to a mirage. Scored again. So amazing, actually playing neck and neck with Taiko's Ayaman Daiki. Homie Academy's Yuto. What shot is this? Why can it pass through Ayaman's palm? Your performance shocked the local fans in the Tokyo area. The Tachijai village fans who came to Tokyo with you shouted loudly. Fujimura Kentaro, he was completely dumbfounded. He knows better than anyone Ayaman Daiki's unreasonableness. That is simply a monster that humans cannot defeat. But your performance. Fujimura Kentaro became lost in thought. The first quarter ended. You trailed Taiko by 17 points, 10-27. You got a team-high 8 points. Ayaman Daiki scored 14 points in the single quarter. On the scene, thanks to the Mirage Shot, you didn't fall behind, but in terms of scoring efficiency, you were inferior to Ayaman Daiki. The gap in technique. Yuto in the outside world knew clearly. His technique attribute hasn't even broken through 70 points. His mid-range grasp ability, even in his sweet spot, is barely 50%. Against normal opponents, such a shooting percentage plus the undefendable nature of the Mirage Shot is enough to kill people. But if the opponent is Ayaman Daiki, it is far from enough. You ask someone to hand you the single quarter statistics. You saw Ayaman Daiki's terrifying shooting percentage of 7 for 8 in the single quarter, while you were 4 for 9. Can't even maintain a 50% shooting percentage. You felt the gap. You possess the memory of fighting Ayaman Daiki and also have Momoi Satsuki's intelligence support, but can only achieve a 40% shooting percentage. On the other side, Taiko's bench. Kai's Ryota wanted to tell Ayaman Daiki the secret of the Mirage Shot, but Ayaman Daiki refused. Don't do unnecessary things. Haven't met such an interesting guy in a long time. Ayaman Daiki doesn't need people to tell him how to play. His basketball is free, doesn't need too much information pollution, just as he never looks at the intelligence collected by his childhood friend. Momoi Satsuki saw this and started to worry for you. The second quarter began. Taiko made substitution adjustments. Fujimura Kentaro, who didn't have much presence, was substituted off, and Kai's Ryota replaced him. However, you know that no matter who is on the court, the situation will likely not change. Your possession. You received a pass from a teammate at the top of the three-point arc. Ayaman Daiki came to your face immediately. He said, "You're called Yuto, right? I remember you. You are the most interesting guy I met this year. Keep up with me." Accompanied by a low shout, an aura of wildness spread from him to the whole court. Very strong. When the wildness hidden in his genes was activated, his actions became even more elusive at this moment. Didn't I tell you to stop putting on a condescending attitude there, Ayaman? You let out a loud shout, and an aura so ancient it felt unfamiliar instantly spread throughout the court. At this moment, including Akashi and others, everyone in Taiko's expressions changed. Chapter 39, I Can Do This All Day, Bonus Chapter. A violent aura swept across the entire court. The extraordinary ferocity shocked even the Taiko generals. Even Akashi changed his expression upon feeling that extremely ancient aura. This is wildness, Tyrannosaurus. Momoi Satsuki spoke on the bench. Exceeds all wildness we knew before, amplification reaches 50%. 50%. Taiko's current coach was stunned. As Ayaman's coach, of course, he is not unfamiliar with the wildness talent. This one-in-a-million beast nature hidden in player genes is like a buff in a game, capable of giving players immense gains. However, your wildness made him feel an extreme model. Does not belong to this era, go back at least 65 million years. This is incredible. The war escalated further. Fans discovered in horror that you and Eamon Daiki's actions became swifter. Clearly speed, strength, and other basic attributes didn't get improved, but the displayed result made your actions look more than twice as fast. You were like mad demons, engaging in the most intense one-on-one direct collision with different basketball styles. Tyrannosaurus wildness completely stimulated your aggression. At this moment, even the most concise movements displayed on you appeared unusually explosive. Your instincts were raised to the extreme, no danger could escape your intuition. Bang. You exploded the ball past Eamon's side. He kept up. You guessed right. The gap in 5 dimensions meant that even if wildness was superior, sufficient advantage could not be established. After all, the improvement of wildness is different from the direct 5-dimensional improvement brought by zone. You pulled up on the spot, shot twice in the air, and the basketball once again pierced the net through Eamon's palm like a mirage. The scene boiled over. Tachijai Prefecture fans screamed crazily for you. You half raised your right arm, fist clenched. A pair of eyes hid scarlet light. Terrible ferocity made timid people afraid to look directly. Akashi observed quietly from the side. He believed this was the strongest opponent Taiko met this year. To some extent, you are the same kind of person as them. But they have 5. Akashi personally dribbled across half-court. You prepared to continue isolating Eamon. Swish. Midorima Shintaro hit a 3-pointer. You and Eamon looked over simultaneously. The former calmly adjusted his glasses with one hand and returned to defense without a word. Akashi. Eamon glared at Akashi. The latter replied while running back, "You will have your chance, Daiki, but not now." You looked at Akashi's back and took the ball from your teammate without a word. Back on the defensive end, Akashi didn't let others intervene in your duel with Eamon. He seemed to want to observe, understand, and control you. You didn't care about that much, rushing Taiko's defense line against Eamon. Still Mirage shot, but this time Eamon had figured out the secret of the Mirage shot. Tricks similar to Tetsuya's. "I'm tired of seeing your shot, Yuto." Eamon stomped heavily with both feet, body rising rapidly like a jet. Swish. Your touch was good, continuously hitting mid-range shots. Unparalleled intuition allowed you to find the best shooting opportunity immediately and shoot directly. The advantage of the Mirage shot lies in the initiative. You can choose to shoot the first time or the second time, unless Eamon can reach your shooting peak directly like Kagami. Transition offense and defense. Forced by defensive pressure, you relaxed your defense on Eamon. Akashi seized this opportunity, throwing forcefully with one arm. The basketball passed through Homie Academy's entire defense line like a sharp arrow into Eamon's hands. You turned abruptly, but still a step slow. Eamon easily sent the ball into the net against your block. This is unfair. Many Tachijai Prefecture fans sadly discovered. There is only one of you, but Taiko has 5. What's more troublesome is that Eamon is adapting to your Mirage shot at an extremely fast speed. Your shooting percentage dropped further. The second quarter ended. Score 27-54. You trailed Taiko by 27 points. Doubled by Taiko in the half. You got a team-high 21 points. Eamon got a team-high 26 points. You continued to check the technical statistics. You found you took 5 more shots than Eamon. Teammates didn't know your thoughts. Seeing you check technical statistics repeatedly, they thought you were mocking how terrible their performance was. They lowered their heads in shame. Great progress, but the gap is still too big. Yuto in the outside world looked solemn. He can now be said to have touched the floor of the generation of miracles. The 50% amplification of Tyrannosaurus wildness allows him to contend with this guy Eamon. It's just that continuing to play like this, the efficiency gap between him and Eamon will get wider and wider. Not to mention, there is an Akashi watching covetously from the side. At least have to force others to act to have a chance. Yuto actually didn't expect to beat the Taiko 5 at present. He just hoped to see Taiko's deployment in the simulation so that he could find ways to deal with it in the real game. But so far, others haven't really participated. Even Akashi, occasional passing is just to distract him so Eamon can score more easily. Simulation continued. The third quarter began. You monopolized almost all the team's possessions. Taiko still didn't adopt a double-team defense on you. Your teammates couldn't get open opportunities and struggled to score over the Taiko 5 in one-on-ones. How long can you continue playing like this? Akashi spoke to you actively for the first time. Give up. Taiko's victory is absolute. He acknowledged your strength. He treated you as a player of their level. You responded coldly, I can do this all day with you guys. You started again, full of aggression. Your elbow dodged the referee's eyes and chiseled hard into Ayaman's waist. Ayaman is not a nice guy. Being bullied won't leave him indifferent. Seeing you make a move, he also started to be impolite. Confrontation escalated further. You started exchanging elbows. Clearly hurting to death, yet toughly not making a sound, as if the person who cries pain first is the loser. Chapter 40, The Lion of Okikazome. The game entered the fourth quarter. At this time, your deficit had reached 42 points. Tachijai Village fans knew the game was beyond recovery. You felt tired. Ayaman Daiki's condition was better than yours, but he was also covered in sweat. Kai's Ryota was unwilling to be lonely. He actively asked for the ball from Akashi and jumped directly against the defender. Should be like this. Kai's Ryota ignored Oda's help defense, wrist flicking, basketball rising vertically. Oda discovered in horror that this was actually your trademark mirage shot. How can it be? Your teammates sadly discovered that the shot they considered invincible was learned by Kai's Ryota after watching just a few times. Depressed emotions spread throughout your team. Just then, you threw Ayaman aside and opened your bloody mouth towards Kai's Ryota. With a loud bang, Kai's Ryota's shot passed through Oda's palm but was heavily slapped away by you, crashing towards Taiko's bench. This. Kai's Ryota opened his mouth, somewhat dumbfounded. Your cold eyes swept in his direction. The golden retriever only felt the surrounding air dropping rapidly. You lost the game. Post-game statistics, you shot frantically 38 times and got 42 points. Ayaman took 8 fewer shots than you but got a game-high 50 points. You improved, got better stats, and didn't lose wildly by 95 points. But you still lost. You refused Akashi's handshake and walked into the tunnel without a word. When leaving, Tachijai Prefecture fans stood up and applauded for you. They felt the game was lost, but you didn't lose. Your high fighting spirit fighting until the last second deeply touched them. Like Tachijai Prefecture, poor for so many years, but always stubbornly moving forward. You never chose to retreat. The game ended. You stopped at the top 16 again, unable to cross the mountain of Taiko. People watched your back until it disappeared into the player tunnel. The next day, Morning Okikazome reported with your number 10 back figure, Homie Academy number 10 best embodies the spirit of Tachijai Prefecture. See you next year. Soon after, news of Taiko successfully defending their title swept the country. The name of the Generation of Miracles began to spread across the country. However, when fans talked about the great achievements of the Generation of Miracles 5 with relish, they always mentioned your name. They also gave you a nickname, the Lion of Okikazome. The former is your location, and the latter describes you as strong and domineering as a lion. Meanwhile, as Hayama Kotaro and others entered high school, their outstanding performance won them the title of Uncrowned Kings. Soon after, Homie Academy Basketball Club held a farewell ceremony. You took over the position of basketball club captain from Oda. It was summer vacation. With money, the Kasugano siblings discussed and decided to take a long-lost trip to let you, who have been tense all along, relax properly. They thought you would refuse and had prepared arguments to persuade you. Unexpectedly, you agreed. They thought you were possessed. You, who never leave the ball, actually agreed to travel with them. You poked Sora's forehead with one hand, stopping her from sticking to you. You told them, just 1 week. I still have time. You prepared to go to Okinawa. Sora dragged you to buy swimsuits. The two of you came to a shop. Sora chose several sets and dragged you into the changing room to ask for your opinion. Sora became bolder. You looked openly, but nothing else happened besides that. You also went to buy a set of basketball equipment. You bought a brand new basketball, bought several sets of training clothes, and also bought a pair of Kobe 4s. Kobe 4 has always been your favorite sneaker. This sneaker is subversive and is also recognized as a god shoe. You chose the purple and gold color scheme. You thought in your heart, even if it is a parallel time and space, if there is a chance in the future, you will definitely go to Los Angeles to find that Black Mamba. You went on a 1-week trip. Sora played very happily, but you and Haruka found that besides playing, Sora would read some financial readings. You thought this was a good thing and ignored it. You continued practicing. Back in Okyukazome, your training intensity increased. The duel with Aemon Daiki made you realize the importance of technique. While consolidating your mid-range shot, you added 3-point shooting practice. You quickly mastered the 3 shooting actions of Heaven, Earth, and Void, but the shooting percentage needs improvement. More than a month later, your shooting percentage was still unstable. You found the problem. You started adjusting your shooting motion. Mibuchi Ryo's shooting ultimately belongs to him. Every player's shooting rhythm is different. Like Kuroko Tetsuya. With ordinary shooting, he couldn't throw the ball into the hoop at all, but after changing the shooting motion, he hit every shot. You thought of Aemon's advice to Kuroko Tetsuya back then, shoot however feels comfortable. There is great wisdom in these words, although that idiot Aemon definitely didn't think that much when he said it. You started looking for your own shooting rhythm. You spent a month finally finding the shooting posture most suitable for you. Your shooting percentage began to improve steadily. Summer vacation ended. Long-term hard work made your Heaven, Earth, and Void shots sufficient to be put into actual combat. However, this is not enough to become your conventional weapon, it can only serve as a deterrent. School started. Basketball club activities started again, although you also frequently asked members to return for training camps during the summer vacation. On this day, Homie Academy welcomed an unexpected guest. A person with light blue hair and extremely weak presence shuttled through Homie Academy. At noon, your lackey handed the information of this year's new members to you. Every beginning of the year is the best time for major clubs to introduce newcomers. This determines the scale and activity funds of the club for the coming year. The basketball club is no exception. You sent people early to recruit new students. Of course, you won't force newcomers to join like those 2 perverted seniors in Grand Blue. You looked through the new member information and didn't see familiar names. But that makes sense. In the main series of Kuroko, the important supporting characters that appeared were either third years or first years. What geniuses can there be among unmentioned middle school students? Picking up leaks to strengthen the lineup is too difficult. Just when you were about to give up, the 4 big characters, Kuroko Tetsuya, suddenly caught your eye. Chapter 41, The Powerful Yuto. You thought you saw it wrong, and after confirming several times, you believed that Kuroko Tetsuya transferred from Taiko to Homie Academy to hang out with you. Afternoon. When new students lined up, you saw him in the crowd. He greeted you, "We meet again, Yuto classmate." You didn't respond, but asked him why he left Taiko. You remember clearly that Kuroko decided to break with the Generation of Miracles because they ruthlessly slaughtered his friend Ajiwara Shigehiro. But that was something that happened in the 3rd year of middle school. Kuroko Tetsuya told you, "I think what Yuto classmate said was right. I shouldn't ask others and cause trouble for others. I want to defeat the Generation of Miracles with my own hands. Please take care of me in the future, Captain." In the 3rd year of middle school, Homie Academy welcomed the addition of a powerful player. You took the brand new Homie Academy to campaign in the 3rd year of the national tournament. Simulation ended. Actually ran over to rely on me. Yuto was stunned seeing the words, simulation ended. He really didn't expect Kuroko to run to Okyukazome in the 3rd year of middle school to cling to his thigh. Perhaps Kuroko didn't agree with the Generation of Miracles practices early in his heart and wanted to defeat them. It just completely exploded because of the Ajiwara Shigehiro incident. And because he really couldn't find a light that could defeat Taiko at that time, he dragged it until high school, and his appearance gave him this opportunity. It doesn't make sense. But no matter what, since Kuroko chose to rely on him, he naturally has to make good use of this guy's ability. In this case, if Kuroko comes knocking later, I'll have to have a good talk with him. Although he doesn't like Kuroko's character setting. Playing basketball and talking about bonds, promises, happiness, and the like. After all, his favorite basketball league to watch is the NBA. The NBA plays individual heroism. But it must be admitted, Kuroko's ability is very powerful. Yuto sorted out his thoughts and checked the harvest. This simulation has ended. You obtained talent, wildness, Tyrannosaurus. You obtained a large amount of actual combat experience with the Mirage shot. You obtained a large amount of experience with Heaven, Earth, and Void shots. You obtained memories of the national tournament up to the top 16. You obtained memories of 1 year of basketball training. Your simulation level increased to level 6. You obtained 5 freely distributable attribute points. Your technique attribute increased by 1 point. Only 5 attribute points. Yuto thought it was too little. He really lacks attribute points now. He originally thought the simulation experience was determined by his performance in the simulation. Now it seems not so. After all, his performance this time was much better than the last simulation. No, wait. My efficiency against Taiko this time might be even lower than last time. Yuto fell into deep thought. If the simulation's judgment is calculated based on his comprehensive ability, then the simulator definitely knows the limit of his ability during the simulation. In other words, I haven't exerted my limit yet. Can't figure it out, have to continue exploring slowly. Better add points first. Yuto possesses 5 attribute points. After considering for a long time, he finally dumped them onto speed. He can improve the technique attribute through practice in the simulation. It increased by 2 points before, and 1 point this time, which can be considered a small bug. In the future, simulations can add technical practice to farm technique attribute. My strength is only 70 points now. I can train it by lifting iron first. Attribute points are harder to improve through exercise later on, but that's a matter for the holidays. After completing point addition, Yuto's attributes became like this. Name, Yuto. Gender, male. Age, 14 years old. Simulation level, level 6. Occupation, amateur basketball player. Special skills, mirage shot, heaven shot, earth shot, void shot. Special talents, the big fundamental, death coil, wildness, tyrannosaurus. Attribute points remaining, 0. Victory points, 0, cannot simulate, ... Strength, 70, speed, 85, stamina, 88, technique, 80, spirit, 118. That's it for now. In future simulations, add technical practice. I also need to steal Hayama Kotaro's lightning dribble. I lack offensive ability too much now. Yuto plays ball relying entirely on the utilitarian basketball style of the big fundamental. Using the blessing of 5 dimensions, plus the huge 50% amplification of wildness to push horizontally through opponents. There is no problem at all playing like this against scrubs. But meeting the generation of miracles twice, the problem of his insufficient offensive means was exposed. Only the mirage shot can serve as a stable scoring point. And the mirage shot was quickly adapted by Aemon, causing him great interference. The shooting percentage dropped a lot, with only about 44% shooting percentage. Compared to Aemon's terrifying shooting percentage close to 80%, he is lagging behind not just a little bit. Speaking of which, the simulated self took advantage. He used so many shots to blast a 40+, and as a result, people recognized him as a genius not inferior to the generation of miracles. Yuto is at most just stepping into the threshold of the generation of miracles now. Ending the 3rd simulation. Yuto followed his teammates to the competition venue again. Now they have won 3 consecutive games. As long as they win 2 more games, they can break out of the group stage. Participating teams in Tochigi Prefecture barely exceed 100. Divided into 3 groups means there are about 40 participating teams in each group. First round eliminates 20 teams, second round eliminates 10 teams, third round eliminates 5 teams, and there will be buys during the period. Anyway, after 4 rounds, only the last 2 participating teams will remain. The game started quickly. Yuto was assigned by the coach today to mark the opponent's perimeter arrow. It is a handsome blonde white guy. It is said that his father is from England and came to the island nation for work. The opponent gave the ball to this white player at the start. Yuto stuck to him like a shadow. His defensive skills are definitely strong enough 1v1, and his physical fitness has also increased a lot with the simulation. Complex mechanics plus heaven-defying stats. When you possess both these advantages at the same time, things become incredibly simple. The blonde genius held the ball at the 3-point line preparing to isolate, but Yuto's tough defense made it difficult for him to move. Why doesn't a guy from England run to play football instead of coming here to play basketball? With a smack. Accompanied by Yuto's sarcasm, his arm stabbed out like a sharp knife, forcefully stealing the opponent's ball. Another one. Yuto has completely shut down another opponent's key player. There was no lack of local team coaches and players watching the game. Seeing Yuto finish off the handsome blonde guy so easily, their hearts became heavier. The stronger Yuto is, the greater the threat to them. Tochigi Prefecture has only 1 qualifying spot. The more dominant Yuto is, the more unfavorable their qualifying situation. Yuto started and rushed out immediately, the fierce murderous aura making people tremble. The opponent returned to defense quickly, barely piecing together a three-man defense line. But he plunged headfirst into it, dismantling the three-man blockade in the most violent way with the most concise basketball style, finally smashing the ball into the hoop with one arm held high. Chapter 42, Disappear from My Sight Quickly, Bonus Chapter. Afternoon. Momoi Satsuki walked briskly into this arena rich with the marks of the era. At this time, she should have been following Taiko on the court in Tokyo. However, understanding the competitors in the Tokyo area this year, Momoi Satsuki judged that she was no longer needed there. No one can stop Taiko's advancing pace. Rather, in her heart, it would be better if a team threatening Taiko could appear. Thinking of those boys in the basketball club, her mood couldn't help but become heavy. However, when watching the live broadcast yesterday, she accidentally discovered a very interesting player. Yuto. Compared to a year ago, it was like he became a different person. The ordinary playing style suddenly became incomparably sharp, crushing opponents with the simplest and most effective offense and defense. And that mid-range shot that even Ki-chan felt a bit strenuous to imitate, on the surface, Yuto isn't simple. It would be great if he could make her childhood friend regain his original intention of playing basketball. Since that day, that childhood friend who never left the ball almost never touches a basketball except for games. What an idiot. With a trace of curiosity, Momoi Satsuki came to Tochigi Prefecture. She actually didn't hold too much expectation. After all, the level Yuto showed on TV was still far from Taiko's starters. But the moment she stepped into the arena and arrived at the match court. Roar. Without any warning, she seemed to hear the roar of a giant beast. Looking closely, Yuto was pinning the handsome blonde guy's layup on the backboard with an extremely brutal block. A bursting loud noise erupted at the scene, followed closely by the fanatical cheers of the fans on the scene. Wildness. The feeling is even stronger than what odd eye gives. How can this be? Momoi Satsuki's pink pupils widened bit by bit to the maximum. Continuing to watch. Yuto plucked the basketball from the air, landed, turned around, and accelerated suddenly. The opponent returned to defense quickly and organized the defense. Still three people, surrounding Yuto in a triangle. And Yuto. His eyes emitting scarlet light, he killed directly over with the ball. Bang. 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 The basketball hit the ground and bounced several times. Every time it hit the ground, Yuto would make a body movement. It was the playing style seen on TV yesterday. Not flashy, having a heaviness of returning to original simplicity, but the aggression was more than doubled. In just one encounter, he tore open the opponent's three-man defense line, killed into the paint, and smashed the rim with one hand. Bang. Like the sound of breaking glass, or the wailing of the rim. Wow. The scene boiled over, shouting and cheering loudly for his wonderful performance. So strong. Can't stop him at all, this is a three-man defense. 14th point personally scored in the single quarter. Yuto. Is there anyone who can stop him? That Englishman was blown out by him. Is Tochigi Prefecture's qualification going to be taken by Homie Academy again this year? Unreasonable attack power, one person is enough to tear apart the opponent's defense line, brutal to the extreme. Momoi Satsuki saw this, and her heart trembled violently. Exactly the same. Such a scene seemed like a reappearance of yesterday. From simply thinking he could settle the battle and giving up passing choices at the beginning, to completely abandoning the option of passing later. Placing the individual above the entire team. Momoi Satsuki watched quietly. For a full quarter, Yuto's passes were very limited. She flipped through the memories in her mind. Yesterday's Yuto. Let alone a siege of 3 people, even a blockade of 2 people, he would pass the ball to a teammate in a better position without hesitation. Not today. He blasted an amazing 20 points in a single quarter. This is a game with only 10 minutes per quarter, not the NBA's 12-minute quarter game. Clearly only one day apart, why? And, Yuto classmate runs faster than yesterday. Momoi Satsuki forgot to record. She stared blankly at the game progress. 1 quarter, 2 quarters, 3 quarters, and then the game ended. Yuto won. Won without any suspense. Is this my limit? Yuto looked at his technical statistics, blasting 66 points in the whole game. He felt he had really done the best he could currently do. Unfortunately, except for simulation, the system didn't give him the limit he could reach. Lacking a reference, he didn't know if he had already achieved the ultimate he could reach. The game ended. Yuto led Homie Academy to a big victory over the opponent, a crazy massacre of 56 points. Then, what kind of game is this? Can't win at all. By the way, why does such a guy appear in this kind of place? You don't need to look at me like that. Do you know what kind of monster you are? Yuto was still thinking about his limit, and the opponents over there were already looking over with resentful eyes. Exactly the same. Momoi Satsuki felt as if her heart was grabbed. Even though she and Yuto are complete strangers. But in this situation, she worried for Yuto. Hey, what are you guys saying? Oda was also shocked by Yuto's changes. Even as a teammate, he felt unfamiliar. His performance in this game was simply thunderstriking level. He alone scored more points than the opponent's entire team combined. However, no matter what he becomes, Yuto is still his teammate, his junior. Oda stood directly in front of Yuto. Just stating facts. Clearly so strong, what are you doing running to this kind of countryside place? Leave us some chance, damn monster. A first-year player from the opponent shouted at Yuto at the top of his lungs. Oda wanted to speak but was patted on the shoulder by Yuto. Chance? What right do guys standing in place waiting for a chance to fall have to talk to me about chances? Yuto temporarily put aside the simulation matter. If you want something, fight for it yourself. Dreams won't come true just because you shout a few slogans like, I want to conquer the whole country. You spend time paying court to girls you like, spend time singing karaoke with friends, participating in group dates organized by others. After every indulgence, you imagine you can win till the end. Don't make me laugh. Guys like you will be losers no matter what you do. Disappear from my sight quickly. Yuto's sharp words directly broke the opponent's defense. He even wanted to make a move for a moment but was forced back by a look from Yuto. See. This is your limit. You don't even have the courage to take a step forward. Yuto put away his cold eyes, turned around, and left with the team members. Momoi Satsuki watched from a distance and murmured, Courage. Chapter 43, Momoi Satsuki, Won't You Feel Bored? Bonus chapter. Not completely the same. Momoi Satsuki silently left the arena. According to her analysis, the qualifying spot for Tochigi Prefecture this year can only belong to Homie Academy. Because they have Yuto. Such a player is nuclear weapon level, because their Taiko has 5 such nuclear weapons. After winning the game, Yuto led the team back to school. Based on what happened in the simulation, he made the whole team get off halfway through the subway ride and ran back to Okyukazome. Yuto found that he still cared about these vain reputations. He desires success and victory, and at the same time enjoys the scene of being in the spotlight. The next day, Morning Okyukazome unsurprisingly published a report about them running back to Okyukazome. They used words like, best represents the spirit of Okyukazome to describe Homie Academy players. They just won a game, and Team Ace Yuto even broke the Tochigi Prefectural Tournament single-game scoring record, but they still chose to run back to Okyukazome. It's not that they are poor and can't afford the subway, on the contrary, they are richer than anyone. They possess the noble spirit of Tochigi Prefecture. Just like Tochigi Prefecture, thanks to the joint efforts of villagers these years, we have achieved some success, but we will never be satisfied. Because we were born on this land of Tochigi Prefecture. People here have the courage to challenge themselves and won't be proud of temporary success. Go, young people of Okyukazome. Go, Homie Academy. Walking in the school today, Yuto could clearly feel gazes cast on him from all directions. The headline of Morning Okyukazome was him running at the very front of the team. Now he is not just the basketball star of Homie Academy, but the star player of the entire Tochigi Prefecture. This feeling is very cool. Yuto just feels his thoughts are clear now, living the way he wanted. Of course. It would be better if he hadn't been beaten up by Taiko again in the simulation last night. Yes. Last night after returning home, he conducted another simulation. In this simulation, he obtained a blue talent, dual personality shooter. Not Akashi split personality, but similar to Hyuga Junpei, appearing suddenly at a certain moment in the game, greatly improving his shooting percentage. This is a passive skill, unable to be activated autonomously. Yuto activated it several times during the simulation process, but it can only provide help in shooting. Overall, there is improvement, but not particularly much. Because this talent is uncontrollable, unless Yuto can find a way to activate this talent at any time. Besides this, he gained another year of training memories. The 3 shooting types of heaven, earth, and void, after finding his own shooting motion, have improved enough to become his conventional weapons. He also made an attempt. In this simulation, he went all out in every game, pouring everything into every game until he was tragically eliminated by Taiko. In the end, he blasted a terrifying average score of 50+ in the national tournament. For this reason, he squeezed out Kai's Ryota and was selected for this year's national tournament best lineup, preventing Taiko from completing a monopoly. Regarding simulation level, this time he still only increased by 1 level. But Yuto instinctively feels that the amount of simulation experience is related to his game performance in the simulation. According to the settings of online games, the higher the level, the more experience needed to upgrade. It's already remarkable that he can still upgrade 1 level per simulation now. He allocated the attribute points to speed, officially breaking through 90 points. As he guessed, 90 points is a threshold. He became much faster than before. It's just that facing Aemon in speed, he is still at a considerable disadvantage. Always purple and blue talents, when will you explode gold coins, give top rewards, for me. Yuto craves red talents. So far, he hasn't obtained a single one. He really wants to know what kind of changes the top-level red talent can bring. Morning. Don't know which class it was, anyway, Yuto skipped class as usual to sleep on the rooftop. A beach chair, a parasol, a fan, a mobile phone. This is his dull and boring middle school life. Suddenly, Yuto saw a sneaky figure in the school. Black pleated short skirt, beige jacket wrapping the white school uniform, plus that iconic pink long hair. Momoi Satsuki, she came to Homie Academy unsurprisingly. The anime didn't say Momoi Satsuki was a top student either. Is it really okay for her to run around all day without attending class? Yuto looked a few times and lay back down. Don't know how long passed. The door to the rooftop was pushed open. Momoi Satsuki looked left and right, finally finding Yuto's figure in the corner to her right. The little girl's expression stiffened a bit seeing him. So lawless, even more excessive than odd eye. But then again, Yuto classmates' common sense is still online, knowing to prop up a parasol to avoid sunburn to the eyes. The more Momoi Satsuki compared, the more she felt her childhood friend's brain wasn't smart enough. It's summer now. Morning, Taiko's female spy. While Momoi Satsuki was still criticizing her childhood friend in her heart, Yuto, who heard the door opening over there, had already opened his eyes. He was sitting up, 2 hands resting casually on his knees, corners of his mouth slightly raised. His skin, due to frequent practice in the sun, didn't look fair, but not as black as Aemon's, looking very healthy and aggressive. Morning, homie's male ace. Momoi Satsuki wasn't stage frightened either, greeting Yuto with a smile. She tried to read this big boy from Yuto's expression. Found she couldn't do it. Like the intelligence she collected, Yuto is also a basketball idiot who never leaves the ball. Yuto waited for her next words. Result, this smart girl kept looking at him smilingly, as if she really just came to know him. TCH. He felt bored and lay back down again. Momoi Satsuki leaned over as if she had won. She congratulated Yuto on winning the game yesterday and congratulated him on breaking the prefectural tournament record. Yuto told her to speak straight if she had something to say. So Momoi Satsuki spoke straight. Similar to the simulation, Yuto obtained Taiko's intelligence from her hands. Finally, Momoi Satsuki couldn't help asking him. Won't you feel bored? What? That is, if the opponent suddenly gives up, won't the game be boring? A question that didn't happen in the simulation was asked by her. Chapter 44, Taiko's reaction. Won't you feel bored? Opponent suddenly, or even choosing to give up before the game starts. Playing that kind of game where the result is already destined, won't you feel bored? Momoi Satsuki stared at Yuto with wide eyes. Her childhood friend Aemon Daiki chose self-exile precisely for this reason. If it was just because he was too strong to find an opponent, Aemon wouldn't be so pessimistic yet. What made Aemon feel afraid and unacceptable was actually the opponent's attitude. Once he opened full fire, the opponents in front of him would easily be beaten to collapse by him. They didn't resist, waiting for the game time to run out like walking corpses, or even giving up basketball directly in the end. From childhood to adulthood, Aemon had never played such a game. For him, this was even harder to bear than losing. Bored. Yuto sat up again. He looked into Momoi Satsuki's eyes and said, compared to losing the game, what does boredom count for? This is not the answer I wanted. Momoi Satsuki sighed silently. She actually didn't hold too much expectation, but deep down she still longed for Yuto to say something different. However, Ayu just needs to keep winning. She looked forward to the day Yuto faces Aemon. Momoi Satsuki felt that when the two of them collide like Mars hitting Earth, things will definitely become different. So she wanted to help Yuto. By the way, Ayu, this is the intelligence on your next opponent. I don't need this. I'm hungry, I'm going to eat. Help yourself. Yuto waved his hand and left. This time he doesn't plan to treat Momoi Satsuki to a meal, to avoid seeing her and Sora staring at each other again. Why is even Ayu like this? Momoi Satsuki pouted and stomped her foot. Aemon is like this, Yuto is also like this. No respect for her hard work at all. In a fit of anger, she followed behind Yuto and ran to the cafeteria. She is a super spy and had collected Yuto's family situation long ago. He has an adopted sister of the same age, Kasugano Sora, who has a wonderful attitude towards him. Before long, in the school cafeteria. Why did it turn out like this? Yuto looked at Sora and Momoi Satsuki staring at each other opposite him. Finally, he glared at the black-bellied, scheming Momoi Satsuki and buried his head in eating. Whatever you guys do. Noon. Yuto set off again. Today they will play an extremely important game. Because as long as they win this victory, they can break out of the group stage. When Yuto walked out of the tunnel and stepped onto the court with his teammates, thunderous applause rang out at the scene. The report in Morning Okyukazome made many locals become their fans. At the same time, on the other side, Tokyo. Taiko, having slaughtered their opponent by a score difference of 3 times like chopping melons and vegetables in the morning, returned to the basketball club and found that Momoi Satsuki hadn't returned yet. Momoi hasn't returned yet. Went to Tochigi Prefecture. The reason is she found a player she cares about very much. Shouldn't be back so soon. Shirogane Kozo went home to recuperate, and the original assistant coach took the opportunity to become the head coach. But at this moment, this team head coach doesn't look as prestigious as Akashi. Everyone acts on Akashi's instructions, including him as the coach. Matters concerning the basketball club must be discussed with Akashi. Tochigi Prefecture. I know. Momo-chai went to find little Yuto. He is super amazing. Kai's raised his hand to signal as if showing off. Yuto. A player who can attract the attention of both Momoi and Ryota. Akashi recited in his heart, but had absolutely no memory of this person in his brain. Want to watch the game together? Time is just right. Kai's looked expectantly at Akashi. All right. Nothing to do anyway. Understanding potential opponents isn't a bad thing. Akashi wore a formulaic smile. As for training, it doesn't matter anymore. They don't need to unify their pace. As long as he, Akashi Seijiro, activates the abilities of others, victory will be within easy reach. The game started. When the referee tossed the ball into midair, Oda won the right to the first attack for the team. Just as people were guessing how Homie Academy would concoct this attack, they saw a bolt of lightning cross half-court with a whoosh. The speed was fast, shooting out like a sharp arrow, rushing past all opponents in one breath. Sakurai Ryo threw the ball over without a word. Yuto received the ball facing the undefended basket, raised one arm high, and smashed it down. Clang. Ball in. Less than 4 seconds into the opening, Yuto opened the scoring record. Why is it like this? Is there something wrong, Kai's? Akashi didn't feel anything. Although Yuto seemed faster than most players, it wasn't enough to shock him. Yesterday, little Yuto didn't run this fast. Kai's touched his golden hair. This is natural. 90 points is a threshold, 100 points is another threshold. Hearing this, Akashi became interested. You mean, he didn't run this fast with full strength in yesterday's game? If the speed improvement is large enough to be distinguished by the naked eye, it is enough to explain the problem. Whether it was full strength I don't know either. Maybe he didn't sleep well yesterday. Kai's also realized the problem, unsure. Akashi nodded, watching the screen silently himself. The breakthrough in speed made Yuto look even more unstoppable. There were 10 players on the court, but he seemed to be in a different dimension from the other 9. Why does such a guy appear in this kind of place? On the court, Yuto's opponent was already cursing. Super-fast startup speed combined with extremely concise crossovers made Yuto's opponent look like a wooden stake. Watching helplessly as Yuto killed into the paint to score, yet remaining indifferent. But he knew this wasn't his problem. The real problem was Homie Academy's number 10. Passing one person, passing 2 people, even 3 people, he could still easily tear open the enemy's defense line. Powerful enough to make people despair. Such a monster should appear in big cities like Tokyo or Kanagawa. And the most shocking scene of this game happened in the middle of the second quarter. Facing Yuto, who took whatever he wanted. The opponents gave up their matchup players. A total of 5 people surrounded Yuto's position from all directions. A 5-man defense. They had given up on victory, only wanting to subdue the monster in front of them, even if only once. Such a scene is almost impossible to happen in the cognition of fans. And Yuto's choice was even more surprising. He didn't retreat at all but rushed directly into the crowd. A moment later. In the desperate eyes of the opponent, he released the arm grabbing the rim, body falling slowly. The whole arena was silent. So strong. Kai's Ryota watched dumbfounded. He used to be distressed because he couldn't find an opponent. Baseball, soccer, badminton, etc., he tried them all. Until entering the Taiko basketball club, he truly realized what strong is. Result. Outside of Taiko, another such person appeared. He felt that his choice of basketball was truly too correct. The next second, Kai's discovered something wrong. Facing Yuto again, Homie Academy's opponents actually stood still on the spot, allowing Yuto to walk past them with the ball. This. Chapter 45, Get Used to It ASAP, Bonus Chapter. On the court. Homie Academy's opponents seemed dead. With another missed shot on the offensive end, they stood still, letting Yuto pass by them with the ball. No return to defense. No interception. Even the strength to take a look seemed lost. Are you kidding? These guys. Kai's didn't even notice his hands had clenched into fists. Looking at those guys on TV who couldn't even persist until the game time ran out, inexplicable anger rose in his heart. But Akashi Seijiro's expression was unperturbed. You need to get used to it, Ryota. Little Akashi. As a starter for Taiko's first string, you will experience the same thing sooner or later. Get used to it as soon as possible. Akashi had no interest in continuing to watch. The game had no suspense. Homie Academy with Yuto cannot lose, including the subsequent round robin. What he is interested in is the person Yuto. Unexpected development. An existence comparable to us appeared in other regions. However, there is no possibility of losing. Akashi is extremely confident. Under his leadership, Taiko cannot lose. Even completing the unprecedented three-peat of the national tournament is not a problem. Yuto. Just a strong person who can bring some fun to Taiko's winning streak. Kai stared blankly at Akashi's departing back, turning his head to look at Midorima Shintaro. Little Midorima. Just do what you can do well. The so-called, doing humanly possible, Jinji, means to always be yourself no matter what happens. Midorima also had no interest in continuing to watch. He just needed to know that this person is strong and needs him to treat seriously. Get used to it. Kai's Ryota felt his head was so itchy, as if he was about to grow a brain. His anger stemmed from that training match, Ayaman's personal experience. He still remembers what happened at that time. That was one of the few times Ayaman got angry because of basketball. Are you guys playing seriously? Even if it's a training match, be a bit more serious. Ayaman, we have tried our best. You are too strong. Hearing this, Ayaman was stunned on the spot. Is that so? So that's how it is. Have I become too strong? After that, Ayaman, who could be said to be his basketball guide, began to gradually stay away from the basketball club. Am I too weak? Is that why I haven't gotten used to it until now? Kai chose to believe, after all, little Akashi and little Midorima are stronger than him. And on the court, Yuto didn't let these guys off so easily. Seeing his teammates standing hesitantly on the spot, he shouted out a reprimand. Whether they decide to give up is their own business, it has nothing to do with us. We just have to continue playing our game well, playing our basketball well. Put away your ridiculous expressions quickly, we are not qualified to sympathize with the enemy yet. Hearing this, teammates cheered up one after another. Unknowingly, they have become accustomed to obeying Yuto's command. The game was completed in this situation without any suspense. Under Yuto's command, Homie Academy insisted on their own basketball, blasting a frantic 156 points in the whole game. One must know. This is a damn 40-minute game, not an NBA 48-minute game. This score, apart from Taiko, no second team can achieve this year. However, if one finished watching the whole game, they would understand what happened. Homie Academy's opponents were completely defeated by Yuto alone. Physical and mental double defeat. He used unreasonable talent to shatter the opponent's fighting spirit, leaving the remaining time for Homie Academy to slaughter at will. The game ended. The broadcast announced Homie Academy's victory, which foreshadowed that they broke into the round robin again. 2 games left to kill out of Tochigi Prefecture for the second consecutive year. Post-game. Sora found him with a worried face along with Yuto's few friends. Yuto. Sora really wanted to pounce over and hug him. Those people only saw Yuto's strength, complaining and even hating him. Sora really wanted to tell those people loudly. Yuto's success today is inseparable from his daily early arrival and late departure for club training, inseparable from him hugging the basketball out to practice every night after dinner, and even more inseparable from the sweat he paid under the sun when others were playing everywhere. Those people know nothing, they only know how to complain, blaming failure on her Yuto. Come on, don't treat people like 3-year-old children. I'm not that fragile. Yuto reached out and rubbed Sora's head. The feeling is still so good. He didn't go back with the team but proposed to eat nearby. Satsuki, you come too. Anyway, they have already stared at each other, it won't make a difference this time. Do I have a share too? Satsuki was surprised. Of course, you are my doghead strategist, advisor, now. Aren't you going to kill Taiko with me? How can you have strength without eating full? I am not a doghead. Saying so, Momoi Satsuki was still extremely happy. Sora was unhappy. This hateful woman, actually got so close to Yuto without my knowledge. They went to eat sushi. Momoi Satsuki felt very happy, covering her pretty face and savoring every bite. Delicious is one aspect, on the other hand, someone is treating. Thinking about her treatment in Taiko. Sure enough, Ayu is different. What is this shameless woman saying? Tu Ahog on Sora's head instantly stood up, anger value soaring crazily. She shouted loudly to Yuto, Yuto, I don't want you to associate with this bad woman, and the one next door too. Nagisa Kazuha. She never expected she could be cued, mentioned, even like this. Yuto raised his hand and stuffed a piece of salmon she loves into Sora's mouth, accidentally hooking Sora's little tongue. Talking nonsense here again. Eat your favorite salmon. In an instant, Sora was silenced like being hit by Garen's cue, silence. As if afraid of being discovered that her little tongue licked Yuto. After eating the celebration feast, Yuto sent Momoi Satsuki to the subway station. Thanks for the hospitality, Ayu. See you another day. See you another day. Be careful on the road. Yuto waved his hand to send off this Taiko spy. On the way back, the group was in a good mood. Yuto not being affected made them breathe a sigh of relief. Only Sora kept humming and ing, any fool could see she was unhappy. But everyone just didn't point it out, deciding to leave it to Yuto to handle himself. Chapter 46, Iron Heart, and New Uses for the Spirit Attribute. How could Yuto handle it? He won't handle anything, if she loves to sulk, let her sulk. Night. After finishing training and returning home, Yuto took a shower and lay back in his room. Simulation, start. Simulator starting. Random talent draw in progress. Drawing talent, Iron Heart. Congratulations on obtaining blue talent, Iron Heart. Iron Heart, you possess a steel-like fighting spirit from the day you were born. No matter the environment, no matter the moment, nothing can make you back down. Your fighting spirit will involuntarily infect those around you. Spirit attribute plus 10. First Hyuga Juinpei, and now Kiyoshi Teppei. Yuto looked at the talent speechlessly. This thing. Can't say it's useless, but its usefulness doesn't seem that great either. A 10-point increase in the spirit attribute looks great. The problem is that until now, he hasn't fully figured out the usage of the spirit attribute. Could it be that next you'll give me a mental assassination talent or something? Simulation began. After successfully breaking out of the group stage, you returned home and opened the simulator again. You obtained the blue talent Iron Heart, greatly strengthening your mental power. This reminded you of Okisuki Mitsu from the tennis set next door. You wondered if mental assassination has potential. The next day, you stared at Haruka with big eyes early in the morning. You started trying mental assassination on him, you couldn't bear to do it to Sora. Haruka was stared at by you until he felt uncomfortable all over, thinking he had done something to wrong you. The attempt failed. You feel that unless you draw the mental assassination talent, you cannot master the usage of mental assassination. Today is the day of the round robin. You led the team to the arena. You passed the opponent's locker room. It was very quiet inside. Except for the head coach's occasional voice, no communication from the opponents could be heard. They have defaulted that they cannot defeat Homie Academy, cannot defeat you. Your power makes them despair. The game started. You started testing the freshly baked blue talent Iron Heart. Your opponents had low fighting spirit and gave up the game early. Especially when you staged a 1-past-2 dunk over the opponent's center at the start, obliterating the little hope remaining in their hearts. Your opponent today is the overlord of Tochigi Prefecture, possessing the best center in the prefecture. Besides an excellent body model, he also has exquisite skills under the basket and a decent mid-range shot as a deterrent. But he suffered a bloody block from you in the subsequent offense, extremely miserable. The more the opponent played, the lower their morale. In contrast, you guys played more and more bravely. Under the influence of Iron Heart, you were like a torrent of steel, ruthlessly destroying the opponent. Momoi Satsuki did not go to the scene today, she watched the game via live broadcast. Seeing your changes, she sincerely regretting that if Aemon were playing beside you, maybe things would be different. She believes you possess a charm invisible to outsiders, always able to influence everyone around you imperceptibly. In just one day, your teammates played a wonderful game under your influence, with a refreshing mental outlook. At least I don't have to worry about low team morale anymore. Yuto in the outside world was fairly satisfied with the Iron Heart talent. After all, it's a blue talent, and a spirit-related talent, he can't ask for too much. You won wildly by 18 points in a single quarter. Second quarter, you still played with all the main force. Unlike professional leagues, most participating teams in the national tournament only have one chance. Under normal circumstances, the rotation players will not exceed 8. In individual extreme cases, it is very common for 5 main players to play through the entire national tournament. You thought of Sirin in the main series. They played an 8-man rotation, and that was because of Kuroko Tetsuya's special nature allowing him to only output for 20 minutes. Otherwise, they would probably only have a 7-man rotation. You started practicing tactics. You won wildly by 20 points in the single quarter again. You established a 38-point advantage at halftime. You won, winning without any suspense. You successfully won the first game of the round robin. The next day, you still didn't disappoint, ending the suspense of this year's qualifying spot in just half a game. In the 2 round robin games, you scored 50+ and 50+ respectively. You were elected the prefectural tournament MVP. You obtained the national tournament qualification for Tochigi Prefecture. You obtained a precious half-month recovery time. You increased technical practice. You started learning and controlling Hayama Kotaro's lightning dribble. The big fundamental allowed you to master fingertip dribbling very early, but to reach Hayama Kotaro's level, it takes quite some time. Day 1, you were practicing. Day 2, you were still practicing. Day 3. On this day, you accidentally discovered another usage of the spirit attribute. You suddenly thought of Kagami's second challenge to Aemon in the main series. He once simulated the result of the battle between the two in his mind. You made a phone call to Momoi Satsuki. You got all the intelligence on Hayama Kotaro from her. Then, as you obtained Hayama Kotaro's precise data and Momoi Satsuki's prediction blessing, a 3-dimensional model of Hayama Kotaro was constructed in your brain. You started battling Hayama Kotaro in your brain. Your learning speed for the lightning dribble accelerated. Unexpected joy. Yuto in the outside world lit up seeing his simulated self's operation. This way, he can gain more time to improve. Even while resting, he can continue to conduct simulated battles in his brain. This discovery surprised you. Immediately after, You asked Momoi Satsuki to also give you all of Mabuchi Ryo's intelligence, including game tapes. You started simulating the battle with Mabuchi Ryo and learning. Your heaven, earth, and void shots were refined. Your training intensity increased again. You were so tired every day that you wanted to sleep immediately upon returning home. Sora made trouble unreasonably several times, finding that you fell asleep as soon as you got home. She thought you cared about her. She launched a night raid at night, but found that no matter how she tossed, you slept like a dead pig. Idiot Yuto. Sora was so angry she stepped on your face, but you remained indifferent. Finally, she could only return to her room in annoyance. Really getting more and more lawless. Yuto in the outside world looked righteous, but for some reason, there was always a little expectation in his heart. The next day, you ate breakfast refreshingly and left home to continue training. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. The national tournament opened. You took the subway to Tokyo. Chapter 47, Kicked to Death Again, Bonus Chapter. Today is the opening of the national tournament. You took the subway to Tokyo. When you appeared, or rather when you stepped into the arena to register information, you received the attention of people around you. Every year at the national tournament, some youth sports newspapers conduct a detailed report on each participating team. As Homie Academy, breaking out of Tochigi Prefecture for 2 consecutive years, isn't eye-catching, but your performance is very attention-grabbing. Throughout the prefectural tournament, you could blast an average of 48.6 points, 10.9 rebounds, and 8.3 assists per game. Other participating teams studied your games and found that Homie Academy as a whole wasn't much different from last year. The biggest improvement lies in you. They studied the tapes and found that throughout the prefectural tournament, your performance got better and better, improving with every game. They lamented, if only the stock market could rise continuously like your performance. Newspaper media habitually rate each participating team every year. Among them, Taiko received a historic SS rating. According to past history, A-level teams are powerhouses in various regions. Such teams have deep foundations and occupy the national top 16 seats for a long time. They can always attract enough talents to ensure the national tournament record doesn't collapse. If lucky enough to get 1 or 2 chosen ones, they qualify to compete for the national tournament championship. S-level teams are teams with chosen ones. Teams of this level have the strength to compete for the championship. SS level never appeared in history. This means fans and media almost determine that Taiko will definitely successfully defend their title. They also listed Taiko's prefectural tournament data, leading other players in the same position by a fault line, huge margin, in every item. The prefectural tournament best lineup, including the 6th men, all belong to Taiko. Considering they are in the Tokyo area with the greatest competition, fans felt the record-breaking SS rating was very reasonable. Your rating reached S level. They pointed out that the reason for being so optimistic about Homie Academy lies in you. Your strong performance and luxurious data were hailed by the media as the only player capable of competing with Kai's Ryota for the country's strongest small forward, number 3 position. You didn't get complacent because of this, instead, you felt the island nation's media were truly blind. What right does Taiko's golden retriever possess to be compared with you? Soon, your first game began. Under your leadership, Homie Academy defeated a strong enemy without shedding blood and advanced to the top 32. Top 32, you met your old rival Hayama Kotaro. This opponent who once kicked you to death, and then later required an overtime buzzer beater to eliminate, is no longer your match for even a single round. You knew him like the back of your hand. Momoi Satsuki's speculation about him fit seamlessly. You beat him until he scurried away with his head in his hands. You advanced, breaking into the national top 16 again. You faced Taiko again. Kuroko Tetsuya found you again. You followed the script, encouraging him to do his own things himself. Kuroko Tetsuya was deeply touched. Facing Taiko again, you could feel their eyes looking at you became different, no longer as condescending as before. The game started. You lost to Taiko by 20 points in a single quarter. But your team morale remained high. The effect of Iron Heart invisibly influenced your teammates. Watching your heroic fighting figure, they were deeply attracted to you, not knowing what giving up was. The talent dual personality shooter activated. You gained shooting space through screens. Midorima Shintaro helped defend meticulously in front of you. You scored with a difficult fadeaway three-pointer. You know these Taiko guys too well. Before feeling threatened, they will only adopt a one-on-one strategy, not double-teaming even when facing you. You opened full fire in the second quarter, shooting 5 for 7 from three-point range, 6 for 6 from free throws, blasting 21 points in the single quarter. Your outstanding performance allowed you to lose only 9 points in the single quarter, trailing the opponent by 29 points at halftime. Fans cheered for you. That Fujimura Kentaro was substituted early in the first quarter. He was dealt with too miserably by you. You attacked him 3 times at the start. Akashi coldly threw him to the bench. He knew he was discarded. The former genius was worthless in front of Akashi. Third quarter, your dual personality shooter talent was still exerting force. Your mid to long range shooting combined with screen tactics gave Taiko huge defensive pressure. Akashi started to act. You experienced the terror of the Emperor Eye. The Tyrannosaurus wildness allowed you to always sense danger. You barely dodged his steal, not too embarrassed, but your shooting rhythm was destroyed. You started hitting the iron, missing. You used 10 attempts in exchange for 12 points in the single quarter, but your team lost another 23 points in the quarter. Fourth quarter, the decline in physical fitness began to affect your condition. Akashi no longer interfered, but you still fell behind in the confrontation with Aemon. You didn't give up. Your teammates, under your influence, also didn't give up. They tenaciously executed tactics to create scoring space for you. Your attitude was praised by Tochigi Prefecture fans. Your perseverance deeply shocked Kuroko Tetsuya. He believed this was the true way to play basketball. You were kicked to death. You refused to shake hands with Akashi. Even though this wasn't your first defeat, and even though you knew your chances of winning were slim, you still walked into the player tunnel alone, kicked over a trash can, and picked it up very politely. Your national journey ended. Soon after, the news of Taiko successfully defending their title and achieving a two-peat swept the country. The name of the Generation of Miracles began to spread to every corner of the country. But when fans talked about the Generation of Miracles with relish, your name would always be mentioned by them. People believed your failure was only because you were alone. Your tenacious fighting spirit moved fans. They called you the Lion of Okyukazome. Hayama Kotaro, Mibuchi Ryo, Nobuya Aikichi, Kiyoshi Teppei, Hanamiya Makoto, and others entered high school at the same time. They were collectively called the Uncrowned Kings because of their outstanding individual abilities. They received olive branches thrown by high school powerhouses. Hayama Kotaro, Nobuya Aikichi, and Mibuchi Ryo chose to join the high school overlord Rikuzen at the same time. For a time, the high school basketball world was shaken. Kiyoshi Teppei and Hanamiya Makoto chose no powerhouse. They disappeared from people's vision with the end of the national tournament. Chapter 48, Finally Don't Have to See You. Rikuzen became the favorite to win the championship in the new year of high school basketball. Rikuzen, holding 3 uncrowned kings, fears no strong enemy. Other high school powerhouses were also trying every means to absorb talents rising from middle school to high school. Some schools attracted players to join with generous conditions such as high scholarships, while others introduced geniuses directly from their affiliated schools. The media was astonished to find that this year's high school powerhouses were more active than ever before. Some people believed they were preparing in advance to attract those 6 geniuses, Gam plus Kuroko, to join after next year. The Generation of Miracles, and the Lion of Okyukazome. You became a basketball star with some national fame. Soon after, the basketball club held a farewell ceremony. You took over the position of basketball club captain from Oda. You got a summer to practice. Your use of spirit power became more and more handy. You could clearly simulate the contest with Hayama Kotaro, and even the Generation of Miracles. Your lightning dribble got started, basics mastered. You were not satisfied, you continued to practice. You decided to go to Okinawa for a 1-week trip. You agreed. Sora dragged you to choose swimwear. She secretly pulled you into the changing room again. You did some strange things inside. You felt that since it was a simulation anyway, there seemed to be no problem being presumptuous. The vacation ended. New semester, you entered the 3rd year of middle school. Your height increased to 1.90 meters. New semester, the first day of club recruitment, you welcomed a strong aide. Kuroko Tetsuya jumped ship from Taiko to Okyukazome. Long time no see, Yuto-san. Kuroko greeted you calmly, but you could hear the enthusiasm in his tone. The New Year's national tournament began. You sang all the way, breaking Homie Academy's history, breaking out of Tochigi Prefecture for 3 consecutive years. You broke into the main national tournament, you broke into the top 16. Simulation ended. This way, there should be no problem. Yuto skillfully put away old Ma's black and white photo. Now it is basically certain. As long as he shows enough strength, Kuroko will come to him on his own. Then, just need to ignite the thoughts in his heart in advance and defeat the generation of miracles in the correct way, and he will transfer to Homie Academy in the 3rd year. Although Kuroko's misdirection only lasts 20 minutes, it is still a great help. This simulation has ended. Obtained blue talent, Iron Heart. Obtained memories of national tournament up to top 16 matches. Obtained 1 year of game and training memories of Mirage Shot. Obtained 1 year of game and training memories of Heaven, Earth, and Void Shots. Obtained massive practice memories of Lightning Dribble. Your technique attribute increased by 2 points. Your simulation level did not increase. Simulation level didn't increase. As he speculated, the further back, the slower the upgrade. High probability that another simulation needs to be completed to upgrade again. The rest depends on the talent drawn in the next simulation. Yuto closed his eyes to sleep. The talent draw for the simulation is completely random. Like the last 2 simulations, he drew blue talents, and the improvement in personal ability was not as huge as before. But again, time is on his side. The next day. The last day of the National Tournament Prefectural Qualifiers. Homie Academy's game was scheduled for the afternoon. But the geezer coach brought everyone to the competition venue early to prepare in advance. The next game concerns whether they can qualify. The whole team appeared extremely serious. The process of the game didn't have much fluctuation. Homie Academy's opponent in front of them had already played a match against the Tochijai Prefecture Overlord in the morning. They lost. Unless they can defeat you, there is absolutely no possibility of qualifying. But facing the absolute gap in strength, they surrendered in just 1 quarter. He blasted 21 points in a single quarter, while sending out 4 blocks and 2 steals on the defensive end, causing the opponent to turn over as many as 6 times. The game was only halfway through, and Homie Academy fans had already started celebrating in advance. When the referee blew the whistle for the end of the game, Yuto saw the opposing captain reveal a look of relief from a heavy burden. Finally, don't have to see you anymore, monster. His eyes were not like those previous people, there was no resentment, carrying a trace of relief. In high school, you still have a chance to face me. Won't happen. Yuto stopped his steps upon hearing this. Then he heard the opponent say, I won't play basketball anymore in the future. Then. Tap 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 tap. The opponent took his backpack without a word, moved his feet, and left the court. Go prepare, Yuto. The award ceremony is coming up. MHM. Yuto picked up his backpack and left with the team. On a simple podium. All members of Homie Academy wore gold medals and held the trophy, smiling at the fans. There was no suspense for the Prefectural Tournament MVP. Yuto was elected the most valuable player and selected for the best lineup at the same time. Post-game. Homie Academy people discussed where to celebrate. Sora and the others also followed along. When walking out of the arena, their opponent today, that 3rd-year captain, happened to be accepting an interview. Facing the reporter's question about his plans after entering high school, he answered like this, probably will study seriously, strive to get into a good university. If possible, I also want to have a love affair with endless aftertastes. Reporter asked, basketball? He shook his head and said, won't play anymore. Not just high school, I probably won't touch basketball again in the future. Why? You guys can't understand. Only by facing Yuto face to face will you understand that mortals cannot defeat him. Just then, Yuto and the others passed by. His eyes swept over you and then withdrew. The reporter recorded it in astonishment. The next day, a report titled, Despair-Inducing Power, was released. There were 2 people in the report photo, this team captain and Yuto. In the photo, Yuto looked cold, ignoring the triple team and charging forward. The background was the luxurious stats of 54 points, 13 rebounds, and 12 assists he got in the last game. Chapter 49, Ayaman's Gaze. Tokyo. Morning. Since eating the meal Yuto treated her to that day, Momoi Satsuki has paid extra attention to his news. On this day, she opened her phone as usual to read reports about the national tournament. After clicking on Morning Okyukazome, she saw the news about Yuto beating someone into retirement. Ah, you. Such a thing is too incredible. If told to others, they might think you are talking about an anime plot. But Momoi Satsuki is already used to it. This year, there are really too many players who left the court forever because of Aimin and others. She was a little worried and wanted to make a call. But after thinking for a moment, she finally gave up. Forget it, just like Ayu said, he is not that fragile. Thinking of this, looking at that photo of Yuto on the screen, his expression inside was like it was made of steel, his determined eyes making people feel at ease. Looking and looking, Momoi Satsuki started laughing. What are you snickering at, Satsuki? It's disgusting. At this time, Aimin Daiki walked out of his house yawning. Going to school together every day is their habit, which has lasted for a long time. You are the disgusting one. Momoi Satsuki glared, finding that after knowing Yuto, the more she looked at this guy, the less pleasing to the eye he was. Just like Ayu said, Aimin is like a child she can never stop worrying about. Strange guy. Aimin felt Momoi Satsuki was a bit different but didn't care. Instead, he asked, by the way, I heard from Kai's that guy saying a very interesting fellow appeared. Do you know, Satsuki? Are you talking about Ayu? Ayu. Aimin was stunned. In his memory, his childhood friend never called anyone Ayu or similar except for himself. She would use weird nicknames like Ki-chan. Strangers were addressed with classmate or similar titles. He suddenly became interested. A guy who can be so valued by Satsuki won't be simple. Sounds like he's pretty good. Odd eye, you'd better go back to the basketball club to participate in team practice quickly, otherwise you will be defeated by Ayu sooner or later. Defeated? You still haven't understood until now, Satsuki. Aimin walked at the very front, saying with his unique husky voice, the only one who can beat me is me. And the protagonist of their topic, Yuto. He was still sleeping on the rooftop, his territory. He conducted a simulation again last night. Can't say he gained nothing, but the talent drawn was indeed useless. Rapid-fire jump shot, your shooting speed has been improved without affecting shooting percentage. Slightly increases interference impact, resistance, ... Another blue talent. Since the opening 3 consecutive purples, he has had 3 consecutive blues. Red level talents are still missing. The good news is that green talents haven't appeared either. In addition, he has also mastered his lightning dribble, which makes his crossovers sharper. It is worth mentioning. Under the influence of the big fundamental, his lightning dribble not only lacks Hayama Kotaro's gong and drum sound effects, but his crossovers are faster and more concise. Finally, the simulation level unsurprisingly increased to level 7. He dumped the 5 attribute points into stamina. This not only makes his Mirage shot harder to defend but also meets the conditions for practicing the Meteor Jam. Yuto also discovered. The improvement in his technique attribute is comprehensive. For example, clearly he practiced the lightning dribble, exercising ball control and breakthrough, but shooting ability and other aspects would also improve along with it. This also counts as a system bug, or perhaps a system welfare. So, even if Yuto doesn't think this broken Meteor Jam has any use other than being flashy, he still chose to master it. For nothing else, purely for the improvement of the technique attribute. The qualifiers have ended. Facing Taiko, only 2 games left. Unless his luck, RP, explodes in the next 2 simulations, he can't defeat Taiko this year. Yuto, time to eat. The class dismissal bell rang. Before long, Sora pushed open the rooftop door and walked to his side. No bento box, that thing showing girlfriend power. Sora's cooking level is Satsuki tier. Although it won't kill people, going to the hospital to register after eating is inevitable. For the sake of health, better eat honestly in the school cafeteria. Understood. Yuto got up, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and went down the rooftop together. Afternoon. Yuto came to the basketball club as soon as the dismissal bell rang. At this time, there is still half a month before the opening of the national tournament. The geezer coach planned to use what he learned in his life to strengthen the players' weaknesses in this half month. First and foremost is physical fitness training, followed by improvements in skills and tactics. Having a player like Yuto in the team is a very happy thing. You just need to arrange tactics around his playing characteristics and bring out his abilities. But having a player like Yuto is also a very painful thing for a coach. No way around it. Since awakening his talent, Yuto changes almost every day. Today his mid-range shooting ability was obviously average, result, the next day he came up with something like Mirage shot. you know. He was also a professional player at his peak. Although guarding the water cooler, it was professional, right? Result. He also felt that Yudo's shooting was exclusive to monsters. Without matching hang time, this shot is impossible to play. For this, the geezer coach thought hard to change the team tactics. Result, the next day. Just as the new tactic had a little idea, Yudo suddenly started shooting threes. Quack quack, accurate, very accurate. He recognized that this was the signature three-point shot of the player named Yakusha Mibuchi. Completely without time to think about how Yudo did it, he grabbed the tactical board and stayed up all night in the office again. He thought, this little goblin better not come up with some moths, trouble/new tricks, again. Result, just walked into the basketball club and saw the members standing there dumbfounded watching the court. What are you doing? Before the word doing could come out, a bursting loud noise came from the court. He looked towards the sound. He saw Yudo pick up the basketball, retreat to outside the three-point line again, run up, kill to a position near the free throw line, and jump violently. That gliding distance was almost like paying tribute to Jordan. Fortunately, he didn't jump that excessively, nor did he glide that far. But Yudo's next distance, action, shocked his mind again. He saw Yudo in midair suddenly smash out with one arm. The basketball instantly bombarded the rim like a cannonball. Clang! The backboard shook violently. Although it didn't go in, the geezer coach knew that he damn well had to work overtime all night again tonight. Truly a bastard who doesn't save people worry. Chapter 50, National Tournament Opening, Bonus Chapter. There is still half a month until the national tournament opens. During this time, Yudo didn't have any official games to play, so naturally, there were no simulation opportunities. He didn't conduct strength training. He plans to do this after the national tournament ends. Because he doesn't have enough time to adapt to the body brought by increased strength. Player weight gain is a very important thing. Most players choose to gain weight in the summer. Because they still need to give themselves enough time to adapt to the body after gaining weight. Gaining weight, besides bringing high-intensity confrontation and making players more stable in contact layups, also has negative effects affecting speed and shooting percentage. So, weight gain plans can only be arranged in the summer vacation, and professional guidance is needed. Examples of blindly gaining weight and burying one's own advantages are too numerous. Yudo won't act recklessly on such matters. Except for Meteor Jam, Yudo still practices extra mid-range and three-point shooting daily. He almost doesn't participate in team training, especially physical fitness training. Now that his stamina has broken through 90 points, as long as he doesn't fly across the court on both ends, high firepower output for 30 minutes is absolutely no problem. If he could fly across the full court while balancing offense and defense for 40 minutes, then he would be a true Iron Man. Just like this. Half a month passed in a blink of an eye. On this day, Homie Academy represented Tochigi Prefecture in the national tournament. They came to the arena holding the national tournament in Tokyo. During registration, when Yudo stepped into the arena, the eyes of the surrounding participating teams were cast on him. Homie Academy is here. Who is Yudo? The one walking at the very front, the one with particularly black eyes. Is that him? Doesn't look like anything special. Players whispered. Yudo is still very handsome, very masculine, very wild. But his hair and eyes are really too ordinary. People really can't imagine why he can produce such heaven-defying stats. Look at Taiko again. Starting 5, plus team manager and sixth man, hair colors are colorful like a rainbow. One look and you know they are extraordinary. Yuto, just like his playing style, seems too inconspicuous. But Sora thinks Yudo is very special because his eyes and hair color are as deep as black gems. Whether angry or happy, or even just waking up in the morning with eye boogers, they are like the night sky, making people feel peaceful and tranquil. Yudo ignored these discussions. He didn't meet the Taiko crowd here either. After registering information, he went to the rest area to prepare. Every year the tournament opens with an opening ceremony. They need to follow the staff's instructions to walk out of the tunnel later for a parade, so fans nationwide know them. 9 o'clock in the morning. The opening ceremony began. Homie Academy walked out of the tunnel led by a woman in uniform, who held a sign with the words, Tochigi Prefecture Homie Academy. He finally saw the Taiko 5 here. The 5 had different expressions. Akashi wore a formulaic smile cultivated by a big family. Midorima Shintaro looked like a stuffy oil bottle/silent type. Murasakibara Atsushi was yawning there. Kai's Ryota waved smilingly to female fans in the audience. Ayaman discovered Yuto immediately. He turned his head and grinned. Yuto also grinned. Two men full of wildness stared at each other across the air before the game even started. No words between them, but as if many words were spoken, quietly waiting for the game to start. Don't know how long passed, the organizer finally finished the promoting sports spirit jibber-jabber. With a few fireworks exploding, the national tournament officially began. Homie Academy's game was on the second day. There were as many as 64 participating teams, couldn't finish playing in one day. And Taiko. As the defending champion and host, they were arranged in the opening game against a Kyoto powerhouse. The result can be imagined. They took down the opponent without shedding blood. Yuto even felt their jerseys weren't wet. The strength gap was too big. Taiko ended the suspense in just one quarter, established enough advantage in the second quarter, and started training soldiers, practicing/playing subs, in the second half. So strong. After all, it's Taiko, defending champion Taiko. That's right. Of their 5 starters this year, 4 were only first years last year. A year of growth and running in will only make them stronger. 4 people. What about the other one? Kai's Ryota only joined the Taiko basketball club this year, and I heard he only started contacting basketball at the beginning of the semester. Real or fake? Became a Taiko starter in less than half a year. That's why he is a genius. And there is also Nijimura Shuzo on Taiko's bench. The audience discussed spiritedly. Taiko became the focus of everyone. Nijimura Shuzo resigned as Taiko basketball club captain this year due to family illness and plans to go abroad to accompany his family for treatment at the end of the semester. Before that, he is still a member of Taiko. Although there weren't many opportunities to play this year, no one would underestimate this former strongest middle school student in the country. The official Kuroko lore also clearly gave the answer. Except for Kai's Ryota, the strongest small forward is Nijimura Shuzo. After resigning, Nijimura Shuzo gave way to Ayaman and switched to playing position 3. Starters, bench. Taiko's lineup is strong to a heinous degree. Fans lamented Taiko's strength, and some high school coaches frequently nodded. Geniuses, they have seen many, but haven't seen many this genius. So much so that they came to watch the game in person. For general geniuses, it's enough for the head coaches of these powerhouse teams to send an invitation directly, their team name is a golden sign. But for these few geniuses from Taiko, they are willing to invite them personally. So, before that, they need to understand these geniuses enough to prescribe the right medicine. To put it more bluntly, it's not them choosing the generation of miracles, but the generation of miracles choosing them. Of course. Besides these 5 geniuses from Taiko, that genius from Tochigi Prefecture is also worth their attention. Kuroko no Basket, Simulating to Invincibility. Chapter 51, This is where he's amazing, bonus chapter, the next day. The second match day of the national tournament. Homie Academy arrived early at the competition venue. Their round of 64 match was scheduled for 9 a.m. High school coaches from the Tokyo area, including coaches from the 3 kings of Tokyo, Shotoku, Seiho, and Senshinkan, came to the scene again. Coach, is it really okay to waste time watching a middle school game? Nakatani Masaaki is the head coach of the King Shotoku. Sitting next to him is the current captain of the team. Otsubo Taisuke is mentioned later as a new/future pillar, so this might be a graduating senior or just a generic captain. They also need to prepare for the national tournament, Interhigh. Spending time watching a middle school game seems meaningless. Hearing this, Nakatani Masaaki propped his chin up and said calmly, "It is indeed a waste of time for you, but for Shotoku, this is an important matter concerning Shotoku's future." Otsubo, the future of high school basketball, the final winner will be decided by these children, the Taiko starters and Homie Academy's number 10. Daigu, Otsubo, disagreed. "I've read the reports. I know their stats are excellent, but that's a middle school game. Coach, aren't you taking it too seriously? Who wasn't a genius in middle school? Just like him, it was because of his outstanding performance in middle school that Shotoku extended an olive branch to him. Including now, he is still one of the best centers in the country. You'll know soon. These kids are special." Nakatani Masaaki didn't talk nonsense anymore. Competition in the Tokyo area is fierce in itself. Their name as the Three Kings comes from their long-term occupation of the national tournament qualifying spots. This successfully allowed Shotoku to attract many talented players, ensuring Shotoku always maintains competitiveness. But the situation is different now. Not to mention the sudden rise of the nouveau riche 2 Academy, which has been using abundant funds to pave the way and smash out powerful lineups in recent years. The emergence of 2 has long threatened the status of the Three Kings. Of course, these are nothing yet. The real threat is those kids. As long as one of them is obtained, even a weak team can transform into a favorite to win the national tournament. Homie Academy is the best example. Seeing this, Daigu also put away his contempt and waited seriously for the game to start. Homie Academy's opponent today is a team from the Gunma Prefecture area. Full name, Gunma Prefecture Prefectural S-Boys Middle School. When Yuto heard this school name, he wanted to go over and ask if there was a female student named Natsuki in their school who often went to school in a Mercedes-Benz, Initial D reference. This is an Overlord-level team in Gunma Prefecture. From 1986 to 2007, S-Boys Middle School created an exaggerated record of 21 consecutive championships in Gunma Prefecture. Although Gunma Prefecture is not a big area, its total population exceeds 2 million, far incomparable to a countryside like Tochigi Prefecture. 21 consecutive regional tournament championships, and the team history even has national tournament victories. Such achievements are quite convincing. I must salute Mr. Takagi, geezer coach. He has accomplished something remarkable. They broke the dominance for 2 consecutive years and succeeded in breaking out of Tochigi Prefecture. S-Boys head coach praised Homie Academy's geezer in the pre-match interview. This revealed his lack of confidence. Now all participating teams in the country know that a monster averaging 40+ points per game has popped up in Homie Academy. Except for Taiko, no one dares to say they will win against them steadily. S-Boys head coach was modest, but their players didn't think so. A person's strength is limited after all, basketball is a 5-person sport. Yuto is very famous, and many fans are looking forward to his performance in the national tournament. This is just right. Defeating him, people all over the country will see their prowess. But this ambition disappeared by the end of the first quarter of the game. Passed 3 people in a row. Incredible Yuto. He destroyed S-Boys' defense again and dunked. 14th point personally scored in the single quarter. This is a true genius. Tokyo TV's commentator shouted passionately as Yuto scored with a violent dunk. While in Gunma Prefecture, the local TV commentator said with a crying tone, "Still can't do it after all. 14 points in a single quarter. This is just the help Yuto provided to the team on the offensive end. On the defensive end, he also ruled the game. S-Boys can dominate Gunma Prefecture, of course, they have their skills. Opponent's offensive round. Fujiwara Takuya broke through immediately after crossing half-court. He used his strong body to push away Sakurai Ryo and easily reached the mid-range. This player with the same surname as the god of Mount Akina has the title of God of War in Gunma Prefecture. His height reached 1.83 meters, and he was strong and fit. Yuto has only 70 strength points, so he falls behind in confrontation. But when the Gunma God of War killed near the free throw line with the ball, facing Yuto's help defense, what he saw was not Yuto, but a Tyrannosaurus opening its bloody mouth to bite him. Unimaginable instinct and insight into crisis meant that the moment the Gunma God of War made a move, Yuto's arm had already slapped across. Smack! Fujiwara Takuya's body passed Yuto and came behind him. However, the basketball in his hand had disappeared. What? He couldn't even see clearly how Yuto moved. Yuto's body had already started and rushed past half-court. Sakurai Ryo picked up the basketball and threw it forward forcefully, not worried at all that Yuto wouldn't catch up. S-Boys guards reacted quickly because they had already been hit by Yuto's fast break several times. When Yuto received the ball, the opponents had already completed their positioning. No hesitation. He advanced instead of retreating, accelerating, and killing forward. Smack! Yuto made a shoulder dip and crossover move, the opponent reacted. However, the next second, Yuto's figure appeared on the other side of the opponent like jumping through a wormhole. His passing speed and neat movement simply made people cold all over. Through slow-motion replay, fans saw that almost at the moment the opponent shifted his center of gravity, Yuto made a second change of direction. His figure crossed the opponent almost simultaneously. Momoi Satsuki was watching the game on the scene. She noticed that during Yuto's dribbling process, the basketball never touched his palm. He was dribbling with his fingers. Such technology, Satsuki hadn't seen before, nor could she predict it. Fingertip dribbling. No. Akashi on the side saw the problem. From Yuto's dribbling process, he saw lightning bursting out from the basketball and Yuto's hands. It's the lightning dribble of that lightning beast. Lightning dribble. Are you sure, Akashi? Midorima didn't have eyes like Akashi's, so he couldn't see that clearly. But he knew that every time Hayama Kotaro's lightning dribble started, it was like killing a pig, so noisy that people couldn't sleep. Although the movement of Yuto's dribbling was also loud, it was within an acceptable range. This is where he is amazing. Chapter 52, How can we get him? The essence of the lightning dribble is fingertip dribbling. As the name suggests, this is a technique of controlling the basketball with fingertips. To dribble fast, fingertip strength is very important. Like Hayama Kotaro, he only needs 3 fingers to use the lightning dribble, which is much faster than ordinary people's dribbling. This proves his fingers are quite powerful. Once the number of fingers Hayama Kotaro uses reaches 4 or more, the speed of the basketball bouncing is like disappearing. The huge force of his fingers gives the basketball huge kinetic energy, making an explosive sound every time it hits the floor. But Yuto's lightning dribble doesn't have the explosive sound like Hayama Kotaro's. However, Akashi noticed that this is not because Yuto's lightning dribble is inferior to that lightning beast. What his emperor eye saw was that every time Yuto dribbled, the basketball hitting the ground was quite restrained. Under the premise of concentrating power on fingers, concentrate power further. This is what Akashi saw. Yuto's lightning dribble seemed more advanced than Hayama Kotaro's in Akashi's view. His dribbling won't have an explosive movement every time, but every time the basketball hits the floor, the dust on the floor seems to be shaken up. This is endowed by the big fundamental. Any technique in Yuto's hands will be simplified. Bang. Accompanied by the dull sound of the basketball hitting the floor, the basketball in Yuto's hands seemed to disappear. Under the shocked gaze of the opponent, his body moved with the ball, and amidst the opponent's double team, like a bolt of lightning, he tore open a gap. Swish. The ball went in. Yuto easily defeated the opponent's defense line. At least in the eyes of the audience, he very easily destroyed the enemy's defense and scored a layup. Monster. Looking at Yuto, whose hands seemed to be wrapped in lightning, S-Boys members clenched their fists unconsciously. At this moment in the stadium, almost all the audience were cheering for Yuto, including some fans from the Gunma Prefecture area. They were like a background. The record of 21 consecutive regional championships was merely to set off Yuto's toughness. They suffered mental and physical blows simultaneously. 18 points in a single quarter. This is the impact delivered by Yuto in a single quarter, with a shooting percentage as high as 80%. As long as he is not facing Taiko, he can always produce appalling shooting percentages. Because apart from Taiko, other teams don't have Murasakibara Atsushi, this pervert, guarding the paint. That exaggerated defensive range means even Yuto doesn't dare to attack the paint easily. Murasakibara Atsushi's defensive technique is not good, but this damn giant baby's reaction and athletic ability are heinously strong. Yuto falling behind Ayaman in several simulations is inseparable from the credit of this purple-haired giant baby. Second quarter. Yuto rested on the bench for 5 minutes. Outside the simulation, he doesn't need to play the full game for experience points and frantically farm stats. He rested comfortably on the bench for 5 minutes before putting on his armor again. During this time, S-Boys took the opportunity to chase back a few points, but not many. Sakurai Ryo is a national-level player anyway, 2 Academy second scorer. His fast and accurate three-pointers stopped S-Boys' pace of chasing points. And when Yuto appeared again, the opponent's face instantly became extremely ugly. It can be said. The past 5 minutes were the national tournament they were familiar with. Before Yuto and these people appeared, everyone played basketball like this. But now the situation has changed. This year's national tournament has become unfamiliar to him. The game continued. Homie Academy still used the old strategy, spacing out and giving Yuto the ball for isolation at the top of the key. Fujiwara Takuya had long lost his original confidence. Looking at Yuto in front of him, he felt like he wasn't facing a normal human but a man-eating Tyrannosaurus. He had seen Jurassic Park. At that time, he felt the Americans were making a fuss over nothing. Such a clumsy Tyrannosaurus, with blind spots everywhere, if you can't beat it, can't you damn hide? But facts proved. Reality is much more thrilling than damn movies. In the past 2 years, before the rise of Taiko and Yuto, Hayama Kotaro was one of the most eye-catching players. Thanks to him, everyone learned about the one-in-a-million talent of wildness. A human with the aura of a Tyrannosaurus hidden deep in his genes. Fujiwara didn't know how to describe his mood at this moment. Yuto didn't care about that much. He started explosively to break through. The opponent, relying on a pair of unusually long arms, suddenly reached out to take the basketball. Gunma God of War is not an undeserved reputation, his talent is also visibly outstanding. Bang! The basketball hit the floor like lightning. The power concentrated at one point exploded, shaking the dust that needed a microscope to see into, fleeing in all directions, leaving an absolute vacuum zone in place. His dribbling was like disappearing. The next second, Yuto bent over and threw his body to the other side, passing Fujiwara to Kuya cleanly with just one movement. Gunma God of War's body advantage, wingspan advantage, startup explosion, mobility, speed, he was crushed by Yuto in all aspects. He deeply felt at this moment why Yuto could drive the media and fans crazy. Why the other party could attract the attention of those high school basketball powerhouse coaches in the second-year middle school game. The appearance of him and those people from Taiko is simply Jesus sent by God to the world. Their holy light is enough to let everyone see how special they are. But for players of the same generation like Fujiwara, this is too damn cruel. Beep. Halftime ended. Homie Academy led S-Boys by 27 points, 59-32. Yuto blasted 34 points in the half. This number itself is amazing, but Daigu beside Nakatani Masaaki found out. This number is far less shocking than the visual impact brought by Yuto. Throughout the half, Daigu's eyes repeated one thing continuously, watching Yuto hold the ball facing double and even triple teams, and then destroy the opponent's defense. He couldn't experience the despair of S-Boys members, but his eyes could see the confusion on the faces of every S-Boys player when they exited. Their eyes became empty. Gunma Prefecture's 21-time champion was beaten into self-doubt. Coach, your vision is as vicious as ever. Daigu conceded. The person holding the coaching whip of Shotoku, one of the best coaches in the high school basketball world, Nakatani Masaaki. His judgment was correct. But the question comes again. Can our Shotoku get him? Chapter 53, Eagle Eye. Can Shotoku get him? This is a very good question. Geniuses are proud, especially this kind of genius rarely seen in 10 years. Moving them is not an easy task. Because these players, more or less, have some defects in personality and are not so easy to deal with. Shotoku wants to pocket these geniuses. Needs to do these things. First, prepare a detailed plan to let them see Shotoku's long-term goals and lofty ambitions. Second, the team lineup. If these geniuses aim for professional leagues, no, it should be said they will inevitably enter the professional world in the future. Therefore, they need to provide a stage for these geniuses to show themselves. To attract attention, there is no better publicity than a champion, so they also need to prepare a championship lineup. Third, high scholarships are also essential. Not just a simple scholarship like waiving tuition fees, you have to make his high school life free from material worries. High scholarships. Most basketball powerhouses in the country do this. Although there is no black-gold transaction like NCAA, the conditions are definitely generous, including advancing to university upon graduation. Because the outstanding results of the basketball club can also feed back to enrollment data. This is all damn credit. Shotoku's board of directors will not be stingy with funds, provided he can guarantee this player can lead Shotoku to win games. Atsubo's condition recently is excellent. For this year's national tournament, I plan to let him start appropriately. Nakatani Masaaki looked at his disciple seriously. Atsubo, huh? Indeed enough to support the interior of King Shotoku. I plan to hand over the captain position to him after retiring from the club. Even if you didn't say it, coach, I also plan to let Atsubo try leading the team. Daigu also had similar plans. Having stayed in Shotoku for 3 years, he also has feelings. In the last year, without affecting results, he doesn't mind sacrificing himself to cultivate the next generation for Shotoku. Also, Miyagi is worth noting. I know. Next year is his chance. Tempered on the bench for 1 year, he is mature enough. Shotoku never lacks talent. Atsubo Taisuke, who joined this year, showed extraordinary talent early on and is the next interior pillar of Shotoku. Miyagi Kiyoshi's talent is relatively poor, but his hard work is the most in the entire basketball club. You know, Shotoku is famous nationwide for its devilish training intensity. As a result, Miyagi Kiyoshi would practice extra outside of basketball club activities. These extra sweats won't let him down. Next year Nakatani Masaaki plans to let Miyagi Kiyoshi try to ascend. Chat time over. Halftime passed. The third quarter started quickly. Yuto opened full fire in this quarter. Well, not exactly full fire, he didn't shoot three-pointers, hiding some things. Since mastering Mabuchi Ryo's 3 shooting types, he hasn't used them once in official games outside of simulation. This is specially prepared for Taiko. Coming up in the third quarter, Yuto launched a fierce attack with the ball. He accelerated to get rid of the defender, crossed the free throw line, and turned sideways to raise the ball. Seeing this, the opponent jumped with both feet with all his might, flying into the air to intercept. However, this Gunma center who created a single-game record of 11 blocks not long ago didn't touch the basketball. Yuto actually made a fake move. After faking the enemy into the air, he bunny-hopped past the enemy center and raised the basketball with one arm again. The audience leaned forward. Is this going to be a hook shot? This Homie Academy Ace's fundamentals are solid enough to be chilling. Hook shot. Too complicated. More than 90 stamina allowed Yuto to spring up like a rocket launching. The influence of Tyrannosaurus wildness stimulated his aggression. Under the fanatical gaze of the fans in the whole arena, he smashed the ball into the hoop with one arm. Bang. What a shocking one-handed tomahawk dunk. The opponent was numb. The things that once made them proud were now shattered by Yuto in the most ruthless way. When pride disappears, fear and self-doubt follow. Gunma Prefecture might have the god of Mount Akina, but Tachijai Prefecture's mountain roads didn't give the AE-86 a chance to drift through the corner. The game ended. Gunma's 21-time champion suffered a 42-point bloodbath by Homie Academy. The points they lost were exactly Yuto's score in this game. He already held back, playing 28 minutes, but the huge gap still allowed him to take whatever he wanted. Gunma's 21-time champion suffered a tragic one-round elimination. Gunma God of War revealed a look of relief after the game. Unwilling. He found he had nothing to be unwilling about. Probably no one in the entire island nation could guard this freak. Yuto is no longer a player on the same level as them. 42 points. The opponent is still that Gunma Prefecture 21-time champion. So strong. Is this still the Yuto I know? No, is he actually Yuto? This is completely not the same person as the Yuto I knew last year. What the hell is going on? Those people from Taiko are also like this, suddenly becoming unreasonable this year. Who knows? Anyway, these guys are all monsters. Who is Homie Academy's next opponent? It's the team where Lightning Beast Hayama Kotaro is. Really? Then there's a good show to watch. Good show. Why do I feel Hayama Kotaro will be kicked to death by Yuto? The audience discussed spiritedly. All discussing Yuto's changes and strength. Some senior fans found that this year's Yuto and last year's are completely two different people. His playing style and personal ability have undergone earth-shaking changes. Such changes reminded them involuntarily of those geniuses from Taiko. So much so that they felt Hayama Kotaro, the genius who swept the country 2 years ago, seemed not so good anymore. And as Yuto performed excellently, some of his past deeds were dug up. For example, he beat multiple players in Tachijai Prefecture to collapse, and chose to quit the basketball club after the game ended. Another example is that after winning the game, he made the whole team run back to Okukazone with him, hailed as the embodiment of Tachijai Prefecture's will to move forward. And for example, he clearly has few friends but is unexpectedly popular with girls. These news spread more and more wickedly, making Yuto even more colorful. Even Sora, looking at Yuto now, would have an illusion that Yuto seemed to be wearing a halo on his head. As for Yuto, he was sitting on the subway with a strange face, looking at the simulation text in front of him. Random talent draw in progress. Obtained talent, Eagle Eye. Congratulations on obtaining blue talent Eagle Eye. Eagle Eye, this talent will grant the player the ability to change viewpoints, construct the entire court in the brain, and instantly switch perspectives through the brain to observe the battlefield. Note, this ability is affected by the spirit attribute. Is it strong? Still very strong, after all, it's a player playing with eyes, vision. Yuto's expression was strange only because this is the third talent he has drawn consecutively from the Siren group. Does this mean plucking Siren bald? Chapter 54, Lightning Beast Hayama Kotaro, Bonus Chapter, You obtained the new talent Eagle Eye. You lamented that Siren must have offended the simulation system. You slept well after returning home and simulated battles in your brain. In the world of Kuroko, there is no lack of guys playing with eye techniques, dojutsu. The strongest among them are Akashi Shijiro's Emperor Eye and Nash's Demon Eye in the movie. These are the strongest eyes known in the setting. Further back, there are Takao Kazunari's Hawk Eye and Izuki Shun's Eagle Eye. The pupil power of these two pairs of eyes has almost no difference, capable of making the player's field of vision broader. Matching it is the Eagle Spear, Eagle Hook. You plan to fully master it in this simulation. You conducted a simulation in your mind using Hayama Kotaro as a template. You preliminarily mastered the usage of Eagle Eye. After all, you already possess the instruction manual for these eyes in your brain. The next day, your game was scheduled for the afternoon. You raced against time to practice and control Eagle Eye. Afternoon. Your game with Hayama Kotaro began. This game attracted the attention of a large number of fans. A year ago, Hayama Kotaro was hailed as the most potential small forward in the country. His lightning-fast dribbling left a deep impression. A year later, people began to doubt how long he could last in your hands. The game started. Hayama Kotaro was kicked to death by you. His lightning dribble speed was inferior to yours, and his wildness level was also inferior to yours. You blew him out in the matchup. You broke into the national tournament top 16. You obtained the opportunity to face Taiko again. You have simulated many times and failed many times. No surprise this time either, you were still kicked over by Taiko. You were prepared, but still unwilling. This time you didn't kick that poor trashcan again, you just smashed the locker room cabinet flat. Your teammates stood at the locker room door, standing there without saying a word. You lost. Your national tournament journey ended. Soon after, news of Taiko defending their title appeared in newspapers. The name of the generation of miracles swept the country. You attracted the attention of fans due to your outstanding performance in the battle against Taiko. They called you the Lion of Okyukazome. You ignored this news. You continued practicing. You became the new basketball club captain of Homie Academy. Summer vacation came. You continued practicing and constructed a simulated battle with Aemon in your brain. Your use of Eagle Eye became more and more handy. Your Eagle Spear got started. The Kasugano siblings planned a trip, intending to help you forget the pain of losing the game. You agreed. Sora dragged you out to buy swimsuits. Sora pulled you into the changing room. You did some strange things inside. Your anger seemed to dissipate a little. You went on a one-week trip. What happened in the changing room that day narrowed the distance between you and Sora. Haruka noticed something unusual. Trip ended. You devoted yourself to practice again. A year passed. Simulation ended. Yudo cursed the simulated self as a bastard after reading this simulation process. Although the simulated memories feed back to his brain, he has no sense of experience regarding those things that happened with Sora. This simulation has ended. Obtained blue talent, Eagle Eye. Obtained memories of national tournament up to top 16 matches. Obtained 1 year of practice memories. Obtained massive usage experience of Eagle Eye. Obtained massive practice experience of Eagle Spear. Obtained 1 year of practice memories of Meteor Jam. You mastered Meteor Jam. Your technique attribute increased by 2 points. This simulation level did not increase. No upgrade. Sure enough, upgrading gets harder later on. Yudo finished receiving all memories, focusing on checking the interactive memories with Sora. Very moist. Pa, what am I thinking? Simulation allows indulgence, reality means jail time. Although I'm a minor now too. Yudo shook his head, expelling evil thoughts from his brain. But seeing Sora during dinner, that damn memory always floated in his mind. Fuck. Yudo filled his stomach at the fastest speed, then hugged the basketball, put on his Kobe 4s, and went out to vent his vigorous anger. What's wrong with Yudo? Probably nervous because of the game. The Kasugano siblings watched his departing back, then turned back to continue eating. Sora was very alert. She noticed the dodging and guilt in Yudo's eyes when he looked at her tonight. This made her feel very bad and annoyed. Could it be those two stinky women? Her whole face darkened. The next day. Homie Academy's game was in the afternoon. Yuto led the members to move their bodies and perform some simple tactical coordination in the basketball club. Now his tactical core status in the team has been determined. Under the arrangement of the geezer coach, the entire Homie Academy needs to serve Yuto. He is becoming more and more like Coach Lu. Nothing can happen in one morning. Yuto doesn't have Midorima Shintaro's talent of sudden enlightenment where shooting range suddenly expands to the midfield logo position. After eating, they took the subway to the competition venue. After registering, Yuto and others were taken to a locker room to prepare. Their game against Toho, East/Toho, Middle School was scheduled for 9 a.m., text says afternoon earlier, then 9 a.m. here, likely inconsistency or meant next opponent/time slot. Toho is the school where Hayama Kotaro is. Without S-Boys' dazzling record of 21 consecutive championships, but they obtained a higher media rating than S-Boys. Because they possessed the lightning beast Hayama Kotaro. 4:00 in the afternoon. This attention-grabbing game was finally about to start. Yuto had no distracting thoughts, all desires turned into motivation. He knew. This is his last chance this year. If the simulation doesn't produce a gold card after this game will be the last time he tastes victory this year. Hayama Kotaro appeared. Like in memory, like a small leopard, a small canine tooth exposed, giving a feeling of a brat who hasn't grown up. He walked over with hands behind his head to greet Yuto. Hello, Yuto. I watched your game tapes. You are really strong, maybe even stronger than those guys from Taiko. Not maybe. I am stronger than them, and of course stronger than you. Yuto took off his jacket to warm up. This little leopard, he has already eaten several times in the simulation. Every time he simulated in his brain, he would blow out Hayama Kotaro in the matchup. Chapter 55, Little Tabby Cat, Bonus Chapter. Ah. Hayama Kotaro seemed not to expect Yuto to be so arrogant. His intuition told him that Yuto meant what he said and thought so too. Confident to an unbelievable degree. The problem is, who gave him the confidence? Can't he see the performance of those freaks from Taiko doubling the score of opponents all the way? The two didn't continue communicating because Yuto had turned around to start warming up. Nakatani Masaaki didn't come to the scene today, he thought his observation was sufficient. Moreover, there is still more than a year before Yuto enters high school, no rush. Instead, Harasawa Katsunori came to watch the game today with his team captain. He came for Yuto alone. As for Hayama Kotaro, he will invite him when the time comes, using money to pave the way. 2 Academy, where Harasawa Katsunori is a team known as the New Tyrant. Compared with Shotoku, Seiho, and Senshinkan, 2 lacks the foundation needed for a powerhouse. In terms of funding, 2 adopts a sports recruitment strategy, giving ample support to clubs like basketball, soccer, and baseball within the school. With such support, Harasawa Katsunori quickly built a championship team for 2, capable of overthrowing the rule of the 3 kings of Tokyo. But just this doesn't satisfy 2 and Harasawa Katsunori's appetite. They only want the championship. Otherwise, they will still be nouveau riche in people's eyes. He came specifically to observe those few geniuses today. Not only Yuto, but those 5 geniuses from Taiko are also his recruitment targets. His goal is to get at least 2 of these 6 geniuses on the court. The game has started. The referee's whistle cut through the air. The moment of kickoff, the entire stadium was filled with the shouts of Tochigi Prefecture fans. Since the run under the sunset that day, Homie Academy has become the favorite team of Tochigi Prefecture people. They transformed into the most passionate fans at this moment, wanting to witness Yuto lead Homie Academy to throw those big city teams into the Pacific Ocean to drink nuclear wastewater. Oda lost the jump ball. He is one of the 4 great centers in Tochigi Prefecture, but nationwide, he can only be said to be passing. Hayama Kotaro received the pass from his teammate and invaded Homie Academy's formation. Amidst cheers, Hayama Kotaro drove directly inside with the ball, but ran into Homie Academy's number 10 on the breakthrough path. Hayama Kotaro was not surprised by this. Having watched the game tapes, he knew how terrifying Yuto's defensive ability was. Especially single defense capability, once locked by him, it will be difficult to move an inch. He had long been prepared for this moment. Thump. With an explosive sound, Hayama Kotaro hit the basketball with 5 fingers. It's hard to imagine this is the movement caused by a player dribbling. Monster-like technique, every time the basketball hits the ground, it pulls the fans' heartstrings. Bang. After the basketball hit the floor an unknown number of times, Hayama Kotaro, emitting the aura of wildness, rushed out instantly. Just like his dribbling fast enough to be invisible to the naked eye, his passing speed was also lightning fast. He broke into Homie Academy's paint in one breath, making a double clutch move in midair against Oda's block. This is a characteristic of his wildness, allowing him to make extremely complex movements in the air. Double clutch layup, switching hands in the air, etc., are his specialties. However, when he jumped up to double clutch and dodged the block to shoot, a shadow erupted from behind him, obscuring the basket. Facing Yudo's help defense and rim protection, the little tabby cat could only switch hands in midair, changing the shooting arc. But also at this time, Hayama Kotaro in midair felt a fear originating from instinct, making him lose focus involuntarily, eyes widening. Bang! Yudo's right arm chopped down like a battle axe, swatting Hayama Kotaro's layup out of the baseline. Go home and catch your mice, tabby cat. Hayama Kotaro was bumped and landed half-kneeling. He turned his head hurriedly and saw Yudo's black gem-like pupils flashing with chilling scarlet fierce light. This, am I dreaming? The little leopard couldn't smile anymore. He felt an unusually strong wildness from Yudo. That is existence truly standing at the top of the food chain. But hasn't that kind of creature disappeared for 65 million years? Why does it appear on a human? The game continued. Still Toho's ball. Hayama Kotaro circled to the perimeter to receive the ball, still in shock. The difference in wildness level is too great. He felt like he was facing a Tyrannosaurus, the other party could easily trample him to death with one foot. But now is not the time to be afraid. He operated the lightning dribble at full power, charging at Homie Academy's defense line as if electrified all over. This time, he succeeded in shooting, but under Yudo's interference, the layup hit the iron. This was the first time Harasawa Katsunori saw Yudo's terrifying wildness with his own eyes at the scene. Based on this round alone, Harasawa Katsunori dared to assert that Hayama Kotaro could not win against Yudo. There is actually a player in this world possessing this level of wildness. As a former professional player, he is considered knowledgeable. But wildness of this level is unheard of. Tabby cat. Bastard, it's a cheetah. Hayama Kotaro gritted his teeth and chased back. He hadn't experienced playing against an opponent with wildness before, let alone one with a much higher level than himself. Yudo had already rushed past the center line. Seeing this, teammates skillfully threw the ball over. Quarterback-style long pass. Yudo just received the basketball when running to the three-point line, and Hayama Kotaro also settled in position in front of him at the same time. Bang! Yudo waved 5 fingers simultaneously. Clearly a very simple movement, yet it endowed the basketball with amazing kinetic energy. The basketball hit the floor at a speed invisible to the eye. By the time Hayama Kotaro came back to his senses, the basketball had rebounded into Yudo's hands. He widened his eyes again. This is... With a zzzzzt sound, when the basketball landed for the second time, Yudo's figure moved along with it, hands seeming to be wrapped in lightning. It's my lightning dribble, this guy. He felt familiar when watching the tape, just that it was too far from his way of dribbling. Facing it truly now, he saw clearly. This really is his lightning dribble. It integrated into Yudo's playing style, presented in a concise to the extreme way. That's why he didn't recognize it immediately. Bang! Yudo passed half of Hayama Kotaro's body in one step. The latter reacted quickly, turning to chase, but found Yudo seemed to have anticipated it, changing direction simultaneously to flash to the other side. He also saw. A brief and cruel smile appeared on Yudo's wild face. He twisted his ankle to continue chasing, but was already half a beat slow. By the time he jumped, Yudo had completed the shot and scored. Chapter 56, Absolute Suppression of Wildness. Also lightning dribble. But the feeling Yudo gave people was so restrained and concise. As the creator of this skill package, Hayama Kotaro couldn't even figure out how Yudo did it. Forces interact mutually. Since such a large force was given to the basketball, why was hitting the ground so quiet? Yudo's dribbling wasn't quiet, just much smaller compared to Hayama Kotaro's. If Hayama Kotaro's dribbling was thunder and lightning, then Yudo's lightning dribble was a flash of lightning passing by. How did you learn this move? Hayama Kotaro couldn't help but ask. Your tapes aren't hard to find, tabby cat. Yudo continued to mock the opponent's wildness as being weak as the wind. That's why this was a blow to people. Clearly my imitator, yet surpassed me, the original owner. What is this? Hayama Kotaro became less confident. Don't listen to what he said before the game, he never thought about giving up this game. His confidence is not groundless. In last year's national tournament, he also led the team all the way to the quarterfinals, only being eliminated after encountering Taiko. At that time, he was not weaker than the guys from Taiko, the loss was due to team reasons. His title of Lightning Beast was earned with his own hands. Next possession. Toho's offense. Hayama Kotaro wouldn't give up just because he was abused by someone like other players. On the contrary, he actually quite enjoys playing against strong players. Without forcing it, he exchanged glances with his teammate, called for a screen, and then accelerated to sprint. His dribbling speed was already fast. He only needed a simple screen from his teammate to delay the opponent's pursuit, and he could cut into the paint to get a scoring opportunity. Even against Yuto, who possesses a higher level of wildness than himself. Hayama Kotaro turned into a yellow flash breaking into Homie Academy's interior. However, just as he confidently flicked the ball towards the basket, he suddenly saw a Tyrannosaurus opening its mouth to swallow him in his pupils. What could it be? He turned his head with difficulty and sure enough, saw Yuto's eyes hiding fierce light. He arrived first despite starting later, but jumped higher and faster than himself. Bang! The basketball was slapped against the backboard by Yuto and rebounded. In an instant, players from both sides squeezed together to fight for the rebound. Tap tap. Yuto and Hayama Kotaro landed one after another. Then, while Hayama hesitated and didn't make a judgment immediately, Yuto's figure had already shot out like a sharp arrow. Also at this time, Oda overpowered the opponent's power forward and snatched the ball. Looking up, Yuto had already started, the quarterback long pass reappeared in Jianghu, the world. Damn it. Hayama Kotaro rushed out following him, but was already more than a beat slower. Why is it like this? Hayama looks much slower than little Yuto. Absolute suppression on wildness. Midorima in the stands analyzed calmly. He never possessed such talent, but his teammate Eamon had awakened it long ago. After research, he had a thorough understanding of this talent. Different types of wildness have different effects on players. Besides amplifying the player's instincts and intuition, different types of wildness will give players different degrees of improvement. Like Hayama Kotaro, his wildness is a cheetah, which gives him more flexible abilities when operating in midair. He can easily complete high-difficulty movements such as switching hands for a layup in the air. What about little Yuto? Kai's asked. More intense aggression. Akashi had already seen Yuto's information. Not an improvement in any single technique, but the whole overall. Since he is an opponent worth paying attention to, he won't turn a blind eye. He watched Yuto's game tapes and found that in his normal state, his style is closer to their captain Nijimura Shizo. Very versatile, willing to pass the ball to teammates who have opportunities. But when he activates the wildness in his genes, Yuto becomes full of aggression. As if to completely destroy the opponent. Not Hayama's kind of improvement that makes layup simpler, Yuto's wildness enhances his attack power in all aspects. Several people talked freely in the audience seats, their eyes focused on the game. Satsuki looked at her childhood friend and found Eamon smiling. On the court, Yuto received the pass from his teammate again, flung his body violently, lowered his head, and threw Hayama Kotaro behind him with a change of direction. Gather ball. Jump. One-handed tomahawk dunk. Boom. Yuto smashed the ball into the hoop brutally. Opening 4 o'clock. Beautiful, continuous matchup lead, Homie Academy succeeded in 2 counterattacks. Counterattack is the art of converting the opponent's offense into their collapse, and Yuto is undoubtedly an artist in this regard. TV commentators did not spare their praise. Looking at Yuto's crossovers, like an antelope hanging its horns, traceable/natural/smooth, although concise, they are effective. Like a swordsman who has been studying the drawing sword cut all his life, drawing the sword only to kill. Clearly not flashy to watch, but if you truly understand, you will feel a huge visual impact. Another round. Hayama Kotaro still held the ball, but chose to pass at the last step. Strong crisis awareness allowed him to distribute the ball to his teammate in time before Yuto completed the third block. Toho's number 4 received the ball and shot immediately, not daring to approach the paint at all. Even without possessing talents like wildness, he could feel the dangerous aura emanating from Yuto. However, he still underestimated Yuto's monster level. When he jumped and was about to shoot, Yuto, who had landed, turned abruptly, took a heavy step, and threw his body into midair for the second time. He raised his accustomed right arm high, swinging it down like holding a heavy axe, slapping the ball away again with a heavy palm. Third block. Third block. Yuto. He is simply Toho's wall of size, cutting off all the opponent's attempts to approach the basket. The commentator roared passionately. Toho's head coach hurriedly called a timeout while Homie Academy successfully executed another counterattack. 3 consecutive blocks were a heavy blow to the team's morale. He had already seen the helplessness of his disciples, not knowing what to do. Makes sense, after all, they are a bunch of middle school students, not mentally mature enough yet. He also saw that his own ace was inferior to the other's ace. So the next game will be very difficult to play. They were used to using Hayama to tear open the opponent's defense, letting him open the breach, and then feed back to the team to achieve multi-point blossoming. But now the arrow is pinned down, they can't play in a comfortable rhythm and must make changes. This requires others to step up. Chapter 57, Finger of God. What to do if the ace can't win the one-on-one? Of course, can only expect the team's second-in-command, third-in-command, or others to step forward. In a basketball game, players cannot maintain such excellent condition in every game. Including the god of basketball Jordan, there are times when his condition is bad. Although this pervert could still angrily hack 30-plus points with a severe cold. Encountering such a situation and the team still wants to win, they can only rely on the performance of other players. This is also why in basketball history, there is almost no record of a single core leading a team to win the championship. Perhaps someone will say the Mavericks in 2011. But if you watch the game, you should know. That year, Dirk Nowitzki indeed killed gods and Buddhas, but this was built on the relationship that others on the team helped him safely pass the first 3 quarters. This allowed Nowitzki to have enough stamina to harvest the game in the 4th quarter, at the stage of deciding the winner. This is different from the previous Mavericks. The Mavericks before 2011 also had championship windows, but in those years, Nowitzki exerted force early in the first half, and lacked stamina in the 4th quarter, unable to harvest the game. Then everyone said he was soft. But in the 2011 Mavericks lineup, someone helped him through the first 3 quarters, giving Dirk enough rest time. Jason Terry averaged 18.8 points in the finals, 3-point shooting percentage 38.8%. This is 2011, not after 2015, such a 3-point shooting percentage is already quite amazing. In addition, they also had a defensive stalwart like Tyson Chandler to ensure the paint was not lost, plus Jason Kidd directing traffic, and Sean Marion guarding Chris Bosh to death. These people were once the organizational or defensive core players of a team, playing important roles. So the Mavericks lineup was not weak at all, they just had a higher average age. However, when the old boys of Dallas saw the hope of the championship, when it was time to fight hard, they would burn themselves without hesitation. What about Toho? Of course, they also have a second scorer. But their second scorer, a shooting guard averaging 20-plus points per game, was immediately double-teamed by Homie Academy after the timeout. This guy. Toho's coach turned his head to look at Homie Academy's geezer, his eyes full of incredulity. He never expected that this person with absolutely no representative works in his professional career could see through his deployment. Homie's geezer looked calm, but in reality, huge waves were surging in his heart. Arranging people to double-team Toho's number 2 wasn't his handiwork, Yuto requested it. In several simulations against Toho, Yuto had already figured out all the tactical arrangements of Toho's head coach. First offense after the timeout, Toho's number 2 forced a shot in the double team and missed, hit the iron. Homie Academy immediately instigated a counterattack. Yuto, facing Hayama Kodoro in the counterattack, changed his viewpoint in his brain, eyes looking down at the court like a vulture. Then, when Hayama Kodoro and Toho's people strictly guarded his breakthrough, Yuto smashed the ball out forcefully. With a whoosh, the basketball passed through Toho's defense line, landed and bounced into Oda's hands. The latter scored with a two-handed dunk facing the undefended basket. Damn Takagi, geezer. Toho's head coach cursed inwardly but didn't panic because he prepared 2 sets of tactics during the timeout. Don't think you can win like this. Next possession. Toho's set offense movement increased visibly to the naked eye. The center in the paint pulled to the high post, and Hayama Kodoro formed a cross run with the team's number 2. In an instant, Sakurai Ryo and Homie's point guard were at a loss. Whether to resolutely double team, or send someone to follow Hayama Kodoro. But all this is just an illusion. As Toho's number 2 got rid of the defense with a screen, the screening center ran towards the paint with the momentum. Toho gave the illusion that they were going to pick and roll and cut straight to the basket in the paint. In this way, Toho used one tactic to threaten Homie Academy's inside and outside simultaneously. Sakurai Ryo still resolutely helped defend the opponent's number 2, and Oda also followed the opponent's center closely. And Yuto. He naturally chased Hayama, but in the process, he waved his finger. "Stand there, don't move." Hearing this, the team's number 4 stopped instantly. Almost simultaneously, Toho revealed its fangs. Seeing Sakurai Ryo pouncing to defend in front, Toho's number 2 didn't pass the ball to the cutting center, nor to Hayama, who was stared to death by Yuto, nor did he shoot himself. He chose to pass the ball to the first-year power forward on the team. Fans discovered at this time that while Toho was actively running to distract, Toho's power forward fell into an unguarded state and was secretly cutting into Homie's paint. However, smack! The ball was passed out, but it fell into Homie Academy's hands. Including Homie Academy's power forward, he didn't know what happened, inexplicably picking up a steal for free. What? Toho's head coach stood up abruptly, his body approaching the sideline at the limit distance. Their number 4 is a first-year student who joined Toho this year. In previous games, the role he played wasn't important, and very few people would notice him. But as a coach, he knew this first-year player's sense of cutting was particularly keen. He was like a mouse specifically drilling into the inside line. And their tactics were indeed very deceptive. Everyone on the team did their job well. But the last step. The most critical last step. They were cracked by Yuto with a single finger. What is this? At this time, there was no such saying as immortal pointing the way. Fans didn't know how to describe Yuto's finger full of spirituality. After a while, the Tokyo commentator remembered a term in Go, God's hand, Kami no it. He applied it to Yuto, calling it finger of God. How did he do it? No one noticed Toho's number 4. Harasawa Katsunori couldn't help but think highly of Yuto. This is the embodiment of basketball IQ. Discovering the opponent's intention just through the changes in the teammates' positioning. Such ability, such talent, is historically rare. Of course, historically rare among middle school students. Momoi Satsuki also opened her eyes wide. She didn't remember Yuto asking her for Toho's information. How did he discover that power forward? And how did he see through Toho's tactical intent? Simple, simulate a few more times and you'll know. At this moment, Toho really had the embarrassment of having their underwear seen through. Hayama, you guys are finished. Chapter 58, Beating Up Hayama Kotaro. Hayama, you guys are finished. Yuto left these words and his body rushed out like a sharp sword again. Possessing memories of future basketball, personally witnessing basketball development and progress. Yuto's view of basketball has a gap of more than 10 years with this era. In basketball of this era, everyone still likes to prepare a big center for the team to grind set offense, to wrestle, to grab rebounds. But Yuto had long transformed Homie Academy into a team good at playing counterattacks. As long as they are fast enough, they can form a local numerical advantage of many against few. This can greatly improve the team's scoring efficiency while weakening the defensive pressure brought by big centers. In the world of soccer, there has always been talk about time and space. This is also true in basketball games. Time is a rhythm of fast and slow. For example, if your pass can always be one step ahead of the opponent's defense, then your team can get better scoring opportunities. Space is also not hard to understand. Whether it's the Warriors' elevator door tactic in the future or the Cavaliers' one-star four-shooters tactic. What they pursue is better shooting opportunities, distracting the opponent's defense through running or passing, finding that open opportunity. This is the use of space. But unlike soccer, the activity range of basketball is smaller, and the opponent's reaction will be faster. Therefore, it is not easy to achieve this. Yuto is obviously a player very good at using time and space. Frontcourt 3-on-2. Yuto used his deterrent power to attract one defender, and two other teammates plugged in simultaneously. At this time, the remaining one person from Toho didn't know what to do at all. Yuto immediately changed his viewpoint, looking down at the court with eagle eye, and smashed the ball out forcefully. Smack! The ball arrived in the hands of the teammate cutting to the basket, who completed this counterattack with a layup. The scene boiled over. Tochigi Prefecture fans shouted loudly. Still Toho's round. They continued to try undyingly. Maybe it was just good luck before. He can't possibly see through our actions every time, right? If it were before, Yuto indeed couldn't guarantee seeing through every time. But with the acquisition of the Eagle Eye talent, he can easily find that mouse of Toho. In the stands, the audience only saw Toho pulling Homie Academy's defense line with complex running. And before they launched the offensive, Yuto's finger pointed out in advance. This time it's the position of the paint. Seeing this, Oda pounced to defend without hesitation. As the opponent's center cut down to receive the ball and jump, Oda delivered a key hot pot block. Finger of God. It's the finger of God again. Yuto completely saw through Toho. He is like a great chess player controlling the chessboard. One move turns Toho's efforts into ashes. The Tachijai Prefecture commentator was extremely excited. Yuto saw through the opponent, and Homie Academy teammates trusted him 100%. They seemed to have completely controlled the court. How on earth is this done? Kai's Ryota in the stands was dumbfounded. He felt Yuto's finger was very cool, but the problem was he couldn't learn it at all, nor could he imitate it. Interpreting the opponent's intent from a macro perspective, the brain simulates all the opponent's action routes in advance. This is not something that can be mastered through imitation. Akashi told Kais to give up this thought early. This is the embodiment of basketball IQ, unrelated to technique. Of course, it is inseparable from a pair of eyes that can find that mouse. Akashi stared at Yuto's eyes, attempting to get some information from them. But the Emperor Eye is not the eye of God. He could only turn his head to look at Momoi Satsuki. In your intelligence, there is no information about Yuto possessing vision-related talents. Hearing this, Momoi Satsuki also looked a bit distressed. Ayu didn't show such talents in previous games. Is that so? I understand. Akashi didn't blame Momoi Satsuki for ineffective work. After all, they are geniuses of this level. It's too normal that Momoi Satsuki can't see through them. Truly a boy who keeps people guessing, but this is better. Momoi Satsuki smiled again. She began to look forward to what other secrets Yuto was hiding. Hand of God, no, finger of God, sugoi. Yuto, pride of Okikazome. I thought he was flinging his finger around to do something, turned out to be like this. Toho's brats are about to cry. How exactly did he do it? Yuto knows every move of Toho clearly. With Yuto, maybe we can really win till the end. This is Homie Academy's strength. Bullshit, this is Yuto's strength. He activated Homie Academy. Fans didn't care so much. Every time Yuto beat up the opponent, they would cheer for him loudly. Oda, Sakurai Ryo, and others all gained some stats in steals and blocks. But the applause on the scene belonged only to Yuto. His finger was simply too soulful. Every time Toho saw him raise his finger, they would tremble with fear, hesitating whether to pass. The head coach knew it was over as soon as he saw this situation. The team ace was blown out in the matchup, tactics were seen through, and players were terrified to the point of not daring to execute his tactical deployment. What the hell is the point of playing this game? Yuto's finger of God successfully made Toho miserable. Included Taiko's head coach, but Akashi reassured him. No need to worry, coach. Just play according to our rhythm. Taiko doesn't need tactics because the five of us are the best tactic. Yes. Taiko doesn't need to worry at all. Taiko won't fail. The best players are in their array. Yuto's hand of God has no meaning to them. The first quarter ended. Homie Academy established a huge 15-point advantage. Throughout the first quarter, Toho's players could only score through difficult shots. This is the sequelae produced by tactics being seen through. They couldn't get excellent shooting opportunities and could only use individual ability to solve problems. This is a method of last resort, but Toho has no choice now. Because all their roads are blocked. Second quarter. Hayama Kotaro strengthened his personal offense. He received strict defense from Yuto, tangled uncomfortably by the death coil. Hayama scored some goals and got some points, but the efficiency was only a pitiful 31%. When your franchise star plays such a shooting percentage and other teammates cannot step forward, then the result of this game is not hard to guess at all. Hayama Kotaro experienced the feeling of Yuto playing against Taiko in the simulation. He exchanged high shot attempts for points but couldn't lead the team to win the game. Chapter 59, Tezuka Zone, Bonus Chapter. Hayama Kotaro experienced the feeling of Yuto playing against Taiko in the simulation. He exchanged high shot attempts for a team-high 30 points. However, Toho lost wildly to Homie Academy by 38 points in the whole game. His current feeling was simply terrible. Clearly last year he was still the future star, the best small forward in the country, the lightning beast, a genius in people's eyes. Result, in just 1 year, everything changed. He changed from little sweetie to Madame Nyo, Monkey King reference, became unloved/old news, beaten by Yuto until he was ecstatic, in pain/misery. The referee's whistle tore through the air. The game ended. Homie Academy 108:80 Toho, advancing to the next round. In this game, Yuto hacked a game-high 43 points. Stats in rebounds, steals, and assists decreased. Instead, his teammates, under the various flings of his fingers, improved their defensive stats. Through today's battle, his Hand of God can be considered famous. Congratulations, you won. We won, not me. Yuto originally wanted to throw 2 sentences of trash talk, but seeing his teammates' eyes over here, he changed his words immediately. Hearing this, Sakurai Ryo and others instantly felt they followed the right person, becoming satisfied. Yuto saw this and was very satisfied with his masterpiece, thinking this bullshit Iron Heart talent is quite useful. Amidst applause, Yuto shook hands with Hayama amicably, then led his Steel Legion off the court. Then, he walked out of the arena. Yuto-kun. Yuto met Kuroko Tetsuya as expected, or rather Kuroko waited here specifically. This time, he wasn't scared by Kuroko. After all, this bastard squats at this spot every time, never changing places. Kuroko Tetsuya, right? Hi. Kuroko Tetsuya was surprised that Yuto actually knew him. His special nature led to him rarely being noticed. Even if he exerted great effort in the game, the light always belonged to Aemon and the others. What do you want with me? Yuto asked knowingly. Kuroko probably wasn't used to Yuto's capable style of going straight to the point. After stunning for a moment, he said to Yuto with a serious face, "Yuto-kun, please defeat Taiko." Kuroko spoke with an expression of, "This is my lifelong request." Yuto's response was a simple, "Kotowaru, I refuse." Hearing this, Kuroko's eyelids drooped, disappointment unable to be hidden in his eyes. Then he heard Yuto say, "Satsuki has already told me about your matters. That guy also said similar things to you." Yuto deliberately looked into the distance when speaking, very deep. Hearing this, Kuroko's expression gained some hope. "My answer remains unchanged. I refuse. Regarding defeating Taiko, even if you guys don't say it, I will go all out to do it, but this has nothing to do with your request. Since it is something I determined to do, I will go all out to do it. What does asking others count for? You guys stop self-touching, being self-righteous/emotional, here. If you want something, fight for it yourself. I am not your Aladdin's lamp." After finishing speaking, Yuto tightened his backpack and moved his legs to leave, leaving Kuroko standing alone in place. He repeated the words Yuto said in his brain constantly. The thought that he once had, but found unable to achieve, and finally buried in his heart, was thoroughly lit up at this moment. "Little Kuroko, why are you still here? Going back now." At this time, Kai's walked over to call Kuroko back to school. "Taiko has an exclusive bus. What are you looking at?" Seeing him still dazing, Kai's looked in the direction of his gaze but found nothing. "Nothing." Kuroko turned his head and smiled. "Let's go back." "Oh, Kai's felt Kuroko suddenly became strange. The haze accumulated these days seemed to have been dispelled by the sun. On the other side, after Yuto and Sora returned home, they began to think about dinner. Haruka went out on a date. Yuto guessed 9 out of 10 times they went out to play poker, have sex, and definitely wouldn't be back for a while. Damn it, clearly only second year of middle school, the girl only third year, why so impatient? Aren't they afraid of becoming weak starting at 20? But without Haruka, the two geniuses, Sora and Yuto, finally knew Haruka's importance. After staring at each other for a while, Sora volunteered, "Leave tonight's dinner to me." She planned to show off her wife power properly, lest Yuto always underestimate her. Yuto didn't give any face. Forget it. Just eating a meal, no need to go to the Yellow Springs, die together. Bastard Yuto, what do you mean? Literal meaning, genius. Aren't you first in the grade in liberal arts? Can't even understand this. Yuto took out his phone. Order takeout. What do you want to eat? Sora didn't speak, clutching that black bunny plushie, staring at Yuto like an angry little lion. How about seafood fried rice? If you don't speak, I'll take it as you agreed. Yuto quickly settled dinner. Sora was still sulking. When eating, she gnawed while staring at him dead on. Psycho. Night. In front of old Ma's black and white photo, Yuto lit 3 cigarettes for him. Last gamble. Simulation, start. Yuto roared loudly in his heart with full energy. The next second, the simulation interface emerged before his eyes. Simulator starting. Random talent draw. Drawing talent, Tezuka Zone. Yuto froze immediately upon seeing these 4 words, characters. No, don't bully me for reading few books. Isn't this clearly a skill? The name of Killer Tennis resonates like thunder in his ears. Among them, Tezuka Kunimitsu, who was pit miserably by the old hag Ryazaki and bound for life by a senior sentence, "You must become Saigaku's pillar," is his favorite character. And the Tezuka Zone is one of Tezuka Kunimitsu's trademarks. Speaking of which, Tezuka Zone was not first developed by Tezuka Kunimitsu. The big boss Ekizen Nanjiro could control the opponent's return position at will, relying on powerful personal ability during his professional stage. And Tezuka Kunimitsu, he already did it in junior high. No wonder fans say his talent is higher than the protagonist. In addition, this thing is also known as a god-level skill of the professional level. Although by the later stages of the manga, professional bros didn't have much persuasive power. Yuto continued to read down. Congratulations on obtaining purple talent, Tezuka Zone. Tezuka Zone, drive the basketball's movement trajectory with extreme ball control. The skill range is affected by the technique attribute. Very simple introduction. But once related to the word extreme, things become not simple. After defeating Toho, you returned home and argued with Sora over the dinner issue. Finally, you overpowered Sora and chose to order takeout. You also cleverly ignored Sora's materialized resentment, finished dinner, and returned to your room to start a pleasant simulation. You drew the talent Tezuka Zone. You fell into deep thought. You got out of bed, walked out of the house under Sora's fierce yet milky gaze to try the Tezuka Zone. The next day. Round of 16 match, 16-8, you encountered the strong enemy Taiko. You were kicked to death. Congratulations, went out and got hit by a big G-Wagon. Yuto gritted his teeth. Obviously, the Tezuka Zone talent couldn't help him kill Taiko. Soon after, news of Taiko defending their title appeared in national newspapers. They became famous nationwide with incredibly strong strength, hailed by fans as the generation of miracles. You, who caused the most trouble for Taiko, were also eye-catching. Reports captured your expression after losing the ball. They said your eyes looking at Taiko at that time were like a hungry lion looking at its prey. People call you the Lion of Okyukazome. Homie Academy Basketball Club held a retirement ceremony. You became the next basketball club captain. Summer vacation arrived. The Kasugano siblings proposed a family trip. You agreed. You were dragged by Sora to buy swimsuits. You knew the way, walking into the changing room intuitively. Sora walked in blushing. You did some strange things inside. You knew this was a simulation, so you were very presumptuous. Chapter 60, Abnormally Fast Simulation, Bonus Chapter. You left the mall. You felt like walking on air. Sora held your hand naturally, head lowered, daring not to look at people. But after a while, she couldn't stand it and ran to the bathroom to wash her hands. You went on a 1-week trip. You spent a happy week in Okinawa. Back in Okyukazome, you started throwing Sora aside and continued your practice. You have mastered the Meteor Jam, but still cannot achieve hitting from all areas without dead angles. Your mid-range and 3-point shots have become your conventional weapons, but you are not satisfied and are still strengthening practice. You spent a lot of time practicing the Tezuka Zone. You quickly mastered this talent. Within a half-meter area, the basketball is like your arm. Extreme ball control ability gives you unprecedented pleasure. This is a satisfaction that even Sora's night raids cannot give you. You feel merged with the ball. Half-meter area. 80-something technique points only give a half-meter area. Yuto has been working hard to farm technique attribute. Practicing mirage shot, heaven-earth void shots, lightning dribble, etc. Don't know how many years passed in simulated time, but the technique attribute still hasn't broken through 90 points. Truly fits the saying, if you suck, you gotta practice more. Simulation continued. Sora was dissatisfied that you left her alone at home again. She openly followed you to the court. Result, just as she walked to the sidelines and sat down, she saw you, practicing dribbling and crossing, emitting brilliant golden light all over your body, dazzling incomparable. She blinked, and the golden light disappeared, as if everything was an illusion, as if it never happened. Okay, talents with special effects are not simple. Yuto began to look forward to it. He remembered Tezuka Kunamitsu. Every time he activated this skill, he would transform into an Oscar Little Goldman. Aside from anything else, the special effects are really maxed out. You devoted the whole summer to practice because you knew this was your last chance. You outside the simulated world will fight Taiko tomorrow. You didn't let go of any time. Summer vacation ended, new semester arrived, basketball club welcomed new members. Kuroko Tetsuya unsurprisingly jumped ship to Homie Academy. This year's Homie Academy is stronger than any time in history. You passed all challenges, killed out of Tachijai Prefecture, and broke all the way into the national tournament top 16. A year passed. Simulation ended. Too short. This simulation was really too short. Because the simulated self lost too quickly, most of the time afterward was spent practicing. Yuto began to receive the harvest of this simulation. This simulation has ended. You obtained Purple Talent, Tezuka Zone. You obtained 1 year of usage memory of Tezuka Zone. You obtained 1 year of usage memory of Meteor Jam. You obtained 1 year of usage memory of Heaven, Earth, Void Shots. You obtained 1 year of usage memory of Lightning Dribble, Mirage Shot. You obtained game memory against Taiko. You obtained massive national tournament game memories. Your technique attribute increased by 1 point. Your simulation level increased to level 8. You obtained 5 free attribute points. Finally leveled up. Although still kicked to death by Taiko, the harvest this time isn't bad. 5 attribute points, what to add? Yuto pondered how to maximize combat power. Based on simulated game experience, he should add 5 points to strength. Because during the simulation process, he was relatively disadvantaged in confrontation. Whether it was the matchup with Ayaman or facing Murasakibara's layup, 70 points of strength attribute were not enough. But Yuto really didn't want to waste 5 attribute points on strength. His strength attribute still has a lot of room for improvement. He has already thought about where to lift iron during the holiday, and with age, his strength will also increase. After hesitating for a while, Yuto finally dumped the 5 attribute points onto stamina. In terms of speed, no matter how he improves, he's not as good as Ayaman. But stamina can increase his jumping, strengthen aerial combat capabilities, and make him more durable. Men, definitely the more durable the better, can't be too fast. After making up his mind, Yuto also breathed a sigh of relief. Compared to the beginning, having experienced multiple simulations, his panel has undergone tremendous changes. Yuto. Gender, male. Age, 14 years old. Simulation level, level 8. Occupation, amateur basketball player. Special skills, Mirage Shot, Lightning Dribble, Heaven Shot, Earth Shot, Void Shot, Meteor Jam, Eagle Spear, Finger of God. Special talents, The Big Fundamental, Death Coil, Wildness, Tyrannosaurus, Dual Personality Shooter, Iron Heart, Rapid Fire Jump Shot, Eagle Eye, Tezuka Zone. Attribute points remaining, 0. Victory points, 0, cannot simulate, ... Strength, 70, Speed, 90, Stamina, 98, Technique, 84, Spirit, 128. Really much stronger. It is worth mentioning that Finger of God also became one of his special skills. Overall no change, but added some effects. It will increase teammates' block and steal success rates. The next day. Game day, Homie Academy vs Taiko. Because of Yuto's sudden emergence, this game became the most watched game of this national tournament, bar none. Yuto vs Taiko 5 geniuses. Just from the quantity, one can see which side the fans favor. Everyone is not a fool and has rich experience watching games. Very clear what happens when one all-star plays 5 all-stars. This is almost an impossible battle to win. Therefore, Fujimura Kentaro, a Tachijai Prefecture native who felt neglected, jumped out when he was sure he wouldn't lose. Yuto's stats don't prove anything. I played in Tachijai Prefecture, I know what kind of place it is, and I know that getting such stats there doesn't represent anything. If I were still in Tachijai Prefecture, the qualifying team wouldn't be Homie Academy. If I played in Tochigi Prefecture, I could also produce such stats. That place cannot be compared with Tokyo. National tournament stats. This still doesn't prove anything. He enjoyed the whole team's resources and ball possession. The entire Homie Academy is sacrificing for him. Chapter 61, I don't need his apology. Fujimura Kentaro couldn't stand that Tochigi Prefecture could produce such a basketball star. 2 years ago when he was still playing in Tochigi Prefecture, he was the basketball star of Tochigi Prefecture. Because Tochigi Prefecture is not developed enough, very poor, and people's entertainment methods are very limited, incomparable to the internationalized Tokyo. Watching games became one of the few entertainment methods for Tochigi Prefecture people. Free games of the younger generation at the middle school and high school levels are especially favored by Tochigi Prefecture people. At that time, everyone in Tochigi Prefecture loved him. He even received an invitation from the then Tochigi Prefecture middle school basketball overlord when he was in the 5th grade of elementary school. But his father told him, if you want to become a real basketball star, you must leave here, leave this poor village. He believed his father's words, stayed away from Tochigi Prefecture, came to develop Tokyo, and joined the basketball powerhouse Taiko to fight for his future. Sure enough. Here he saw what a real genius is. At Taiko, he wasn't qualified to start at all because basketball talents were everywhere. Competing with these people, he could become better. He worked hard for a whole year and finally broke into Taiko's first string, becoming a main rotation player. Fujimura Kentaro was proud of this. Because even if he is a rotation player, he is a rotation player for a championship team. Advancing to higher education in the future, his resume will have the 4 big characters, Taiko Middle School. Plus, with a clear appearance record, this will help him gain the attention and cultivation of the new basketball club after entering high school. As long as he gets the due resources, becoming a professional player in the future is not just a fantasy. However, that village despised by him and his father actually produced a genius not inferior to Ayaman Daiki. This is simply a joke. He wants to puncture Yudo's true face. He is just a stats padder who only knows how to farm stats against weak teams, he is just a fake. More importantly, Yudo cannot be better than him. Everyone came out of that village in Tochigi Prefecture, why can you be regarded by fans as a genius like Ayaman Daiki, while I can only be a substitute? This is unfair. That place can never win. I know very well that if Yudo played for Taiko, he could only be a substitute, maybe not even make the rotation. Today's newspapers are full of Fujimura Kentaro's crazy words. His words were like sparks, igniting the powder keg of Tochigi Prefecture. That scum has forgotten where he was born, he forgot his surname. I will go to the scene to watch the game. Yudo will help him recognize himself. An old welder roared excitedly at the camera. On the streets of Tochigi Prefecture, an office worker was also found by reporters and asked for his opinion on this matter. He went to Tokyo now, he plays for the champion Taiko. That father and son think this way they can get closer to professional. They are wrong. Those 2 traitors cannot represent Tochigi Prefecture. Yudo will let him know what a true Tochigi Prefecture person is. In the cafe, young girls preparing for school scoffed. I am willing to date Yudo, as many times as possible, but if the object is Fujimura, I would rather hold a vibrator to spend every night. Another girl with red hair continued, he thinks that cutting his hair like a Tokyoite and wearing the same clothes makes him a Tokyoite. In fact, he is nothing. He is incompatible with Tokyo, and he is also not welcome here. Even the old grandmother strolling in the park muttered, that child forgot humility, he discarded our precious qualities. The grandfather next to her also spoke up. That child is too rude. He shouldn't attack the place that gave birth to him and raised him like this. Public sentiment was surging. Because of this idiot, a national tournament game turned into a class war. Guys born in rich areas are always so arrogant, looking down on people living in other areas. Just as people born in poor Tochigi Prefecture will always be hostile to Tokyoites. Yudo returned to the basketball club early in the morning and smashed the newspaper on the tactical board. He pointed at Fujimura on it and said to his teammates, if you don't go into the game with the attitude of getting rid of this trash today, you don't need to get on the subway we are going to take next. Although they both have the iron heart talent. But the method Yudo used was completely different from Kiyoshi Teppei. Kiyoshi Teppei always uses an expression revealing clear stupidity in his eyes to say some encouraging words as stupid as his eyes. Like insisting on helping the team even if his leg is broken. Yuto felt at that time that this guy was abnormal, including the author. Your damn leg is broken, aren't you dragging the team down by playing? If not for being in the protagonist group, could you fight like a human? Didn't you see Kai's was pressed onto the bench obediently against Midorima later? Yuto would never use Kiyoshi Teppei's stupid method. His way of inspiring people is to directly ignite the hormones in his teammates' bodies. Homie Academy's members were indeed passionate, all clamoring to get rid of that idiot Fujimura Kentaro. Military morale is usable. The geezer coach watched from the side and secretly gave a thumbs up to Yuto. This is why he loves Yuto so much. The style is too hard-boiled, always resonating with old-school players. Qualitatively different from those soft eggs who only talk about dreams. Are you amazing just because you have a dream? Of those who can step on the court, who doesn't hide a grand vision of playing in the NBA in their heart. Go Yuto. Show those Tokyo people some color. We will all go to the scene to cheer for you. Get rid of that traitor. When Yuto and the others set off, from the school to the subway station, they could hear the support, or rather the anger, of the people of Tochigi Prefecture from time to time. This made the pups of Homie Academy surge with the determination of, we cannot lose. I don't need his apology. After today, he will understand that he shouldn't mouth off to people he shouldn't provoke. Yuto was blocked by reporters as soon as he arrived at the place and asked for his views on this matter. His answer was full of murderous intent, attracting cheers from people around. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The big battle between Homie Academy and Taiko was held as scheduled. Perhaps Tochigi Prefecture itself didn't know that one day it could attract so much attention. More than 20,000 fans came to the scene today. Tochigi Prefecture fans occupied half of the scene. They all came to cheer for Yuto and Homie Academy. Wearing uniform gray-white short shirts, their crazy shouts almost overturned the ceiling. In contrast, the big masters of the Tokyo area on the other side. They waited quietly for the game to start and stared at the group of country bumpkins opposite with disdainful eyes. Yuto noticed and secretly swore in his heart to show these Tokyo guys some color, and also do something for the villagers. Chapter 62, Battling Taiko, Bonus Chapter. Today's game, the atmosphere at the scene was exceptionally intense. More than 10,000 Tochigi Prefecture fans shouted, roared, and supported with full energy. This might be the most intense atmosphere in the history of the national tournament, once making people feel like they were watching a game in the US, not the island nation. Fujimura Kentaro, with dyed blonde hair, stepped onto the court to warm up. He still wanted to spray some trash talk with Yuto before the game, telling him Tokyo is not a countryside place like Tochigi Prefecture to show his superiority. Yuto turned his head and swept a glance over. That look, sharp as a knife, swallowed the words Fujimura Kentaro wanted to say back into his throat. Yuto, is it? Finally met. Ayaman also walked over at this time. Not to stand up for Fujimura, he didn't even treat his teammate as a human. He didn't even look at Fujimura. The latter felt even more unwilling in his heart. Why does he deserve Ayaman's attention? You know, since Ayaman's talent awakened, he hasn't treated opponents as humans. These abnormalities deeply stung Fujimura Kentaro. Control your dog well. Yuto didn't plan to communicate with him, he had already communicated several times during the simulation. Ah. Dog. I don't have a habit of keeping dogs. Ayaman saw Yuto leaving and turned to leave as well, leaving Fujimura standing awkwardly in place. For a moment just now, he felt like a rabbit accidentally entering the border of two beasts' territories. Warm-up ended. Both sides came to the center line to pay respects. Homie Academy's starting five remained unchanged. On Taiko's side, Fujimura Kentaro replaced Kai's Ryota. Yuto glanced at Akashi. This young master who always has a fake smile on his face always thinks about perfection. Replacing Kai's Ryota with Fujimura Kentaro is something only he could do. Giving Homie Academy a head-on blow at the start. Look, we don't even need full main force to play you. Whether it's useful or not aside, Homie Academy's people felt disgusted anyway. Akashi, the mastermind behind all this, smiled and said to Yuto, please advise. Rest assured, I will definitely advise you well. Yuto took a deep breath and quickly got himself into the zone. The referee started the game. Oda was no match for Murasakibara Atsushi at all, the ball fell into Taiko's hands very easily. Return to defense, stand in your positions, watch your men. While retreating, Yuto shouted loudly to direct his teammates to stand in position. First possession. Just like the simulation, Akashi gave the ball to Fujimura. If he lets him score this ball, Homie Academy's people will definitely feel as disgusting as eating a fly. Of course, Yuto wouldn't let such a thing happen. The moment Fujimura shook off the guard with the ball and broke into the free throw line to gather the ball and jump, Yuto crashed over like a tank. Bang. A sky-covering block, and incidentally bumped Fujimura Kentaro, this cheekbone, hard. Thud. In the first round, Fujimura Kentaro fell to the ground in a sorry state. But what frightened him more was that he didn't realize when Yuto targeted him. However, Taiko has too many talents. Midorima, in a better position, picked up the ball and hit a three-pointer over Sakurai Ryo. Taiko started 3 o'clock. Turning back, it was Homie Academy's offense. Yuto received the ball facing Fujimura Kentaro. He used an extremely simple crossover to tell the whole country why he is one of the best players in the country. No reaction at all. Yuto used only one step, changing direction and flinging his body violently, leaving Fujimura behind, and pulled up from the free throw line to score. 3:2. Homie Academy responded quickly. Yuto didn't blindly drill into the paint to challenge Murasakibara Atsushi. In the memory of the simulation, Taiko's pride is carved into the bones. Most of the time, Taiko's guys fight on their own, with almost no help defense. Damn it. Watching Yuto score so easily, listening to the carnival of the folks in his ears, Fujimura Kentaro's expression became very ugly. He seemed to have underestimated Yuto. That first step explosive power, in his opinion, is second only to Aemon. Don't mind it. The game has just begun. I will sort out space for you. Akashi comforted with a fake smile. For him, the most perfect victory is to use Fujimura Kentaro to destroy Homie Academy. Naturally, he wants to give this player with mediocre ability a little help. Taiko's possession. Akashi dribbled slowly to the top of the arc. Without opening his eye, he tore open the matchup player's defense with pure individual ability. He accelerated into the free throw line, and Yuto immediately helped defend. Akashi said to Yuto like an old friend greeting, interested in coming to Taiko to play next year. Yuto responded coldly, has anyone told you that your fake smile is disgusting? Hey, history will only remember the winner. Not necessarily. Smack. The moment his voice fell, Akashi's ball was already thrown out. His purpose was simple, attracting Yuto's defensive attention was enough. However, before Akashi passed the ball, Yuto's finger had already pointed out. Ota, there. Ota acted the moment he saw Yuto's finger wave, without a trace of hesitation, immediately giving up Murasakibara Atsushi beside him. This decisiveness allowed Homie Academy to play a beautiful defensive round. Fujimura Kentaro received Akashi's pass, but before he entered the paint, he was greeted by Ota. Ota blocked the position in advance. Fujimura couldn't stop his feet and crashed into him, bouncing back to the ground on the spot. Ota is a center after all. Without LeBron's body, don't challenge the inside for no reason. Your eyes are interesting. Akashi just frowned slightly, attention still on Yuto. Your expression will be more interesting when you lose. Yuto was already running. Counterattack. It is one of Homie Academy's signature tactics now. But this time, Yuto didn't go straight to the dragon's lair smoothly as before. Just as he rushed past the center line, Aemon stuck to him. Let me see, Yuto, how powerful the guy Satsuki values so much is. Aemon's unique voice sounded in his ear. Does it make you so happy that your childhood friend fell in love with another boy? In the eyes of outsiders, Yuto's mouth is simply more poisonous than arsenic. But Aemon, possessing a basketball brain, didn't understand. What does this have to do with which boy Satsuki likes? While he was stunned, Yuto had already secured position and received the pass. Chapter 63, this is prepared specially for you, bonus chapter. Yuto received the pass. Seeing this, Aemon immediately concentrated. Come on, Yuto. No need for you to say. Smack. Yuto's 5 fingers tapped on the basketball simultaneously. The power gathered at one point endowed the basketball with huge kinetic energy. Toho's Wildcats dribble. Little trick. Aemon let out a cold snort and accelerated to stick close. Almost simultaneously, Yuto's fingers slapped the ball again to go around to the other side. The moment the basketball bounced up, it was like a flash of thunder passing by. Such flashy dribbling was presented by Yuto in the simplest and most effective way. Smack. Yuto grabbed the bouncing basketball and accelerated past Aemon's side. The latter turned around hurriedly, body as if boneless, twisting his foot to complete a turn extremely smoothly. The two crossed the three-point line almost simultaneously. Free throw line. Yuto gathered the ball vigorously and then jumped high. Your basketball is really boring, Yuto. Aemon jumped along, one arm firmly blocking the basketball's path. So you are still a brat who hasn't grown up until now. Go back to find your mother, Aemon. Yuto swung his arm and threw the ball out. The basketball spun through Aemon's palm, tearing the air, and finally fell into the net with a swish. Ball in. Homie Academy 4:3. The ball went in. Yuto. He proved he defeated Taiko's ace Aemon Daiki 1-on-1. Homie Academy overtook the lead. For them, this is absolutely a dream start. The scene boiled over, and the TV commentator was dumbfounded. This is an opening that no one expected before the game. Tachijai Prefecture people not only defended against Taiko's offensive but also defeated Taiko's ace head-on on the offensive end, relying on Yuto's finger of God. Fans from Tachijai Prefecture were simply going crazy. And Fujimura Kentaro. He was completely stunned. Impossible, how is this possible? He didn't dare to believe that Yuto could actually win in a one-on-one against Aemon. In his mind, Aemon is simply a monster that cannot be defeated. Worthy of a monster-exclusive shot. Indeed. Shooting twice in the air, that hang time plus the use of fakes, Yuto deserves the name of a genius. High school head coaches from Tokyo also came to the scene today. They wouldn't miss Yuto's game against the Taiko 5. Sure enough. Yuto gave them a surprise the first time he faced Aemon. This mirage shot looks like high-grade goods at first glance. And Aemon. His interest has been aroused by Yuto. Next possession. He actively asked Akashi for the ball, completely ignoring Fujimura, who also wanted to try again. Compared to Fujimura, Akashi would of course choose Aemon. Rare to see you so motivated. Akashi threw the ball to Aemon's hand. Of course, Aemon is motivated. He hasn't met an opponent who makes him treat them seriously for a long time. Here I come, Yuto. Yuto hooked his finger in response. Simply dribbled a few times to adjust, then Aemon suddenly moved without any warning. Yuto entangled him. At this stage of Taiko, there is no need to worry about double teams. The Death Coil talent can exert 100% of its power. Aemon launched a fierce attack, speed as fast as ever, chilling people. But. Blocked. Fake, right. That Aemon Daiki was actually defended one-on-one. Can't even enter the three-point line. The audience was going crazy. Because under Yuto's death defense, Aemon couldn't even step into the three-point line. However, this is just the beginning. Interesting. Aemon didn't plan to play, toy around, anymore. This way of playing is not my style. Yuto already knew what would happen next. Sure enough. The next second, Aemon's entire aura changed. After patting the basketball quickly back and forth with both hands, under the gaze of everyone, the basketball actually slipped out of his hand. Turnover. Someone exclaimed. How could it be a turnover? This guy's ball sense is monster level. Yuto not only didn't step forward to fight for the basketball but retreated a step at the fastest speed. Step. Yuto's retreating foot landed. Almost simultaneously, Aemon bent over and killed in front of him. That seemingly lost dribble had been scooped back by his long arm. Aemon was surprised, revealing a surprised expression for the first time since the game started. How many times do you think I've played against you? Yuto's defense was solid as a rock. Don't understand what you're saying. Aemon almost never stops once he starts moving, unless he puts the ball into the basket. He soon displayed an offensive that was more than twice as fierce as before. Some fans saw it, terrified to the point of not knowing their bodies were leaning against the back of the chair. Too chaotic. Every movement exceeded conventions. This is not the basketball people often see. This is street basketball, famous worldwide for flashiness. The offensive means are so complex, only what you can't think of, nothing he can't do. This playing style complements Aemon's innate body flexibility and balance, exploding with an effect far greater than 1 + 1 = 2. But Aemon actually can't get past. Taiko's head coach had already stood up. Aemon, who has always been invincible, would one day be defended to the point of not being able to enter the inside line. Too incredible. Kai's Ryota, Kuroko Tetsuya, and Momoi Satsuki on the bench revealed the same expression. Their mouths opened wide, eyes staring like cowbells, surprised beyond words. They knew Yuto was strong, but didn't expect him to be this strong. This feeling, truly long time no see. Ayaman got more excited the more he played. Yuto, who was defending him alone, was already cursing in his heart. The higher this charcoal head's fighting spirit, the faster the speed, and the harder to defend. His memories of fighting Ayaman so many times, he can still feel the pressure coming from Ayaman now. Smack. The basketball smashed towards Yuto's face. He instinctively threw his head back. Ayaman took this opportunity to fling his body violently, bending over to pass through Yuto's side. Passed. Can't defend it after all. Worthy of Ayaman Daiki, Taiko's ace. Tokyo guys finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, Akashi, who was staring at the situation here all along, discovered something wrong immediately. Daiki. He reminded, and Ayaman noticed the abnormality almost simultaneously. He looked sideways slightly and actually saw Yuto, with his back to him, arms sticking out like claws straight for the basketball. Eagle Spear. Like it. This is specially prepared for you, damn N. Chapter 64, Two Extremes, Bonus Chapter. Extremely strong aggression. Not referring to offense or defense, but the aggression of that mouth. Ayaman has roamed the world for so many years and hasn't met a guy with such a vicious mouth. Of course. This has to do with the fact that most players who trash-talked him were tidied up by him. Like some kind of bird, able to look down on the court from above the court. Akashi felt he figured out the ability of Yuto's eyes. It is a kind of eye different from the Emperor eye, like a certain type of bird. Only such a talent can allow Yuto to make a precise counterattack even when shaken off by Ayaman. Smack. The ball was slapped away by Yuto's hand. He originally wanted to send the ball to his teammate's hand, but Ayaman reacted too fast, making a ball protection movement at the last moment. Therefore, even though the ball was slapped away, it didn't fly in the direction Yuto wanted. Sakurai. Midorima. Yuto and Ayaman roared almost simultaneously. Hearing this, Midorima Shintaro and Sakurai Ryo woke up from a dream, recovering from the duel between the two. They pounced on the ball scrambling. Finally, Sakurai Ryo, with better positioning, pocketed the ball with a diving save. When he wanted to pass to Yuto, Akashi stepped out to block in front of him. TCH. Yuto turned and ran over to ensure he received the ball safely, but at the same time missed the opportunity for a fast break. Both sides were forced into set offense. Quite capable, Yuto. Just arrived at the three-point arc top, Ayaman couldn't wait to press up. As for Fujimura Kentaro, he had long been squeezed aside. Thank your teammates. Without them, you would have lost. Save such boring talk. Do you think you are playing soccer? Ayaman wouldn't be affected by such trash talk. After all, for him, playing ball is enough as long as it's fun. Yuto slowly dribbled to adjust the rhythm. Different from Ayaman's extreme chaos, his adjustment has a rhythm. Dribbling speed from slow to fast. When the ball's bounce speed reached the limit. The next second. Here it comes. Going up. Bang. The basketball landed, accompanied by a dull sound. Inferior to Hayama Kotaro, but still much louder than normal dribbling. Kai's on the bench also saw that Yuto's hands were wrapped in golden lightning at this moment. Lightning dribble. He can also imitate this dribble, but that is Hayama Kotaro's, yet he can't achieve Yuto's extreme conciseness. Just as he can't imitate Ayaman's extremely complex rule-less basketball. The most gorgeous basketball and the most utilitarian basketball. At this moment, including those high school coaches, everyone was concentrating. What sparks will the collision of two completely different styles of basketball produce? They looked forward to it. On the court, Yuto and Ayaman moved their bodies simultaneously, crossing the three-point line almost together. Left, right. Yuto flung his body violently, like willow catkins in the fierce wind, swinging intensely. His change of direction was extremely fast, and also utilitarian to the extreme, thinking only of scoring. Every time Ayaman's center of gravity shifted, he would seize the opportunity to launch a fatal blow. However, no matter how he forced the breakthrough, Ayaman's abnormal body balance and flexibility could always complete the remedial defense action at the last moment and catch up with Yuto with faster explosive power. It happened too fast for words. In a breath's time, they crossed the three-point line one after another, and the free throw line, stepping into the paint simultaneously. Then they jumped up together, crazily displaying their amazing talents in midair. Competing in jumping, competing in hang time. Finally, with a swish, the basketball grazed the backboard at a 45-degree angle and rebounded into the hoop. 6:3. Ball in again. Yuto. Continuous personal scoring. Facing Taiko's ace Aemon Daiki, succeeding in continuous one-on-ones. This is already his 6th personal point. In the Tochigi Prefecture TV live broadcast room, the middle-aged man responsible for commentary was so excited he wanted to overturn the table. This opening is too dreamy. The scene also completely boiled over. Fans from Tochigi Prefecture turned into the most passionate fans, their voices completely drowning out the Tokyo guys. Akashi was not satisfied with this result. He wanted to change, but Aemon opened his hands to ask for the ball first. After hesitating for a moment, Akashi still didn't refuse. He didn't think Aemon would lose in his heart either. Aemon caught the ball and rushed. Yuto followed closely behind. Clearly the small forward looks faster, why can't he get past? Kais couldn't figure it out. He looked at Aemon. The actions that usually shook people off casually seemed extremely difficult facing Yuto at this moment. Basketball has never been a sport of who is faster, Kais. The head coach took the opportunity to explain to this gifted player. Yuto's speed is not as fast as Aemon. Aemon with more explosive power should have the upper hand, but pay attention to Yuto's defensive movements. Every time before Aemon attacks, he moves his body first to block that position. Kai still didn't hear what he wanted to hear. So, how did little Yuto do it? Although Yuto classmates' academic grades aren't very good, in basketball, he is a true top student. Momoi Satsuki took over the conversation. He is a genius who can simulate battles against opponents in his brain even if he is alone. What does that mean? It means Ayu's basketball IQ is very high. He can conduct simulated battles infinitely close to reality in his mind. Even this can be done. His opponent is little Aemon. Kais understood, that's why he was surprised. Just like him, thinking about the opponent's actions before every attack, and then considering the opponent's actions to cross them. The problem is, Yuto's opponent is Aemon. Simulating Aemon in the brain. Although not very good at studying, Yuto is a genius only in basketball. Momoi Satsuki felt her answer was correct. But she was still only half right. Yuto being able to defend Aemon so tightly is credited to the multiple failures in the simulated world. On the court, Aemon and Yuto had already killed near the free throw line. If Yuto's breakthrough is like Willow Catkins in the fierce wind, although making people crazy, still traceable. Then Aemon's crossover is like a fickle woman, changing at will, with no trace to be found. It should be like this, Yuto. This is what I want. Aemon felt the pressure, the first time this year. Your mouth is as wordy as your basketball. Hurry up and die holding them together. Yuto found the opportunity to bully forward. Chapter 65, Too extravagant for you. Hurry up and die holding them together. Yuto found an opportunity to bully forward. But Aemon. The moment Yuto's arm was about to touch the basketball, he slapped the ball to the floor with a movement full of spirituality. Then, the basketball passed through Yuto and Aemon's crotch simultaneously, beyond everyone's expectations. Humph, come again. Aemon grinned and laughed, the aura of wildness spreading rapidly from him. He took the opportunity to cross Yuto, scooped up the ball just rebounding from the ground, accelerated and crashed into Homie Academy's paint, jumping to shoot. But the next second, a black shadow rose rapidly from his side. Go to hell, Aemon. An incredibly ancient aura awakened. Players inside the court, including players from both sides on the sidelines, could feel an extremely violent aura sweeping around. That feeling was as if a certain prehistoric giant beast had awakened, shocking the soul. This is Ayu's wildness, the Tyrannosaurus with the highest level among all known wildnesses currently. Even little Aemon can't compare. I can't compare either. Momoi Satsuki nodded very simply. Yuto's wildness is the highest level she has ever seen. Although saying so, she actually knows only 3 players possessing wildness currently. No way around it. There are really too few players with this talent, truly 1 in a million. Such players are all geniuses favored by heaven without exception. Bang. While speaking, Yudo's palm had already slapped violently on the backboard. And Ayaman. He double-clutched at the last moment to dodge Yudo's block. Under the influence of Yudo's impact on his body, he could still maintain absolute balance. Under the dumbfounded gaze of fans, Ayaman's upper body and lower body were almost at a 90-degree angle. Under normal circumstances, players can't make any movements in such a posture at all, only thinking about protecting themselves from falling miserably upon landing. Ayaman didn't. At this time, he still aimed at the basket and flung his arm forcefully. The basketball drew a beautiful arc and entered the net hollow. And he, the moment he landed, miraculously twisted his body, feet stepping on the floor for a balanced landing. Is this damn human? Homie Academy's geezer's eyes were about to pop out. Coaching for so many years, including when he played, he had never seen a player with balance good to this extent. This is truly born to play basketball. Almost got taken out. Ayaman twisted his neck after landing, and also twisted his shoulders with his hands. This wasn't him bluffing. His body hadn't moved for too long. Often without exerting force, just breaking a sweat, the game would lose suspense. Yudo knows very well that Ayaman's condition will only get better as he plays. He will quickly shed the rusty parts of his body in the game and recover at an extremely fast speed. Next time I'll take you out. A trace of astonishing fierce light flashed in Yudo's black eyes. Transition offense and defense. Yudo didn't do preparatory movements when receiving the ball either. Catching the ball, he immediately exploded with acceleration. The 50% amplification made his movements visibly faster to the naked eye. Pervert. The fans in the stands were stunned. The previous offensive and defensive rhythm had already dropped jaws. Result. This monster can actually still improve. This is simply too anti-human. But after the surprise came volcano-like enthusiasm. This focal battle did not disappoint anyone. Fujimura Kentaro keenly felt that people's views on Yudo were changing at an extremely fast speed. Before, everyone just thought he had the talent to challenge the Taiko 5. At this moment, it is not as simple as challenging, he really possesses the super strong ability to defeat Taiko's ace. Continuing like this, he will definitely become a joke in everyone's eyes. How can I let you continue to shine? He became ruthless in his heart, directly abandoning the defender beside him and pouncing towards Yudo's position. Come back. Idiot. Fujimura. Expressions of Midorima, Murasakibara, Kai's, and others changed simultaneously. Even though Kai's was sitting on the bench, no, it should be said because he was sitting on the bench, he saw more clearly. Viewpoint shift. Yudo discovered someone intruding immediately. Not Akashi and the others, but Fujimura Kentaro, this traitor. He advanced instead of retreating, actively meeting him. Extreme speed allowed him to kill in front of Fujimura in a breath. The moment their eyes met, Fujimura stiffened all over, chilled all over by Yudo's death stare. The fierce light hidden under those black pupils seemed capable of swallowing people. But immediately, this fierce light disappeared. Yudo flung his body violently and passed by his side. A guy of your level, stop getting in my way. Ayaman opened his mouth to curse. He was playing happily but encountered such a blind thing. Even if it's a teammate, he wasn't polite at all. After all, what he hits most after entering high school are his own teammates and seniors. Ayaman crossed from the other side at extremely fast speed to continue pursuing. Fujimura was scared into freezing on the spot, trembling all over. Or rather, he didn't react at all. This idiot. Even I am not sure about participating in a duel of this level. Kai's covered his forehead. Others continued to watch the court without a word. Ayaman's pursuit speed was fast. However, no matter how fast a person is, they can't be faster than the basketball. Yudo found the open teammate. Not the one Fujimura left behind, but Sakurai Ryo, whom Midorima missed after participating in help defense. Smack. The basketball hit the ground heavily and rebounded into Sakurai Ryo's hands. Mushroom Head said, Sumimasen, shot like a rocket launching, and threw the ball into the hoop quickly and accurately. 9:5. Homie Academy continued to score. They seemed fully capable of fighting Taiko. As long as there is Yudo, everything seems possible. Reluctantly praise you, good job, Mushroom Head. Hi. Sakurai Ryo was happy. Seeing Yudo reaching out his hand, he thought it was to high-five him, and actively reached out his hand too. However, Yudo had no intention of high-fiving him at all, slapping Sakurai Ryo's mushroom head counted as finishing the celebration. As for the other side, Fujimura's face was ashen, not even having the courage to look up at Aemon. Little did he know Aemon didn't care about him at all, already preparing for the next round. But Akashi didn't plan to let him off so easily. Attempting to intervene in their duel is too extravagant for you. Akashi's eyes were frighteningly cold. Watch your men. Don't let him get even a single point. Can you do it? The subtext is, if you can't do it, roll to the bench for me. Yes. Chapter 66, Go All Out. As the game developed to this point, even Akashi had to admit. He was too proud. He shouldn't have held any hope for a hopeless guy. Even more, he shouldn't have overly underestimated the opponent. This is the price of arrogance. However, he can remedy it. Taiko's possession. Aemon, whose interest was high, reached out for the ball as usual after settling into position. But this time, Akashi didn't deliver the ball to his hands. He tortured the ankles of Homie Academy's point guard with his crossover skills, attracting Sakurai Ryo's help defense, then faked a drive and really passed. The ball fell into Midorima Shintaro's hands. Stand still, mushroom head. Yudo's reminder was too late. Sakurai Ryo just braked, and the ball had already crashed straight into Midorima Shintaro's hands. Midorima Shintaro didn't miss this opportunity. Even though Sakurai Ryo had already pounced to defend at the fastest speed, the ball in Midorima Shintaro's hands had already risen into the air. The basketball spun, tearing the air, soaring with an unusually high arc, and finally bombarded the ground like a meteorite. Bang! The basketball passed through the net and smashed heavily on the floor, making a heart-shaking muffled sound. The top three-point shooter in the country still maintains a 100% three-point shooting percentage in the national tournament this year. Don't be like a mad bull, Aemon. Midorima Shintaro pushed his glasses with his finger, turning around with a calm expression to return to his half. These monsters. The geezer coach watched this unusual three-pointer, unconsciously clenching his fists. The first quarter ended. Score 22-30. Homie Academy trailed by 8 points in the single quarter. In the hearts of most fans, such a deficit is already a miracle. After all, Taiko ending the game's suspense in a single quarter has happened too many times this year. Homie Academy only trailing by 8 points in a single quarter, how can it not be a miracle? Yudo hacked 14 points in a single quarter, with a shooting percentage reaching 60%. Performance better than any simulation. But the team still trailed by a full 8 points. And this sweating rate, did they really just play one quarter? The geezer coach saw that after the players came off, everyone was gasping for breath. Except for Yudo, everyone seemed to have lost the strength even to speak. This means defending Taiko makes them feel physically and mentally exhausted, pressure as heavy as a mountain. Yet Taiko was not satisfied with such results. I'm sorry, I overestimated you. Maybe I shouldn't have had any expectations for you from the beginning. Taiko's bench. Just coming off the court, sitting in his seat, Akashi's phoenix eyes swept over Fujimura Kentaro. This made the latter feel cold all over, daring not to breathe loudly. As arrogant as he was before the game, he is just as pathetic now. He didn't even have the courage to look at the south stand, where a group of fellow villagers were staring at him with sarcastic eyes. So troublesome, should have replaced him long ago. Murasaka Baraatsushi threw his head back to drink water, looking like he hadn't woken up after playing a quarter. I opposed letting him replace Kai's as a starter from the beginning. Midorima Shintaro was equally merciless. His life motto is, men proposes, God disposes, do humanly possible, wait for heaven's decree, and a lion uses full strength even when fighting a rabbit. Their expressions were calm when they spoke, and their tones were light. Falling into Fujimura Kentaro's ears, it was like a sharp knife piercing the bone. Kuroko Tetsuya and Momoi Satsuki watched this scene quietly. This is the current Taiko. Without any human touch, treating each other like strangers. Even teammates who have spent day and night together for 2 years are the same. No need to care if there is no value. True. This is my problem. Now we need to get back on track. Akashi showed that iconic formulaic smile again. He said to Kai's, Ryota, you go on in the second quarter. Ah, oh, okay. I couldn't wait long ago. Kai's grinned. It doesn't matter if he can't win, he just wants to fight against powerful guys. Kuroko looked at them silently, his gaze involuntarily turning to the other side. Homie Academy's bench. Everyone was racing against time to recover physical strength. About to go on the court soon. Captain Oda suddenly said to Yuto, "I thought I could do better. Didn't expect my performance to be worse than I expected. Why say such bullshit? Want to give up? Give up? Playing with a guy like you, I've forgotten how to write the words give up. Oda threw away the towel and stood up. What I mean is, next, I will do my best to do better. Not bad. At least, you are much stronger than those trash who surrender without fighting." Yuto extended his fist. Go all out. Ah. Oda bumped fists with him lightly. Other teammates saw this and also put their fists together, then shouted, "Victory." This is correct. Kuroko was envious. His gaze was unconsciously attracted to Yuto's direction. Second quarter began. Yuto stepped onto the court again with teammates bursting with hormones. Homie Academy's possession. The jump ball rule is simple. The side winning the jump ball automatically gets possession for the first and fourth quarters, and conversely, the other side gets possession for the second and third quarters. Dual personality shooter talent activated. The moment Yuto stepped onto the court, his talent activated. This is a very idealistic talent. Through multiple simulations, Yuto has figured out the pattern. As long as Yuto thinks it is necessary, and the game situation is unfavorable to Yuto, then the probability of triggering this talent will greatly increase. Yuto's eyes instantly turned cold. The eyes full of aggression in the first quarter dropped to freezing point at this moment. Why does it seem like he became a different person? Ayaman frowned slightly. Such a change is somewhat similar to that guy Akashi. What? Do you want to kill me with your eyes? Ayaman opened his mouth to tease, thinking Yuto would respond with vicious words. But no. After receiving the pass from his teammate, he didn't say a word. Simply dribbled a few times to adjust the rhythm and then exploded. Bang. The basketball, endowed with huge kinetic energy, shook off all dust after landing. Lightning burst out from Yuto's hands instantly. Full-power lightning dribble made his crossover pass by like a flash of lightning. He broke into the three-point line in one step. Ayaman followed easily. But Chapter 67, Yuto's True Level, Bonus Chapter. Yuto was taciturn, suddenly exploding without a word. Full-power lightning dribble. Yuto stepped into the three-point line along with the ball. Ayaman followed immediately. Thought Yuto would attack his defense line like in the first quarter. He didn't. The moment Ayaman shifted his center of gravity, he suddenly realized Yuto's dribbling gesture was different from before. He dribbled the ball backward. Behind the back dribble. No. Ayaman reacted. He clearly saw Yuto's body retreating rapidly. That retreat speed was only faster than Hyuga Junpei's barrier jumper, but this was just Yuto's normal shot. Smack. The moment the basketball hit the ground and rebounded, Yuto grabbed the ball with both hands immediately, toes exerting force simultaneously. Shooting. Don't even think about it. Ayaman stomped fiercely with one foot, forcibly twisting his center of gravity, and pounced over with a one-step run-up. And on the sidelines, Momoi Satsuki looked at Yuto's movements, and some memory suddenly appeared in her mind. That was the specialty of another player named Yakusha, Mibuchi Ryo, who was as famous as Hayama Kotaro. This is Earthshot. Momoi Satsuki's pupils dilated instantly, shouting nervously towards the court. Dame, no. What? His childhood friend's high decibel drilled into his eardrums through the air, making Ayaman stunned. At first, he didn't know what was going on until he found that Yuto didn't jump completely, toes sticking to the floor. Fake move. He already realized what would happen next. Sure enough. After faking Ayaman into the air, Yuto actively crashed into the ladder. This is the rhythm of a 3+1, 4-point play. Don't look down on people, Yuto. Ayaman roared. In for a penny, in for a pound. Since a foul is unavoidable, at least don't let him shoot the ball. However, Yuto's pair of eyes were scary cold. He locked onto the direction of the basket firmly. The rapid-fire jump shot, which had never been exposed in official games since obtaining this talent, was finally displayed. Swish. Like drawing a sword from its sheath, the extremely fast release speed dodged Ayaman's active foul. The basketball didn't fly like Midorima's meteorite bombardment. With a relatively low and flat arc, it pierced the air and hit directly. Beep. The referee's whistle was hurried and loud. Taiko number 6, defensive foul, 3 points valid, add 1 free throw. Most fans couldn't hear the referee's voice. But they understood the referee's gesture. As the basketball landed, the direction of the Tochigi Prefecture fans in the south stand instantly rioted. Wow! They roared passionately, shouting cries even they didn't know the meaning of. At the same time, on Homie Academy's bench, the geezer coach waved his fist and roared with a group of united members. Good shot. In a basketball game, what is more exciting than a 2+1? The answer is 3+1. Yuto got such an opportunity now, and it was an opportunity achieved against Ayaman's defense. This. Taiko's coach was already stunned. He turned his head to look in Satsuki's direction. Momoi. I don't know. Momoi Satsuki really didn't know. Can only say Yuto hid too deeply and too much. Many of his things today were never used in previous games. Who could have imagined that in just 1 year, his progress would be so great? Satsuki even suspected whether Yuto possessed learning ability as perverted as Kaisa's. And not just simple imitation. Yuto's earth shot is different compared to Mibuchi Ryo. Just like the lightning dribble, it seems to be integrated into his strong personal style. And that unusually fast release speed, she had never seen these, let alone deduce them. Is this IU's true level? Good shot. Oda and other Homie Academy members clenched their fists to celebrate. And Yuto? His expression was still so cold, as if he changed into another person. Meeting Ayaman's somewhat stunned eyes, Yuto patted the shoulder hit by Ayaman lightly with his hand, as if it was dirty and needed to be patted off. You guy. After Ayaman was stunned, his pair of eyes became sharper. Yuto walked to the free throw line without a word. Although the second quarter just started, that short 120 seconds wasn't enough. He dribbled calmly to consume time, recovering stamina for himself and his teammates. A full 20 seconds passed before he raised his hand and dropped the knife, shot, throwing the ball into the hoop. 3+1. Homie Academy came up with a 3+1, chasing the point difference to 4 points. But turning back, Taiko launched a fierce counterattack. Ayaman asked for the ball from Akashi. A quarter of game time was enough to make his body completely hot. At this moment, his condition was even better than in the first quarter. Yuto's expression remained unchanged, a pair of eyes still so cold. Like stepping into ice, he stuck closely to Ayaman Daiki. He defended to the extreme. Every movement was textbook level. In isolation, he can exert 100% of Death Coil's power, plus the simulated duel experience. It can be said he has done his best. But Ayaman. He sent the ball into the net with an unreasonable, fadeaway jump shot, formless shot. Is this damn possible? The geezer coach smashed the tactical board on the ground. Can't stop it even defending to this extent. Is there any justice left? Taiko's head coach next door also wanted to say these words. After the transition of offense and defense, Yuto shot a three-pointer again. Ayaman's block had already sealed Yuto's face. But Yuto. With a super high difficulty fadeaway, he hit the ball with extremely fast speed. Does he not need to aim? Ayaman's condition was already very, very good. It was the best game he played since his talent awakened. But that country bumpkin. Satsuki was more surprised than him. This is not the heaven shot she is familiar with at all. She could see some shadows in every one of Yuto's shots, but the effect used was completely different. At least. She believed Mibuchi Ryo couldn't score so easily over Ayaman, or even couldn't get a chance to shoot at all. The pace of the game suddenly accelerated. With Yuto's three-point skill package unlocked, he became harder to defend. Driving inside and shooting outside, he constantly helped the team score points, and even chase points. Too long. It's been too long since Taiko played such a game. Sigh. Akashi sighed suddenly. Chapter 68, You Are Too Arrogant. Akashi sighed softly. The game developed like this, from the beginning, they were wrong, and wrong outrageously. Starting from Fujimura Kentaro, to the assessment of Yuto's strength. Everything was wrong. Taiko didn't walk on the correct path. Such a mistake made Akashi drift further and further away from his absolute victory. He doesn't need such a narrow victory. Taiko, possessing them, should crush everything horizontally. As the captain, he needs to pay for such mistakes. I will steer Taiko back onto the correct path. Amidst the excited expressions of the fans, Yuto engaged in fierce confrontation with Aemon for the umpteenth time. This is definitely the fiercest and highest level confrontation in the national tournament. Aemon felt his body seem to come alive. The chaotic basketball style made him seem like a mad demon. After an unknown number of complex movements, he passed Yuto's side quickly like a bolt of lightning. What about Yuto? Viewpoint in the brain changed immediately. The moment Aemon brushed past his body, his arm formed a claw and grabbed backward. Eagle Spear. Tyrannosaurus wildness endowed him with full aggression even on the defensive end. He not only pursues causing opponent turnovers but wants to disintegrate the opponent's offensive head-on. Steals, blocks, all are fine. His hand stuck out like a ghost shadow straight for the basketball. Smack. Aemon's reaction was already very timely, but he was still touched by Yuto's hand, and the basketball immediately escaped his control. Possession. Possession. Both bench coaches roared simultaneously. Players on the court rushed to the landing point of the basketball immediately. However, someone was faster than any of them. He seemed to know where the basketball would appear. A pair of phoenix eyes, colors of pupils different, carrying the domineering air of, I alone am honored. Smack. Akashi reached out and intercepted the ball with one hand. You are too arrogant, Yuto. With a whoosh, Akashi, with his back to the backboard, flipped his wrist and threw the ball vigorously above the rim. That position. Before Oda could react, Murasakibara Atsushi's body had already soared, grabbing the ball with both hands, followed by an extremely violent two-handed slam dunk. Boom. The basketball hoop shook violently, exploding loudly, giving the illusion that the backboard was about to explode at any moment. In an instant, Homie Academy's people felt the air become sticky. A sense of suffocation arose spontaneously. Don't do unnecessary things, Akashi. Aemon was dissatisfied with Akashi's intervention. Just now, he didn't completely lose control of the ball, the winner between him and Yuto had not been decided. If you could win the game magnificently, I would be happy to watch you play from the side. Akashi's implication was that he was dissatisfied with Aemon's performance. Aemon's eyes instantly became dangerous. Clearly teammates, yet staring directly at each other with death glares at this moment. What's going on? Infighting. At such a time. This isn't a game. People noticed something wrong with the atmosphere. Midorima Shintaro and others had to intervene between the two. Still in the game. Talk about it later. That's right. Little Akashi, little Aemon, calm down. Kai's hurried to stand horizontally between the two, preventing the gaffe from amplifying further. Aemon and Akashi then turned their heads away. Beep. The harsh whistle sounded. The second quarter ended. First quarter. Homie Academy lost to Taiko by 8 points. After halftime, they trailed Taiko by 15 points, losing another 7 points in the single quarter. The points Yuto finally chased back, after Akashi intervened, turned unfavorable for Homie Academy again. He only intervened on the offensive end, stabilizing the situation when Aemon made a mistake or was defended by Yuto, not giving Homie Academy a chance to continue chasing points. Throughout the second quarter, Taiko produced an appalling 95% shooting percentage. And on the defensive end, since Akashi intervened, Aemon seemed to be stimulated, his condition improving by half a gear again. Heaven, earth, and void shots are not things that ignore defense. Even with the blessing of the big fundamental, including the mirage shot, they were all seen through by Aemon one by one. Subsequent game. Yuto played extremely hard. He did almost everything he could do, but still lost 7 points in the single quarter. Taiko's victory is absolute. Remember it well, Yuto. Akashi's indifferent words rang out. Yuto, walking towards the tunnel, stopped immediately. The dual personality shooter talent hadn't been deactivated yet. He looked over with equally icy eyes. The two looked at each other like this, and the surrounding temperature dropped a lot. Nothing is absolute, Akashi. Yuto withdrew his gaze and led his teammates into the tunnel. So amazing. Yeah, definitely the fiercest game this year. Pity it didn't happen in the final, bit less meaningful. Homie Academy definitely has runner-up strength. Even if it were other tournaments, they would definitely win the championship. That's right. It's a pity their opponent is Taiko, an SS-level strong team that is guaranteed to win the championship no matter which year. Halftime break. The audience was still enthusiastically discussing the first half of the game. Whether it was Yuto or Ayaman, including others from Taiko, they all played a high-level game. In other national tournaments, Homie Academy or Yuto would be absolute favorites to win the championship, but they were unlucky enough to encounter the unprecedented super team Taiko Middle School. And in the locker room, Ayaman was finding trouble with Akashi. Akashi, don't interfere in the matter between me and Yuto. He hadn't played such an enjoyable game for too long and didn't want any interference. If I hadn't interfered, the score wouldn't be like this now. I gave you enough respect, Daiki. You just need to focus on doing your own thing well. Akashi's tone was unhurried. Even if the personality is different, for Akashi, every member of the generation of miracles is special. They are the few teammates and friends in his life who can gain his recognition and sincere treatment. TCH. Anyway, don't come to intervene in the duel between me and Yuto. The same goes for others. Ayaman's aggressive gaze swept over everyone in the locker room. Kuroko sat aside without saying a word. He felt such a locker room was too strange. Are they still teammates of a team? On the other side, Yuto returned to the locker room and covered his head with a towel, also asking substitute members to help cover his whole body with hot towels to ensure body heat doesn't escape. Halftime break is more than 10 minutes long. Such time is enough to cool down most of a player's body. Therefore, in some important games, professional players will try every means to keep their body heat from losing severely during halftime. This way, in the second half, they can almost guarantee excellent game condition. Thanks. Yuto thanked his teammate with a cold face. Although teammates felt strange, they still smiled and said, "You're welcome." The atmosphere in the locker room wasn't particularly good. The pressure given by Taiko was still too great. If not for the influence of Iron Heart, these guys' performance might have been even more unbearable. Yuto was just preparing to stimulate this group of guys, but Oda spoke first. Chapter 69, Tezuka Zone, Bonus Chapter. Continue to do as the coach deployed in the second half. No matter what method is used, we must create scoring opportunities for Yuto. Oda spoke first as the captain. He also noticed the low morale of the members and decided to shoulder the responsibility of the captain. But we did this in the first half and still lost by more than 10 points. Someone lacked confidence. But Oda said decisively, that only proves we haven't done well enough. His eyes swept over everyone in the locker room. Don't forget how we got here all the way. Without Yuto, we wouldn't even have the chance to challenge Taiko. Just trust Yuto. Do our best, do everything within our ability better. Leave other things to our ace. Yuto was slightly stunned. He originally planned to use the fans outside as a talking point. Saying things like, "Don't disappoint those fans who have been shouting since the start," to stimulate this group of guys. Now no need. It's not only Kiyoshi Teppei who is special, Oda also possesses his own personality charm. This is my last year in middle school. I don't want to leave any regrets. I believe you are the same. Hearing this, the members, especially those third-year members, changed their expressions instantly. They recalled being taken care of by Oda over the years. Decided to do something for him. And that Yuto who hasn't said a word since entering, like a piece of ice rejecting people thousands of miles away. This guy probably wants to win so much his eyes are about to spray blood. After all, Yuto is a lunatic who doesn't want to lose even in training, running a distance more than others even in jogging. The team boss and locker room boss are both like this, of course, they have no reason to give up. Although this is spineless, we can only rely on you, Yuto. Instead of shouting, better grab a few more rebounds in the second half. I will. Oda nodded steadily, sat down beside Yuto, seizing the time to rest and waiting for the second half to start. Between men, sometimes not much needs to be said. Wow. Halftime ended. As Yuto and other players re-entered the court, the fans erupted in warm applause. Especially the Tochigi Prefecture people in the south stand, shouting with all their strength. Let's continue, Yuto. The first thing Ayaman did on the court was find Yuto. This opponent, the strongest he has met in his life so far, made his blood boil. Yuto still didn't respond. Once the dual personality shooter talent is turned on, it won't end suddenly unless he voluntarily exits. This is not a game, this is war. Yuto spoke coldly. Powerful mental strength allowed him to get a 100% breakthrough result in this simulation. The difficulty is after passing the person. Playing full strength for the first half, even if stamina broke through 90 points, he still felt tired. Unless the goddess of luck stands on his side, a drop in shooting percentage is inevitable. Hesitating, Yuto saw something which made him make up his mind. He opened his hands immediately. Teammates who had been prepared immediately sent the ball. Ayaman opened his arms, assuming a non-standard defensive stance, ready to meet Yuto. According to Yuto's habit, he will dribble to adjust to the best state before acting. But this time. Smack. The moment he caught the ball, Yuto had already rushed out. No preparation, no adjustments. Surprise attack. You think too simply of me, Yuto. Ayaman's body leaned over immediately. In today's middle school, no one can get rid of his defense in this way. No one. Smack. Crossover. I'm tired of watching your boring basketball. Seeing Yuto pull the ball, Ayaman knew what Yuto wanted to do. This extremely simple basketball seemed extremely boring to Ayaman. Basketball is not played like this. Sure enough. Yuto's center of gravity shifted after pulling the ball. However, this time, when Yuto's center of gravity moved halfway, he suddenly flung it back again. Where's the ball? You don't want it anymore. Ayaman's expression became surprised again. This way indeed could pass him. But where's the ball? It will be left in place. Ayaman reached out, going straight for the basketball. However, his expression suddenly froze. The basketball abandoned by Yuto produced an irregular rotation he couldn't understand after landing. Masaka, impossible. Ayaman turned his head immediately, only to see a dazzling golden light suddenly burst out from his side. In a trance, he could even hear the billy sound of electric arcs on Yuto's body. And that basketball, at this moment, as if torn by a vortex, after a fierce struggle, flew automatically towards Yuto's direction. The speed was so fast that even Ayaman couldn't react in time. Men passes, ball separates, and rejoins. Smack. Yuto grabbed the flying basketball with one hand, regaining control of the ball. What is this? Everything happened too fast. Fast enough that by the time Kai's reacted, Yuto had already swept behind Ayaman. Under his gaze, Yuto emitted dazzling light all over his body, like a little gold man. That face, still resolute, facial paralysis, was exceptionally attractive. So handsome. Kai sincerely felt that Yuto at this moment was simply the most handsome player he had ever seen. And Yuto, after crossing Ayaman, continued to accelerate and impact Taiko's defense line. Emitting golden light that made people feel dazzling all over his body, he crashed headfirst into Taiko's paint like a human-shaped sun. That position. Oda gritted his teeth, using all his strength to block Murasaka Baraitsushi, who caused a lot of trouble for Yuto in the first half, behind him. Oda roared, Yuto. Responding to him was only that golden light breaking through the air faster. Yuto broke into Taiko's paint in one breath and jumped with the momentum. Clearly so weak, what are you risking your life for? Murasaka Baraitsushi threw Oda aside with one hand. Their stats difference was too far. Big hands covering the sky and sun. Murasaka Baraitsushi completed the jump with athletic ability inconsistent with his body. The time Oda bought was short, but enough for Yuto to complete a shot. 5 fingers twisted simultaneously. The basketball immediately flew out from under Yuto's control, spinning, tearing the air, crossing Murasakibara's block, and falling into the net, twisting the net into a ball. The next second. Wow. The scene boiled over again. Chapter 70, Man and Ball United. Wow. The scene boiled over instantly. Yuto's performance in the first half was already surprising enough. However, unexpectedly, he still had strength left. Yuto got rid of Ayaman Daiki and challenged Murasaka Baraitsushi head-on to score. Incredible Tachijai Prefecture native. In the entire national tournament, so far, no one has been able to score a layup against Murasaka Baraitsushi's defense head-on. How awesome was Yuto's ball? Put it this way. Murasaka Baraitsushi hasn't let anyone score at the rim over his head in the national tournament so far this year. His terrifying defensive coverage area is enough to deal with almost all enemy invasions within the entire three-point line. Yuto did it. And he took out both Ayaman and Murasaka Bara at the same time. Tap. Yuto landed on both feet, and the bright light on his body dissipated at this time. This. For a moment, Taiko's head coach felt it wasn't Yuto playing, but Ayaman playing. That heaven-defying ball sense, the ability to let the basketball act according to his will, only Aemon in the entire Taiko can do it. Ball sense not weaker than Aemon. For fans, this is a surprise, but for Taiko, this is a shock. Monster-like evolution speed, amazing learning ability, and the ability to integrate learned skills into himself and present them in a more perfect posture. The highest level of wildness so far, plus this monster-like ball sense. At this moment, many people felt they must redefine the player Yuto. Especially those head coaches of high school basketball teams. Before this game, the Taiko 5 were actually their first choice. Although the ability shown by Yuto was also excellent, Akashi, Aemon, Murasakibara, and Midorima were their first choices. Yuto and Kai's could only be ranked behind these 4 people. They also have their own intelligence-gathering systems. Knowing that although Kai's talent is outstanding, he has never won against others once. As for Yuto, he lacks a representative work. Although he has scored high points in many games and broke the Tochigi Prefecture record. But that is ultimately just a record of Tochigi Prefecture. But after today, Yuto will offer a representative work that satisfies everyone. Facing Taiko, he has blasted a game-high 35 points so far. While showing attack power not losing to Aemon, he also shattered Murasakibara's defense head-on. Actually hit until this game to explode. This mentality is too rare. Harasawa Katsunori felt he had found the most suitable target. Before this game, his evaluation of Yuto in his heart was indeed inferior to Aemon. But when Yuto revealed his arsenal completely. Besides being surprised by Yuto's strength, he was even more shocked by his maturity. A teenager knows how to endure, this is a very precious quality. On the court, Yuto has received a pass from his teammate again. Completely different from the boring basketball style before. Aemon facing Yuto felt it truly. At this moment, he had a crisis sense of being unable to figure out or see through Yuto. How the basketball will act has no pattern to follow. Feels like facing himself. Smack. Yuto hit the basketball with 5 fingers. The huge kinetic energy made the basketball seem to disappear. In a flash, Yuto had already engaged in 5 or 6 tangles with Aemon. Terrifying. Many people exclaimed. Yuto's dribbling was fast, passing people only needing a breath's time. However, even so, Aemon who could still keep up with Yuto's rhythm was equally terrifying. What kind of duel is this? Are they really just middle school students? Why do I feel they are stronger than many high school players? I don't want you to feel, I want me to feel. They are monsters stronger than high school players. The rhythm of Yuto's dribbling and action became faster and faster. Before this, Yuto was the person moving with the dribble. But now, it is the ball following his person moving. Sounds like the same thing, almost no difference, but in fact, at least in Aemon's eyes, Yuto's movements were at least 30% faster. Smack. The basketball hit the floor again, landing not far from Aemon's right foot. Again. Aemon held his breath. Because that dazzling golden light burst out from Yuto again, as if capable of dispelling all darkness. Don't care about the basketball's movement trajectory, in the end, the ball will return to Yuto's hands. Aemon isn't smart at studying, but in playing basketball, his sense of smell is too keen. He shifted his center of gravity towards Yuto, but Yuto's eyes had already seen through his actions. He changed his action position almost simultaneously with Aemon. The figures of the two crossed. Then. Smack. Almost simultaneously, the basketball on the ground immediately soared into the air and actively flew towards Yuto. He was like a vortex, no matter where he went, the basketball would follow him closely, cooperating with Yuto's actions. Passed again. He passed Taiko's ace Aemon Daiki again. Commentators everywhere were roaring for Yuto's hair-raising ball handling skills. If ball handling has a limit, then what they are seeing now might be the end of ball handling. Yuto crashed towards Taiko's paint like the sun. Kai's nearby saw this, body uncontrollably helping to defend. Don't think about passing, little Yuto. Yuto seemed unable to hear or see. Smack. He smashed the ball on the ground, the ball landed at Kai's right foot. Such a scene just happened to Aemon not long ago. Kai's felt he was underestimated and shouted, "Don't underestimate me." However, the basketball bounced immediately after landing this time, flying past Kai's body. And Yuto, like a golden man, swept past Kai's other side with lightning all over his body. One person and one ball turned into two beams of light flying directly past both sides of Kai's simultaneously. Man and ball united. Many people thought of this term. Current Yuto is simply integrated with the basketball. The basketball is like his arm, he does whatever he wants. Yuto. Oda roared again. His hands were nailed to the floor like iron nails, his back against Murasaka Baraitsushi, who was taller, stronger, and more powerful than him. Homie's captain meant what he said, go all out to create scoring space for Yuto. So annoying. Clearly weak as hell, don't know what you are working hard for. Murasaka Baraitsushi felt inexplicable anger in his heart. He exerted a little force. Oda was squeezed aside by him. The huge talent gap cannot be made up no matter how hard Oda tries. But his efforts were not useless. Under his gaze, Yuto had killed and like the sun, scoring again with a high bank shot. Good shot. Chapter 71, Shining, Once is Enough, Bonus Chapter. Good shot. The geezer coach turned into the most passionate fan on the sidelines, fists clenched tightly, expression ferocious. As long as they can get the ball into the paint, they temporarily don't need to worry about offense. A 12-point gap. Not a hopeless number. Encouraged by the two team leaders, the entire Homie Academy team went completely berserk. Although unable to keep up with the rhythm, except for Yuto, everyone was blown out time and again in matchups with Taiko. But these people were like zombies, desperately entangling the Taiko 5. Such fighting spirit infected every Tachijai Prefecture person. Having shouted for half the game, they used their hoarse voices to shout with all their strength again. The proud Tokyoites were completely suppressed by them. Only the voices of Tachijai Prefecture people remained at the scene. Incredible. Tachijai Prefecture fans turned the tables, dominated the home court. They turned this game in the Tokyo Gymnasium into a Tachijai Prefecture multifunctional arena. In such a frenzied atmosphere. Homie Academy saw hope when the game proceeded to 4 minutes and 41 seconds of the quarter. Akashi organized the offense personally. An absolutely brilliant pass, the basketball crossed several people to the hands of Kai's, who had the least presence. Kai's performed his copy ability on the spot, replicating Mabuchi Ryo's heaven shot and lifting his hand to throw. This scene was captured by Homie Academy's third-year point guard. This guy who doesn't even have a name, a pitiful worm whose ball-touching opportunities were cut by more than half as Yuto's talent awakened. He made a bold move at this most anxious moment. Too long, or rather never had. He was never a genius, otherwise, he wouldn't appear in Homie Academy's basketball club. Capable geniuses would have been discovered and excavated by basketball powerhouses long ago. Those who can come to play at Homie Academy, a music school, are guys without talent. He originally thought he would spend the 3 years of middle school like most people. No need to pursue results, just treat basketball as a pastime and entertainment sport and play happily. But all this changed with Yuto joining the basketball club. He still remembers the scene of seeing Yuto for the first time. That guy was really arrogant. Every time he opened his mouth, he made people feel huge pressure, without a bit of respect for seniors. Just passing a ball wrong, he would be belittled by him to the point that life was over, no glorious future, the rest of life only remaining black like a long night. But he had to admit, because of Yuto's appearance, they could break the monopoly of the Tachijai Prefecture overlord. Homie Academy historically broke into the main national tournament. At that time, for the first time in his life, he felt satisfaction in the sport of basketball. For a player without talent like him, being able to experience the national tournament personally is a very lucky thing. Most people in the basketball club thought so. Except for Yuto. No one expected that he would choose to leave the basketball club after losing the game. At first, everyone couldn't figure it out. Until the second year, he appeared in front of everyone with a stronger posture. Only then did he realize that this guy went to cultivate secretly in order to win more games. Yuto's mouth is still so ugly, everyone in the basketball club secretly calls him venomous tongue, pressure monster, paranoid. But no one would ridicule Yuto. Because everyone can't be as cruel to themselves as Yuto is. Everyone is used to pushing open the door every time they participate in club activities and seeing Yuto practicing. Also used to seeing him stubbornly shooting there tirelessly after everyone has left. He sincerely envies Yuto. Not just his talent, but also his dedication. Because he knows that only guys like Yuto can achieve success. Yuto will win everything one day. He is convinced of this, no one deserves victory more than Yuto. What about himself? High probability that he won't achieve anything in basketball in this life. but he has the opportunity to play beside Yuto, who is destined to succeed. For him, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Shining, even if only once, is enough. When no one could figure out Akashi's thoughts, while Yuto needed to keep an eye on that monster Aemon Daiki from Taiko. His attention has always been on Kai's. Taiko's copy genius has disappeared from people's sight for a long time. He is sure that Taiko's captain must have also discovered it. He is like a patient hunter, waiting for the prey to appear. Finally, that moment arrived. Taiko's captain passed a wonderful pass that he probably couldn't pass in his lifetime. The basketball passed through 3 defenders to the undefended Kai's. This moment is the moment for him to shine. Beautiful. Akashi Seijiro, Taiko's captain, he penetrated Homie Academy's defense with a long pass. Kai's Ryota received the ball. Gather ball, jump, about to shoot a 3-pointer. Absolute opportunity, undefended, wait, Homie Academy's people saw through Taiko's intention. Jump, block. Succeeded. Kai's Ryota's 3-point shot was blocked, accompanied by the commentator's passionate roar. Homie Academy's number 1 point guard, with a twisted face, slapped Kai's shot down. At this moment, people only felt a storm surge in their hearts. The guy who was never the focus counterattacked at this moment. This guy. Kai's pupils protruded, he never thought he would be blocked by such a small character. The only person in Homie Academy worth his attention was Yuto. He landed and turned quickly to chase. Seeing behind him, Yuto rushed over at a 100-meter sprint speed. At the same time, Aemon's vigorous figure also came over. The two arrived at the landing point of the basketball almost simultaneously, reaching out for the basketball at the same time. A 12-point gap. If this ball is scored, it is even possible to chase the score to single digits, and Homie Academy's winning rate soars instantly. Smack. Yuto won, grabbing the ball as expected. This guy secretly pulled Aemon's jersey very subtly. You bastard. Aemon gritted his teeth but could only chase back with full force. And Yuto once again turned into a human-shaped sun crashing into the enemy's heartland. Amazing ball handling ability made his speed almost no different between holding the ball and without the ball. They crossed the 3-point line together at an amazing speed. Aemon stuck firmly. Yuto, with a paralyzed face, suddenly smashed the ball on the ground. Bang. The basketball bounced vertically immediately after landing. In an instant, Aemon, who attempted to stick close, was forced to tilt his head to avoid being headshot by the bouncing basketball. And Yuto, his hand had already reached out, grabbing the basketball and about to sweep past Aemon. However, enough. Smack. Yuto's indifferent expression changed abruptly. He turned his head and saw Akashi's figure quietly walking out from behind Aemon. Those phoenix eyes, the left one had a golden ring bursting out. Yuto reacted quickly, changing his viewpoint immediately the moment the basketball left his hand, protecting the ball even without looking at it. At the same time, Taiko's defense was in place, they were dragged into a set offense. More troublesome is Akashi Seijiro, and his Emperor Eye. Farce, end here. Chapter 72, Imperfect Victory, Bonus Chapter. The farce ends here. Calm tone, but unable to hide that invisible anger. With the game reaching this point, it is getting further and further away from Akashi's absolute winning rate. Yuto reacted quickly, protecting the ball the moment it was intercepted. Taiko's people took the opportunity to complete the return to defense. Homie Academy missed an excellent counterattack opportunity. Beep. The referee blew the whistle for the end of the third quarter. Yuto and other Homie Academy members sat heavily on the bench. Everyone was silent. After 3 quarters, they still trailed Taiko by 18 points. Akashi's intervention had a huge impact on the war situation. Relying on the Tezuka zone, Yuto could shake off Aemon, he could even pass the ball under the gaze of the Emperor Eye. Only. Once the ball leaves his hand, there is no follow-up. Others lack the ability to score in front of the Taiko 5. And also, can you still hold on? Oda heard the coach's question and shook his head with difficulty. He really can't hold on anymore. His body is full of metals after confronting Murasakibara at sushi. He feels like his whole body is about to fall apart now. Mortal body wanting to shake gods. That only happens in movies and anime. No blame, no accusation, only encouragement. This coach with the style of an old-school player has only praise for his disciples' performance today. Homie Academy deserves to be praised. They stubbornly fought with the super team Taiko until the end. They brought huge trouble to the defending champion. Then he turned to look at Yuto, walked to Yuto's side, and patted his shoulder. This disciple he is most satisfied with, his pride, the young man with a pathological pursuit of victory. At this moment, he only hopes Yuto won't be hit too deeply. You still have a brilliant future, Yuto. Who knows about the future? I only fight for the present. Yuto still had a cold face, silently wiping the sweat from his head. As the whistle sounded again, Yuto threw away the towel forcefully, leading Homie Academy, which replaced 2 substitutes, into the battlefield again. Everyone knew Homie Academy was finished. Only the last 10 minutes remained in the game, and facing the defending champion Taiko. 18 points behind, this is an impossible task. But they still fought with Taiko until the last second under Yuto's leadership. Too short. Yuto never felt 10 minutes was so short. When the game clock digits cleared, the scoreboard impressively recorded the words Homie Academy 89-120 Taiko. They lost to Taiko by 31 points. Yuto played the full 40 minutes. In the end, he didn't even have the strength to shoot. And his stats for this game were fixed at 54 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, 3 steals, and 1 block. His stats can be called luxurious. The game-high 54 points splashed black ink on Taiko's victory, making it no longer perfect. Taiko still has enemies. They are not invincible. They just won by numbers. Believe that after today, reporters and fans who watch the game will report and discuss like this. We won. Just as I predicted, Taiko's victory is absolute. Akashi fulfilled the captain's duty after the game, showing Taiko's demeanor. But he didn't go to find Captain Oda but came to Yuto and extended his hand. This is the only player in Homie Academy worthy of his recognition. Yuto also extended his hand, didn't shake it, but wiped the sweat off his face. This isn't over yet, Akashi. Leaving this sentence, he turned and walked directly into the tunnel. Only a very few people noticed. Before leaving, his gaze swept over Taiko's direction. Like a hungry lion staring at its prey. It's over. As expected, Taiko had the last laugh. Ah. Harasawa Katsunori and Nakatani Masaaki exchanged simple words. An expected ending. One can't beat 5 and losing is reasonable. But even so, they have seen what they wanted to see. Yuto. This player is too special. They have cultivated in the basketball world for many years, but it is the first time they have seen a player like Yuto. For most children of his age, the biggest stage is the national tournament. And Yuto. In the second year of middle school, facing the Super Taiko, he blasted the highest score in the game. Yes. He didn't win the game, failing to complete the final counterattack as expected by the people of Tochigi Prefecture. But so what? Just by the level he showed today, he is worth all high school powerhouse teams waiting and fighting for. He is a unique genius player whose combat power is already strong but possesses infinite potential. In addition, Yuto also has eyes longing for victory that children at this stage don't have. Most middle school players of his grade have clear stupidity in their eyes. But he is already like a hungry lion. He regards Taiko as prey. Just like Yuto said. His grudge with Taiko will not end here. We lost, but I am very proud. I am proud of the children's performance. We fought until the end and were not defeated by Taiko. Taiko is not invincible, because the best player is in Okukazome, in Homie Academy, not in Tokyo. Post-game. The geezer coach was found by reporters from Morning Okukazome. Facing the microphone, he loudly told the whole country that the strongest player is not in Tokyo, he is in Okukazome. The reporter's expression was serious, without a smile. Because the head coach who led Homie Academy to create history had eyes like they were congested with blood at this moment. Other players didn't look ashen and leave lifelessly like other teams after playing against Taiko. Homie Academy players only had unwillingness and anger on their faces. Anger at not being strong enough. This is a team with steel will, worthy of admiration. Yuto got the highest score in the game, but they lost by 31 points. So many of them, if only they could bridge this 31-point gap. The geezer coach didn't want to say more. Leaving a sentence, "We will come back next year," he led the team back to the locker room. But when he returned to the locker room door, Sora and others were already standing there silently without saying a word. And inside the locker room, a huge muffled sound happened to come out. Bang. That was the sound of a fist hitting a locker. Oda and others looked dim. Some emotional guys couldn't help biting their lips to stop crying out. A sad atmosphere spread among the few. Don't know how long passed. Yuto walked out of the locker room like nothing happened. Waited long. Let's go back. His words were concise, only the red fist proved what he did inside. MHM. At this moment, Sora lost all willfulness, obediently following behind Yuto's butt. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw inside the locker room, the locker with Yuto's name written on it had been smashed to pieces. Chapter 73, I Really Grew Up. The story of Yuto and Taiko in the first year came to an end. The next day, Morning Okikazome reported on the game in detail. Many words, summarized into 4 words, defeated but glorious. They promoted the spirit of Homie Academy, their steel will. Indeed, the game was lost, what else can be said besides praising their tenacity? They also published the coach's words, the strongest player is not in Tokyo, he is in Okikazome. After this battle, Yuto became famous nationwide. Now the whole island nation knows that Okikazome has produced a super genius who can score the highest points in the game over Taiko. He brought huge trouble to Taiko. A reporter captured the look in his eyes when he left the court. In the photo, his gaze locked on the direction of Taiko's bench, like a lion staring at its prey. The name, Lion of Okikazome, began to spread widely. On the other side, after defeating Homie Academy, Taiko started their horizontal push again. As if to wash away the shame. In the next round of 8, semi-finals, and finals, Taiko kept the opponent's score in single digits. They showed their terrifying dominance. Also made those voices questioning Taiko disappear completely. They defended their title. Achieved the great cause of 2 consecutive championships in the national tournament, the name of the generation of miracles swept the country. The national tournament ended here. But for high school teams, their work has just begun. Every year's national tournament, besides accompanying glory and heartache, also has parting. After the national tournament, most teams' basketball clubs have to bid farewell to some players. This is a good opportunity for high school basketball clubs to strengthen their lineup and absorb fresh blood. Hayama Kotaro, Mibuchi Ryo, Nabuya Aikichi, and Kiyoshi Teppei became the first targets of invitation for these teams. Even Hanamiya Makoto, this jerk, received invitations from powerhouses. 2. Rikuzen, Shutoku, Yosen, Kaijo, etc. High school powerhouses showed their magical powers and started an arms race. They have great ambitions, preparing fully to welcome those 6 geniuses after next year. Homie Academy Basketball Club. This day, they also held the annual retirement ceremony. Third-year members led by Oda, wearing flowers on their chests and dressed neatly, stood in front of everyone, listening to the coach's blessings, about to bid farewell to this arena where they fought for 3 years. Thank you for your dedication over the past 3 years. Without Oda desperately grabbing rebounds and fighting with the opponent's big guys under the basket, Homie Academy would not have achieved today's achievements. I bless you. Even in high school, you can still be as tough and tenacious as today. Your life has just begun, the future will definitely spread wings and soar. Clap 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 clap. Amidst applause, the third-year members officially left the basketball club. Next, their battlefield is the final exam. The basketball club is handed over to you, Yuto. The basketball club will get better and better because they welcomed the best captain in team history. Yuto actively hugged Oda. He doesn't hate this guy, although his ability is limited. But doing his best where he can is already something worthy of being praised. Oda felt that if this guy could always maintain the personality during the game against Taiko, Yuto would definitely become a better person. This mouth is too annoying. First thing after becoming the basketball club captain, Yuto fully exerted the spirit of, practice more if you suck. From the moment the retirement ceremony ended, high-intensity training began. Before that, he specifically posted the newspaper of Taiko winning the championship in the most conspicuous place in the basketball club. Yuto slapped the photo and shouted to everyone, these guys with colorful hair in the photo are our target next year. Did you hear clearly? Heard clearly? Very good. Now, immediately, everyone run 10 laps around the court to warm up for me. In an instant, the entire basketball club moved. Footsteps were endless, accompanied by Yuto's roar. It is worth mentioning. Sora also applied to join the basketball club to become the manager. Yuto really wanted to ask her, do you understand basketball to be a manager? But since it's Sora, let her be, just treat it as placing a vase in the basketball club. Anyway, it's not the first or second time being willful. The holiday came as expected. Exams were failed, but Yuto has already made it on the path of basketball. His future advancement will only be through special recruitment. He has absolute confidence in this regard. The Kasugano siblings unsurprisingly decided to have a family trip. Will Yuto agree? Probably. If he doesn't agree, I will. I will act coquettishly to show him. What a terrible threat. Haruka looked at his twin's serious face speechless for a while. Sometimes he really feels Sora is overly cute. Starting from a very young age, like a carefully carved doll. Pity she has always been more willing to stick to Yuto than himself since childhood. Dinner. Just as Yuto sat down, Sora launched the offensive first. She said to Yuto with an expression of, you can't refuse me, if you refuse me I'll cry for you to see. Yuto, let's travel. I want to go to Okinawa. Okay, you guys arrange it. Don't always think about your basketball, occasionally you have to. The ahog on Sora's head froze. Did I hear wrong? Did you say something just now? I said okay. Can't understand human language now. Yuto tapped Sora, who attempted to stick close, with chopsticks. Sora hurriedly covered her head and said, ouch. Ignoring the pain, she danced with joy. Then the next day. Yuto, accompany me out. Doing what? Buying some travel supplies. Then Yuto went out with Sora. Haruka thought, I have things to buy too, why not take me along? But looking at the backs of the two, he didn't know how to speak. Always felt that he was getting further and further away from his two younger siblings. Inside the mall. Although called a mall, compared to Tokyo, Okukazone's mall scale is much smaller. Here, you hardly see any luxury stores. Most are products produced domestically in the island nation. Sora stopped at a swimsuit shop, holding Yuto's hand tightly as if afraid he wouldn't want to go in with her. I want to buy a swimsuit, accompany me inside. Okay. Why is he so cooperative today? Sora was shocked. Is this the Yuto she knows? Did losing the game break his brain too? But Sora couldn't care less. Determined to let him see her charm. She really grew up. Chapter 74, Picking Up Leaks, Bonus Chapter. They walked in. Various swimsuits were enough to dazzle people's eyes. What do the two guests want? We'll look ourselves. Okay, these are the latest models this year. If you want different colors, you can tell me at any time. The changing room is over there, you can try it first. The waiter was polite, always smiling. Sora ignored her, picked a few pieces, and walked into the changing room. After a while, she spoke, Yuto, come in for a moment. Her tone trembled. Yuto wasn't polite. He had experienced it many times in the simulation, memories were all in his brain. But not in his eyes. Yuto walked in and saw Sora bowing her head shyly waiting for him to enter. She picked styles she liked, two-piece, the lower body was a semi-transparent skirt and white panties. Good, does it look good? She is obviously not that bold kind of girl, very shy. Good looking. Yuto nodded honestly. Too perfunctory. You only say good looking after entering. You look good in anything. Why is he so honest today? Then let me change into another one to see. You turn around. Yuto prepared to walk out, but Sora stopped him. Don't go out, just turn around. Then Yuto turned around and immediately felt a 30-something degree body sticking up. Strange dividing line. Yuto paid the bill and left with Sora. When the clerk went to tidy up the swimsuits eliminated by Sora, she smelled some strange scents in the changing room. On the other side, Yuto and Sora walked hand in hand in the mall. The latter's face was frighteningly red, as if steam could rise at any time. Clearly she just prepared to show her feminine charm. Why did things happen to that extent? That moment when the two were alone, the image of Haruka playing poker with the neighbor big sister when they were young suddenly flashed in her mind. Plus she usually, accidentally, secretly watched some action movies online. Then she did it by accident. And Yuto. He finally understood why Kuinji, reference to a meme/person, always carries a fire extinguisher when going out. It's really effective. He has thrown the matter of losing the game to the clouds now. Yuto decided to relax for a day, taking Sora shopping until night before returning home. Haruka could clearly notice something different between the two after they returned. As an experienced person, he was instantly struck by lightning. However, forget it, let them be. The next day, they set off for Okinawa. The three spent a week in Okinawa to their heart's content. During the period, Sora demanded to share a room with Yuto, but was opposed by the two men. However, it was useless. Willful Sora ran to Yuto's room with a pillow that night, and every night thereafter. When returning to Okikazome. When the team members returned for training camp at least 2 days a week as required by Yuto. Just entered the door. They saw their captain warming up there, with a thermos cup beside him. Inside was actually wolfberry. What happened? Sakurai Ryo thought this was something adults drink. You'll understand when you grow up. Yuto patted his shoulder earnestly, then commanded the team members, move faster, run 10 laps to warm up first. Yes. The holiday passed bit by bit in such time. After training this day, Yuto began to think about next year. Unsurprisingly, in the new season, the new semester, Homie Academy will welcome Kuroko, this strong aide. Kuroko's designated strongest support. With his joining, Homie Academy's strength will reach a higher level. Equivalent to Homie Academy also possessing Yuto, Kuroko, plus Sakurai Ryo, this top-tier 3D player. At least can be considered a big three. If this lineup is given to the vice-goat on Mount Rushmore, LeBron reference, he would clamor to win 5, 6, 7 championships. But Yuto doesn't have enough confidence to win even one. Any other fish that slipped through the net? He began to think hard. The top combat power in Kuroko is of course the generation of miracles and Kagami Taiga. Next are Nijimura Shuzo and Himuro Tatsuya. After that are the uncrowned kings and captain-level figures like Kasamatsu Yukio who are not far from the uncrowned kings. Speaking of Kasamatsu Yukio, this guy is really tragic. Met Ayaman in the first round of the national tournament in his last year, then met Kaisa's ankle injury in the Winter Cup. Wait. Kaisa's ankle injury. Yuto suddenly remembered a person, the bad boy Hizaki Shogo who stomped fiercely on Kaisa's foot in the game. Satsuki mentioned this guy before, he has been expelled by Akashi. How did I forget him? Yuto found the target and made a call immediately. Hello, you, what's up? By the way, you haven't contacted me since the national tournament, really too much. Satsuki chirped on the other side as soon as she answered the phone. Stop chatting first. Looking for you this time is for help. If it's done, I'll treat you to a big meal. I also want to watch a movie. You won't accompany me. This is a lie, Momoi Satsuki never asked Ayaman to watch a movie together. What movie? Comedy. It's a horror movie. Damn, this woman has bad intentions. Definitely wants to take the opportunity to take advantage of me while watching the movie. Yuto nodded in agreement immediately. No problem, I'll go to Tokyo to find you tomorrow. Okay, then what help do you want from me? I want Hizaki Shogo's information, including where he is now. Hizaki. Satsuki sat up straight on the sofa at home upon hearing this. She probably guessed what Yuto wanted to do. Could it be you want? Just as you guessed, I plan to bring him to Homie Academy to play. But just give me his information, I will solve the rest myself. Alright then, wait a moment. I'll give it to you when you come to Tokyo tomorrow. Satsuki chatted with Yuto for a while, hung up the phone, changed clothes, and went out. Mom, I'm going out. Where are you going again? To find that child you. No, you is too boring. Boring. What's going on? Her daughter would say such true and cruel words. Momoi Satsuki returned to the basketball club after leaving home. With permission, she walked into the coach's office and flipped through the club application forms of Taiko members. Hizaki-kun joined at the same time as you, the information should be here. Found it. Home is in the Shinjuku area, and Hizaki-kun seems to have very few friends. Satsuki thought of Hizaki's character and didn't plan to visit personally. She used her charm to let some men who coveted her beauty search, and obtained the phone number of Hizaki's few friends from them. Then learned what Hizaki was doing recently from them. Hizaki. Probably look for him at this KTV in Shinjuku XXX. He likes to take girls there for entertainment. Chapter 75, This is how we do things. Bonus chapter. Shinjuku. Kabukicho. Satsuki's action was faster than Yuto expected. That night, Satsuki figured out Hizaki Shogo's address and the places he frequently moved. Kabukicho, the district in Shinjuku centered on the entertainment industry. Even if you haven't been there, you've heard of this place. As famous as Donguen once was. Gathering more than 3,000 bars and nightclubs and other entertainment venues, known as the Sleepless Town. His friend said so. Hizaki-kun often takes girls to those places to play. Satsuki manicured her nails while talking on the phone. When does IU plan to go? Tomorrow. Huh. But you agreed to date me tomorrow. No, watch a movie. I knew you had bad intentions towards me. Yuto rolled his eyes at the phone. Doesn't matter, I will solve it quickly. The two agreed on a place. After hanging up the phone, Yuto was just about to sleep when he noticed a vibration from the room door he locked. Then heard Sora's exasperated voice, "Open the door quickly, idiot Yuto, open the door." Addicted to night raids, huh? Yuto resolutely didn't open the door for Sora, sent her away, covered his head, and slept. The next day, Yuto came to Shinjuku, Tokyo. After waiting for a while at the subway exit, Satsuki walked over bouncing. "Ah, you." She pounced sweetly, holding Yuto's arm consciously and asked, "Waited long? First date in life." She looked forward to it too much. She tangled over which clothes to wear for a whole hour when going out. Finally, she picked a light green dress that matched her hair color very well. This capital, asset/figure, is really not comparable to Sora. Yuto felt the intense physical confrontation between the two bodies. Comparing, Sora lost completely. "Where are we going now?" Satsuki asked expectantly. "Find Hizaki." "Going now?" "Of course, I like quick battles." "Quick battles?" Satsuki looked at Yuto with a strange expression, making the Lion of Okikazome awkward. "Don't think nonsense." Yuto took her quickly to a KTV. Satsuki had already tricked the room number out of Hizaki Shogo's bad friends. Yuto found the room, pushed the door open, and walked straight in. "Who is Hizaki Shogo?" "Who are you?" The singing voice in the room, enough to go off tune to the moon, stopped abruptly. A hedgehog head looked over fiercely. "Hello, Hizaki-kun, long time no see." Satsuki poked her head out from behind Yuto. "And the unknown classmate who claims to be Kichan's girlfriend." "Huh? I claim." Before Hizaki spoke, the girl beside him became anxious first. "Although it is a fact, how can such shameless things be said in public? She is a good girl." "Good that it's you." Yuto's target wasn't this stinky woman. After confirming the target, he went up and gave Hizaki an iron fist. "Bastard, Temi, do I know you?" Hizaki is not a good person either, he backhanded and wrestled with Yuto. Satsuki covered her forehead. "Is this the solution you mentioned?" "Of course." Yuto understands this kind of brat too well. Nothing promotes feelings better than a fight, just like that top student from Homie Academy, friendship forged in fights. Besides, to make Hizaki work for him in the future, without beating him up, beating him honest, how can he be obedient? He remembers particularly clearly. In Taiko, the person Hizaki feared most was Nijimura Shuzo, the former delinquent child. To incorporate Hizaki, let him know first that you are not a good person either. Don't know how long passed. Yuto and Satsuki were expelled from the shop. Together with them was the bruised and swollen Hizaki. "You bastard, who the hell are you?" Hizaki felt he must have hit a ghost when going out today. Otherwise, how could he meet such a lunatic who beat him up severely without saying a word? "My name is Yuto." "Now you know." Yuto. That Lion of Okikazome. Yuto is very famous recently because the national tournament just ended not long ago. With this intelligence, revenge won't be hard to find a way in the future. But now have to get away first. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at Satsuki beside him. Blame this stinky woman for attracting such a lunatic. And Yuto. Seeing Hizaki's expression, he guessed what he wanted to do. Nothing more than cursing Satsuki and thinking of ways to seek revenge on himself. He didn't care, saying directly to Hizaki, "Come to Okikazome, Hizaki. Join me to turn the whole country upside down." "Huh? Are you fucking insane?" Just say it if you want me to play ball, why hit me? Would you agree if I said it directly? Of course not. I won't play ball anymore in the future. Tired and dirty, only idiots practice that stuff every day. Haizaki spat, finding the saliva contained blood. This guy hits really hard. Since you have the courage to seek revenge on me, don't you have the courage to seek revenge on Akashi? In the information Satsuki gave me, you are not such a gutless third-rate character. Hearing this, anger flashed across Haizaki's face. But he said, don't know what you are talking about. I quit voluntarily, it has nothing to do with that guy Akashi. No, I have investigated clearly. Satsuki exposed him immediately. You said to Kuroko-kun, the ones left behind are the pitiful ones, right? You must have been expelled by Akashi-kun to be like this. After all, you bragged to friends before that you were a national champion. This hateful woman. How the hell does she know so much? Haizaki felt a sense of shame that Satsuki probably even knew what color underwear he wore. Whatever you say. Anyway, I won't play ball. Disappear from my sight quickly. Smack. Yuto raised his hand and slapped him again. Since I came, I don't plan to go back empty-handed. What do you want? Beat you until you agree. Yuto used both hands and feet, ruthlessly destroying Haizaki Shogo. He only wants to do one thing now, bring the person back to the basketball club. Then he can use the Iron Heart talent to slowly subdue this stray dog. Chapter 76, It's Not That Hard. Going or not? Not going. Smack. Going or not? Not going. Smack. Going or not? Smack. Going or not? Smack. At the beginning, Yuto would wait for Haizaki to open his mouth to answer before slapping, but later he didn't wait and just started hitting directly. Haizaki could swear. Since growing up, this was the first time he had been beaten so hard. Even Satsuki next to him couldn't bear to watch anymore. In the end, Haizaki felt his vision blur, his whole body was sore and refreshed, sarcastic, beaten and kicked by Yuto an unknown number of times. And Yuto. This lunatic happened to be tired at this time and sat on him. Seeing that Haizaki responds to soft tactics but not hard ones, or the opposite, meaning he's stubborn, he changed his method and asked him calmly, "Is this your pursuit, Haizaki? Chasing after the slut who claims to be Kaisa's girlfriend, being expelled by Akashi and then claiming to have chosen to give up yourself, is this kind of self-deceiving life the life you want?" His tone was light, but the Iron Heart talent made people inexplicably listen to him seriously. Hearing these words, Haizaki didn't know where the strength came from, but he actually struggled to get up. I am not deceiving myself. I don't know about that slut, and I wasn't expelled. I said, I just don't want to play. Then why did you specifically go to snatch Kaisa's girlfriend? I do whatever I want, does it need a reason? Doesn't it? No. Haizaki gritted his teeth against Yuto's butt, getting up like doing a push-up. Result. Yuto exerted force and sat him back down again. It's not that hard to admit the truth. Just like me, I lost to Taiko, abused by them by 31 points. Those idiot media still hyped me up as some lion of Okukazome, but I just want to win the damn championship. He said these words with sincere emotion. Satsuki's expression on the side also became, she didn't know what her mood was. That's because you are weak yourself, it has nothing to do with others. That's right, I'm not strong enough, so I came to find you, because I want to win. Haizaki obviously didn't expect Yuto to admit it so straightforwardly. A trace of astonishment flashed across his blood-stained face. Is he really weak? Haizaki had read the newspaper. Yuto hacked the highest score in the game facing monsters like Akashi. Such a guy is a monster himself, how could he be weak? But Yuto admitted it himself. Noticing the change in Haizaki's expression, Yuto continued, see, it's not that hard. Just like you. You just fear Kai's taking your position away, that's why you target him by all means, because you know his talent is better than yours, and he will surpass you sooner or later. Bullshit. Haizaki wanted to refute very much, but the words reached his mouth and were swallowed back into his stomach. He just struggled to say, that guy Ryota will never surpass me in this life. Then prove it to me, and prove to Akashi that he was wrong about you, instead of empty talk. Yuto suddenly raised his volume. If you are a man, fill out this form and give it to me. He threw a club application form prepared long ago onto Haizaki's face. If you don't have a pen, write with your blood. His butt left Haizaki's back. Then he took Satsuki and left this messy place. And Haizaki. He looked at the club application form on the ground, enduring the pain to stand up. He turned to leave, but after walking a few steps, he struggled back to the original spot and picked the thing up. Lunatic. Haizaki cursed with his mouth. But in his heart, a feeling suddenly rose that to overthrow Akashi's rule, he had to rely on such a lunatic. Who the fuck wants to write with blood? Do you think we are filming a TV drama? On the other side. The direction of Yuto and Satsuki. Is this okay? Don't know. Then you walked away so dashingly. I did what I should do. Whether he comes or not depends on himself. Yuto felt his iron heart talent should have taken effect. He saw all the changes in Haizaki's facial expressions. As long as that application form didn't stay there, that guy will likely come. Hey, what are you doing? I'm going back to see if the application form is still on the ground. Satsuki ran back hurriedly. When they returned to the original spot, Haizaki had already left, and the application form stained with Haizaki's blood was not on the ground. Took it away. Haizaki-kun took it away, you. Took it away, so took it away. Why are you so happy? Looking at Satsuki bouncing and jumping, constantly bringing the ball, her chest, to bump into him, breaking through his defense, Yuto of course had to apply physical confrontation to her. He is a tough guy. Let's go, watch a movie, take you to eat later. Okay. She giggled a few times and followed Yuto to the cinema. Haizaki's reputation in the basketball club wasn't good. Akashi expelled him for reasons that would affect the reputation of the Taiko basketball club. His existence would make the basketball club unstable. His style of going his own way meant Haizaki listened to no one except Nijimura Shuzo. However, even so, Satsuki still hoped those boys in the basketball club could become better. Then, the movie finished. Yuto was very clear that this guy Satsuki indeed took the opportunity to take advantage of him. Every time a scary scene appeared, she would scream wow wow and arch into his arms. The problem is, too scary. Island Nation horror movies are too damn scary. Yuto completely forgot about the physical confrontation with Satsuki. Kayako, the grudge, broke his ridiculous idea that he would be safe as long as he hid under the quilt. What's wrong? Nothing, let's go eat. Yuto wouldn't admit he was scared. He is a man who strives to be strong all his life. Won't lock the room door tonight. It's cold, Sora is afraid of the cold. Yuto even arranged the night. Satsuki saw and snickered on the side. So cute. Back in Okukazome that night. Sora seemed to give up, no night raid that night. Yuto waited bitterly until early morning, not knowing how he fell asleep. Anyway, when he got up the next day, he felt Sora looking at him with very resentful eyes. Was she squeezed too hard by herself? Heard that boys shouldn't be too frequent. Then give Yuto a holiday. Yuto hadn't had a good sleep for 2 days. Of course. These are just trivial matters in the summer vacation. Yuto temporarily forgot about Kayako and devoted himself to crazy training again. If everything goes smoothly. Tomorrow Homie Academy will form a luxurious lineup: Yuto, Haizaki Shogo, Kuroko Tetsuya, Sakurai Ryo, plus a center. Overall still inferior to Taiko, but definitely capable of a fight. This guy Haizaki, after not touching basketball in the second year of middle school, started playing again in the first year of high school, and still suppressed Kai's to death for a time. If not for that perfect copy, he might even have won against Kaijo. Now matching up with Kai's, he should be an advantage point. Hard to imagine. Besides himself, Homie Academy also has players who can match up with the generation of miracles and gain an advantage. Chapter 77, this is called Professional, bonus chapter. After picking up the leak of Haizaki Shogo with a high probability, Yuto started his summer training plan. He asked his head coach, then came to Tokyo and found the gym of Ida Kagetora. Kid, workout. Ida Kagetora had already recognized Yuto. After all, his old friends, high school coaches like Nakatani Masaaki and Harasawa Katsunori, were all staring at this lion of Okukazome. I'm preparing to gain weight. Hope you can give me an effective plan. Former professional player Ida Kagetora. Yuto wasn't stage frightened at all. Many basketball people engage in related careers after bidding farewell to the court. Like Hakeem Olajuwon, didn't become a head coach, nor a basketball commentator like Barkley, but opened his own basketball training camp. That was the most expensive training camp. A 7-day course cost $50,000. Chairman Yao once learned low post techniques from Elijuan. My fees are very expensive. I have money. Yuto was prepared. This is one-on-one professional guidance, high value. Seeing this, Ida Kagetora stopped talking nonsense and immediately arranged tests for him. First tests were his weight, height, explosive power, speed, etc. As said before, gaining weight cannot be blind, a professional plan is needed. Rational weight gain is required without affecting advantages such as shooting touch, speed, explosive power, and jumping. Dad, time to eat. Just then, a female student walked in. She is Ida Kagetora's daughter, Ida Riko. Seeing her old man seriously recording data with a pen, she walked over curiously. What's wrong, Dad? Oh, it's Riko. Put the food aside first, eat after I finish testing this kid. Ida Kagetora didn't even lift his head. His expression at this time could be described as wonderful. Yuto's few simple tests had already astonished him. Leaving aside static talents first, Yuto hasn't grown to 1.9 meters yet, but is already a top-tier model at the middle school age. Wingspan and height aren't the golden ratio like Jordan's, but closer to Kobe's ratio. As a basketball player, such a ratio isn't top-tier, but as a man, such a ratio is perfect because it looks good. Of course. This is just a static test. What surprised Ida Kagetora was Yuto's dynamic talent. First time running the 100-meter sprint, Yuto ran under 11 seconds, best result 10.5 seconds. Corrected based on text saying 11.5 then citing LeBron/Jordan at 10.4/10.5, likely meant closer range or text is inconsistent. Assuming text says 11.5 initially then compares to 10.4/10.5. Wait, text says, ran into within 11 seconds, best result 11.5 seconds. This is contradictory. Within 11 seconds means less than 11. Likely meant less than 12 or result was 10.x. Let's stick to the implication of being fast but slightly slower than legends. Correction based on context logic, ran within 12 seconds, best result 11.5 or ran within 11 seconds, best result 10.x. Given comparison to LeBron, 10.4, and Jordan, 10.5, being 1 second faster, 11.5 makes sense. Let's use 11.5 seconds as per text. How amazing is such data? The chosen one LeBron's combined sprint result was 10.4 seconds, Jordan was 10.5 seconds. They were all 1 second faster than Yuto. The problem is, Yuto is only 14, not yet 15, and has potential to dig. Physical test. Ida Riko also noticed Yuto at this time. Just one look, and her pupils contracted sharply. Having studied and observed in the gym with Ida Kagetora since childhood, she honed a pair of data eyes for herself. With just one look at the player, she can derive player-specific data infinitely close to what the most advanced equipment can test. Therefore, seeing Yuto for the first time, she was so surprised. She knew too well what those numbers on Yuto's body meant. Surprised, right? This child is just a middle school student. Middle school student. Ida Riko felt huge waves in her heart after hearing her old man's words. This data has already surpassed most high school players. No. Middle school player, could he be? He is Yuto, that lion of Okikazome. Sure enough. Those who can possess such amazing physical talent in middle school, besides the generation of miracles, there is only that ace Yuto from Homie Academy. Dad, what is he looking for you for? Gaining weight. High probability wants to improve his confrontation. This kid's ambition is big. Basketball players gain weight for only one purpose: to score and defend more stably in confrontation with opponents. But reasonable weight gain is a technical job. He needs to go back and make a detailed plan properly. If he messes up, it would be misleading the student, possibly wasting a year for Yuto. Dad, can I join you? Come if you are interested. Saying so, he stopped Yuto's test. I will arrange a training plan for you as soon as possible. Leave your phone number and wait for my notification. Okay. Yuto wiped his sweat, noticing Ida Riko. She was staring at him, or rather his body, intently. Of course, he knew this head coach of the protagonist team. Honestly, Yuto's evaluation of her is not high. Her tactic is only one. Run and gun. But most of the time, Siren doesn't play run and gun, frequently playing set offense with opponents. Perhaps the author also knew this coach's presence was too low, specifically arranging her as a girl and giving her several opportunities to perform. But her feeling of strategizing is really lackluster, insufficient to prove her ability. Siren winning relies on player explosions every time. Her proudest data this ability is also not very useful. Current basketball equipment is very advanced, no longer the savage growth era of the 50s and 60s. Yuto left the gym and returned to Okukazome to continue his practice, continuing to polish his skills. Then, 3 days later, Ida Kagetora called him. "Kid, come over if you have time." "Okay." Yuto had only a simple word. Packed up things and brought Sora to Tokyo. Not that he insisted on bringing her, but Sora insisted on coming. The two arrived in Tokyo at the fastest speed. "This is Kasugeno Sora. If possible, please also arrange some low-intensity projects for her. Her body has been weak since childhood. As long as you pay, no problem. Come here first, I've prepared your training plan. See if you can accept it." Ida Kagetora took Yuto to his office. Then showed Yuto a very detailed weight gain plan. The training intensity is very high, no wonder he specifically asked if Yuto could accept it. Already exceeded the scope of middle school students. Yuto nodded without hesitation. "I have no problem." "Good that you have no problem. Next, your diet will also be strictly required." Besides training items, Ida Kagetora also arranged Yuto's diet. Basketball players gaining weight is not as simple as increasing body weight. Gaining weight here is more about gaining muscle. For this, they need a menu based on high protein intake, low fat, and controlled sugar. Ida Kagetora arranged. Breakfast, 5 eggs with turkey meat, providing quick energy replenishment. After training, drink high-protein mixed drinks to quickly recover physical strength. Lunch, salad, sandwiches, chicken breast mainly. Dinner, macaroni and chicken breast with protein drinks. Chicken, as a food with high amino acid content, is always consumed frequently in athletes' menus. After reading this detailed plan, Yuto just wanted to say one sentence. This is called professional. Chapter 78, Third Year of Middle School. Ida Kagetora cared a lot about Yuto's weight gain. This wasn't just because he took Yuto's money to do the job, but also because he cherished talent. Players with such talent who work so hard are rare. Including Ida Kagetora himself, his professional career stage couldn't be called disciplined. But he admired those disciplined people. Like his former team captain, strict with himself for 10 years like one day. In the end, his jersey was hung above the team's home court forever, while Ida Kagetora did not receive such honor. If this goes on, maybe he can really defeat Taiko. Ida Riko had light in her eyes when looking at Yuto. Not the romantic kind of like, but appreciation. Besides, even if she really liked him, it would be useless. Didn't you see his girlfriend right there? Much cuter and prettier than herself, like a porcelain doll, walking out of a manga. The ahogue on her head is the finishing touch, full of spirituality. Ida Riko was talking about Sora. She tried fitness, gave up directly after just one round. "I'd better be the frail beauty," Yuto mentioned peacefully. Sora felt it was enough for her to be responsible for being beautiful. Holding a laptop surfing the internet there, waiting for Yuto to finish training and then go on a date. Defeat Taiko. That's impossible. Ida Kagetora acknowledged Yuto's talent and effort. But to defeat Taiko, still far away. Those children hailed as the generation of miracles, each possesses talent not weaker than Yuto. When talent is high to a certain extent, the game becomes particularly simple. Just like Yuto, winning against teams other than Taiko is also within easy reach. True. Ida Riko also felt she thought too much. She will enter high school soon, but in the 2 years of middle school, Taiko's great name has thundered in her ears. Those geniuses are all historical level. Yuto naturally didn't know their discussion. He was frantically lifting iron. Doing basic strength exercises like weighted squats and bench presses. Effort and sweat paid will not let down those with intentions. After training according to Ida Kagetora's plan for a period, his strength attribute increased by 2 points. His base strength attribute was too low before, so improvement was quite fast. Yuto's goal is to get strength to 80 points during this summer vacation. At that time, his defense and confrontation layups and shots will be tougher. even to practice better. Avoiding frequent travel between Okikazome and Tokyo, he rented a house near Ida Kagetora's gym. Sora naturally followed. Haruka would occasionally come to visit his younger siblings, and Satsuki would sometimes come to stare at Sora. This added a lot of color to Yudo's boring training. Just like this. A summer vacation passed. On this day, at Kuroko Tetsuya's home, having made a decision, he told his family his thoughts. Is Tetsuya really going to Okikazome? Yes. Why? I want to rely on my own efforts to make Ayaman-kun and the others understand the truth. Basketball is not played like that. Kuroko Tetsuya's expression was extremely firm. Yudo's words completely ignited the thoughts buried deep in his heart. Or perhaps he actually also had the idea of proving his ability in front of the generation of miracles. Can't go to other places. Okikazome is too remote. His mother didn't like her child going to Okikazome. As far as she knew, Homie Academy is a music school. Her child has no interest or talent in this area, it doesn't help his future. But his father agreed simply. Since it's a decided matter, then work hard to do it well. Honey. Don't worry. I've seen that child Yudo in the newspaper. He is a great person. Playing with him, Tetsuya will become better. Hearing this, Kuroko's mother completely gave up persuasion. Could only helplessly pack things for the child. On the other side. Hizaki's home. This jerk's character is very annoying, bluntly speaking, a delinquent child. But his parents have extremely gentle personalities and care about the child quite a lot, even a bit excessively. So noisy. I'm not asking for your consent. After Hizaki stated his idea, he met strong opposition from his parents. Shogo, how can you talk to your mother like this? His old man wanted to put on a majestic expression of being dignified without anger, but Hizaki Shogo wasn't afraid at all. TCH, anyway, that's it. I'm going to study in Okikazome. Can you tell Mom why? There must be a reason, right? Reason. He hates parents always asking questions. But their concern made him unable to truly ignore them. So he gave a reason his parents couldn't understand even more. I'm preparing to go there and play basketball with a lunatic. Play basketball? This is a good thing, better than wandering around like a delinquent all day. But what the hell is playing with a lunatic? It was still his mother who, while cleaning Hizaki's room usually, accidentally saw the report. Homie Academy. Playing basketball. She ran to the room quickly, then took out a newspaper, pointed to the photo on it, and asked. Is Shogo planning to go play with Yudo-kun? If so, Mom agrees. Eh? Wife, how can you? Don't speak, let him go. Of course, Hizaki Shogo knew what his old mom was thinking. Yudo, this bastard, is now called the Lion of Okikazome, and a guy who can represent the spirit of Tochigi Prefecture. His old mom probably thinks he will become better hanging out with Yudo. But he didn't plan to dwell on such things. After changing into training clothes, he picked up the dusty basketball and went out. Wife. Rest assured, playing with Yudo-kun is a good thing. She told her husband about Yudo's glorious deeds, dispelling his worries. Rip. Yudo tore off a page of the calendar after getting up. He looked at the date on it, the new semester is getting closer and closer. Island Nation new semester starts. This is because the fiscal year of the Island Nation government and enterprises starts in April. Therefore, school budgets and operating funds will be planned synchronously for easy management. However, some schools, specifically for international students, will start in October. Homie Academy adopts the April start, the season when cherry blossoms bloom every year. Yudo doesn't care if cherry blossoms bloom or not. He cares about the national tournament, which ends in June every year. Plus the qualifiers, and the half-month break left for participating teams in between. This means that the running-in time for Homie Academy's brand new lineup in the new year is only 1 month. Have to seize the time. Chapter 79, The guys from Taiko are here. Cherry blossoms in the hometown bloom again. April. Homie Academy was dyed romantic pink by cherry blossoms. Some literary youth men and women looked at the blooming pink, couldn't help thinking of the partner they broke up with last year, feeling sad there. Yudo walked into the school with Sora early in the morning. They went to check the class assignments first. Sora was particularly nervous. 2 years in middle school, 2 years. She hasn't been assigned to the same class as Yudo even once. God is simply teasing her deliberately. And this year? No surprise either. She was assigned to a different class from Yuto again. Sora even saw an enemy's name on her class list. Mijiwa Kazuha. This hateful woman really lingers like a ghost. She ground her teeth, to a Hogue standing up with full spirituality. Like a cat entering combat mode. Not in the same class, huh? Sora, then I'll go first. I'll find you at noon. Humph, understood. Things have come to this, Sora can only curse the guy who assigned classes for being blind again, and that damn god for having no eyes. And Yuto. After returning to the classroom, Sakurai Ryo, promoted to vice captain, found Yuto. Captain, time to arrange people to recruit club members. You arrange this matter. Hand me the information of new students applying for the club later. Yuto handed this matter over to others. Gold panning among freshmen is almost impossible. He only values 2 people this year. Kuroko Tetsuya and Hizaki Shogo coming from Taiko. He turned his head to look out the window. Major clubs in the school were enthusiastically wooing freshmen. This year's basketball club attracts particular attention. In last year's national tournament, Homie Academy fought a beautiful turnaround battle. His name, Yuto, is the golden sign of Homie Academy. It is said that many newcomers chose Homie Academy this year for Yuto. Enrollment ratio increased by 20% compared to last year. Therefore, the basketball club's activity funds increased this year, and they even bought a dedicated bus. They won't have to squeeze into the subway to play games in the future. On the other side, the place where the basketball club recruits newcomers. Sakurai Ryo and several members were extremely busy. They were too busy, there were simply too many people applying to join. This was almost impossible in the past. So many newcomers this year. Yeah, this time last year, we were still worrying about not recruiting new club members. Ha ha ha, after all, we have the captain. Now who in the country doesn't know that the captain is a player more genius than the generation of miracles? They were in pain but happy. In leisure time, they naturally talked about Yuto. Current him is simply like the kami, god, of Homie Academy. No one in the entire basketball club doesn't worship him. You are the basketball club people. Really weak and pitiful. No wonder that guy Yuto ran to Shinjuku to trouble me. While the few were chatting, suddenly a hedgehog head walked up to them. At first, they were angry, but seeing the comber's eyes, they immediately swallowed saliva in fear. Are you joining the basketball club? Here is the application form. No need. I'll leave the stuff with you and go. Hizaki Shogo handed over the application form filled out long ago, which still had blood stains from months ago. Hi. Several people didn't know why Hizaki Shogo had an application form but still accepted it, watching this guy with fierce eyes leave. After a while, Hizaki left, and they breathed a sigh of relief. Who is that guy? Scary eyes. Even pierced ears, several ear holes, is he a delinquent? Not here to cause trouble, right? Hey, did you see that application form just now? Sakurai Ryo suddenly found one application form missing. Hearing this, the few looked around but found nothing. In a place they didn't notice. Kuroko had already filled out the application form and handed it to them. At this time, Kuroko. He looked at Hizaki's figure in deep thought. That day he witnessed Hizaki Shogo throwing his sneakers into the incinerator with his own eyes. Now he appeared here unexpectedly. Kuroko planned to talk to Hizaki in the afternoon, then disappeared into the crowd. Taiko, people from Taiko. What people from Taiko? Where? After both left, the basketball club people checked the application forms and reacted. They saw the words, Old Club, Taiko, on 2 application forms respectively. This is Homie Academy's mortal enemy. The target the captain personally ordered to be destroyed this year. Hizaki Shogo, and Kuroko Tetsuya. Hizaki Shogo. Is it the guy with fierce eyes just now? Who is Kuroko Tetsuya? Sakurai Ryo didn't know, but he hurried away from the spot to find Yuto. This is a big deal. Captain. Before long, Sakurai Ryo ran hurriedly to Yuto's classroom. Last row by the window. The king's hometown, seat. What's the rush? Look at this first. Guys from Taiko came to our team. He handed up 2 application forms. Hizaki Shogo. Kuroko Tetsuya. These words reflected in Yuto's pupils. Finally came. Yuto laughed. Tell the guys in the basketball club to be prepared. 2 interesting guys are coming. Sakurai Ryo didn't know what this interesting referred to. He only knew that guys coming out of Taiko are not simple. Of course, guys from Taiko's first string, second and third string quality is no different from other basketball clubs. Levels are uneven. Afternoon. Yuto came to the basketball club first as usual and started training in advance. He wants the newcomers to understand what kind of basketball club Homie Academy is. This move is very effective. The first thing new players saw upon entering was Yuto practicing there. They respected Yuto like a god, daring not to make noise, watching quietly. Old players were used to it and teased the newcomers. You won't be able to laugh in the future. The captain is a very strict guy. Strict? How strict? Can he train people to death? Old players smiled without speaking. Don't know how long passed, everyone arrived. Yuto asked all freshmen to gather. There are indeed many newcomers this year. Homie Academy's battle with Taiko last year ignited the hot blood and Shinibyo souls of many young people. They all plan to contribute their strength to help Yuto and their hometown overthrow Taiko. But among these people, more than 99% are destined not to be qualified to play in games. Yuto saw Hizaki Shogo and Kuroko Tetsuya in the crowd. Chapter 80, This Revenge Cannot Be Taken, Bonus Chapter. Kuroko was actually a member of Taiko's first string. Both the old and new members of the basketball club felt incredibly surprised. If it were just ordinary players, it wouldn't matter. But Hizaki and Kuroko. These two had clear records of playing in games. Hizaki became a starter for Taiko in his first year. Kuroko was active on the court as the phantom sixth man. But why would two people like this leave Taiko to come to a rural place like Homie Academy? The members involuntarily shifted their gaze to Yuto standing on the sidelines. He stood straight, observing the court, arms crossed over his chest. Holding the title of captain, he carried an aura of dignity without anger. Why would they come to a place like Okyukazome? Do you even need to ask? It must be because of the captain. Anyway, I came to Homie Academy because of the captain. Me too. Same here. The newcomers chattered away. They were surprised to find that most of them chose Homie Academy because of Yuto. The battle last year deeply moved the people of Tochigi Prefecture. Countless young people couldn't control their legs and came to Okyukazome. Hizaki and Kuroko. Strictly speaking, their guess was not wrong. The reason they came to Okyukazome was entirely because of Yuto. On the court. The game between the two sides was still ongoing. With tyrannical individual ability, Hizaki quickly established his core status in his team. Teammates almost exclusively gave the ball to him to handle. Facing this group of freshmen, Hizaki was simply a tiger entering a flock of sheep, killing one when one came, killing a pair when two came. But what made people feel even more terrified was his ability. With just one look, Hizaki could take someone else's skill package for his own. Note, it's not Kaisa's imitation, but pillage. Any player targeted by Hizaki would gradually lose their skill package. Whether it was shooting, breaking through, or even layups. Using a more perfect rhythm to influence others' rhythm, thereby destroying the opponent's rhythm. Such a thing sounds incredible, but Hizaki can do it. Even Yuto. He spent a long time in the simulated world to find his own shooting posture and rhythm. Thus, his scoring efficiency rose with the tide. So, once one's own shooting rhythm is destroyed, the target stared at by Hizaki will completely lose direction in a short time. This is Hizaki's pillage. However, even so, the blue team where Hizaki was couldn't establish a sufficient lead. Kuroko had been active on the court like a ghost. He could always appear in places people didn't notice, and then use his touch passes to help the team thread the needle. Even if a person had their skill package stolen, facing an undefended basket, they wouldn't shoot an airball. The geezer coach was trembling with excitement. With such a mysterious passer, why would Homie Academy need to worry about offense? Don't be happy too early. Yuto poured a basin of cold water on him. That guy Kuroko's presence has a limit. Limit? What limit? Just keep watching and you'll know. Yuto felt that seeking truth from facts was better than explaining. 20 minutes later. Kuroko's passes became no longer magical. The players of the blue team had gradually adapted to his existence. His passes began to be disrupted or even directly stolen. Kuroko was no longer magical. Is this the limit you mentioned? MHM. His misdirection limit time is 20 minutes. This. The geezer instantly felt incredibly regretful. But it makes sense. If Kuroko could maintain such presence for the whole game, then Taiko wouldn't have kept him on the bench last year. Wait, speaking of which, when they played Taiko last year, did Kuroko play? The geezer coach suddenly felt incredibly horrified. He actually had absolutely no memory corresponding to it. Beep. The whistle for the end of the game sounded. The team Hizaki was on undoubtedly won the final victory. The red team without Kuroko was no match for the blue team possessing Hizaki. Moreover, although he felt these freshmen were incompetent, Hizaki still pillaged most people's skill packages empty. This is just his nature. Then, he aimed his gaze at Yuto. He wanted revenge on Akashi, and he also wanted revenge on Yuto. Come on up, Yuto. You're the only one left. He looked at Yuto with provocative eyes. In an instant, the others in the basketball club exploded. How dare this damn thing talk to the captain like that? They glared angrily one after another. Especially the local players of Okikazome, who wished they could tear Hizaki apart with their hands. Hizaki couldn't figure out the situation at all. He felt this basketball club was a bit wicked, and the members acted like they were possessed. If you want to, I'll satisfy you. Yuto lowered his arms and walked onto the court. The next second, a suffocating wildness spread from him. That extreme violence made Hizaki's face change color. Time is limited, let's just play 5 balls. Yuto opened his hands, and nearby players immediately passed a ball over. Humph, 5 balls, enough. Hizaki put away all arrogance. He somewhat understood why this guy could hack 50+ points on Taiko. This level of wildness has already surpassed the charcoal head Aemon, making him feel double the pressure. Hizaki waited in full battle array. However, the next second, he felt a burst of golden light bloom in his eyes. The piercing light made him want to squint his eyes several times. Almost simultaneously, Yuto killed past Hizaki like a human-shaped sun. With a bang, by the time he reacted, the basketball had already been smashed into the hoop. Hizaki turned around, just in time to see Yuto's figure land gracefully like a butterfly. So strong. As expected of the captain, even Hizaki-senpai couldn't react. The strongest player is in Okikazome. Strong, invincible, strongest, pulverize, jade shatter, great cheers. A strange guy mixed in. Compared to the shock Hizaki brought at the beginning, facing Yuto, everyone felt it was only natural. After all, Yuto was originally this strong. This is their Lion of Okikazome, the strongest middle school student in the country. Cheer up, Hizaki. You are the one I personally brought back. Humph, it just started. Hizaki suppressed the shock in his heart and assumed a perfect defensive stance. He wanted to beat Yuto up violently and logically become the leader of this team. But, facing Yuto crashing over like the sun again, his whole body wrapped in crackling electric arcs, Hizaki found that he simply couldn't do it. This revenge probably can't be taken. Chapter 81, I won't practice extra even if you beat me to death. 5 o'clock. There was no suspense at all. Hizaki, who was at the half-step miracle level, was completely no match for Yuto, who had already reached the minor completion of miracle level. Yuto scored 5 straight goals, beating Hizaki into a sorry state, stripping him of his armor and helmet. All the skill packages Hizaki had pillaged had almost no use when facing Yuto. And when he attempted to pillage Yuto's skill packages, Hizaki found he couldn't do it. Take the lightning dribble for example, no matter how he pillaged it, it remained in the shape of Hayama Kodoro. He couldn't replicate Yuto's charm of simplifying complexity. This is the charm of the big fundamental. With such a strong personal playing style, probably only Kaisa's perfect copy could replicate it. The practice match ended. The one-on-one was also finished. Yuto gathered everyone together again. I already said what I'm about to say once last year. Many newcomers arrived this year, so I'll say it again. Yuto pointed to an exceptionally conspicuous place in the basketball club and said, if your goal isn't to kill those guys, you can leave this place right now. In that position, the newspaper of the generation of miracles winning the championship last year was posted. Talking about conquering the whole country is nonsense. If they can pass the hurdle of Taiko, they can win however they want. Since no one chose to leave, let's start. Everyone onto the court for shuttle runs. The last ranked person stays to clean up. Homie Academy Basketball Club officially started running. As the captain, Yuto set an example by running at the very front of the team. Wait until club activities ended. The last few players in training stayed behind to clean the gym. They lamented being so tired on the first day, worthy of a team that can create history time and again. But when they came out with brooms and other tools, they saw Yuto still practicing extra. Captain, aren't you going back? Don't worry about me. I will clean this half of the court personally later. You guys clean the other areas and you can go back. Yuto silently practiced shooting. Ha. Heh. Swish. The basketball entered the net time after time, from mid-range to the three-point line, then shifting to different positions. The captain has always been like this. He is strict with the members. To himself, he is only stricter. The old members of the basketball club were used to it, telling the newcomers not to be too surprised. The newcomers were obedient and weren't surprised, but the admiration for Yuto in their hearts became stronger, like a surging river flowing endlessly. Including Haizaki. He watched Yuto repeating a movement tirelessly. Suddenly felt that maybe this lunatic really could overturn Taiko. But wanting him to practice extra? No way. Night. Haizaki changed into sportswear and looked for a court with a basketball. He didn't know what was wrong either. Maybe because there are too few entertainment venues in this rural place of Okikazome, or he doesn't like them. Or maybe, though he would absolutely never admit it, he was stimulated by Yuto. In short, he inexplicably chose to practice extra alone. But when he finally found a court, he found someone was already inside. This person was none other than that lunatic Yuto. On the sidelines, he also saw his sister who was as cute as a princess, Sora. You came, Haizaki. Yuto also discovered him and greeted him actively. You knew I would come here? I didn't know, but Okikazome is different from Tokyo. There are very few courts here, there are only 2 courts nearby. Yuto told him the reason. And I always felt that if a player has enough ambition, after losing a game, he should try every means to make himself stronger. In this regard, you didn't disappoint me, Haizaki. TCH. Haizaki really wanted to turn and leave, but doing so would make it seem like he was afraid of Yuto. He simply stepped onto the court to do his own practice. Let's play together, playing alone is too boring. Bring it on, scared of you. Haizaki was extremely unwilling in his heart, he knew he couldn't beat Yuto. But still the same saying. If I don't agree, others might think I'm afraid of Yuto. Then. Don't know how long passed, Haizaki opened his eyes looking at the night sky, his body lying on the ground in a big, die shape. He was abused by Yuto again. The pillage that used to make opponents cry holding their heads was nothing in front of Yuto. Yuto, let's go back. There are so many mosquitoes here. Sora spoke quickly seeing them finish. Yuto looked at the time, it was about time. He said to Haizaki, let's play again later, Haizaki. I come here every day. After speaking, he disappeared into the night with Sora. Lunatic. Haizaki cursed again in his heart. Extra practice after club activities end, extra practice again after returning home at night. Haizaki has never seen such a lunatic. Taking a deep breath, Haizaki got up, picked up the ball, and walked towards home. On the other side. After Yuto showered and returned to his room, Satsuki's phone call came right on time. Hello, good evening Ayu. Finished training. Taken a shower? Should be in bed by now, right? Don't say such terrifying things so casually. People who don't know might think you are a peeping Tom. Yuto is no longer surprised by Satsuki's intelligence-gathering ability. Basically. As long as she wants to know, she can definitely investigate it clearly. Hee, I'm just concerned about you. Satsuki scratched her head on the other end of the phone, then asked, how is Haizaki? Did he cause you trouble? Asking like this, you look even more like the mother of those guys from Taiko. I didn't want to either, who made everyone suddenly become like that. Yuto could imagine Satsuki's distressed pouting expression right now. Everything is fine, even better than I thought. Yuto told her about meeting Haizaki at the court tonight. Satsuki felt like she was listening to a fantasy story. Haizaki practicing extra. Are you sure he didn't go out at night to date girls? Could it be that what's in the sky tonight isn't the moon but the sun? Yuto also felt it was magical, but this might be the effect produced by the iron-hard talent. Just like the others in the basketball club. Before he needed to pressure them, now everyone is very self-conscious. Enthusiasm is praiseworthy, but there are limits to ability. That can't be helped. For most players, Hizaki-kun's ability is already a nightmare. Satsuki knew it well. Hizaki's ability gives him absolute suppression effects when facing players with a level lower than his own. He can destroy the opponent's rhythm unconsciously, drastically reducing their combat power. But if facing higher level, or even same level players, his pillage ability is hard to activate. Yuto has tested many times tonight. Some normal shooting motions, even high difficulty shots, layups, crossovers, etc., Hizaki can pillage. But once Yuto integrates movements into the big fundamental, Hizaki is at a loss. Because Yuto's personal style is too strong and has reached the extreme. No matter how Hizaki pillages, in the end, it can only be the shape of Hayama Kotaro or Mibuchi Ryo. He might even be interfered with by Yuto's style in turn. However, although there are limits to ability, his physical talent is also top tier. In short, his plasticity is very strong. Chapter 82, The Extra Practice Trio. Hizaki's plasticity is strong, but Yuto has no clue how to shape him specifically. His talent is powerful learning ability and changes in rhythm. It has reached the point where it can invisibly affect the opponent. This strong sense of rhythm reminded Yuto of many players. For example, Marshawn Brooks, a former foreign aide for the Guangdong Hongyuan team. This is a typical player who is good at using rhythm to shake opponents into headless flies. He feels Hizaki can develop himself in this direction. But who knows exactly how to do it? Yuto hung up the phone and slept. His daily exercise volume is large, falling asleep as soon as his head touches the pillow has become a habit. On the other side, Momoi Satsuki hung up the phone and hugged it to her chest, lying on the bed with her whole body. Pink long hair scattered casually like blooming cherry blossoms. Hizaki-kun actually practices extra too. Sure enough, Ayu is different. Invisibly influencing people around him. Maybe even he himself isn't sure his thoughts have been changed. Satsuki turned over and buried her head in the pillow, thoughts running wild. Rhythm. Compared to your learning ability, I think this strong sense of rhythm that can invisibly influence and destroy the opponent is your most powerful point. Might as well try in this direction. Rooftop. Yuto has an additional class-skipping partner in his third year of middle school. Of course, Hizaki wouldn't be a good student. On the second day of school, he consciously ran to the rooftop to spend boring class time. This seems to be a passive skill for bad boys. He found Yuto had already occupied this place in advance, with a large amount of equipment around. Parasol, fan, heater, quilt, even the thermos cup his dad would use. This is the rhythm of treating the rooftop as his own room. Hizaki expressed that his eyes were opened. Hearing Yuto's suggestion, he couldn't help but fall into contemplation. Either don't do it, or if decided to do it to the end. This is one of Hizaki's few virtues. What should I do? He rarely asked Yuto for advice. Don't know, you have to walk your own path. They are all just middle school students, with no professional coaching team around. The geezer coach is obviously not a coach good at excavating player potential. Moreover, the generation of Miracles and Hizaki all have two strong personal styles, it's hard even to find a template. Finding one's own way is not an easy task. TCH. Hizaki is very annoyed with this kind of guy who is only responsible for creating problems but not solving them. All morning, he was troubled by this matter. Afternoon. Basketball club activities proceeded as scheduled. The biggest change after Yuto took over the basketball club is that the team training intensity has increased. He fulfills his obligations very conscientiously and at the same time wants to excavate a usable center for the team. Not a big center that fits this era. For a serious center, no one is a match for Murasakibara Atsushi. Murasakibara's model and athletic ability mean no one can outmuscle him in the paint. Kiyoshi Teppei is already a very powerful center. He has excellent physical fitness, first-class low-post skills, and certain connecting abilities. Result. He was blown out by Murasakibara until no slag was left, and could only play with words to regain face. Everyone says players like Pau Gasol are soft, but how many such players are there in history? Yuto shook his head secretly, he didn't find the talent he wanted. Observing the team with him was the geezer coach. With Hizaki and Kuroko joining, he started staying up late working overtime again. When the team had no one before, he complained that Shirogane Kozo, Shirogane Eiji, and others only knew how to drive an aircraft carrier. Give me that kind of lineup, and I can take off too. But when really given the chance to drive an aircraft carrier, he discovered that this thing is troublesome to drive. His ability is obviously insufficient to control Homie Academy's lineup this year. Can only improve slowly bit by bit through practice matches, finding tactics that bring out the members' talents. Soon it was night again. Yuto went to the court near his home for extra practice as usual. Before long, Hizaki walked in with an awkward face. He thought about Yuto's words for a long time during the day and thought this idea was feasible. But exactly how to do it, he had no clue. In that case, just play. Maybe sudden enlightenment will come while playing. Geniuses, that's how they do it. Just a bit of a pain in the ass, he will probably be abused by Yuto for a long time to come. Too cunning, Hizaki-kun. Yuto-kun, if it's extra practice, I can do it too. Before Hizaki started, a Kuroko Tetsuya suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of him. Very abruptly, like walking alone on a night road and a person suddenly pops up in front, that horror is enough to make hair stand on end. Are you trying to kill someone at night, Tetsuya? Can't you walk properly? Hizaki was scared half to death by him. Second time. After coming to Okikazome, he was scared out of his wits by Kuroko for 2 consecutive days. I have been here all along, it was Hizaki-kun who didn't notice me. Kuroko stated the fact expressionlessly. That's why I'm annoyed. Hizaki really didn't want to see Kuroko. Not only is this guy elusive, but he will definitely be abused miserably by Yuto next. He doesn't want people to see his miserable side. And Kuroko. Yuto-kun. Just call me Yuto. I don't like adding honorifics after names. Because of this matter, I have quarreled with Satsuki many times. This is not something to be proud of. Kuroko wanted to tell him that in the island nation, using honorifics is a very basic thing. But seeing Yuto's indifferent expression, he knew he wasn't a person bound by worldly customs. Alright, no need to say superfluous words to me. The path you choose yourself, how to walk it, you decide yourself. Yuto seemed to know what Kuroko wanted to say and blocked his mouth in advance. Hi. Kuroko revealed a smile. He has been very happy these 2 days coming to Homie Academy. The training intensity here is no less than when at Taiko. But it is full of vigor here. The entire basketball club believes Yuto will lead them to conquer the whole country and works together towards this goal. He sincerely likes such an atmosphere. Even Hizaki-kun has become unfamiliar to him. Hizaki practicing extra is something unimaginable when at Taiko. Kuroko sincerely admires Yuto who caused all this. He seems to have magic on him, able to influence everyone around him. Since everyone is here, let's practice together. The evening extra practice team changed from 2 to 3 people. Boring training added a bit of noise, making it not so boring anymore. Facts proved. When you are completely addicted to one thing, time passes exceptionally fast. On this day, Sakurai Ryo hurriedly walked into the basketball club holding a piece of paper. The grouping is out. The grouping for the national tournament is out. This should be the job of team manager Sora. But this shut in. Forget it, not worth mentioning. Everyone put down the work in their hands and leaned over. Chapter 83, War Reignited, Bonus Chapter. The competition system this year is no different from last year. Regional qualifiers, participating teams are divided into 3 groups A, B, and C to determine the top names for the round robin. We are assigned to Group A this year. Opponent is Saikai University Affiliated Middle School. Saikai University Affiliated Middle School. As their name suggests, it is an affiliated middle school of Saikai University. This school includes a direct train from elementary school, middle school, high school to university. Such an affiliated middle school has an advantage. Students have a strong sense of belonging to the school. And Saikai Affiliated is the former overlord of Tachijai Prefecture. In which round will we meet them? First round. Then congratulations to them, they can prepare for next year's national tournament in advance. As soon as Yuto said this, everyone laughed out loud. Saikai Affiliated was the former overlord of Tachijai Prefecture, others turned pale at the mention. Now the tables have turned. Homie Academy is the strongest in Tachijai Prefecture. Because they have Yuto. Meeting each other, the one who should worry is the opponent, not Homie Academy. Don't relax too much. Saikai Affiliated has dominated Tochigi Prefecture for so many years. Naturally, they have their reasons. They also absorbed a lot of talents this year. The geezer coach told everyone not to be too optimistic. Every year people leave, but every year people join. This is a law. Just like stir-fried beef intestines must use pickled mustard greens. Saikai Affiliated being strong for so many years has to do with students' sense of belonging to the school. Most students choose to continue studying at Saikai University after graduation, level by level until graduation. Basketball and soccer clubs are even more so. Most of the talents they cultivate themselves will be digested by themselves in the end. And they can also absorb talents from outside. After all, people strive for higher places. This is one of the reasons why Saikai Affiliated has dominated Tochigi Prefecture for so many years. Coach is right, but no need to worry too much. Play our own basketball well, and victory will come to our side. I believe everyone here is better than Saikai Affiliated. After Yuto was promoted to captain, the pressure monster from before seemed to disappear. He began to encourage team members more, instead of sitting there like a demon suppressing everything. After all, his identity is different now. His status in the basketball club is like a god. Of course, he can't always pressure members. If something is not pleasing to the eye, with just one order, these lackeys will do it wholeheartedly. Why should he use bad language? That's right, we are the strongest. Kill Saikai. We will conquer the whole country this year. A group of young people were howling there. They harbored passion, followed Yuto and the coach onto the court, full of energy. A week later, the national tournament war reignited. On this day, Yuto led the team members onto the team's brand new bus. Of course, not every member had the opportunity to ride, only members on the roster. Go Yuto. I will cheer for you at school. Must win. Yuto, look here, look here. Outside the window. Before the car left the school, students gathered around enthusiastically. Since today is not a weekend, many students cannot go to the scene to cheer for them personally, so they can only cheer and send blessings before they depart. Haizaki was scared by such a scene. The people here are overly fanatical. They chased the bus. Even if Yuto just waved simply, they would show excitement until their faces turned red. Haizaki suddenly felt Yuto looked extremely like a cult leader. But just so happens, hanging out with Yuto every day, he knows Yuto didn't do anything to buy fans' hearts. These people are all voluntary. This damn charm, how on earth does he do it? Haizaki was a little envious. If he also had Yuto's personality charm, wouldn't the girls here be his for the picking? Before long, Yuto and the others got off the bus and returned to that arena from last year. As the undoubted star player of Tochigi Prefecture now, Morning Okikazome reporters soon blocked his way. Yuto, now many fans think you are the strongest middle school student in the country. What do you have to say about this? I am very happy, this is a recognition of me. But the strongest player shouldn't be empty-handed, so after I become the champion, I will answer your question again. Then what about today's opponent Saikai Affiliated? What do you think of them? Homie Academy has defeated them for 2 consecutive years. Do you still have such confidence today? Of course, our ambition is lofty, and confidence is our most important weapon. Homie Academy fears no opponent. Yuto seemed to smell the memories like sea breeze. Regarding pulling Saikai Affiliated down from the throne, he is very proud. But in this beautiful memory, it is accompanied by the painful loss facing Taiko. I haven't done enough. Especially after becoming the captain of this team, I more deeply understand the meaning of the phrase, with great power comes great responsibility. So I will create more this year. Let's wait and see. This speech was nothing special, but it won applause from everyone present. Because except for Yuto, it is difficult to hear such a mature answer from other middle school students. Interview ended. Registered information, experienced another opening ceremony. The competition officially began. The first game was Homie Academy vs Saikai Affiliated. For Saikai Affiliated, drawing Homie Academy in the first round this year is absolutely a terrible draw. Now in the entire Tochigi Prefecture, no team has the confidence to defeat Homie Academy or Yuto. At this time in the stadium stands, Homie Academy fans occupied more than 80% of the area. Wearing uniform short sleeves, they cheered for Homie Academy uniformly. Saikai Affiliated's head coach certainly knows Homie Academy's power. However, this year their basketball club also introduced several genius players from elementary school. Maybe these geniuses' quality is not as conscience-losing as Yudo's, but they win in numbers. And Homie Academy. After Oda left, they can't even find a reliable interior player. This game is not completely without chance, as long as they can strangle the point of Yudo. The game started. Yudo found most of Saikai Affiliated's starters were unfamiliar faces. Last year's starters were either sitting on the bench or missing. This is because many of last year's batch had their self-confidence destroyed by Yudo. They no longer have the courage to face Yudo again. Some even quit the basketball club directly and never came back. Under such circumstances, the opposing coach could only use newcomers to have a glimmer of life. Chapter 84, New Homie Academy. This is a helpless choice. He once tried his best to encourage the team members, attempting to help them regain confidence. However, those players only said to him, "Coach, that monster is not something we can defeat." That lifeless gray feeling made Saikai Affiliated's head coach give up. He can only use newborn calves that are not afraid of tigers to charge. The referee started the game. Homie Academy won the first possession. Then, people surprisingly discovered that as last year's strongest small forward in the country, Yudo actually appeared in the point guard position this year. Yudo playing position 1. His height is almost 1.9 meters, right? Is it too tall? What is the consideration for this? Fans discussed spiritedly. But soon they saw the reason why Yudo took the position of the team's number 1. Seeing this, Saikai Affiliated's people still followed the pre-match deployment, with the team's small forward marking Yudo. And their point guard appeared in front of Hizaki. Saikai Affiliated's head coach was dumbfounded. No matter how they switch defense, this is a mismatch. Their starting point guard is only 1.75 meters tall. While speaking, Yudo had already broken through with the ball. The opponent only felt a strong wind blowing past his ear. Yudo had already pierced past his side like a sharp knife. His body and speed were crushed. These people favored by Saikai Affiliated's coach were not much better than the original players. Of course, Saikai Affiliated has more than just this preparation. Without pressing this monster to death, how to talk about defeating Homie Academy? When Yudo broke into the free throw line, Saikai Affiliated players surrounded him from all directions. Jordan rules. Someone recognized this tactic that doesn't look like a tactic. That was the tactic the Pistons once used against the Bulls, or rather a helplessness. Against Jordan, who scored as easily as drinking water, the Pistons adopted the most extreme defense, almost using the whole team's strength to mark Jordan. Because they couldn't find other ways to stop Jordan, they would rather give up defense on other players to pin Jordan down. Therefore, this cannot be considered a tactic, but a helplessness. This tactic blocked the young Jordan and the immature Bulls outside the finals several times. And Yuto. His current situation is very similar to Jordan back then. He also lacks helpers around him. The most powerful Oda has entered high school. Homie Academy now only has Sakurai Ryo left. Obviously, their intelligence-gathering work was not done well enough. Homie Academy played 2 practice matches before the prefectural tournament. Yudo scored 35 points and 43 points respectively in the 2 games, and the team scored 123 points and 118 points respectively. Subtracting Yudo's points, who got the remaining points? The answer is Hizaki. He scored 33 points and 34 points respectively in the 2 games. However, Yudo had no intention of passing. This is an excellent opportunity to destroy the opponent's morale. Although it is a simultaneous encirclement of 5 people, their defense cannot be seamless in time and space. Billy Billy. Accompanied by the sound of electric arcs, dazzling golden light blossomed from Yudo. Like a human-shaped sun, dribbling with 5 fingers, he rushed out radiating golden light before the opponent's encirclement net formed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Yudo swayed his body 3 times consecutively. The opponent players' figures seemed to freeze. Speed so fast, like a bolt of lightning passing by. Thinking so clear, like an antelope hanging its horns, traceable, he captured the holes in the opponent's defense elegantly. In an instant, the opponent's 5-man siege was actually torn open a bloody path by him. Bang. Yudo jumped high and took the opening points with a violent tomahawk dunk. Boom. After a lapse of 1 year, this dilapidated arena boiled again because of him. Not seen for a year, the Lion of Okukazome style remains. Saikai Affiliated's head coach looked at Homie Academy's number 10 landing on both feet, his heart trembling violently. This was a 5-man death siege. Result: torn to pieces by the opponent using unreasonable individual ability. Saikai Affiliated suffered a major blow at the start. He suddenly understood why those third-year members lacked fighting spirit so much. But looking over, seeing their expressions of, as expected, he hated iron for not becoming steel even more in his heart. 2 o'clock. Just a 2-point ball, but Yuto's goal completed in less than 10 seconds at the start shattered the pressure Saikai Affiliated had built up with great difficulty. Ayu became stronger. Tokyo's Satsuki was watching this game. Yuto let Satsuki see his progress with a violent dunk. A summer passed, Yuto successfully gained 5.5 kilograms, reaching 80 kilograms overall. Not that he can't be heavier, but this weight is currently the most suitable for him. Under the premise of not affecting shooting touch, speed, and explosive power, this is currently the most suitable weight. This is all thanks to the joint efforts of the Ida Kagetora father and daughter. Yuto also discovered. He seemed to have underestimated Ida Riko's ability. Many of her suggestions were quite effective. Siren could achieve such huge growth in the time from national tournament to Winter Cup. Ida Riko played a key role in it. The game continued. Saikai Affiliated suffered a critical hit at the start, and morale was greatly affected. But not enough to make them give up completely. They also wanted to return one on the offensive end. But the ball refracted suddenly during the conduction process. Clearly a pass to a teammate, but it unexpectedly went to Yuto's hand. What happened? Saikai Affiliated's head coach was dumbfounded on the spot. Yuto didn't give them a chance to react, throwing the ball violently to the front court. Over there. Haizaki had already turned and sprinted in advance, receiving the pass and scoring easily with a dunk. 4 o'clock. The score wasn't despairing, but the scene just now was terrifying. They tried again. Result: the basketball refracted and changed direction again, deviating from the intended target. Homie Academy succeeded in counterattack again. Using a wave of 6 o'clock climax, the opponent was beaten dizzy. Saikai Affiliated stared dead at the court. Then he saw, in the shadow, a player with blue short hair moving silently on the court. Does Homie Academy have such a person in the starting lineup? He suddenly discovered that he hadn't noticed such a person in the opponent's formation at all. Like a ghost. This new Wenxing Harmony/team likely meant Homie Academy's new lineup vibe is completely different from what he thought before the game. Still Saikai Affiliated's possession. Although figuring out what happened, this didn't stop them from playing more cautiously. They tried to hit the ball to the inside, scoring near the basket. They succeeded. Using several passes, safely sent the ball into the paint, and even faked Homie Academy's first-year center into the air with excellent low-post skills. But when he gathered the ball to jump, Yuto had already flown up, slapping the ball away with one palm in the air. Chapter 85, Taiko's Locker Room. Tokyo. Today Taiko also has a game to play. High-popularity teams are generally chosen to play the opening game. However, for Akashi, this is not something worth caring about. They completed the consecutive championship of the national tournament last year. The next goal is the unsurpassable national tournament three-peat. Akashi's condition this year is very good. Ayamin, Murasakibara, Midorima, Kai's, and others are also the same. Since their talents awakened, their evolution can be described as rapid progress. Even overly strong talents have exceeded the speed of physical growth. National tournament three-peat, he has a 90% probability of completing it. But there is still a 10% accident. This accident comes from Yuto and his Homie Academy. During halftime break, Akashi came to the arena lobby alone. Homie Academy's game is also today. He came to a TV and picked up the remote to change the channel. Then he saw Homie Academy 48:23. Before halftime ended, they already led the opponent by 25 points. If memory serves, Saikai Affiliated was the strongest team in Tochigi Prefecture before. But what he cared about were the words left by the commentator on TV. What did we see? The ball refracted again. It's incredible. Homie Academy's new aide Kuroko Tetsuya, he intercepted the opponent's pass again. Homie Academy's counterattack opportunity. Haizaki Shogo, also a newcomer to Homie Academy this year, received Yuto's pass and scored on a fast break. Akashi's eyes narrowed, like a sharp knife. After the national tournament ended last year, a series of things happened beyond his expectations. Kuroko left the basketball club the day after the team won the championship. Many people tried to keep him at that time, but Kuroko resolutely chose to leave. He only thought Kuroko had different basketball concepts from them and didn't think too much. Result: he actually ran to Okyukazome and found his new light, Yuto. Moreover, Hizaki Shogo. This person who was once expelled from the basketball club by his own hands, a person who would destroy the unity of the team locker room, actually also ran to Okyukazome. Akashi could feel anger rising in his chest. He regarded Kuroko's behavior as betrayal, and Hizaki Shogo's behavior as a provocation. A group of losers, what can they change by gathering together? Akashi coldly withdrew his gaze and turned to walk towards Taiko's locker room. Fine. If this is what you want, then I will grant you a defeat you will never forget. He returned to the locker room with a cold face. People around subconsciously stayed away from this young master. However, returning to the locker room and pushing the door open, his expression returned to normal. Where did you go, little Akashi? So long. Nothing. This year's national tournament will be very interesting. Interesting? What do you mean? Akashi didn't answer but turned his head to glance at Satsuki. Momoi, did you know that Tetsuya and Hizaki went to Okyukazome? I know. Are you finding Hizaki-kun relied on me? Satsuki was quite proud, raising her head. Hey, Momo-chai, isn't this helping the enemy? Kai's was dumbfounded. Didn't you see Akashi's eyes changed? But Satsuki stared at Akashi fearlessly. What's wrong, Akashi? Did Hizaki and Tetsuya running to Yuto make you feel afraid? Ayaman wouldn't sit idly by. He wouldn't let anyone bully his childhood friend. And because Akashi intervened in his duel with Yuto last year, he was already dissatisfied with Akashi. I'm afraid. Akashi laughed. You're joking. I just hope Momoi can do her job well. We are all one basketball club. Saying so, but where does the current atmosphere look like a basketball club? Kai's weakly kept silent, watching the big shots confronting each other. At the same time, Hizaki's face involuntarily appeared in his mind. On the other side. Beep. Accompanied by a whistle. The second quarter of the game between Homie Academy and Saikai affiliated also ended. Yuto led the team towards the tunnel. At this time their lead had reached 30 points. The former Tachijai prefecture overlord, like a tiger without teeth, lost its style. Those first-year players, expressions on their faces were full of confusion when leaving the court. This is completely different from the scene they imagined in their brains. Throughout the first half, they could only watch Homie Academy destroy and even humiliate them time and again. They felt their steps become difficult, 3 souls missing 7 spirits, dazed/lost. Yuto. Don't worry about them, Kuroko. We are here to compete, not to make friends. Yuto is not Kuroko, he doesn't have that much Madonna heart. No one's life is smooth sailing. Many people will fall, even not just once. But some can stand up, some cannot. Just do well yourself. In the locker room. Sora took out the honey lemons prepared long ago for everyone to eat. This can effectively relieve fatigue caused by intense exercise and replenish energy. Hearing this, everyone got up and came over wanting to taste. But looking at the whole lemon soaked in honey water, their faces turned black instantly. Is honey lemon made like this? Suggest you better not eat. Sora's cooking level is hell level. Yuto was much more experienced, running to Sakurai Ryo's side early and stuffing exquisite lemon slices into his mouth. Honestly, he really doesn't understand why Sora can make such simple honey lemons into that appearance. Cut off the head and tail of the lemon, cut into slices, put into honey water to store, take out to eat after a week. Why can she make people report to the hospital after eating? Idiot Yuto. Sora cursed loudly, her eyes unkind. Who do you think I did it for? I didn't even let you try. So we are guinea pigs. Hizaki's face turned darker. This woman is completely joking with their health. Can't you find other people? Why come to harm us? Sora indicated she had already let others try. Isn't it because now people are unwilling? Suddenly, a teammate found Kuroko lying down, weak all over as if dead. Hey, Kuroko, what's wrong with you? Wake up, Kuroko. Why, is the honey water salty? Kuroko spoke intermittently, as if vitality was flowing away. Salty. I was afraid it wasn't sweet enough and clearly put a lot of sugar. Sora frowned. The geezer coach's expression was simply as black as the bottom of a pot. Can't you even distinguish between sugar and salt? After today, he forbid Sora from bringing any food made by herself into the stadium one step. Chapter 86, Kuroko's Request, Bonus Chapter. Sora was full of resentment. After the second half started, sitting on the bench, she kept staring straight at Yuto, this heartless man. He would rather eat something made by a man than try even a bite of her cooking. Yuto pretended not to see. Sometimes Eagle Eye also brought him a little trouble. After the second half of the game began, he started increasing his personal offense. Saikai affiliated at this time was already different from the first half. Their attention began to wander, eyes drifting outside the court. Buzz. Golden light burst wildly from Yuto, like a blazing sun. He broke into the opponent's paint at extremely fast speed, but the player matching up with him had no reaction. Not that Yuto was too fast, but that he had already given up. Like this again, these guys. If they can't afford to lose, why go on the court to play? Sora bit her thumb. She felt these people's complaints were incredibly ridiculous. They complained that Yuto was too strong, but never thought about why they were so weak, or if they had really worked hard. The game had become suspense-free. Yuto received a pass from a teammate and fired directly from outside the three-point line. Three-pointer hit. Yuto, continuous personal scoring. This 0-degree, corner, three-pointer not only pierced the hoop but also brought Homie Academy's lead to 40 points. Saikai Affiliated's head coach no longer held any illusions. Yuto is too strong. Watching him play, you can feel that there is indeed a gap between geniuses and mortals. The only good news is, won't have to worry about meeting this monster next year. He gritted his teeth and sat back on the bench. Losing to Yuto for 3 consecutive years, thoroughly rotten, miserable. What is more terrifying than strength is that your self-confidence has been destroyed. His own team has now had its confidence destroyed. Halfway through the third quarter, the coach substituted Yuto off the court. What's wrong, coach? What's wrong? This game is meaningless to you. No one would force Michael Jordan to play a kindergarten basketball game. Their victory is already stable. Newcomer Hizaki Shogo also has the ability to take charge alone. Yuto's stamina should be saved for where it is needed. All right. Yuto smiled. But Saikai Affiliated couldn't laugh. Yuto went off, but Homie Academy still had a Hizaki Shogo on the court. Without Yuto's defense, restraint, Hizaki opened full fire. Using his pillage talent, he tore everyone in Saikai Affiliated apart alive. Kicked hard again on their already shattered self-confidence. In the end, this focal battle, Homie Academy easily defeated the former Tachijai Prefecture overlord Saikai Affiliated. Yuto played 25 minutes, hacking luxurious stats of 29 points, 12 rebounds, and 12 assists. Hizaki Shogo played 33 minutes, getting a game-high 40 points. Post-game. As captain, Yuto took the initiative to go over and shake hands with the opponent. A wonderful game. Where was it wonderful? Wasn't our cooperation wonderful? Seeing the opponent mocking himself, Yuto had no sympathy at all, pouring a basin of cold water on him smoothly. He could see fear in the opponent's eyes. Fear of himself. Yuto let go, turned, and led people away. The opponent wanted to speak several times, but in the end was too scared to make a sound. They lowered their heads, disappearing from the court bit by bit. Let's go back. Yuto took people onto the team bus, no longer needing to squeeze into the crowded subway. On the bus. Winning the victory boosted the team's morale greatly. Many players were still discussing the game just now. They claimed the captain was simply omnipotent. And Yuto? He sat near the front of the bus, closed his eyes, and started the long-lost simulation. Wait for me, generation of miracles. The faces of those few from Taiko involuntarily appeared in his mind. Then. Simulation starting. Random talent draw. Drawing talent, bronze skin iron bones. Congratulations on obtaining green talent, bronze skin iron bones. Bronze skin iron bones, reduces injury risk to a certain extent, improves confrontation ability to a certain extent, improves muscle durability to a certain extent. Actually green. Seeing this talent, Yuto felt incredibly pity. He had wanted an injury immunity talent for a long time. Now finally drew it. Pity it's a green talent. Looking at the words arranged by the system, one can conclude that this talent is really not that great. It's all, to a certain extent. However, this type of talent is 1 in a million, rarer than vision types. Green can basically be used as blue. Yuto felt a bit pity. Simulation continued. Having won the first battle of the qualifiers, you couldn't wait to start the simulator on the return journey. You drew the green talent, bronze skin iron bones. You felt incredibly pity. Considering the rarity of this talent, green can basically be used as blue. If it were blue or purple, how good would that be? After returning home, you made a phone call to Momoi Satsuki asking about Taiko's game. Nothing special, just won the game very simply. Momoi Satsuki's answer was too general, but you didn't think much of it. Just like you guys, easily won against the former regional overlord. Knowing deeply that strength is everything, you began to train hard. After dinner, you went to that court as usual. Haizaki and Kuroko also came. You continued extra practice together. The daytime game couldn't make you feel tired. You continued to practice with Haizaki. He asked if there was anything different about you today. You asked him back what was different. Haizaki couldn't figure it out either, just felt your body seemed harder today. Effect so obvious. Felt the difference in the first encounter. Yuto didn't feel anything different. After all, he hasn't obtained this talent yet. But Haizaki felt the difference so obviously, presumably, the improvement is not small. Maybe. The reason why this talent is green is that blue, purple, and red talents all have similar talents suppressing it. You had a fierce one-on-one. Haizaki was tidied up by you for a while. He still hasn't found a clue to the new skill package. Instead, Kuroko, watching you guys, the desire to become stronger in his heart became stronger. Doesn't want to only watch teammates score helplessly while he can only pass. The next day. Kuroko waited at your door early in the morning. Good morning, Yuto. Kuroko greeted you, but you saw he was hiding something on his mind. You asked him, speak if you have something. I want to ask Yuto-kun to teach me shooting. Chapter 87, Restless Akashi. Yuto in the outside world raised his eyebrows. Kuroko-ha. He knows almost all of Kuroko's evolution routes. Regarding Kuroko's request, you agreed without hesitation. Even if he didn't take the initiative to say it, you also planned to help Kuroko complete evolution at the right time. Afternoon, after basketball club activities ended, Kuroko chose to stay. You let Kuroko try shooting a few times first. He shot several airballs under the basket. You were stunned. Such shooting, simple as taking a dump, you felt even a kindergarten student would shoot more accurately than Kuroko. Is my shooting really bad? Kuroko asked. You said, it's not a question of bad or not anymore, this is simply a disaster. Kuroko looked gloomy, expressing that your words hurt people too much. You told him, if it were a normal player, I could indeed teach them shooting, but your current state is obviously not within the range of normal people. Kuroko's expression became even gloomier. However, you changed the subject. I also had times when my shooting was inaccurate. In the first year of middle school, most of my scoring was concentrated in the paint, relying on layups. And then? Kuroko asked impatiently. He also remembered that Yuto's shooting wasn't so good from the beginning. Find a shooting rhythm and motion comfortable for yourself. You spun the basketball with your finger, continuing, just like the 3 shots of heaven, earth, and void. Mibuchi Ryo has his own shooting rhythm, and I also have my shooting rhythm. I tried to learn his shooting, starting from the shooting motion, and finally found his shooting motion didn't suit me. Then I changed it, and became accurate too. The key is the motion. More accurately, it's a shooting motion that makes you comfortable. Your words enlightened Kuroko Tetsuya. Even though he hasn't practiced it yet, he has found his way forward. Night came. Kuroko took the basketball to another court to practice, recalling your words constantly in his mind. What's wrong with that guy Tetsuya? Haizaki asked curiously. He found his own way one step ahead of you. Hearing this, Haizaki's heart tightened instantly. Am I going to lose to this guy Kuroko? He asked you, didn't you tell him? No, I'm only responsible for providing him with ideas. Obviously, he is much smarter than you. You mocked Haizaki unceremoniously. He rushed at you with the ball in exasperation, threatening to blow you out today. Then Haizaki lay on the ground again, eyes gazing at the moonlight. That's it for today, there is a game tomorrow. You saw the time was about right and stopped practicing. Looks like it won't take long for Kuroko to master the phantom shot. Yuto in the outside world rubbed his chin in contemplation. Since the phantom shot is developed, might as well teach Kuroko the vanishing drive together. He is determined to defeat Taiko. Without drawing enough talents, he must increase the team's winning chips as much as possible. You watched Kuroko's departing figure, planning to teach him the vanishing drive after he masters the phantom shot. As expected of me. The next day, you continued to take the bus to the competition venue. Today is the weekend, many students came to the scene, all your fans. You also found that you have a support group made entirely of girls. Like Rukawa's army, slam dunk reference, they gathered in a certain stand, wearing short skirts waving flags and shouting for you. You established a 20-point lead in just one quarter. The opponent was no match for you at all. Second quarter, the coach planned to let you rest for 5 minutes before playing. You refused. You know performance in the simulation determines the experience gained at the end of the simulation. Why? This damn game is meaningless to you. I won't let Michael Jordan play a kindergarten game. His voice was loud, next door heard it. The opposing coach instantly flushed red. You said to the coach, because this is my basketball. Teammates admired you prostrate, deeply, Even though they don't know what your basketball is, this doesn't hinder them from continuing to admire you endlessly, just like Naruto hanging ninja way, on his lips all day. They automatically substituted you inexplicably getting fired up. You chose to open full fire. In the end, you played 35 minutes, hacking a game-high 54 points, 16 rebounds, and 10 assists. Your performance attracted Akashi's attention. Finally can't sit still. Talking to Satsuki last night, he learned from Satsuki that Akashi knew the fact that Kuroko and Haizaki defected to him. Result, he said he didn't care, but started paying attention to Homie Academy in the second game. Proud Akashi Seijiro doesn't think you can shake Taiko's rule. But he must admit, if there is a team that can threaten Taiko, that team must be you. You slaughtered the opponent. The score was 146-48, making the opponent unable to lift their heads. You discovered the loophole in the team's interior defense. Now you don't even have a passing grade big center. You return to Okukazome. Kuroko and Haizaki are still practicing hard. Since there is no game tomorrow, you can practice a bit longer tonight. The next day, you were still training. Kuroko and Haizaki were both practicing hard. You also need to exercise your skills. You have completely mastered lightning dribble, heaven earth void shots, mirage shot, meteor jam, eagle spear, etc. You started thinking about what other aspects can improve your technique attribute. You found you couldn't remember too many. Helpless, you could only pick up Hyuga Junpei's barrier jumper to practice first. Chapter 88, Destined. You found a direction, planning to master the barrier jumper. You know very well the principle of this shot is actually a step-back three-pointer. To achieve not being infringed or interfered with by the opponent, the key lies in the retreat speed being fast enough. You quickly mastered this shot. Hyuga Junpei's signature shot is not too difficult for you. You spent some time successfully integrating the barrier jumper into your playing style. But you were not satisfied. Although your purpose in practicing many skills is to improve technique attributes by exploiting the system. However, these skills mastered by you will eventually be put into actual combat. You started working on the barrier jumper. Hyuga Junpei, that four-eyed guy, couldn't exert the limit of the step-back shooting technique. You thought of Harden and his double step-back three-pointer. This shooting action was once considered a foul by fans, but in the basketball rule 0-12, the step a player moves forward after gathering the ball doesn't count as the first step. And players can pass or shoot within 2 steps after gathering the ball. Therefore, Harden's double step back conforms to basketball rules, provided the action must be continuous and there cannot be a travel, extra steps. The advantages of the double step back shot are many. First, it can improve shooting stability. Second, it can avoid defensive interference by adjusting the center of gravity and footwork. You thought this shouldn't stump you, but you were wrong. This set of movements is extremely difficult to complete. Harden's double step back shot is hailed as reshaping the league's shooting style. His unassisted three-point offense is number 1 in history. But in history, many outstanding stars couldn't master its essence. Even players like Stephen Curry, Kyrie Irving, Joel Embiid were called for traveling due to uncoordinated movements. But you have enough patience, and you are stubborn enough. Once decided to do it, no matter how much time it takes, you will stick to it to the end. You started practicing the double step-back shot frantically, and planned to integrate it into the barrier jumper later, to achieve truly inviolable. Soon, it was game day again. You have no opponents in Tochigi Prefecture anymore. Teams here cannot bring you any trouble. You killed out of the encirclement from Tochigi Prefecture for 3 consecutive years, breaking into the final national tournament main draw. Your double step-back shot started to become coherent, but still couldn't be put into actual combat. It is worth mentioning that Kuroko completed his phantom shot, and Heizaki's new skill package also has a clue, but still cannot be put into actual combat. You started teaching Kuroko the vanishing drive, and studied new skill packages with Heizaki as much as possible. Soon, 2 months passed. On this day, you came to Kanagawa. This year's national tournament will be held in the second largest city in the island nation. Round of 64, 64-32, you won without shedding blood. This year, you are still rated as an S-level team by the media, while Taiko is the sole SS tier. Fans generally believe that this year's national tournament champion will only be produced between you and Taiko, but more than 60% of fans think Taiko will complete the unprecedented national tournament three-peat. You told teammates not to be influenced. Before the national tournament ends, all members are forbidden to watch any newspapers, cut off contact with the outside world, and devote themselves wholeheartedly to the game. Round of 32, 32-16, you still didn't encounter any sniping. You were too strong, many players chose to give up halfway. Taiko was even more dominant than you. Starting from the round of 64, they have already completed 2 shutouts. This is a basketball game, not a soccer game. They actually made the opponent score 0 points. This year's national tournament became a one-man show, duet, between you and Taiko. You both felt immense pressure. Then, you met Taiko. Still in the round of 16, 16-8, as if destined. This day. This multifunctional gymnasium in Kanagawa was filled with enthusiastic fans. Everyone was looking forward to the start of this battle of the century. Before the game started, you looked at each other across the center line, like the Chu River and Han border, chess boundary/opposing sides. You are familiar enough with each other, but with the joining of Heizaki and Kuroko, the relationship between your two teams became more complicated. Tetsuya. Ayaman-kun. Kuroko and Ayaman faced each other again. I thought you stopped playing, good to see you. Just don't want others to think you are a player on my level. Kai's also faced Heizaki. Midorima looked at Sakurai Ryo. The former's expression was cold as always, the latter had a very scared expression on his face. Murasakibara Atsushi didn't even look at your center. Please advise. Please advise. You shook hands simply with Akashi, releasing immediately upon touch. Your reunion was not as intense as people expected. No tit for tat, no swords drawn and bows bent. It was unexpectedly calm. But in your hearts, you both sentenced the other to death directly. The game started. Jump ball segment, Murasakibara Atsushi won the victory, but the referee gave him a jump ball violation, believing he jumped early. But Akashi and you saw very clearly, including Heizaki, Kuroko, and Ayaman. Murasakibara Atsushi did not foul, he just reacted too fast. Your possession. First attack, you passed the ball directly to Kuroko. The basketball refracted to Heizaki's hand. Heizaki isolated Kai's and succeeded. He sprayed trash talk at Kai's. Turning back, Akashi also didn't choose to challenge your defense, he assisted Ayaman for a layup. The game proceeded extremely fast. Your fast-paced exchange of fire dazzled the audience. Your brain operated at high speed, recording everything happening on the simulated court. The turning point happened at the end of the first quarter. Kuroko looked at the flying ball, turned sideways for a touch pass, but halfway to Heizaki, the ball was caught one-handed by Ayaman. Haven't changed at all. Ayaman's words carried thick disappointment. You really haven't changed at all. Maybe Akashi was right, your basketball simply can't win, Tetsuya. Taiko counterattacked, Midorima hit a three-pointer. But really no change. Soon Kuroko showed his difference. His breakthrough was like vanishing, his shot could pass through opponent blocks. Driving and shooting, he alone hacked 6 points. Such a change surprised Akashi. How is it, Akashi? Did you see this future? You spoke plainly to Akashi. Did the sixth man you created surprise you? Akashi's eyes narrowed. Chapter 89, Dream Bubble, Bonus Chapter. Akashi knew you wanted to provoke him deliberately, he couldn't ignore such provocation. He said to you coldly, self-righteously thinking you did something superior to me. You are just killing Tetsuya's future. He knows too well. Kuroko's characteristic lies in his lack of presence. To maintain this mystery, Kuroko must make himself like a shadow, attached under the illumination of light. Once he becomes light, his advantage is gone, inferior to even an ordinary player. You are pushing him into the abyss. He pointed it out sharply. Of course you know what will happen once Kuroko masters so many flashy skill packages. So you let him not attempt a single crossover or shot before today's game, just for today's explosion. Moreover, I know very well what I am saying. Yudo has already told me the consequences of doing this, but... Kuroko looked straight at Akashi and said, even so, I want to defeat you, defeat the generation of miracles. Akashi left without a word, but the anger in his heart was already rising. After a single quarter, you surprisingly tied with Taiko 28:30. You only trailed by 2 points. Second quarter, Kuroko still opened full fire. With his help, you didn't fall behind Taiko too much. The game was unexpectedly anxious. But such constant scoring made Kuroko's presence more and more obvious. Just midway through the second quarter, the generation of miracles could already clearly feel his existence. Continuing like this, Kuroko's misdirection would completely fail by halftime. You won't let such a thing happen. You started taking over ball possession. Finally couldn't hold back. Akashi signaled Ayaman not to care about team deployment and go face you. You let out a cold snort. Dual personality shooter talent activated at this time. You killed towards Taiko's paint like the sun. Ayaman stuck closely to you. He found your body seemed like bronze skin and iron bones. Last year he could clearly gain the upper hand in confrontation, facing you again this year, there is no advantage to speak of. This power. From beginning to end, only you are marking time and place, Ayaman. You squeezed Ayaman away, but quickly threw the ball to Haizaki after killing into the paint, letting him hit a mid-range shot. The ball went in, but you weren't too happy. You looked up and could see Murasakibara at Sushi right in front. You looked back and could see Akashi's cold and ruthless eyes. If you had chosen to force a shot just now, you would have been sandwiched immediately. Still not strong enough. Seeing this, Yudo outside the simulation frowned. Last year he could hack 50+ points against Taiko, partly because Taiko underestimated the enemy. They gave him many opportunities to isolate Ayaman. This year. Won't happen. Akashi stared at him from the beginning. Under his command, Murasakibara would also pressure him simultaneously. This doubled the difficulty of his scoring instantly. You truly felt Taiko's toughness. Once they get serious, the intensity of the game is something even you find overwhelming. You increased long-range shooting attempts. You tenaciously bit the score, not letting the difference widen to double digits. Halftime ended. You trailed Taiko by 8 points. The second half began. You started taking over more ball possession. Akashi opened his eye. Emperor Eye, beside him, seemed to form a forbidden domain. Dazzling golden light erupted from your body. You attempted to impact the Emperor Eye's prediction. You lost. You were kicked to death by Taiko again. Yudo comforted himself. He didn't feel pity for this result. Akashi shattered your golden body. Tezuka Zone could not break through the inside of the Emperor Eye. No need to be depressed. This is an expected result. Kuroko is still useful. Within the effective time of misdirection, our scoring efficiency can catch up with Taiko. You turned sideways to block Akashi, thrillingly regaining possession. At the same time, changing viewpoint in the brain, sending the ball to Haizaki with a straight pass. Facing Kai's, he scored. Won't be so lucky next time. Akashi shook his hand. He said he would grant you a painful defeat, he won't break his word. You stopped at the national tournament top 16. Just that, facing Taiko, the original 20-minute misdirection time was shortened to 10 minutes. In the end, Yudo found he still had to rely on himself. Your national tournament ended. Soon after, news of Taiko defending their title again and achieving the national tournament three-peat swept the country. But this has nothing to do with you. You tasted the heartbreaking defeat for the third time. You handed over the position of basketball club captain to someone else. After that, invitations from high school basketball clubs came one after another. Yosen, Kaijo, Rikuzen, Shotoku, too, and other powerhouses sent you invitations. The conditions they offered were the limit of what they could provide, they were full of sincerity. But you have no confidence to pay attention to these people now. Throughout the summer, you were still training, constantly studying, integrating the double step back into your playing style to use with the barrier jumper. You resigned from the position of basketball club captain, but you still frequently appeared in the basketball club. You also grabbed Haizaki and Kuroko to practice extra together. You attempted to get some useful memories from it to bring to the self outside the simulation. You spent the last summer and winter at Homie Academy. A year passed. Simulation ended. Ended just like that. Yuto exhaled. Sora beside him happened to reach out to smooth his furrowed brows at this time. He smiled to reassure Sora. This simulation has ended. You obtained green talent, bronze skin, iron bones. You obtained 1 year of national tournament game memories. You obtained massive barrier jumper memories. You obtained massive double step back 3-point shot memories. Your technique attribute increased by 2 points. You obtained a small amount of memories of the special skill, Phantom Bubble, Dream Bubble / Mirage Bubble, likely referring to Heizaki's developed skill or Kuroko's state. Your simulation level did not increase. It is a pity to lose the game, but not entirely without harvest. You obtained a large amount of game memories and training memories. More importantly, he found the direction for Heizaki to move forward. Strictly speaking, he didn't find it himself, but Heizaki suddenly found the direction after the game ended. Chapter 90, Yuto's Talent. Phantom Bubble, Dream Bubble / Mirage Bubble. This is the special skill derived from Heizaki's strong sense of rhythm. A special skill belonging to Heizaki that uses his own rhythm to confuse and influence the opponent. The principle is similar to Hakim Olajuwon's Dream Shake. When defending, a player's brain unconsciously reads the opponent's next move based on their own memory and experience. This is the basic logic of basketball defense. Some smart people, like Olajuwon, used this point to develop the strongest low-post footwork in NBA history, the Dream Shake or Dream Steps. When Olajuwon played, people often said that an 80-year-old grandmother would defend Olajuwon better than a 20-something young man. This describes Olajuwon's footwork under the basket, which has reached the point of being able to charm all living beings, because an 80-year-old grandmother wouldn't even be able to jump to fall for the fake. Heizaki's Phantom Bubble is somewhat similar. It's just that the method is different. He can invisibly influence the opponent's rhythm, so naturally, he can also invisibly interfere with the opponent's defensive judgment. As for Phantom Bubble, it's just a name casually picked by two bad namers, calling it Mirage or, I was joking, wouldn't matter. What Yuto didn't expect was, while helping Heizaki, he also mastered the skill to the introductory level. Unexpected joy. In a good mood, Yuto turned to ask Sora what she wanted for dinner. Sora said, "Let's go to the market when we get back. I'll cook a fish for you for dinner." She still wants to prove herself, that she is not a demon from Hell's Kitchen. Hearing this, Yuto immediately turned to ask his teammates which restaurant in Okukazome had good food. He decided not to eat at home for dinner. Idiot Yuto. Sora was furious, while others simply laughed out loud. The bus was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Night. Yuto came to that court again. Heizaki and Kuroko also arrived not long after he finished warming up. Let's start, Yuto. Heizaki couldn't wait to develop his new skill package, so that he could kill Akashi and this guy Yuto in the future. Okay, but before we start, I'll show you something. Yuto picked up the ball and went to the top of the three-point arc, meaning he wanted to attack first. Heizaki skillfully pressed up in front of him. Then, they directly tangled together. Still that extremely utilitarian playing style, Heizaki didn't know how many times he had been beaten by Yuto using this simple basketball these days. He wanted to defeat Yuto, so he thought. His brain constantly recalled all the matchups with Yuto, attempting to analyze his next move from every action of Yuto. These are the basic logic of basketball defense. Suddenly, Heizaki saw Yuto tapping the basketball with 5 fingers. Through the swing amplitude of his fingers, Heizaki judged that Yuto was going to change direction to pass. He leaned to the right one step in advance, blocking Yuto's path. Sure enough, the next second, Yuto's figure rushed towards him quickly. However, when Haizaki was ready to meet the impact, when he was thinking about the next move after the impact, the Yuto in front of him dissipated like a bubble. Haizaki instantly felt an extremely awkward feeling. Did you see clearly? Yuto stopped. But before Haizaki could speak, he passed the ball from his right hand to his left hand right in front of Haizaki's face. The latter's line of sight followed the trajectory of the basketball. Players are creatures that will unconsciously follow the basketball once they are on the court. The basic logic of defense is also like this. The opponent will observe your body, the amplitude of shoulder sinking, the speed of dribbling frequency, the focus position of the body, etc. So, Haizaki, deceive their senses, use your rhythm to interfere with their judgment. This is the path for you to move forward. Yuto's tone was light, but Haizaki felt extremely shocked. This is not deceiving people with fake moves, but a more advanced way of using rhythm to influence the opponent's judgment. How? How did you do it? Clearly his own path forward, why did Yuto find the direction faster than him? Is this talent? Is he really that far behind this guy? Huge waves surged in Haizaki's heart. Yuto didn't explain. He couldn't tell Haizaki that he fucking had an epiphany and mastered it after being blown out by Taiko in the simulation. Kuroko on the side was also shocked by Yuto's amazing talent. Just like Akashi saw his possibilities back then, Yuto has now excavated more potential from Haizaki Shogo. Yuto and Akashi are the same. Thinking of this, Kuroko's heart suddenly became hot. Since Haizaki-kun can, then am I. Yuto-kun. Call me Yuto. Don't make me repeat myself. Yuto interrupted Kuroko. And what followed plunged the two into deep shock again. I know what you are thinking, Kuroko. I have studied your shooting these days. Kuroko held his breath, expecting his next words. I don't think your shooting inaccuracy is because you are insulated from the basket. The problem lies in your shooting motion. Shooting motion. Ah, I observed you for a while and only confirmed it today. When you shoot, you also feel very awkward, right? This rhetoric is similar to Ayaman's said in the future. He just moved it over and used it. Hearing this, Kuroko fell into thought, then asked, but my shooting motions are all taught by the coach. What others teach is not necessarily right. Yuto habitually spun the basketball on his fingertips. Playing basketball is not doing homework, correct answers are not always written in the textbook. Just like some things, good kids may not do well, but bad kids can complete easily. After finishing, Yuto specifically glanced at Haizaki, making the latter extremely annoyed. What do you mean by that look? Hearing this, Kuroko felt as if his brain was hit by a flash of inspiration. He couldn't wait to try, but was immediately stopped by Yuto. Don't rush. I believe that when you find a shooting motion suitable for you, you will definitely solve your trouble, even in a surprising way. If you can do it, other things like breaking through and passing people might not be impossible. Can I really? Kuroko's breathing became heavier. Shooting, breaking through. These were things he could only fantasize about in his brain before, but couldn't do in reality. Of course, but there is one important thing I must tell you in advance. Yuto put away his smile, appearing extremely solemn. Your misdirection is born from your lack of presence, this is something that cannot be copied. To some extent, your talent is more special than ours and the generation of miracles. But this also destines you to only be a shadow, not to be noticed. Haizaki didn't quite understand. He asked, what exactly are you trying to say? What will happen if this guy Tetsuya masters shooting and passing people? You will be noticed, your presence will magnify rapidly, you will become light, and you will lose your innate advantage. With a boom. Kuroko felt as if a bomb had detonated in his brain. He always wanted to become stronger. Especially after the conversation with Ayaman on that rainy day last year. What can you, who can only pass, do? Kuroko was stung in the heart by this sentence. It's not that he wants to be a person who can only pass, but that he has nothing else besides passing. Who would know how many times he tried things destined to be impossible when no one was around? So now. When the opportunity was placed in front of him, he nodded without thinking. Even so, I want to learn. Please teach me shooting and passing people. I beg you, Yuto. Chapter 91, Buying Hearts. Even so, I hope to become stronger. An expected result. Looking at Kuroko, who had an expression of, "I have made up my mind," Yuto wasn't surprised by his choice. No one wants to be a shadow for a lifetime. Just like when Aemon questioned, "Besides passing, you can't do anything." Kuroko's response was, "It's because I can't score that I pass every ball with all my might." He doesn't not want to score. On the contrary, Kuroko desires to score and do other things more than anyone else. Good, in that case, let's start. Start with breaking through with the ball. Kuroko nodded, but didn't know exactly what to do. Yuto called over Sora, who was holding a laptop watching anime, and whispered a few words in her ear. "Now, try to break through, Haizaki." "Ha! You let this guy Tetsuya pass me." Haizaki laughed, laughing presumptuously. Not that he is arrogant, but with Kuroko's snail-like athletic ability, even if he stands still, he is confident he won't let him pass. "Try and you'll know." Haizaki noticed Yuto's smile, and a bad premonition suddenly rose in his heart. Then, Kuroko stood very seriously in front of Haizaki. He dribbled slowly, trying to break through from the left. Haizaki stared at him closely. Although he felt in his heart that the probability of Kuroko passing him was infinitely close to zero, since that guy Yuto dared to do this, he must have his reasons. He concentrated, not letting go of any movement. Suddenly. At this time, Sora suddenly ran onto the court, breaking into Haizaki's vision. What does this woman want? This woman is simply making trouble unreasonably. Forget it, ignore her. Deal with this guy Tetsuya first, otherwise I'll be looked down upon by that bastard Yuto again. Haizaki's brain lost focus for a moment, but he quickly made himself concentrate again. Result. The Kuroko in front of him disappeared. When? His pupils dilated sharply, turning his head with difficulty and incredulity. Actually. He actually didn't notice when Kuroko passed him at all. Understand. Hi, I somewhat understand. Kuroko couldn't hide the excitement in his heart, hands trembling uncontrollably. Hey, what riddles are you playing? How on earth did this guy Tetsuya do it? Haizaki felt he had lost all face. Can't beat Yuto, fine. How could he be passed by Kuroko silently? It's misdirection. Misdirection. Isn't that thing only for passing? Haizaki blurted out subconsciously, but immediately came back to his senses. It's you guys. He pointed at Sora. Recalling what happened just now, all the weirdness happened after Sora broke into his field of vision. That moment of distraction. That's right. Kuroko's dynamic vision is very strong, he can capture the moment you are distracted. But what's the use of this? This woman can't be on the court during a game. So this requires our cooperation. When Kuroko passes people, break into the opponent's vision in the most violent way. This works too. Haizaki admired Yuto's quick wit too much. How did his brain come up with this? Work hard. There is still plenty of time before the main national tournament starts. I hope you can master these skill packages as quickly as possible. Hi. Kuroko responded loudly, seizing the time to practice. The next day. The team had no game. Yuto didn't arrange high-intensity practice for the members, just practicing was mainly recovery training. He spent a lot of time observing Haizaki's practice, or personally accompanying him as a sparring partner. He is very interested in Haizaki's Phantom Bubble skill package. Of course. Nothing much can happen in one day. The second day. They got on the team bus again and set off. Arriving at the arena. As the currently most popular team in Tochigi Prefecture, Yuto and the others were approached by reporters as soon as they got off the bus. Haizaki, who scored the highest points in the last game, was asked a sharp question. Haizaki student, we investigated and found you were previously a member of Taiko Middle School and had clear appearance records. For what reason did you come to Okyukazome? Is it your personal problem, or because of those rumors? What rumors? Nothing more than Haizaki having a bad reputation locally back then, being a relatively well-known delinquent nearby. Among the students Taiko worried about most, Haizaki's name was at the top. They didn't point out Haizaki's past directly, entirely out of respect for Yuto. But the people of Tochigi Prefecture don't want this guy to stink up Homie Academy's signboard. Facing this sharp question, Haizaki's expression became a bit ugly. This can't be helped. Tochigi Prefecture people instinctively dislike guys from big cities, not to mention Haizaki Shogo has such a reputation. However, Before he could speak, Yuto had already put his arm around Hizaki's shoulder and said, "There is only one reason he came here. It was my tireless invitation during the summer vacation. Hizaki couldn't stand it and agreed to come to our team to play." "Yuto-kun, are you saying that you invited Hizaki student to play at Homie Academy?" "Of course. I know some people have heard some rumors about Hizaki, but rumors stop at the wise. Don't believe in fabricated things, learn to think independently. We still have a game, goodbye." Saying so, he led his teammates into the arena. Inside the door, Hizaki shook off Yuto's hand from his shoulder forcefully. "TCH, who wants your help? Do you think I care what those people say?" He didn't want people to see his miserable state. But after the teammates walked a bit further, he still whispered, "But, thanks. When you put on this jersey, you are my best brother. Family doesn't speak two languages, no need to thank me." Yuto patted his shoulder smilingly. He felt this guy Hizaki must be extremely grateful to him in his heart right now. Satsuki was right, these brats' minds are too easy to understand. In fact, Hizaki indeed felt a warmth in his heart at this moment. A sense of satisfaction of finally finding a friend who can understand him. Kuroko watched silently from behind the team, then the corners of his mouth rose. Choosing to come to Okyukazome in the last year of middle school. It's really great.